In order to rescue her younger sister, Jiang Mumu ventured into the Teyvat continent, allowing 7 avatars to grow freely. As the story commenced, she fervently collected emotional feedback from both players and game characters. In Mondstadt, she is the only sister of Diluc, an unofficial member of the Knights of Favonius, adored by all in Mondstadt, and even maintains a good relationship with the Harbinger in Liyue. She's the youngest star of the Qinyan army, tirelessly devoted to maintaining order in Liyue, and shares a close bond with Ningguang and Ganyu. In Inazuma, she is the younger sister of Kuki Shinobu, naturally carefree, and has joined the Arataki Gang alongside her sister, beloved by all of Inazuma. In Sumeru, she stands as the most vocal opponent of the Grand Sage within the academia, constantly plotting against him, and is also a student of Alhaitham. In Fontaine, she serves as the bodyguard and best friend of Farina, possessing remarkable culinary skills. In Natlan, she is the sister of the great Kichijuji, a preferred choice for the Harbinger of the Wood, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. In Snezhnaya, she is the younger sister of Tartaglia, having joined the Fatui, where Tartaglia has always harbored intentions to undermine her. They are all manifestations of her due to the flutter of her butterfly wings. Their fates are grim, becoming the ethereal light of both players and characters. Chapter 1 Prologue. My 7 alter egos, are you saying that as long as I complete the tasks, my sister will survive, correct? In a vast, white space, a girl with twin ponytails appeared to be conversing with herself. Yes, the host merely needs to gather as much emotional feedback as possible. Sufficient emotional feedback can not only heal the host's sister, but may even allow the host to resurrect and return to reality. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed, causing the girl's chest to rise and fall violently, her heart in turmoil. What if my sister can't hold on during my missions? Rest assured, during the host's execution of tasks, time will flow at a significantly slower pace in the original world, and the system will ensure the vital signs of those involved in the tasks. Upon hearing the system's assurance, the girl took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes glimmering as if she had made a resolution. All right, I accept. At that moment, a smart screen suddenly appeared before her, sketching a rough outline of her right hand with white lines. Please sign here to confirm. Another signature? The girl placed her delicate palm on the screen, which trembled slightly before vanishing. A sudden sensation of being sold washed over her, and it was not merely a feeling. It seemed she had indeed sold herself. But if she had to sell herself, so be it. Having died once, this opportunity was a stroke of incredible fortune. The girl, named Jiang Mumu, was 20 years old, of modest height, and aside from her charming appearance, was quite ordinary. She had a younger sister, Jiang Wanning, who was a year younger. In contrast to Jiang Mumu, Jiang Wanning was tall, with a striking figure and a commanding personality. Compared to Jiang Mumu, she resembled the elder sister more. A few months ago, Jiang Wanning was diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer, a thunderclap from a clear sky. Such devastating news compounded the already strained finances of their family, causing their parents to scramble for loans, their hair turning gray in mere days. Jiang Mumu, burdened with multiple jobs, found herself unable to focus on her studies, living a chaotic life of night and day, working tirelessly until she collapsed while delivering food. How could Jiang Mumu refuse? After conversing with the system, she learned of her task. In simple terms, she was to enter a game world, become an NPC within that realm, and fervently collect emotional feedback from both the characters in the game and the players. Outside of it, the more, the better. Please select the game world. Jiang Mumu jolted, seriously examining the options presented by the system. Without hesitation, she chose Genshin Impact. She selected Genshin Impact as it was the only game she had played and her favorite one at that. Prior to her sister's diagnosis, Jiang Mumu had been a dedicated player, having explored the entire map and reached the highest level of 60, originally contemplating a fresh start. But never had the chance. Considering her task and context, there was hardly a more suitable game than Genshin Impact. Would the host like to open the beginner's gift pack? There was a beginner's gift pack? Jiang Mumu silently wished to open it. 7 avatars are ready for deployment. Please select the country and identity for each avatar, shape their appearance, choose their gender, and define their personalities. A long list of system instructions flooded her, leaving Jiang Mumu momentarily stunned. Avatars. Upon closely reviewing the system's introduction, Jiang Mumu's expression turned serious. This required her avatars to truly descend into the Teyvat continent, genuinely becoming residents of Teyvat. Even from birth, her breathing quickened, realizing that perhaps the situation was escalating too rapidly. Could she truly manage to control 7 avatars simultaneously? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. After a while, Jiang Mumu regained her composure and diligently examined the beginner's gift pack provided by the system. This included the 7 avatars. While determining the actual gender, appearance, and personality of each avatar, Jiang Mumu discovered the truth of the adage that the beginning is often the hardest part. She never anticipated that the first step of her task would be so challenging. 2 days later, after referencing various characters from other games and anime, Jiang Mumu finally completed the designs for her 7 avatars. Pleased with her creation, she nodded in satisfaction. If not for the fact that she wouldn't experience hunger, fatigue, or exhaustion in this space, it would have been impossible for her to finalize the designs so swiftly. These were merely basic designs. Jiang Mumu had only sketched the general outlines, ensuring each avatar was visually appealing and had distinct personalities. Even so, it consumed a significant amount of her time. Whether these avatars would ultimately embody her designs depended on their subsequent development in the Teyvat continent. According to the system, if the avatars did not thrive in Teyvat, they might not even obtain a vision. If that were the case, their utility would be severely limited. Is the host ready to enter the game world? After double-checking the 7 avatars and confirming their readiness, Jiang Mumu stated, "I am ready to enter." Teyvat continent. 5 golden beams and 2 purple beams descended from the heavens, landing in various locations across Teyvat. The arrival of the beams was silent. Even the 7 did not sense a thing in Mondstadt. Following Diluc, the wealthy wine tycoon, Cripes welcomed another daughter, joyfully naming her Jorah, full name Jorah Ligrenfed. In Liyue, an ordinary couple welcomed a baby girl on the same day, with the father naming her Chingu, symbolizing freshness and nature, as if the season sang. In Inazuma, a long-standing family of shrine maidens welcomed another girl. In Sumeru, in Fontaine, in Natlan. In Snezhnaya, on that night, a baby girl was born into a large family, blessed with several older siblings. Her father named her Anshi, his second child after his son, Ajax. At the moment the avatars arrived in Teyvat, Jiang Mumu felt a searing pain tearing through her consciousness. System, think of something quickly, I feel like I'm dying. Enduring the excruciating agony of her consciousness being frayed, Jiang Mumu shouted within her mind. Fortunately, the reliable system promptly provided assistance, enhancing her mental fortitude to prevent her from collapsing too swiftly. At the moment when Jiang Mumu was on the brink of collapse, the assistance provided by the system alleviated her mental burden by a staggering 99%. With the system support, she gradually began to master the manipulation of her clones. Each of the 7 clones possessed a distinct personality, yet they were all essentially extensions of Jiang Mumu herself. As the clones began to mature, she started to feel fatigued. Managing their individual lives became an overwhelming task, leaving her feeling powerless. By the time the clones reached 1.5 years of age, Jiang Mumu had begun to loosen her grip, allowing them to live according to the personalities she had initially designed for them. Frequently immersing herself in the experiences of her clones, she developed a fondness for this new lifestyle. At times, she even reflected on how this existence was far more pleasant than her previous life, where she had toiled like a beast of burden. Whenever such thoughts crossed her mind, she would remember her parents and younger sister, enduring hardship in the real world, which only served to strengthen her resolve. 17 years swiftly passed. Chapter 2. Rolla Logenfin Mondstadt. Morning, Dawn Winery. Is Rolla not home? Headmaid Adeline paused her tasks. Master Diluc, Miss Rolla left early this morning to participate in the selection of the Knights of Favonius. Diluc furrowed his brow. Had it come to this time already? Did she have breakfast? Miss Rolla took her breakfast with her when she left this morning. She will likely eat it on the way. Diluc nodded gently, crossing his arms while resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I will need you to prepare the items on this list for tonight. With that, Diluc produced a sheet of paper filled with dish names. Not a problem. You can count on me. Adeline seemed quite accustomed to such instructions as she took the paper and departed. A few minutes later, Diluc left on winery. Every year around this time, Diluc hosted a banquet for his sister Rolla to soothe any potential disappointment from not passing the Knights of Favonius assessment. Indeed, even though the results had yet to be announced, Diluc already knew the outcome. Rolla would not pass the selection. This was not due to a lack of capability. In fact, she had excelled in nearly every assessment, often ranking first. How could she falter when she possessed the pyro vision? The reason for her failure was quite simple. She lacked a particular quality. In Mondstadt, there was another young girl in a similar situation, also missing that elusive quality, which prevented both from passing the assessment and relegated them to auxiliary members of the Knights. Diluc held a certain disdain for the Knights of Favonius, yet he would not oppose his sister's desire to join. It was simply too early. The time was not yet right. Diluc made his way towards Mondstadt and arrived at the Angel's Share Tavern. There, he encountered two expected individuals. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Master Diluc. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Diluc wore a cold expression. Rolla is undergoing her assessment today. I'm here to remind you not to be absent tonight. Sitting across from Kia, a boy with 2 braids and a green hat grinned widely. I, the most popular bard in all of Mondstadt, would never miss a banquet for the lovely, kind-hearted Miss Rolla. Diluc was disinclined to engage with this drunken poet, who had coaxed his sister into providing him with fine wine from their cellar just 3 days prior. He had only learned of this yesterday. Had it not been for his sister's close friendship with him, Diluc would have refrained from inviting him. In the afternoon, the Knights of Favonius assessment concluded. Rolla and Noel anxiously awaited the announcement of the results from stage. Upon discovering yet again that they had not been selected, both appeared despondent. Nearby, the knights and the townsfolk who had participated in the assessment cast sympathetic glances in their direction. It was evident that both girls were exceptionally talented. Those in the know could only shake their heads in dismay. Rolla and Noel were well-known figures in Mondstadt. One was the beloved sister of the wealthiest man in Mondstadt, Master Diluc, while the other served as a maid in the Knights of Favonius. These two warm-hearted young ladies were like little angels in Mondstadt, treating everyone with kindness and generosity, endearing themselves to all. It had become a common understanding among the residents of Mondstadt that whenever in need, they could turn to these two for assistance. Typically, they radiated positivity and a willingness to help. Noel's reliability and thoughtfulness, paired with Rolla's enthusiasm and vivacity, left an indelible mark on everyone in Mondstadt. Perhaps it was only at this moment that one could witness their downcast expressions. Rolla, please don't be disheartened. Noel, it's all right, you did wonderfully. Rolla quickly regained her composure. Her nature was rather carefree, and her emotions came and went with ease. Noel, it's fine, I'll be here with you. Well, try again next time. Noel still felt a pang of disappointment as she glanced at Rolla, her best friend, who was looking at her with concern. Noel nodded resolutely. Yes, we must work harder. Rolla patted her chest. Hee, that's the spirit. If we put in the effort this year, we will surely succeed next year. Rolla extended her delicate hand to grasp at the air. Seeing the two quickly bounce back, the onlookers erupted into applause. This only served to make Noel blush. Despite their assessment failure, Rolla scratched her head and laughed, her smile radiant like a blooming sunflower, her laughter ringing like clear silver bells. Noel swiftly pulled Rolla away from the awkward situation. Hey, what's wrong? Well, I'm not accustomed to being in such an atmosphere. Come on, let's go. I'm taking you to my house. You have a sleepover tonight. Noel shyly nodded, her hands resting on her skirt. Rolla placed her hand on Noel's shoulder as they headed towards the gates of Mondstadt. Good afternoon, Sister Margaret. Oh, it's Rolla. How'd it go? Did you pass the assessment this time? No, but I won't give up. Next time I will definitely pass and become a knight. Keep it up. Come visit me sometime. I recently acquired some beautiful fabrics, and I made a lovely outfit just for you. Really? They'll come by tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Margaret. Haha, just call me sister, no need for thanks. Good afternoon, Uncle Wagner. The usually taciturn Wagner halted his actions upon hearing the lively voice. It's you, little one. And Noel, good afternoon. In the presence of these two little angels of Mondstadt, Wagner offered a faint smile. Uncle Wagner, is my spear tip ready? It's been ready for quite some time. Take a look. Do you like it? Wow. Uncle Wagner's craftsmanship is as impressive as ever. Of course. Wagner ruffled her hair. As they exited Mondstadt, Rolla greeted the two knights stationed at the gate. Returning to Dawn Winery, dusk had settled, and the sky was darkening. Rolla and Noelle spotted the lanterns hanging at the entrance of the estate from a distance. Brother, seeing Diluc standing at the entrance of the winery, Rolla rushed towards him. Brother, I didn't pass again. Diluc affectionately ruffled Rolla's hair and nodded in acknowledgement to Noelle. Come, I have prepared a plethora of delectable dishes, all of which are your favorites. For Noelle, who shares a close bond with Rolla, Diluc also regards her as his own sister. Brother, I adore you. Rolla enveloped her elder brother in a warm embrace before swiftly ushering Noelle into the winery. Kia, and even Vinny, you are here too. Is there a special occasion today? Typically, it was just Kia and her brother. She had not anticipated Vinny's presence today. She had known Vinny for merely 7 days, and his arrival was a delightful surprise. Kia, with a flourish, produced a hairpin from behind him. I have heard the news. You did not pass the knight's assessment this time, but do not fret, perhaps you will succeed next time. Thank you, Kia. Kia, not forgetting the presence of Noelle beside Rolla, produced another hairpin, identical to the one he had gifted Rolla, save for its color. After some persuasion from Rolla and Kia, Noelle finally accepted the hairpin. Thank you, Captain Kia. It is indeed a challenge to accompany little Rolla for a meal, especially with certain individuals being rather cautious of me. Before Kia could finish his sentence, Diluc, with a stern expression, placed his hand on Kia's shoulder. Sit down, the meal will be served shortly. Once the conversation concluded, Vinny took the initiative to greet them. Hello there. It is wonderful to see you again, my dear friend. Vinny, thank you for coming this time. Did you receive the wine I sent to Windrise? What did you think? If you didn't like it, I still have. Ahem, it seems I might be coming down with the cold. The temperature fluctuations have been quite drastic lately. Let's not dwell on that. Lord Diluc has prepared an abundance of delicious food. Upon sensing a potentially sensitive topic, Vinny quickly redirected the conversation, discreetly glancing at Diluc's reaction from behind. Diluc, busy arranging the dishes, appeared to be oblivious to their exchange. Amidst a lively atmosphere, the group enjoyed a sumptuous feast, all feeling quite jubilant. Diluc and Kia refrained from their usual banter throughout the meal. Vinny indulged in copious amounts of wine, and before the meal concluded, he had succumbed to slumber atop the table. Chapter 3. The opening of Yuan Shun. In the evening, Rolla and Noelle lay on the same bed, conversing about their experiences and insights from the day's assessment. As their dialogue continued, Noelle succumbed to slumber first. Rolla soon followed, closing her eyes and feeling the cool breeze wafting through, allowing her pores to relax. As her consciousness slipped into the realm of dreams. In a daze, Rolla murmured, "Wind, O Lord of the Winds." As dawn broke, the two rose early, a habit cultivated over time, especially during the past month when the Anemo dragon periodically visited Mondstadt and the Knights of Favonius had countless duties to attend to. Although Rolla and Noelle were not official members of the Knights, they felt an unwavering obligation to contribute to Mondstadt. Dressed in a red and white training outfit, with knee-high boots and her hair tied into a high ponytail, Rolla retrieved her spear from her vision, replacing the spearhead with a brand new one she had acquired from Wagner the previous day. I'm off now, I've got breakfast, she declared. Be careful, Noelle replied. All right, understood. Rolla held 2 pieces of mora meat, consuming one herself while offering the other to Noelle. Mora meat, a delicacy from Liyue, could be prepared by the chefs in Mondstadt as well. The one Rolla savored was prepared by the maiden she had taught. The two friends departed from Dawn Winery. Rolla shook her head, expressing her desire to venture outside for some training. No, it's too dangerous. Captain Kia instructed me to keep an eye on you, Noelle insisted. Kia? So that is what he told you yesterday, Rolla mused. Oh, come on, dear sister, let me go. You know I'm strong enough to handle myself. There won't be any danger, please. Rolla pleaded, tugging at Noelle's arm in a playful manner. After a moment's hesitation, Noelle resolutely declared, No, not unless I accompany you. All right, then we shall go together. The reason for their outing was Rolla's intuition that the storyline was about to commence. Over the past 17 years, her memories of Yuan Shun had become quite hazy, as it was only natural to forget some details after such a long time without engagement. When she first encountered Vinny, She mistakenly believed the plot had begun without her, yet she had not seen the blonde-haired character in Mondstadt. This time, she sensed that the narrative was on the verge of unfolding, either today or tomorrow, for Vinny had hinted at a significant task he needed to attend to, advising her not to seek him out. In the wake of the Anemo dragon's presence, numerous monsters had gathered around Mondstadt, with even areas where monsters should not exist now housing Hilichurl watchtowers. Armed with her spear, Ruola and Noelle set out to eliminate the Hilichurls. Having possessed her pyro vision for 3 years, Ruola had diligently trained, her innate talent allowing her to surpass Noelle, though she could not quite match her brother's prowess. The exquisite crimson spear, wreathed in flames, showcased her skill with every move. Ruola, which direction shall we head? Noelle asked, sheathing her sword within her vision, panting slightly. Let us proceed to Whispering Woods. Whispering Woods. Are we supposed to be clearing monsters around Mondstadt? Why delve deeper into the woods? Noelle questioned. The surrounding monsters have mostly been dealt with by the knights. Let us explore Whispering Woods, Ruola replied. Noelle nodded, recalling the sight of a knight squad not long ago. The real Mondstadt was vastly larger than its in-game counterpart. In the Whispering Woods, the trees flourished, and at this morning hour, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The surroundings were eerily quiet, inducing a sense of trepidation. This was not how it used to be. As Ruola and Noelle advanced cautiously, they remained alert to any changes in their environment. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, startling both of them. Following the roar, something colossal soared from the depths of the woods, darting off into the distance. Noelle felt a surge of anxiety, while Ruola's eyes sparkled with recognition. Tulin, it can't be anything else, she exclaimed, sprinting towards the direction of the roar, with Noelle close behind. In a parallel world, Blue Star. At 8 in the morning, Yuan Shun, an open-world exploration game, bypassed its beta testing and announced its official launch. Countless fans eagerly anticipating Yuan Shun rejoiced, and those who rose early swiftly opened the game to download it. The comment section on the game's official website flooded with fresh remarks. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Damn, it's the official launch. The gaming company has betrayed me. I can't stay in this class for another second. Haha, good thing I didn't oversleep today. Who could have predicted the game company would release it early? Teyvat. My beloved Teyvat, here I come. Chun Xiao, a dedicated gaming streamer known as Guoja during her broadcasts, was affectionately referred to as Xiaogua by her fans. With her sweet appearance and emotional demeanor, her gaming streams were quite popular, amassing a considerable following. Yuan Shun had captured the online community's attention 2 months prior, as the stunning world map released by the game company was simply breathtaking. Like many others, Chun Xiao fell in love with the game after watching the promotional video. The enchanting landscapes and exquisite characters were irresistible, and most importantly, it was a free game. As Yuan Shun's popularity soared, streamers like Chun Xiao eagerly awaited the beta testing phase, only to be surprised by the sudden announcement of the official launch. My friends, the download is almost complete, but this slow network is infuriating. I wonder if I can get in ahead of the crowd. Sipping pure milk, Chun Xiao opened her streaming room. As soon as she did, a flood of fans entered the chat. Streamer, how are you still moving? My network has frozen. How many people are downloading this right now? Is the whole dormitory downloading it? Hurry, hurry. I want to see Teyvat. I want to see Barbara. I adore Amber, but I'm at work. I wonder if my boss will notice if I sneak a peek at the stream, chatting with her viewers while waiting. Chun Xiao finally managed to load the game after about 5 minutes. She immediately created an account and logged in. The game began on a beach, where a small crab adorned with 2 stars scuttled by. Accompanied by a voiceover, it asked, so you have drifted here from another world? Following this, 2 golden meteors streaked across the skies of Liyue and Mondstadt. Yet, as you seek to depart for the next world, an unfamiliar deity stands before you, blocking your path. Upon seeing the sustainer of heavenly principles, Chun Xiao felt a rush of excitement. Oh my goodness, the graphics are stunning. She is so beautiful. I absolutely adore her. The chat exploded with excitement, filled with admiration for the character. Why can't I choose her? Chun Xiao frantically clicked on the sustainer of heavenly principles, but there was no response. After a moment of hesitation, she opted for Lumen, one of the twins. The animation continued, with ether being taken away by the sustainer, and lumen engulfed by a mass of cubes. My friends, look how beautiful this is. I never expected them to create such high-quality graphics. At first, I thought it was just for show. As she controlled Lumen, Chun Xiao wandered around, occasionally glancing at her computer to check if it was overheating. The graphics are astonishingly high quality. I hope my phone can handle it. There's no need to worry. I'm also using a phone, and the graphics are stunning and run smoothly without overheating. Paimon is so adorable. Streamer, please stop watching and progress the storyline. I want to see what happens next. In Chapter 4, the Huang Mao Traveler and her best companion, Chun Xiao, is controlling the Traveler and continuously advancing the plot. Upon reaching a high vantage point, the breathtaking scenery of Starfall Lake on the outskirts of Mondstadt suddenly comes into view, expanding the horizon. Chun Xiao gasps in awe since entering the game. She has praised its graphics numerous times, yet she cannot help but exclaim once more, "So beautiful." Is this game truly free to play? The viewers in the live stream are equally astonished, and the barrage of comments increases. The game company is generous. This is no half-hearted effort. It reflects the quality they promised. This is the place I've always dreamed of visiting. Ing is so beautiful too. Subsequently, Chun Xiao guides the traveler through the preceding plot. Arriving before the Anemo Archon statue, they activate the map, acquire Anemo elemental power, and attempt to use the Anemo abilities. Soon after, they see a gigantic dragon soaring overhead and venture into Whispering Woods together. As they walk, they encounter the Bard Veni, who is conversing with the dragon, inadvertently disrupting his plans. The dragon roars angrily and takes flight, and Veni follows suit. The traveler and Paimon discover a red crystal on the ground, and just as they collect it, they hear footsteps approaching. The traveler immediately becomes alert. In Teyvat, Jorah and Noelle run towards the source of the noise, and Jorah's eyes light up. It's Ing, and the super cute Paimon. Rushing to Ing, Jorah halts and places a hand over her heart, performing a knightly salute. Greetings, esteemed travelers. We are auxiliary members of the Knights of Favonius. I am Jorah, and this is Noelle, also a mate of the Knights. We heard the commotion and came to investigate. May I inquire what transpired here? Jorah's demeanor is impeccable, as she has diligently studied the Knight's manual. Although neither is yet a Knight of Favonius, their conduct strives towards that of a qualified knight. Noelle also greets Ing and Paimon, albeit with a maid's courtesy. The viewers in the live stream are thrilled by the sudden appearance of the two characters. Noelle. It's the Noelle from the promotional material. Oh, my darling. The other one is beautiful too. I declare from now on, she is my new wife. The game starts with 3 beautiful girls. How exhilarating. I can't even imagine how enjoyable it would be with a male protagonist. What enjoyment. There is hardly any intimacy displayed. Chun Xiao's eyes sparkle upon seeing Noelle and Jorah. Dear viewers, I genuinely adore this. You previously mentioned your fondness for the main character. Hee, great minds think alike. Chun Xiao glances at the live stream comments, dismissing them as she focuses entirely on her computer screen. Noticing Jorah and Noelle's serious demeanor, Paimon steps forward. Hello, I am Paimon, and this is Ing. We just arrived in Mondstadt today. Paimon waves her tiny hand. We just saw a colossal dragon here. The noise you mentioned was likely caused by that dragon, but it has already flown away. Jorah and Noelle exchange glances, having known each other for years, and discern the thoughts in each other's eyes. Are you travelers? Under normal circumstances, we would warmly welcome you and guide you around Mondstadt. But the situation is currently precarious due to the Anemo dragon incident, so it's best not to linger outdoors. Anemo dragon? Ing surprisingly speaks up. Is it the dragon we just saw? Jorah nods, her ponytail swaying. After a brief exchange, Jorah and Noelle successfully join Ing and Paimon's party, with Jorah leading the way towards Mondstadt. Along the journey, Ing explains her purpose for coming to Mondstadt, though she refrains from mentioning her investigation into whether the Anemo Archon is the deity she previously encountered. Unlike Paimon, who has heard the Anemo Archon's deceptions several times during their travels, Ing remains cautious until she confirms her suspicions. Jorah realizes that Ing is not as taciturn as she appears in the game. Her words are plentiful, and the group soon becomes familiar with one another. Hey, wait a moment. A spirited girl with a red bunny hairpin leaps down from a nearby cliff. The eyes of the four present follow Amber's trajectory, filled with surprise. In the live stream, Chun Xiao immediately begins capturing screenshots. You must have gotten to know each other while with Jorah and Noelle. But you two don't seem like Mondstadters. Please forgive me for inquiring about your identities once more. If Ing and Paimon were accompanied by other Knights of Favonius, Amber wouldn't have bothered to ask, but since it's Jorah and Noelle, she feels the need to confirm. After all, Jorah and Noelle are quite naive and could easily be deceived. It is Ing who steps forward, explaining to Amber, "We just arrived in Mondstadt today, searching for my brother. I am Ing, and this is my best companion." Paimon covers her mouth, beaming with joy. "Though we've only just met, I will strive to be a good guide." "So you're travelers, right? Given the dragon activity around Mondstadt, it would be wise for you to enter the city as soon as possible." Jorah and Noelle greet Amber. Amber, a lively girl from Mondstadt, Amber has a great relationship with Jorah, even teaching her how to use the Anemo wings. Seeing Amber, Jorah excitedly embraces her. Though Amber's flying license is often revoked, it must be said that her flying skills are remarkable. Truly, she is the flying champion of Mondstadt. Amber is equally delighted. "Jorah, Noelle, what brings you here?" Paimon chimes in. "Do you have any other business outside the city?" "It's fine. My reconnaissance mission is nearly complete, and besides, it's been a while since I last saw Jorah and Noelle." Thus, the party expands to 5 members. They chat and stroll, the atmosphere relaxed, with even Noelle joining in. Jorah, well acquainted with Mondstadt, eagerly introduces Ing to its culinary delights and attractions, causing Paimon's eyes to sparkle and her mouth to water. "Paimon, we have no money." Suddenly, Amber notices several hilichurls nearby. Jorah's eyes widen. She recalls that they had cleared this area before. Due to the influence of the Anemo dragon, these creatures have begun to roam the outskirts of Mondstadt. "But leave it to me," Amber explains as she readies her bow. Ing also draws her artifact, the unforged sword. Jorah does not engage since there are only a few hilichurls, hardly enough for Amber to shoot at. Ing rushes in to claim a couple of kills. In a live stream, Chun Xiao, controlling Amber, aims several arrows but fails to hit, even losing health from the hilichurls' attacks. She switches to the traveler, dispatching the hilichurls with her unforged sword. Ignoring the laughter in the live stream comments, Chun Xiao wonders when Jorah can join the party. Chapter 5, Rolla. The true affluent lady, a group of individuals journey together to Mondstadt. At this moment, Mondstadt appeared considerably more desolate than the previous day, with a discernible decrease in the number of people on the streets. Amber was engaged in conversation with Ing, discussing the current state of Mondstadt, expressing her admiration for the acting grandmaster Jean. "Did I not mention I had a gift for you? Come, let us ascend to a higher vantage point." Upon hearing about the gift, Paimon's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Do I get one too?" Amber responded, "Paimon may not need this one." Before Paimon could feel disheartened, Amber continued, "However, I can treat you all to some delectable honey-glazed meat with carrots." "Wow, that sounds amazing." Upon hearing of the delicious treat, Paimon's gluttonous nature was ignited, and she flitted excitedly around Ying's back. Seizing a moment of pause, Rolla chimed in, "Ing, after Amber's business is concluded, I also have a gift for you. And of course Paimon too." Paimon flew to Rolla's side, eagerly rubbing her hands together. "Rolla, you're so kind. Can you tell me what it is?" Rolla had always been fond of Paimon during their gaming sessions, and now, seeing the little one so close, she could not help but embrace her. Initially startled, Paimon felt a tinge of shyness but did not resist. Rolla released her after a brief hug, placing a finger to her lips and whispering, "If I tell you, it won't be a surprise. I assure you, it will be something both you and the traveler will adore." "Thank you, Rolla." Ing was taken aback by the kindness of the people in Mondstadt. Rolla, Noelle, and Amber were all so generous. Little angel Noelle, witnessing that both Rolla and Amber had gifts, wished to give one as well, but felt uncertain about whether her belongings would be appreciated, causing her to hesitate. Rolla, noticing Noelle's expression, quickly deduced her thoughts and gently patted her own head. This was indeed a notion typical of Noelle. Rolla swiftly approached to distract her. Amber led Ing to a higher place, retrieving the Anemo wing, while Paimon, Rolla, and Noelle watched from behind. It turned out to be a tool for flying with the wind. No wonder Amber said Paimon did not need it, as Paimon could already fly. Paimon puffed her chest proudly. "I'm the best." Flattered, Paimon felt a hint of bashfulness. Rolla continued. Once Ing completes her learning of the Anemo wing, we shall dine at the Hunter's restaurant. Yes, delicious food. Noelle remained quiet, and Rolla placed her hand on her shoulder, nodding encouragingly. Noelle revealed a radiant smile. Ahead, Ing began to practice flying with the Anemo wing. Truly, she was remarkable. As Ing soared down, the others rushed after her. Just after Ing landed, the sky over Mondstadt suddenly changed and the wind began to howl. A colossal tornado formed unexpectedly, and before anyone could react, Ing was whisked into the air by the powerful vortex. Traveler, Paimon cried out anxiously, rushing after her without a second thought, getting caught up in the whirlwind as well. Amber and the others below were in a state of worry, while Rolla appeared much calmer, recognizing that this was a moment meant solely for Ing to shine. It was best they did not interfere. After all, with Barbados watching over, Ing would be safe. Meanwhile, as Ing was lifted into the sky, she opened the Anemo wing and suddenly felt a gust of wind supporting her, stabilizing her descent. After narrowly evading the attack from Valen, Paimon felt confused. Can the Anemo wing really stay aloft for so long? It is I who grant you the assistance of the winds of 1,000 years, ensuring you do not fall. In the live stream of Little Guazi, due to the initial impressions given by Rolla and her companions, Chen Xiao and the audience held a very favorable view of Mondstadt. Amber gifted us the Anemo wing. What do you think Rolla will bestow upon us? I reckon it might be some sort of auxiliary item from the game, akin to the Anemo wing. I came from the neighboring area, and that guy sped through the storyline. Let me give you a brief spoiler. Rolla is incredibly wealthy. Super rich. Wow, a rich lady. No, a rich lowly. Wait, a rich girl. I believe we can look forward to Rolla's gift. Oh no, I've been swept up, being carried high into the sky and nearly colliding with a giant dragon. Little Guazi quickly straightened herself, her heart racing. The graphics were stunning but not entirely beneficial. Even she, who typically didn't get dizzy, began to feel the effects. Am I truly battling a giant dragon? I can't believe it. Is that the Anemo Archon? It must be the Anemo Archon. The audience in the live stream exclaimed Teyvat. Ing drove away the Anemo dragon, gradually descending from the sky using the Anemo wing. Rolla and the others hurried forward. Are you all right? Amber asked. Did you sustain any injuries? Rolla inquired. Noelle meticulously examined both of them, relieved to find no serious harm. Clapping his hands, Kia sauntered over leisurely to possess the strength to combat a dragon. Are you our guest or a new storm? Kia waved cheerfully at Rolla. Rolla is here too. Amber, incensed, replied. The Anemo dragon has begun to attack within the city. This is outrageous. Captain Kia. Wait. Amber, there are still individuals here who have yet to introduce themselves. Realizing her oversight, Amber began introductions between the two parties, subsequently recounting earlier events. Kia welcomed Ing, expressing sympathy for her ordeal and inviting her to the Knights of Favonius for further discussion. Can I join you? Rolla wished to familiarize herself further. If she left, she would not appear in the storyline, and she still needed to gather player and character emotions, being just a step away from activating other system functions, which would allow her to learn about the player's circumstances. Of course, Noelle, eager to assist the residents of the city, quickly informed Rolla of her intention to join her at the Knights, then dashed off in a flurry. The group made their way to the Knights of Favonius headquarters, where they encountered Jean and Lisa, who were awaiting their arrival. Jean was somewhat surprised by Rolla's presence, discreetly glancing at Kia, who promptly diverted his gaze. Captain Jean, Lisa, I have come to help. It's the adorable Rolla, still brimming with enthusiasm. But these matters should be handled by us adults. Lisa's voice was alluring. Lisa, I've said it countless times, I'm not a child. Rolla protested, even though she was merely a year younger than Amber. But Klee is still a Sun Knight. Rolla, flustered, inadvertently appeared even cuter rather than imposing. Kia gently rubbed his forehead, stepping forward to take the initiative in the conversation, introducing the situation to Jean and Lisa. The group began to formulate a battle plan, with Jean assigning tasks to everyone, albeit Rolla would accompany Kia. Typically, if there were no significant issues, the older brother would be at the Angel's Share Tavern, so Rolla bid farewell to Kia and made her way to the tavern. Chapter 6. Rolla's background. As Rolla walked, She noticed that although many buildings in Mondstadt were damaged, there were hardly any injured individuals. The seemingly formidable attack from Valen had not genuinely harmed anyone. Of course, this could also be attributed to Barbados secretly protecting everyone. Order in Mondstadt had been restored, though the expressions of the townsfolk were far from cheerful. Upon arriving at the Angel's Share Tavern, Rolla was astonished to find it operating normally, with a considerable number of patrons inside. "Mr. Bartender, is my brother here?" Rolla called out to the bartender, who stood at the entrance. "Oh, I want to go in then. When my brother arrives, could you please inform him that I spent the night with Noel?" The elder brother has always prohibited her from entering the tavern, especially in his absence. To avoid any future reproach, Ruala decided to seek her dear friend, Liyue. "All right, I shall convey your words. Thank you, Mr. Barton." "Miss Ruala, you are too polite. You have been of great assistance, and there is no need for thanks. It is simply my duty." After bidding farewell to Barton, Ruala hurried off to find Ningguang Air. Based on her understanding of Ningguang Air, she was likely assisting the residents of Mondstadt. Indeed, Ruala spotted Ningguang Air helping to move things behind the Cattail Tavern, and she immediately rushed over to lend a hand. "Ningguang, you have arrived." Ruala. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ningguang Air's lovely face peeked out from behind a large box she was carrying, greeting her with delight. "Is it heavy? I shall assist." "Not at all. The Cattail Tavern was damaged by a hurricane, and I came to help." Ruala observed how effortlessly Ningguang Air lifted what appeared to be a substantial box, and she attempted to lift another box nearby. Not a budge. It seemed she was ill-suited for such tasks. As the two conversed, the owner, Margaret, arrived. "Ruala is here. Coming quickly. And you too, Ningguang Air. Do not mind those things. I have prepared some delicious food. Come and eat." Ningguang Air was already glistening with beads of sweat on her forehead, and Ruala felt a pang of sympathy as she wiped it away. This girl, she never thinks of herself. In her heart, Ruala completely forgot that she was just as inept as Ningguang Air in this regard. If it weren't for the onset of the storyline, where Jiang Mumu exerted excessive consciousness to control this body, Ruala might have been even more straightforward and kind-hearted than Ningguang Air. After finishing their meal behind Sister Margaret's tavern, the two helped her tidy up. Ing and Paimon, having dealt with matters in the abandoned ruins, were awarded the honorary title of knight by the Knights of Favonius. Paimon, long yearning for the honey-glazed carrot pancakes, could finally indulge. "Wow, so delicious!" Paimon exclaimed, rubbing her little belly, her face aglow with happiness. Ing, too, wore a satisfied expression. After enduring many days of roughing it outdoors, she finally enjoyed a warm, proper meal. Indeed, Sarah's culinary skills are unparalleled in Mondstadt. Paimon wholeheartedly agreed, a true endorsement from a genuine foodie. "Amber, where did Ruala and the others go?" Since before, Ing had not seen Ruala and Ningguang Air again. They were among the first friends she made in Mondstadt, and she wished to learn more about them. "Ruala and Ningguang? They are likely helping the residents of Mondstadt. They are quite enthusiastic, you know." The moment Paimon mentioned Ruala, she suddenly remembered the gift Ruala had promised her, which had excited her immensely. By the way, Amber, when Ruala introduced herself earlier, she mentioned being a reserve member of the Knights of Favonius. Why do they only hold that status despite possessing the vision? Paimon queried, perplexed, noting that many official knights did not have a vision. In Teyvat, the distinction between having a vision and not having one is substantial. Well, Amber scratched her head. The acting grandmaster said they might not protect themselves, and they tend to overexert themselves, which could lead to harm. She feared they might be deceived by ill-intentioned individuals, which is why they did not pass the knight's assessment. There was a time when they disregarded their own well-being to rescue some adventurers in the snowy mountains, resulting in both of them suffering from high fevers for several days. Lord Diluc was particularly enraged and grounded Ruala for half a month. "Huh, Lord Diluc?" Paimon was curious upon hearing this new name. "My apologies, I forgot you were unaware of Lord Diluc. He is the owner of the Mondstadt winery, and Ruala is his younger sister. The big boss must be quite wealthy. Indeed, Lord Diluc is the wealthiest in Mondstadt." Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement, further heightening her anticipation for the gift Ruala had promised. Ing pulled Paimon down from where she was hovering in front of her. You cannot fly over the dining table. In little Guizi's livestream, Chen Xiao's task had just progressed to the conversation between Ing and Amber, and she finally understood why the chat had previously mentioned Ruala being wealthy. Super wealthy? Having always liked Ruala and Nua AI Air, she now found herself even more enamored based on Amber's description. How fortunate that such little angels existed in Mondstadt. And she encountered them right from the start. Hey host, mind your image, you are still live. Haha, what image does little Guizi have? It's already in tatters. I've been a fan of the host for 3 years. Don't be deceived by her appearance. Her inner self is quite flawed. I thought Ruala would also be available. I've been anticipating for so long, only to find out she is nowhere to be found. Family. I adore Ruala's character model. It truly captivates me. Since Diluc is in the gacha pool, there's no reason his sister shouldn't be. Exactly. Nua AI Air has been included, yet I've searched high and low for Ruala. She isn't in the permanent pool, nor the limited one. Hasn't he even appeared as a 4-star or 5-star character? It doesn't seem right for her to be the first character introduced and not be present. Chen Xiao glanced at the discussion in the chat and offered her speculation. In this case, there are 3 possibilities. First, Ruala may appear as a 5-star character in a future limited gacha. Second, she could be a 4-star character in the permanent pool, potentially accompanying a specific limited 5-star. Third, perhaps Ruala won't appear in the gacha at all. The last suggestion left Chen Xiao herself feeling uncertain. A character model of such quality wouldn't be included in the gacha? Would the gaming company not profit? Chapter 7. Ladies of Mondstadt. After a delightful night's rest at Nua AI Air's home, Ruala awoke early. After bidding farewell to Nua AI Air, she made her way to her own residence in Mondstadt. As the sister of the wealthiest individual in Mondstadt, it would be unsurprising for her to own a property in the city. Ruala had not visited this house often. She usually stayed at the Dawn Winery or occasionally at Nua AI Air's home. This time, she came primarily to retrieve her belongings stored here, along with the mora she kept, her private little treasury, of which her elder brother was completely unaware, having promised Ing and Paimon gifts. These were the very items she had prepared. Ruala had begun her preparations long ago, investing considerable thought into these gifts. Ing and Paimon had always been among Ruala's favorite characters in Genshin Impact. These gifts were not only a token of gratitude for their companionship in her previous life, but also a preemptive gesture against any emotional turmoil she might cause them in the future. To elicit emotional feedback, the characters in Genshin Impact were still few in number, and the key lay with the players. Thus, to obtain emotional responses from the players, it was essential to engage with Ing and Paimon. Simultaneously, these gifts were also intended for the players behind them, enhancing their fondness for her. She just hoped this gifting would yield enough emotional feedback. At the very least, she hoped to unlock another functionality of the system, aiding her understanding of the player's world. This would greatly facilitate her navigation of the upcoming plot developments. Understanding the player's views of her would also allow her to adjust her plans accordingly. After storing all her belongings in the space of the vision, Ruala set out to find Ing and Paimon. If her memory served her correctly, the next plot point would involve Ing and Paimon encountering Vinny, who would then persuade them to steal from Jean, ultimately leading them on a chase to the Angel's Share Tavern. However, she had forgotten the specific timing. Since she had some free time, she decided to wander around Mondstadt. After wandering around Mondstadt for quite some time, Ing and her companions were unable to locate anyone, but they stumbled upon Bennett, who was voraciously indulging in a meal at the Hunter's restaurant. He appeared as though he had not eaten in days. Seeing Bennett enjoying his food so heartily, Ruala decided to approach him. Sister Sarah, I would like a portion of Mondstadt barbecue. Noticing someone seated opposite him, Bennett looked up and exclaimed, Ruala, long time no see. Indeed, it had been a while. Bennett, where have you been these past few days? Bennett appeared slightly embarrassed, offering a shy smile as he replied, Well, I accidentally got locked inside the Thousand Winds Temple and only managed to escape this morning. Ruola's expression faltered momentarily. She understood Bennett's misfortune. But it was no wonder he had been absent. Xiao Aimi had seen him just the day before. Are you all right? Were you injured at all? No, just a bit hungry, he replied. Observing Bennett's hearty appetite, Ruola ordered 2 drinks, handing one to him. Have a drink, take your time eating, and don't choke. Thank you. Despite being trapped for so many days, Bennett seemed remarkably cheerful, showing no signs of it affecting him. Bennett, who came to rescue you? It was Razor. Ruola nodded. As this was expected, you have had quite the misfortune. You must always be careful. Just think, if it weren't for Razor, the consequences could have been dire. Ruola genuinely cared for Bennett, and their friendship was evident. Bennett nodded earnestly, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Although he was unlucky and often faced hardships, he was fortunate to have so many good friends who cared for him, as well as his mentors. After Ruola finished her portion of barbecue and alleviated her hunger, she chatted with Bennett for a while before leaving Mondstadt. Ing and Paimon aren't off doing quests, are they? Yesterday, Ing mentioned she was short on Mora. Perhaps they are out earning some? Ruola wandered around the fruit wine lake and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lady? Ruola's disguise was well protected by Diluc, to the extent that she only knew her father was absent, but not the specifics behind it. Even if she sought vengeance, the target should logically be the doctor. The lady stood at the lake's edge, gazing at Mondstadt, lost in thought. If you've come, then come over. What are you sneaking around for? This was not Ruola's first encounter with Rosalind. She had learned the name directly from her. The Anemo dragon has caused significant trouble for Mondstadt, and here you are, this self-proclaimed hero and honorary member of the Knights of Favonius. Instead of helping out, you show up here? Rosalind's tone was icy, yet Ruola had grown accustomed to it, as this was her usual manner of speaking. Recognizing she had been discovered, Ruola confidently approached and stood beside Rosalind, who slightly furrowed her brow but chose not to comment. I am confident that the Knights will successfully navigate this crisis. The Anemo Archon will bless us. The Anemo Archon? Rosalind's expression was one of disdain. She had intended to say more, but abruptly fell silent. Last time, merely mentioning the Anemo Archon had led to a lengthy argument with Ruola, almost causing her to lose her composure. If it were anyone else, she would have already severed ties, but it was hard to be harsh with Ruola. She reminded her of herself, equally passionate, equally devoted to the protection of Mondstadt and sharing an unwavering belief in that cursed deity. Relying on that mouse is no better than trusting the Fatui. Sister Rosalind, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Why should I tell you? Well, actually, I am looking for someone. I did not ask you. I am searching for the Traveler and Paimon. Have you seen them? No. When you see them, could you please tell them that I'm looking for them and to meet me at Angel's Share? And shut up. Oh. The enthusiasm Rosalind had for the scenery dissipated instantly, replaced by visible frustration. What are you doing? Ruola, having just taken a bite of a potato cake, was momentarily startled. What? Under Rosalind's cold gaze, Ruola felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly offered her the potato cake she had just packed from Sister Sarah. I just got this from Sister Sarah. It's still warm and crispy. Ruola understood Rosalind's temperament well enough to know she would never accept. Rosalind swiftly snatched the entire portion away and turned to leave, a smirk barely visible at the corner of her mouth at Ruola's stunned expression. Ruola placed the remaining half of the potato cake in her mouth, watching Rosalind depart. She wiped her hands on her clothes and rubbed her cheeks. Waiting for someone to arrive? Ruola stealthily followed a few steps, catching a glimpse of a lightning mage in the distance. Ruola's mind finally connected the dots, linking it to the storyline of Genshin Impact. I should head to the tavern to find my brother. Perhaps I can still engage with the plot. Chapter 8. Ruola's gift players ecstatic throughout her journey. Ruola hurriedly paced, fearing she would miss the unfolding events involving the main characters at Angel's Share. When she finally reached the tavern, just a few dozen meters away, she paused to catch her breath before gradually making her way inside. Despite the short distance in the game, Mondstadt's actual size in Teyvat was exponentially greater. The tavern door was ajar, and Ruola stepped inside. Brother? After 2 days, she was thrilled to reunite with him. Good to see you, Diluc. Charles quickly gathered his belongings and left the tavern, closing the door behind him. Brother, Ruola began, but Diluc raised a hand to interrupt her. The friends upstairs can come down now. From the player's perspective, the excitement surged at the sight of Ruola once more. In Xiaoguotu's livestream, she remained the slowest streamer regarding the storyline. Her meticulous attention to detail and her prolonged struggle with stealing the lyre had contributed to this. Now that she had finally arrived and spotted Ruola, a rush of familiarity washed over the viewers. After all, she was Ruola's first friend in Teyvat, aside from Paimon. Of course, Noelle counted too. Observing the siblings, they bore a striking resemblance, one in red and black attire, the other in red and white. Diluc donned winter wear, while their charming Ruola appeared in summer garb. Ruola glanced upward and saw two figures, one green and one yellow, accompanied by a white flying companion descending from the second floor. Ing, Paimon, and Vinny. At last, I've caught up with you. Ruola, hello. It's great to see you again. Paimon zipped excitedly in front of Ruola, her face brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, what a joy to meet you again, my dear friend. Ruola, aware of the storyline's significance, tread carefully in her responses. Hello. It's truly delightful to see you all. However, why are you here? I thought my brother's tavern wasn't open to minors. Ing interjected, I am already of age. Cough, cough. Diluc interrupted the reunion with a clear throat. Now is not the time for such discussions. This marked the first encounter between Ing, Paimon, and Diluc, prompting Vinny to step forward for introductions. After Vinny introduced them, Diluc remarked, I see, an honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Paimon whispered to Ing, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Have we really become this famous? Diluc got straight to the point. Just now, two knights inquired about a thief. What are your thoughts on this matter? Me? I have no idea. I just arrived, replied the protagonist. Diluc cast a glance at his innocent sister. Not you. Paimon, still troubled by previous events, interjected. It's not us who stole it. We were just about to succeed when, Paimon, you're essentially confessing, remarked Ing, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. Paimon recounted the events, while Vinny began to strum his lute, weaving a tale for the audience. Ruola listened intently, knowing that stories from the Anemo Archon were precious, especially this significant moment. Why share something so important with me? Diluc asked, now convinced of the truth behind the story. Ruola's mouth agape. She expressed her astonishment. Vinny, is what you say truly real? And how do you know so much? Diluc was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He instructed everyone to wait while he departed from the tavern. Where are you going, brother? To find someone. As Ruola and the others settled into their seats, a sudden gurgling sound erupted. All eyes turned to Paimon, whose face flushed crimson. I didn't eat enough last night, and I haven't had anything today. Before Paimon could finish, a beautifully wrapped sweet flour-infused chicken was presented before her. Wow, it's sweet flour-infused chicken. This delightful dish had been produced by Ruola, who had a habit of stockpiling food, and with the power of the vision, it was conveniently stored. Unfortunately, maintaining the warmth of food was a challenge. It would eventually cool. The aroma of chicken filled the small tavern, prompting Ing to join in the feast, feeling a bit hungry herself. Meanwhile, Vinny sat leisurely to the side, seemingly oblivious, occasionally taking sips from a bottle of dandelion wine he had procured from who knows where. Paimon, thoroughly enjoying her meal, exclaimed, Ruola, I declare you the #1 good person on my list. Haha, what an honor. Ruola laughed joyfully. By the way, I mentioned I had gifts for you before, but couldn't find you until now. Ing's eyes brightened immediately. She adored the wind glider Amber had gifted her, which had been tremendously helpful. What could Ruola possibly have for her? Anticipation filled the air. Likewise, viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. Here it comes. Ruola's gift is finally arriving. Though I know what Ruola is giving, spoilers ruin the fun. Honestly, I think people focus too much on gifts. The sentiment is what truly matters. Even if the gift isn't grand, I hope everyone is kind and doesn't criticize Ruola, the little angel. That's right. Even if Ruola gave me a sunset fruit, I would treasure it. The stream's host quickly skimmed through the story, revealing an exquisite gift box on her screen, with an explanation below it, a gift from my good friend Ruola. Upon clicking it, a golden light fell from above, resembling a gacha draw animation. Wait, did I inadvertently click on a gacha? Or is Ruola sending herself to us? The chat was flooded with question marks, mixed with exclamations of surprise. As the animation concluded, a golden one-handed sword appeared at the center of the screen. 5-star one-handed sword, endless sharpness. This sword bore resemblance to one used by the twins in the game, opening, but had its own distinct features. However, it was evident to all that this was a weapon specifically tailored for the traveler. A 5-star one-handed sword. Wow, this blade is so cool. Ruola truly loves us, gifting us a weapon designed just for us. Look at its color and style. It's the epitome of suitability for the traveler. And family, have you noticed? It's a crit damage sword. The host, exhilarated, recalled that she was still wielding the Dawn sword. Is this an unrefinable weapon? Is it the only one of its kind? After a moment of excitement, the host glanced at the weapon's effects. Chapter 9. Mondstadt main quest in progress. Attack power increased by 30. After any character attacks an enemy, the weapon charges. Upon charging completion, a strengthened normal attack is granted, which guarantees a critical hit and increases crit damage by 80, based on the holder's elemental attribute, executing a cross/. When held by the traveler, the multiplier for the strengthened normal attack is increased. What? This weapon is given for free? The host was left dumbfounded after reading the weapon's description. Previously, she had insisted that the traveler didn't need leveling as they didn't resemble a 5-star character. But now the game developers had revealed this hidden gem. 666. A powerful slash with elemental damage. Just looking at the stats shows it's extraordinary. It even adds 30 to attack power. I wonder if it would suit Kaching. Aren't you all reading the later parts? Clearly, this is a weapon exclusive to the traveler. Enough chatter. I'm logging in to claim that weapon. This one-handed sword is definitely worth leveling. Ruola, my beloved, still loves us. The host was eager to complete the storyline and test the new weapon immediately. Meanwhile, another streamer, who was also live-streaming Genshin Impact, was quickly progressing through the narrative and conducting weapon tests. Since the strengthened normal attack guarantees a critical hit, there's no need to stack crit. I'll just focus on attack power and crit damage. The streamer observed, currently, my traveler is at level 20. The weapon is also at level 20, and the artifacts are just random. Let us see how much damage I can deal. In the stream, the traveler wielded endless sharpness and approached a Stormheart. After a series of swift strikes, the golden blade glowed with a cyan light. Another attack triggered the strengthened normal attack, launching a cross/slash towards the Stormheart, but it was immune. I forgot it deals elemental enchantment damage. How annoying. I'll find another enemy to try again. After locating a Hilichurl Berserker, the same technique resulted in a devastating blow that took away a significant portion of its health. The damage is 1,654. The streamer was astounded. While the number seemed modest, it was essential to consider the timing. The Diluc ultimate he had drawn only dealt 3 to 400 damage, and he had only utilized the Traveler thus far. Honestly, brothers, with just this weapon, the Traveler must be leveled. Back at the tavern, when Ruola unveiled the weapon, Ying's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. With her mouth agape, she reached out. This weapon was crafted by a friend of mine in Liyue, using exceptionally fine materials. It cost me 2 million mora. It was originally meant for me, but I grew fond of using guns, so ended up gathering dust. Ruola proclaimed, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. 2 million mora? Paimon gasped, unable to fathom having such a sum, let alone giving away a weapon worth that much. This is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Ying shook her head vehemently, appearing quite resistant. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that despite her refusals, she had already embraced the weapon tightly. It's of no use to me anyway. I thought it suited you perfectly upon seeing you. A sword gifted to a hero. Ying, you've aided Mondstadt so much, so please accept it. Ying, despite her continuous refusals, ultimately had no choice but to accept, overjoyed. Vinny observed this scene with a gentle smile, choosing not to interject. Hola, does Paimon have any good things? Xiao Paimon fluttered over, her tiny fingers pointing, and was embraced by Ruola, who playfully rubbed her adorable little face. Xiao Paimon, come here quickly, let us whisper. Paimon, filled with excitement, followed Ruola upstairs. A few minutes later, they rushed back down, Paimon grinning foolishly. With 2 new friends acquired, Ruola wondered if her old friend might also be remembered, for a mere bottle of dandelion wine would suffice. Naturally, Ruola would not forget Lord Barbados, whispering a few words in his ear discreetly. After a few more minutes, Diluc arrived with Jean. Ruola looked at Diluc and pleaded, brother, please let me go. I am very capable and nothing will go wrong. Oh, please, I beg you. She tugged at her brother's sleeve, mimicking Klee. Such behavior was quite fitting for her disguise, appearing entirely natural. Outside the game of Genshin Impact, players were utterly charmed, unknowingly wearing smiles they hadn't even noticed. Diluc smirked, ultimately exasperated, and relented. After all, he would be watching over her, and it wouldn't pose too great a risk. Moreover, Ruola was not a child anymore. She should understand certain things. Hooray! Paimon echoed Ruola's cheer, having just received a gift from her and now adoring her immensely. Upon returning to the tavern, Ruola found a chair to sit on, turning her face away and puffing out her cheeks, feigning anger. Honestly, I knew going with my brother would be futile. I didn't even get to participate in the task. She sighed, reflecting on her strength, which was undeniably formidable, considering the Mondstadt main storyline, with Barbatos accompanying her. Causing mischief would be exceedingly difficult, especially with her brother nearby. She resolved to abandon the idea for now and seek another opportunity, as acting hastily would not do. Suddenly, her heart raced as she recalled the shock this plot had initially given her. If she wished to stir trouble, this scenario would indeed be perfect. Now, she merely awaited enough emotional feedback to breach dimensions and witness the player's reactions. Hey Bard, did you borrow the sky harp just to play for drunken fools? Paimon's words drew Ruola's attention back. What does that mean? Ruola's eyes sparkled. Had she just witnessed a legendary scene? One cannot deny that Xiao Paimon was truly courageous. Sister Ruola gives you a thumbs up. Following the plot, Ruola and the others arrived at Starfell Valley. Then he played the sky harp, summoning Dvalin. Witnessing Dvalin up close, Ruola felt the weight of his presence. The wind dragon appeared immensely powerful. At this point, there is nothing left to discuss. Ruola stealthily slipped away from her brother, who was focused on Venti and the dragon, ever ready. Upon seeing an attack approaching, she swiftly summoned her spear, flames erupting from its tip to thwart the Abyss Mage's ambush. Knowing that this foe lurked behind to strike, Ruola could not allow the sky harp to be damaged. The sky harp was indeed a treasure, and for her dear friend Barbara, she must take action. However, even though she protected the sky harp, Dvalin still fled, just as the plot dictated, quarreling with Veni. Lord Veni, please take care of yourself. Ha! You didn't just realize my true identity, did you, Jean? Nevertheless, thank you for continuing to call me by that name. Ruola leaned her spear against her shoulder, her mind momentarily blank. The revelation that Venti was indeed Barbatos shocked her. Of course, she feigned surprise, adhering to her disguise's persona, while also providing emotional value for the players. Chapter 10. The Sleepy Rosaria. Be Barbatos? You are Lord Barbatos, the Anemo Archon. Ruola's exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, including Veni, who momentarily set aside his concern for Dvalin to look at Ruola. Yes, I apologize for deceiving you earlier, but I do prefer it when you call me as you used to. We are friends, are we not? Ruola remained in shock, stepping back slightly, overwhelmed by Veni's gentle words. All right, Ruola, maintain your composure. Lord Barbatos does not wish for you to react this way. Diluc placed a comforting hand on his sister's shoulder. Her devotion to the Anemo Archon rivaled that of the nuns in the Knights of Favonius. Ruola nodded, her gaze toward Veni now altered. Veni smiled at Ruola, a gentle breeze accompanying him, refreshing and cool. Meanwhile, players on the other side, some rather oblivious, only realized after Ruola's revelation that Veni was the Anemo Archon. I had already shattered my filter upon realizing Veni was the Archon, but seeing Ruola's reaction rekindled it. Ruola's surprised expression is just too adorable. Veni and Ruola, the lilies of their homeland bloom again. No way. Could there still be someone unaware that Veni is male? At Starfell Valley, Lord Veni, what shall we do now? It seems Dvalin is not responding to your call. Venti smiled ruefully, realizing that restoring his previous rapport with Ruola would take time. Perhaps we should give Dvalin a good thrashing first, then reason with him. Ether interjected. Beat Dvalin? Ruola instinctively felt a pang of hesitation at the thought of Dvalin's massive size, but after a furtive glance at Veni, she nodded. With Barbatos present, everything would surely be fine. Though that sounds odd, that is indeed the plan. After deciding to head to the Valley of the Wind, the group devised a plan and promptly prepared to set off. Just as they were about to depart, Diluc intercepted Ruola, who was brimming with excitement. Ruola's expression soured, her reluctance evident. This was a quest to confront the dragon alongside Lord Barbatos, a classic and fantastical storyline that had played out countless times in Ruola's imagination. And now it was manifesting in reality. How could she possibly miss it? Brother. Diluc remained unyielding. Seeing that her charming antics were futile, Ruola turned to Jean, the acting grandmaster. Jean slightly averted her gaze. Diluc was her senior, and she was hesitant to oppose him. Ruola refrained from seeking Ether and Paimon as assistants, knowing they likely could not persuade her brother. Resigned, she turned to Vinny. Ruola felt a twinge of jealousy, yet she had no choice but to concede. However, it seemed the plot was nearing its end. The final moments were of little consequence, as she had already gleaned ample experience from a narrative. Paimon waved goodbye to Ruola, assuring her, "Don't worry, Paimon will take care of herself." Ether also bid Ruola farewell. After enjoying a hearty meal at the Deer Hunter restaurant and packing some delicacies, they set off toward the Knights of Favonius headquarters. It had been quite a while since she had seen Barbara, and Vinny would return the harp later, allowing Ruola to experience the plot once more. Yet, how would she handle the storyline concerning the lady? As Ruola walked, she deliberated, ultimately deciding to leave it be and observe how the narrative unfolded. Upon arriving at the Knights of Favonius headquarters, she found the choir performing. Ruola waited nearby, suddenly spotting Sister Rosaria, who was lazily blending in and dozing off. She appeared quite drowsy, standing with her eyes half closed. Once the choir finished, the nuns dispersed, and Ruola hurried over to Rosaria, who was still seated and napping. Before Ruola could speak, Rosaria opened her eyes and looked over. "Ruola, do you also pray to Barbatos?" "Ahem, Sister Rosaria, it is Barbatos. Are you feeling tired?" Rosaria yawned and gently patted Ruola's head. "By the way, I truly enjoyed the wine you gave me last time. Remember to bring me some next time. I shall buy for you." Ruola nodded eagerly, and upon hearing Rosaria mention wine, she promptly retrieved a bottle from the space of her vision. Upon seeing what Ruola had produced, Rosaria's previously lethargic demeanor transformed instantly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Despite being a nun, Rosaria had a fondness for wine, often indulging at the angel's gift. Ruola cautiously glanced around, ensuring no nuns were in sight, especially not Barbara. Before she hurriedly handed the bottle to Rosaria, "I happen to bring one with me." One might wonder why Ruola, who does not drink, would carry wine. The primary reason was undoubtedly Vinny. Ruola was like a little hamster, constantly transporting her brother's stash, yet she was aware of boundaries, refraining from touching the items her brother cherished or those he had in limited quantities. After all, with so many bottles in her brother's cellar, taking a few seemed inconsequential. Little Ruola truly adored her sister. Rosaria rubbed Ruola's little face, finding her utterly adorable, and accepted the exquisitely crafted bottle of wine with a smile. Suddenly, Barbara spotted Ruola and cheerfully waved to her. Rosaria smiled at Ruola, tucked the wine into her embrace, and walked towards the entrance of the West Wind Cathedral. Ruola and Barbara settled into seats within the church. "Barbara, I brought your favorite snack. Are you still busy?" After a brief struggle under Ruola's captivating gaze, Barbara nodded. The two made their way to the back of the church. Chapter 11. Ruola, Frozen Solid. Behind the West Wind Cathedral lay a well-maintained cemetery. Yet Ruola and her companion chose to sit on a stone bench instead, unpacking the spicy stew and delicious snacks she had brought. "Ruola, it has been a while since you last visited. What have you been busy with lately?" "Mondstadt has not been peaceful recently, with many monsters roaming about. I have been occupied with significant matters." As Barbara took a bite of the stew Ruola offered her, she sighed, "Everyone seems rather downcast. Captain Jean is busier than ever, and the impact of the Anemo dragon has been profound. Rest assured, this is Mondstadt, protected by Lord Barbatos. Captain Jean and the others are diligently working, and we have received assistance from travelers from afar. It won't be long before Mondstadt regains its peace." Indeed, Barbara always has unwavering faith in Lord Barbatos. Ruola spent a considerable amount of time with Barbara, listening to her recount recent events. Many citizens of Mondstadt had suffered attacks from monsters, and numerous injured individuals were brought to her for treatment. With a kind heart, Barbara felt sorrow for those who had been harmed. Ruola reassured Barbara, promising to stay the entire day to assist. Captain Jean, Vinny, Ing, and Paimon arrived at the church to deliver the sky harp. It seemed that, as anticipated, her brother had not come. Barbara received the sky harp from Vinny, carefully inspecting it before cradling it in her arms. Just as Ruola was about to speak, Vinny preemptively directed his voice toward her. "Little Ruola, you must keep my identity a secret." Ruola maintained a calm facade, calling out to Vinny with a smile. "Of course. I will wait for you." The harp seemed to have something to discuss with Barbara, so Ruola refrained from interrupting. "Hey, let us go drink." Vinny suddenly dashed toward the church entrance, with Paimon chasing after him, calling out about selling songs. Ing followed closely behind, and Ruola trailed after Ing. "Are you coming? Are you coming? Lady Vinny." For some reason, Ruola felt an unusual excitement, even though it was her own deity who would be punishing her soon. A tinge of guilt washed over her, just a little. As the last to exit, Ruola saw Paimon looking terrified, glancing to the left. Ruola vividly recalled a particular scene. Paimon would soon be frozen into a small ice block. It seemed that in the game Genshin Impact, Paimon was remarkably resilient, her body quite sturdy. Nevertheless, Ruola adored Paimon immensely, and if Paimon were to enter the gacha, she might just make her first purchase. To protect their beloved Paimon from suffering, Ruola dashed forward, embracing Paimon tightly as a frigid gust of wind swept through, the fiery vision at her waist glowing red. However, the chilling blast was too overwhelming. Before Ruola could summon the elemental power within her vision, she and Paimon were encased in ice. At the moment they froze, Ruola and Paimon were first enveloped by a gentle breeze before being solidified. This wind was remarkably subtle, yet Ruola sensed it. She also realized that Vinny was indeed putting on a show, allowing her to relax and succumb to unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, Ruola heard Ying's anxious voice calling out, "Paimon." "Ruola." Ying was in a state of distress, yet she was restrained by two debt collectors, unable to break free. Meanwhile, Vinny began his performance, enduring a beating from the lady before she extracted the gnosis from him. Ying felt powerless, clenching her fists, torn between worry for Paimon and Ruola and concern for Vinny. Ultimately, Ying was knocked unconscious by one of the debt collectors, plunging into darkness, joining the ranks of the fallen. The lady, having secured the gnosis, approached Ruola's icy form, crouching to examine her closely. After confirming all was well, she remarked, "We must leave quickly before the guard arrive." On the player's side, "Wow, that's enormous. So white. 11th Harbinger of the Fatui. Does that imply there are also the 10th and 9th? Ruola and Paimon have been frozen. Lord Anemo, save us." "But isn't Vinny the Anemo god? Why is he?" The players watched in trepidation as Ruola and Paimon were encased in ice, and Ing was restrained, feeling a surge of anxiety despite Vinny's presence. Soon, Vinny was pummeled by the lady, leaving them dumbfounded. "Barbados, did you let this happen? You, the Anemo god, cannot defeat some harbinger." Poor Ruola and her emergency food, locked in ice without any knowledge of their fate. "Hurry, let me take care of this lady." Upon witnessing Vinty being stripped of his gnosis and Ing losing consciousness, a wave of despair washed over them. After Ing succumbed, the lady approached Ruola and Paimon. Seeing Ruola protectively holding Paimon even while frozen, the players were deeply moved. "Hey, what does this lady intend to do with our Ruola? Poor little Paimon, poor Ruola. Someone save them. Where is Captain Jean? What about Diluc? Your sister is in danger. I was fond of the lady earlier, but now she strikes at us. My admiration has turned to disdain." In a hazy state, Ruola felt as though she were experiencing the most exquisite slumber, more restful than any before. Time seemed to blur as she reveled in a sensation of complete relaxation. Was that her brother's voice? Kia chimed in. "This matter is not Captain Jean's fault. It is my oversight." Jean solemnly declared, "No, as acting captain, I bear an irrefutable responsibility. The knights have indeed become too lax and must be rectified promptly." "Let's hope so." Diluc spoke with a grave tone, one that Ruola rarely witnessed from her usually composed brother. Noticing that Ruola had awakened, Diluc swiftly seated himself at the bedside. "Ruola, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" Ruola shook her head. "Brother, I'm fine. What about Paimon and Ing and Vinny?" "Rest assured, Ing and Paimon are unharmed." Vinny declined treatment and has gone to the symbol of heroes in Mondstadt. Ing and Paimon are searching for Vinny. Chapter 12. Breaking the Dimensional Barrier and Invitation Tasks. Ruala, do not move just yet. I will check on you again. As Barbara's cool hands gently caressed her, the refreshing sensation of the water element made Ruala comfortably close her eyes. Seeing that Ruala was indeed fine, Diluc felt relieved. He nodded at her and then produced several servings of mora meat from seemingly nowhere. That evening, after Barbara had gone to bed, Ruala finally received the long-awaited message from the system. Full of energy, she immediately opened it. The system indicated that Ruala had acquired the ability to break the dimensional barrier, allowing her to view the game Genshin Impact from the perspective of an ordinary person in another world. She could access the largest ACG video platform to search for videos, watch live streams, view all information provided by the game officials, and even play the game directly. Without hesitation, Ruala entered the official game page to check for her own information. To her surprise, while she found some information about herself, the most crucial aspects such as character illustrations and in-game representation were absent, not to mention the lack of exclusive quests. This left Ruala perplexed. After all, she was arguably the first Mondstadt resident encountered by the travelers, having appeared in the main storyline for quite some time. So it was peculiar that she had not made it into the gacha pool. Even her companion Noelle had entered the gacha pool as a guaranteed character from the beginner's 10 pool. With her eyes closed, Ruala appeared to be sleeping, but her mind was racing. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. Could it be that her current persona was the reason she hadn't entered the gacha pool? After all, there had been no precedent for characters that were not deceased in Genshin to enter the pool. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She felt a twinge of distress. Not entering the gacha pool would undoubtedly diminish her popularity and, to some extent, affect her ability to collect emotional feedback. At that moment, the system informed Ruala that by gathering more emotional feedback, she could edit her character, including quests, gacha characters, skills, and more. Ruala glanced at her current emotional point collection. She needed approximately 1/3 more to unlock the second tier of permissions. This was the first time she had seen her collected emotional feedback so directly, but she had no clear notion of how long it would take to gather that additional 1/3. In any case, it was wise to strive for more. It seemed she should interact more with the travelers. Perhaps she could even trigger her legendary or invitation tasks. With this in mind, Ruala continued to check players' evaluations of her character. As she read, a delightful smile graced her lips. Ignoring those who referred to her as wife or daughter, the players held a very favorable view of her. It appeared that thus far, she was one of the most beloved characters among players, with many expressing eagerness to pull for her once she was available. Ruala even discovered a streamer named Guaja, who expressed great fondness for her character. Without hesitation, she clicked to follow. That night, Ruala was lost in thought and hardly slept, waking up the next morning with prominent dark circles under her eyes, startling Barbara. She had forgotten that her main consciousness did not require sleep, but her current persona did. After greeting Barbara, Ruala strolled through Mondstadt's streets to Dapa Gorge. After clearing a hilichurl camp, Ing found a golden treasure chest within the camp. Upon opening it, she gleefully embraced a pile of loot. Ing, to celebrate today as bounty. How about we treat ourselves to a feast at the Hunteress Lodge? It's on me. Ing wiped the dirt from her face and nodded vigorously. Paimon, just how much more did Ruala give you? Little Paimon clasped her hands behind her back. Well, we're going on a journey, right? Ruala left me a letter to deliver to someone in Liyue, and she mentioned that these moras are a commission fee. So, just how much more did she give? Hee. Paimon extended one finger. 100,000? Paimon shook her head. 1 million. It's 100 million. Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. What? In the instant Ing was stunned, Paimon had already flown a considerable distance away. Noticing Ing had not followed, Paimon waved her tiny hand. Ing, hurry up. I'm getting a bit hungry. Ing quickened her pace to catch up. Sensing that something was amiss with Ying's expression, Paimon asked curiously, Ing, is something wrong? Ruoda? Following Ying's gaze, Paimon saw Ruola lying beneath an apple tree, 2 half-eaten apples beside her. The sunlight was glaring, but Ruola lay in the cool shade of the fruit tree. A book rested on her face, and, as Paimon and Ing approached, they could hear her steady breathing. Ruola, Little Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. How could Ruala be sleeping here? It was far too dangerous. Monsters could approach at any moment. If a monster were to attack while Ruala was asleep, Ing had the same concern. She sat down and gently nudged the sleeping Ruala. Ruala removed the book from her face, rubbed her eyes, and emitted a soft, cat-like yawn. Ing Paimon, how'd you end up here? Paimon placed her hands on her hips. That's what we should be asking you. How could you sleep here? It's too dangerous. Ruala sheepishly patted her head. I remember I was delivering wine to Lord Barbados, and then I seem to have chatted about you all. Yes, I told Lord Barbados I wanted to find you, and he brought me here. We rested for a bit, and I got a bit sleepy, so I dozed off. So was that unreliable bard. Ing was more concerned about another issue and inquired, Ruala, you said you wanted to find us? Upon being asked this, Ruala seemed to come to her senses. She immediately stood up. Yes, because I have been unable to pass the selection of the Knights of Favonius, clearly indicating there is something I lack. I sought advice from acting Grandmaster Jean and my brother. They said it was due to my insufficient experience. I am in the same situation as Noelle, but she studies diligently in the Mondstadt library, while I could only manage 2 days before I could no longer continue. As she spoke, Ruala's face flushed slightly, seemingly ashamed of her inability to persist in her studies at the library. I sought guidance from Lord Barbados, who recommended you. I thought, since you both swiftly became honorary knights of the Knights of Favonius and even defeated the dragon to save Mondstadt, there must be so much I can learn from you. Ing and Paimon exchanged glances, silently puffing out their chests, as if to say, see, we are indeed impressive. Since Ruala gifted us such precious presents. We were thinking about how to repay you. It's wonderful that we can help you now, right, Ing? Ruala nodded, filled with joy. Not only had Ing and Paimon agreed to assist her, but in another persona in Liyue, Muchinga had discovered an exclusive invitation task that belonged to her, Ruala, fresh and warm. However, since it was an invitation task, it indicated that even if she eventually entered the gacha pool, it would likely be a 4-star character. However, it matters not. Many coveted 4-star items remain out of reach, much like the 3 starter characters, only obtainable through the permanent banner, leaving one to ponder in frustration. As the excitement escalates, I must ask if you are interested. Chapter 13. Reasons for failing the assessment. Rolla, struck by a whimsical thought, could not suppress her laughter. Paimon and Ing looked on, perplexed. Rolla, what is so amusing? Ying's face bore several smudges, possibly remnants from the torches of the hill churl, which, combined with her current expression, appeared rather comical. Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Ing made no attempt to shy away, patiently awaiting Rolla's assistance in cleaning her face. By the way, are you two hungry? I have brought a plethora of delectable treats. Delicious. The trigger word made Paimon twirl in delight. Rolla, thank you for knowing Paimon was hungry and bringing food. I am truly touched. Haha, it is merely my habit to carry an assortment of food with me. Rolla remembered the traveler's exceptional culinary skills and wondered if she would have the opportunity to savor a meal prepared by them. Beneath the great tree, Rolla first laid out a cloth and then retrieved an impressive array of food from her vision space. There were potato cakes, more meat stacked high, Mondstadt grilled meat, sweet flour crystal chicken, stewed vegetables with meat, and several rice balls, all wrapped delicately in lotus leaves. The vision space provided a preservation effect, and the food still radiated warmth. Wow, Rolla, you are wonderful. Paimon shall not hold back. Ing also expressed her gratitude, reflecting on how much Rolla had helped both her and Paimon during their journey, making her feel somewhat bashful. After all, Rolla's kindness was refreshing, unlike those she had encountered previously, who often had ulterior motives. This is fruit juice. I brought several bottles. Paimon, be careful not to choke. A sip of juice will enhance the experience. After their meal, Rolla was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated leftovers, yet, to her surprise, everything had been consumed. How could Paimon's little stomach hold so much? I feel so satisfied. Paimon patted her belly, wearing a contented expression. Having also enjoyed their meal, Rolla and Ing tidied up the remnants, and, adhering to the notion that vigorous activity post-meal is unwise, settled down to rest. Ing meticulously organized the spoils they had just claimed into her space, and Rolla noticed that the items were her adornments, sparkling with elemental wind energy. In another timeline, upon logging into Genshin Impact, Guozi discovered that the game had undergone an update. To her delight, the update featured Rolla's invitation quest. Typically, new quests herald the arrival of new characters. Excitement surged within her, prompting her to initiate a live stream. After greeting her audience, she declared, "Dear viewers, Rolla's invitation quest has begun. Today, we shall embark on this quest. Is the stream starting so early today? Did Guazi change her schedule? What? Rolla's adorable quest has started. I must get up and grind." Observing the barrage of comments, Guazi explained, "Did I not mention that my progress was too slow? I realized that Genshin updates occur in the morning. So if there's an update, I will stream in the morning. If not, I will stick to my usual schedule of streaming at 6 in the evening." That sounds good. Genshin is so enjoyable that one can hardly wait until evening for updates. With the quests available, does that mean Rolla will soon enter the gacha pool? It might still be possible to gather some wishes. I've spent the wishes I saved on Vinny without success. Isn't that infuriating? Had I known, I would have refrained from pulling for Vinny. I prefer Rolla's character design anyway. Heh, I desire both Vinny and Rolla. Guazi, surprised by the number of viewers tuning in early, promptly clicked on the quest guide and began Rolla's task. Heh, a fire element, spear-wielding girl. How delightful. What shall we do next? Rolla, do you know where we can find her? I accepted a commission from Mr. Wagner yesterday, but I have yet to locate any. Of course. Follow me. I will take you there. Rolla stood up, stretching slightly, brimming with energy after a restful sleep and a hearty meal. All right, let's set off. There are numerous mining locations around Mondstadt, but Rolla remembered the most concentrated areas, many of which had already been depleted. During her last outing with Noelle, she had spotted one, but she hadn't paid it much heed then. After all, the dragon crisis had occurred, and it was unlikely anyone had ventured there since. Leading the way, Rolla guided Paimon and Ing toward the mining site, located to the right of Dawn Winery and left of Dediyuva Valley, just beneath the snowy mountains. The distance was somewhat far, yet the trio kept each other company with cheerful conversation, dispelling any monotony. Ing, the Anemo Archon, mentioned you are a traveler from beyond this world. I have learned so much from being with you. May I ask you some questions? Of course. Rolla's compliment brought a smile to Ying's face as she placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head back with pride. Paimon fluttered to Ying's side, mimicking her pose. Rolla suppressed a giggle. We have participated in numerous Knights of Favonius assessments, yet none have yielded successful results. I believe the initial assessments posed no issues. The crux lies in the latter part, which I have consistently failed. Paimon scratched her chin, pondering, what does the latter part entail? Rolla reflected and recounted the answers she had submitted during her evaluations. When encountering hill churls, I would charge in and eliminate them to prevent harm to others. If I met a stranger claiming to be a merchant, I would consult the Knight's Manual to inquire if they required assistance, and then offer help. If someone were injured, I would immediately assist and escort them to Mondstadt. Paimon tilted her head. That doesn't seem problematic, does it? Ing disagreed with Paimon's assessment, understanding the complexities of human nature from her travels through various worlds. Rolla's intentions, while seemingly noble, echoed Amber's earlier words. Such a disposition could lead to self-neglect, rendering her susceptible to exploitation. The Knight's refusal to pass her was likely rooted in this concern. Yet, even Diluc had been unable to alter Rolla's mindset, let alone others. In truth, the Knight's decision to deny her passage may have been a form of protection, much like that of the young maid named Noelle. After pondering this, Ing queried, Rolla, if someone were threatened by a ruin guard and you were injured and unable to save them, yet you were the only one capable of doing so, would you still attempt a rescue? Absolutely, Rolla replied without hesitation. Paimon, now enlightened, asked in astonishment, why? If I do not save them, they will perish. But Rolla, you would be injured and incapable of helping, possibly putting yourself in peril as well. Rolla struggled internally, but I cannot stand idly by while someone perishes. I believe I can save them. I am quite capable. Ing and Paimon exchanged knowing glances, realizing the reason behind Rolla's inability to pass the assessments. Had they been the examiners, they too would have denied her passage. Chapter 14. The first appearance of the winter vest. Ing and Paimon began to instruct Rolla on the necessity of prioritizing one's own safety before aiding others, subtly highlighting Rolla's existing issues. After absorbing their words, Rolla fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable time. Paimon wished to offer comfort, but was advised by Ying to allow Rolla some solitude. Fortunately, Rolla's emotions, though intense, were fleeting. If Rolla chose not to speak, neither Ying nor Paimon would broach the subject. Observing Ruo La's current demeanor, Ying shook her head. Sensing that Ruo La had not fully absorbed the conversation she had just had with Paimon. Such matters cannot be rushed. Patience is essential. She firmly believes that as Ruo La's experiences broaden, her perspectives will inevitably evolve. Perhaps it is merely Ruo La's impression, but after becoming acquainted with Ying, she seems to have grown significantly more enthusiastic. Occasionally, when their gazes linger too long, Ruo La even feels a tinge of shyness. In the players' livestream chat, comments are bustling with opinions. She's such a little angel, but above all, one's own safety is paramount. Ruo La's thoughts are still too naive. She hasn't yet encountered truly ruthless individuals. My wife is overly protected by her brother-in-law. She remains blissfully unaware of society's harsh realities. She is simply wonderful. Ruo La led Ying and Paimon to a mining site etched in her memory. As expected, it had not yet been excavated, and the mineral resources were abundant. Ying, wielding her sword, swiftly procured a substantial amount. Ruo La assisted in gathering, while Paimon cheered them on from the sidelines. This should be sufficient. We can sell the surplus. With a hefty sum tucked away, Paimon was determined to earn more, diligently helping Ying store the ores in her spatial backpack. Ruo La, look at this beautiful one. Noticing Ruo La's absence, Paimon scanned the area until she spotted her perched atop a rock. Ruo La, what are you looking at? Following Ruo La's gaze, Paimon beheld a towering snow-capped mountain, its summit shrouded in clouds, the mountain itself a pristine white. Paimon gasped in astonishment. Is that a snow mountain? Ying approached Ruo La, and upon seeing her eyes light up, instantly understood her thoughts. This was unacceptable. Just yesterday, they had been engrossed in a game, and the mountain was still inaccessible. While Ruo La could possibly venture there alone, bringing Ying along was out of the question. With Paimon nearby, she certainly did not wish to hear the infamous line, "The area ahead can be explored later." Moreover, what Ruo La was currently observing was not the snow mountain at all. "Ying, did you see that?" Ruo La lowered her voice, exuding an air of mystery. "What?" Ying whispered back. Ruo La pointed over there by the small creek. "It's the Fatui." The Fatui. Ying's vigilance heightened immediately, following prior encounters. She harbored no fondness for them. Paimon noticed as well. There are so many of them. I wonder what they are up to. They must be plotting something. Shall we sneak over and take a look? Paimon's suggestion received the assent of both Ruo La and Ying, and the trio stealthily crept toward the gathering of the Fatui. Ruo La felt a surge of excitement, not only because this was her first exhilarating covert operation, but also because the highest-ranking leader among the Fatui was none other than her alter ego from the region of Sumeru, Enchi. Enchi was one of Jiang Mumu's most formidable alter egos, a born warrior. It was well known that her brother, Ajax, could not best her in combat. Following a failed challenge against the captain, she had been rescued and, with her strong-willed nature, became the captain's aide. The trio quietly hid behind a fallen tree trunk, peeking out with three little heads in unison. Paimon remarked, "How strange, it seems they're moving something." Ruo La spotted Enchi amidst the throng of Fatui and gently nudged Ying. "Look, that person by the tree next to the fire pit seems to be their leader." Upon Ruo La's cue, Ying immediately turned her gaze. Upon seeing Enchi, her pupils constricted, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Ruo La's shoulder. In the distance, Enchi stood against the wind, clad in shimmering silver armor, her face obscured by a full-face mask and a white hooded cloak, exuding an air of elegance and poise. From this angle, the radiance of her armor dazzled the eyes. Ruo La thought she looked magnificent, and Chi's figure complemented her armor perfectly. From the player's perspective, the livestream erupted with excitement. Who is that? Wow, that armor is absolutely stunning. Do the antagonists really possess such high beauty standards? Which executive is this? So cool, both fierce and charming. I'm in love. Guozi, Chun Xiao, reacted even more fervently. A seemingly quiet and beautiful girl was now in a frenzy. Did you see that, sister? She's so stunning, stunning, stunning. Is she a knight or a general? She must be part of the gacha pool, right? The livestream screen lingered on Chi, as Guizi was reluctant to move on. Amazing, just amazing. No wonder Genshin Impact topped various charts within days of its release. The game developers truly have a heart. Each character model is more attractive than the last. Can we really enjoy this game without spending a dime? This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement in the chat. Guizi loved to emphasize that it was a free game, though she wondered if she would still feel that way when it came time to pull for characters. After admiring Chi for a while and capturing several screenshots, Guizi finally proceeded to the next plot point. In Mondstadt, Ruala looked at Ing in surprise. Was she excited? Ruala couldn't recall any previous interaction between Chi and Ing. Ing, what's wrong? Ahem, nothing at all. What are they doing? Paimon remarked, puzzled. After observing for a while, the Fatui were merely carrying out their tasks in silence. Ruala was aware of their intentions, having orchestrated them herself, but she could not possibly reveal this. Regardless of what the Fatui are up to, we must ensure that acting Grandmaster Jean remains vigilant, Paimon asserted, to which Ing nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to the Fatui's side. After the trio's departure, and she glanced toward the tree trunk where they had been hiding. Commander, they have left. What should we? And she raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, embodying the demeanor of a cunning mastermind. All of this was witnessed by the players outside the game. Chapter 15. Following along moments later, and she spoke, her voice cold and aloof, carrying an air of superiority. Hurry up, retrieve the items, and leave immediately. Yes, Commander. The hidden mirror, made near and Chi responded promptly, turning to relay orders. Stepping back a few paces, and Chi sat beside the fire, crossing her legs, showcasing her flawless figure. She was merely making a brief appearance, executing the second part of the plan concerning Rua La's alter ego, a plan that was doomed to fail due to the presence of any. Moreover, Jiang Mumu had never held high hopes for the plan. As for Chi's sudden reveal, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, meant to create suspense for her formal introduction later. Furthermore, Chi's appearance here was a strategic move orchestrated by Jiang Mumu, serving to enhance the forthcoming narrative while simultaneously eliciting emotional responses from the players, ensuring they would remember this moment vividly. In Guizi's livestream, the imposing snow mountain and the poised Chi standing below had left viewers in awe. Upon spotting the hidden mirror made of the Fatui, the chat exploded with excitement. Wow, they are huge. Is this a new monster? Are all the Fatui this tall? I thought they would be like those two at the teleport waypoint. The atmosphere is so chilling. I can feel it. Oh no, my wife seems to be positioned as an antagonist. Why is she your wife? Guided by the quest, Guizi maneuvered her character toward Mondstadt, pondering the motives of the Fatui that had appeared on the snow-capped mountain. What could their objectives possibly be? As the events unfold, the Fatui have now reached a point where they can be equated with the villains themselves. Behind the sinister actions of these adversaries undoubtedly lies a perilous secret that remains shrouded in mystery. As Qin busied herself in her office, she noticed Ing and her companions approaching and promptly set aside her tasks. Traveler, Paimon, and Ruola, how may I assist you? Paimon immediately took the initiative, fulfilling her role as the voice of the divine, and recounted in detail the scene they had witnessed beneath the snowy mountains. Ruola added, the leader seems formidable. Could he be yet another harbinger of the Fatui? Harbinger? Qin's expression turned grave, prompting her to send word to Lisa and Kia. After a brief wait, Lisa and Kia arrived at the captain's office. Following a discussion, Qin decisively declared, Kia, I entrust this matter to you. There is no need for conflict. Simply uncover the Fatui's intentions. The reason Qin chose Kia was due to his expertise in such matters. Without a doubt, he was the most suitable candidate for this investigation, and it eased Qin's concerns. Additionally, if Kia were to venture out, perhaps his mentor would accompany him. However, it was essential to stay with the traveler. After all, these were merely daily tasks that would help unlock additional side quests for the players. Given that Ruola's background was not particularly complex to unravel, having grown up in Mondstadt, she had always been well-behaved and lively. There seemed little else to do than to enrich her character. Wait a moment, Ruola, you need not go. I have a task for you. Ruola looked at Kia in confusion. Really? Again? Kia appeared oblivious to Ruola's surprise and solemnly instructed, "Go fetch your brother. He is currently at the Angel's Share Tavern." Ruola blinked, momentarily dazed, and ultimately accepted Kia's assignment. In a hurry, she sprinted to the tavern and shared the situation with her brother. Upon learning it involved the fatui, Diluc, who initially intended to stay out of it, conveyed some information to the bartender Charles before departing. Of course, like Kia, he advised Ruola to remain behind. But was that even feasible? If the traveler were not present, Ruola might have complied. However, that was not the case now. At the foot of the snowy mountains, Diluc, Kia, Ing, and Paimon arrived at the location where they had previously seen Anshi and the others. Yet, the fatui had already vanished without a trace. Huh? Did they leave so quickly? No, they might have ascended the mountain, Paimon speculated. "Let's proceed," Ing declared, ready to embark towards the snow-covered peaks, but Diluc interjected, extending his hand to stop her. He was well aware of the dangers ahead, shaking his head in exasperation. "Kia, the snow-capped mountains are perilous. Allow us to handle this," he suggested. Seizing the opportunity, both Diluc and Kia made their way toward the mountains. Meanwhile, Ruola, concealed behind a tree, huddled closely, hoping the not-so-sturdy trunk would shield her presence. Suddenly, Paimon had a mischievous idea and flashed a cheeky gesture toward Ing before stealthily approaching the large tree. "Hey, Ruola jumped in surprise, only to discover it was none other than her beloved Paimon. How could she endure this? Ruola scooped up the flying Paimon into her arms and playfully nibbled at her adorably plump cheeks. "Traveler, save me. Serve you right for scaring me. You insufferable emergency food," Ruola retorted, playfully pinching Paimon's cheeks. Previously, Ing had refrained from uttering the term emergency food, a title exclusively associated with Paimon. And how could it not make an appearance? Paimon, finally managing to break free, stomped her little feet in frustration. "What the heck? You're infuriating. I'm not emergency food." Ing watched the playful exchange with a smile and approached. "Ruola, why have you just arrived?" It's all my brother's fault. He wouldn't let me come, so I sneaked out," Ruola replied, glancing behind Ing and Paimon. "Where are my brother and Kia? Did they go up?" Ing explained the task Diluc had assigned to her, prompting Ruola to contemplate joining her on the adventure. She had not initially intended to scale the snowy mountains. However, with Paimon present, Ing could not ascend either, as she had merely come to await them. The trio reached a consensus and departed from the foot of the mountain to explore elsewhere. "Who would have thought we would team up on the snowy mountains again? When was the last time we came here? If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute," Ruola quipped, with Ruola bridging the gap between Kia and Diluc. Their superficial relationship appeared slightly improved. However, it was merely a slight improvement. The blizzard raged fiercely across the snowy landscape, and after a fruitless search of several minutes, the traces of the fatui had vanished. Both Diluc and Kia possessed keen eyesight, and as they ascended, they encountered numerous fatui camps, which greatly infuriated Diluc. This was Mondstadt's territory. When had the fatui ever been permitted to roam freely? After dismantling several camps without extracting any valuable intelligence, they found no trace of the cargo Ruola and her companions had mentioned. After an exhaustive search, they reluctantly decided to withdraw. Chapter 16. The traveler heads to Liyue. Once Ruola and the traveler departed from the snowy mountains, they set out on their formal adventure, exploring ruins, gathering fruits, mining, battling, and solving puzzles. Ruola learned a great deal from Ing and Paimon. For instance, when they ambushed a camp of hilichurls, Ing did not recklessly charge in. Armed with the one-handed sword Ruola had gifted her, Ing struck down each hilichurl with remarkable prowess. Ruola secretly compared herself to Ing and realized she could not compete. Her other personas might have fared better, but this incarnation of Ruola was no match. It was worth noting that Ing had only mastered one element thus far. However, Ruola quickly came to understand that Ing was a seasoned traveler who had crossed mountains and seas. With a true age of 500, she was anything but ordinary. Additionally, it seemed that Paimon was also quite formidable. Setting aside other matters, when a hilichurl archer aimed at them, Paimon evaded with remarkable agility, exuding grace and charm. Though it was possible that Paimon had simply grown adept, Ruola felt there was more to her than met the eye. Having just cleared a hilichurl camp, they acquired a splendid treasure chest, which Ing delightedly stored in her inventory. "Hey, Ruola, hurry up, we need to move. It's your turn to lead now." Ruola executed a stylish spin with her weapon before tossing it into the space of the Divine Eye. Observing Paimon charging ahead, Ruola smirked. "Paimon, if you come to fetch me, I might consider sharing some sweet flower chicken with you." Ruola playfully tugged at little Paimon. This little creature was truly gluttonous. As long as there was delicious food, it was easy to win her favor, and she could be easily manipulated. "Let us head ahead to take a break, and then I'll treat you," Ruola said, looking at Ing, who nodded in agreement as she carried Paimon along. Paimon struggled in Ruola's embrace. "Ruola, let me go. I can walk on my own." "Hee, not chance. Paimon is just too cute." Days passed swiftly, and as the Liyue Qixing's grand ceremony approached, Ing and Paimon prepared to set off for Liyue. Before they departed, Ruola personally saw them off, attempting to lure Paimon with delicacies. Ing and Paimon nodded vigorously in agreement. Paimon waved goodbye to Ruola. "Farewell, Ruola." "Goodbye and goodbye, Paimon." After several days without visiting Noelle, Ruola felt quite remiss. She needed to hurry and spend time with her. Since Ruola had no immediate tasks for her current persona, she awaited the unfolding of the plot. Liyue, in the stillness of the night, within a room adorned with antique elegance, Muchinga diligently attended to her work at a meticulously arranged desk. As one of the Liyue Qixing, holding the significant position of Kaiyang Star, responsible for all affairs of the Qinyan army, her authority was considerable and her workload substantial. Particularly in recent days, it had become customary for her to work late into the night. A few months prior, she had appointed a general to assist her, recognizing that her youth rendered such late nights impractical, potentially hindering her development. With the impending arrival of the Qingxian ceremony, her responsibilities multiplied, necessitating her careful organization of numerous tasks. Alas, the burden was overwhelming. At merely 17 years of age, it seemed improbable for Muchinga to attain such a prestigious position. Moreover, being the Kaiyang Star a pivotal role within the military, it was expected that such a position would be occupied by a seasoned adult, wise and farsighted. Yet, it was Muchinga who held this esteemed title. One could only surmise that her capabilities were indeed exceptional. Indeed, among Jiang Mumu's various avatars, Muchinga undoubtedly ranked first in overall competence. This avatar was not only versatile, but also the most composed. When designing the avatar, Jiang Mumu had bestowed her with high ratings across the board, anticipating her ascent into Liyue's leadership. From a young age, Muchinga had exhibited extraordinary intellect. Receiving the Geo vision at the tender age of 3, and throughout her childhood, she was regarded as the exemplary child in the eyes of adults. Her reputation spreading far and wide throughout Liyue Harbor. By the age of 10, she had successfully completed her studies, and at 13, she participated in the Qingxian ceremony, receiving the blessing of the sovereign and being gifted the weapon, Guanhong. Indeed, it was the very weapon utilized by the sovereign in the game, a unique relic. That same year, Muchinga joined the Qinyan army, and the following year, she was promoted to a junior commander. Due to her formidable strength, impartial demeanor, and resilient character, she thrived within the ranks of the Qinyan army. Subsequently, Muchinga achieved remarkable feats, demonstrating her adeptness and consistently excellent performance, far surpassing her peers. And within a few short years, she garnered immense respect within the military. Coupled with her striking appearance, silver hair, and crimson eyes, she was further venerated in a realm where such women were a rarity. During the last election of the Qixing, Muchinga narrowly triumphed over an esteemed veteran of the Qinyan army. The old general, having grown weary and contemplating retirement, had chosen Muchinga himself, casting his vote in her favor. It was widely acknowledged that Muchinga had received guidance from a sovereign, and, as such, there was no opposition to her eventual selection as Kaiyang Star. How could anyone contest the choice of one endorsed by the sovereign? Thus, Muchinga seamlessly integrated into the upper echelons of Liyue's power structure. She did not disappoint the expectations placed upon her. Since taking office, she enforced military discipline, reformed the army's appearance, and bolstered its strength, yielding notable results. In the room, the young woman seated at the desk possessed cascading silver hair and an exquisitely striking visage radiating with vigor. She donned a standard armor that accentuated her well-proportioned figure. A geo vision hung from her right side, and she wore sturdy boots. With her silver hair cascading down, her usual commanding presence softened, making her appear considerably more approachable. Suddenly, Muchinga set down her pen, her gaze sharpening as she looked outside. Swiftly, she gathered her long hair into a neat bun and exited the room. Lady Mu, has something happened? Inquired the two members of the Qinyan army stationed outside, upon seeing her emerge. Muchinga, unpretentious in her demeanor, was open to their inquiries at this moment, a stark contrast to how they would have behaved towards her predecessor. There's nothing to worry about, she reassured them. Stepping onto the street, she glanced around, her expression shifting to one of resolve as she hastened towards a specific direction. Liyue Harbor, renowned as a bustling commercial hub, still had a smattering of pedestrians at this hour. The absence of a curfew allowed for leisurely strolls until dawn, a cherished aspect of Liyue Harbor's charm. With her boots striking the ground silently, Muchinga moved with such agility that the passers-by scarcely registered her presence. Halt! There is no one left here, she declared as she reached a desolate expanse. Coming to a stop before a massive stone, she found Tartaglia turning to face her. To be disturbed at such a late hour, I hope you do not mind. I simply felt an urge to engage in a bit of sparring. He chuckled. Muchinga deftly summoned her weapon, Guanhong, into her grasp. Let us postpone idle chatter until after our duel. Remember our agreement. Splendid. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Tartaglia responded, brandishing his weapon as he charged forward. In an instant, elemental forces surged, and the two engaged in combat. Both were fervent warriors, eager for battle. And Muchinga welcomed the challenge. This was not her first confrontation with Tartaglia, nor would it be the last. Each time, she emerged victorious, earning the privilege to pose questions to him, a mutual agreement they had established akin to a wager. The night deepened, and the elements illuminated the surroundings with shades of earthy yellow and watery blue. Suddenly, the blue hues morphed into a deep purple as thunderous energy emanated from Tartaglia, who began to harness the power of his evil eye. Muchinga thrust her Guanhong into the ground, summoning a protective barrier that enveloped her entirely. Lady Mu, brace yourself, Tartaglia called out as he lunged forward, dual blades in hand, unleashing a tremendous assault upon her shield, causing ripples to cascade across its surface. Maintaining her stance, Muchinga observed as Tartaglia attacked from all angles. He transformed his dual blades into a spear, unleashing his utmost prowess. With a decisive strike, Muchinga sent Tartaglia sprawling, who quickly regained his footing. As expected of Lady Mu, it seems I must truly unleash my potential, he exclaimed. As he spoke, a formidable purple-black energy enveloped him, gathering ferocious power at its core. Muchinga furrowed her brow, tightening her grip on her spear. Tartaglia, having completed his transformation, charged at her fiercely. Kulme. Muchinga summoned her elemental energy, her aura swelling as she concentrated the surging force upon her Guanhong. Minutes later, Muchinga and Tartaglia found themselves upon a grassy knoll. She leaned against a great tree while he lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. The outcome was unmistakable. Impressive, Tartaglia admitted begrudgingly, raising his thumb in admiration. Few could earn his respect, and Muchinga was among them. He recognized their shared nature. Both were warriors yearning for battle and strength. Had their allegiances aligned differently, they might have forged a profound friendship, perhaps even something more. However, contemplating his impending actions against Liyue, he wondered if he would ever again have the opportunity to invite her spar. Recently, the activities of the Fatui have intensified. I must advise you to exercise caution. Otherwise, should you fall into the hands of the Qinyan army, I will not let you off easily, Muchinga cautioned, unaware of Tartaglia's inner thoughts. He rolled on his back, now lying flat. Ha! Lady Mu, rest assured, I shall keep my subordinates in check. I trust you will, she replied, glancing at the night sky. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Tartaglia struggled to prop himself up, watching as Muchinga departed. This individual is truly formidable, he mused. The day before the commencement of the Qingxian ceremony arrived. On this day, Muchinga finally managed to conclude the bulk of her responsibilities, delegating the remaining minor tasks to the general she had selected, Feng Yan. As for Muchinga, the most skilled artisan in Liyue, She has brought a considerable number of Dijuan clay figurines today to enhance the ambience of the Qingshan ritual. Upon hearing the news, Muchinga promptly entrusted her current tasks to Feng Yin and hastened to the stall with remarkable speed. It is widely known that Liyue is home to an array of Dijuan chefs. There are ordinary Dijuan chefs akin to common folk, concealed Dijuan chefs like Komao Mao, distorted Dijuan chefs among the wealthy, and lesser-known Dijuan chefs such as Han Shui. Not to mention Muchinga herself, a rational yet passionate Dijuan chef. Muchinga shares a profound connection with the Yin Wang Dijuan. Having garnered his attention from a young age, she is indeed one of his most fervent believers. A fact well known throughout Liyue Harbor. "Good day, Lord Mu." "Morning, Lord Mu," greeted the onlookers as Muchinga smiled and waved, her pace unimpeded. Once she departed, the individuals who had greeted her began to converse. Lord Mu appears quite anxious. "Did you not know? Old Yang has brought a plethora of Dijuan clay figurines to sell today, each exquisitely crafted. I intended to join in the excitement and purchase one, but alas, the crowd is overwhelming. No wonder. Old Yang's craftsmanship is indeed unparalleled. He hasn't shown up in years, likely bringing all his stock this time. Only matters concerning the Dijuan could draw such dedication from Lord Mu. I wonder if she will manage to buy one. Why wouldn't she? Look, she's lining up. Are you going to let her pass?" "Haha, indeed." As they conversed, a cloaked figure whizzed past with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, at Old Yang's stall, a throng had gathered. Though most were merely spectators, with few making purchases. The reason was simple. The prices were exorbitant. Each figurine costing 500,000 mora, the larger ones even reaching 1,000,000 mora. Such prices are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, despite the steep cost, each piece was a masterpiece, as evidenced by the exchanges among the crowd. Though I won't be purchasing due to the price, I must admit they are worth it. I simply cannot bring myself to spend. Yet, this is Liyue Harbor, where wealthy patrons abound. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a luxurious black and yellow attire approached the stall, picking up a small clay figurine for close inspection. Old Yang, recognizing Zhongli, beamed at the commendation of his work. "If Mr. Zhongli wishes to purchase, I can offer you a 10% discount." Each piece had taken him considerable time and effort to craft, making the price rather reasonable. Zhongli shook his head. "This item is quite rare. Its price is somewhat low. I believe 60,000 mora would be more fitting." "Ha, Mr. Zhongli, you are straightforward, but I have already set the price, and it cannot be altered, lest I compromise the contract spirit valued by the Dijuan." "You are correct. I had not considered that. So, Mr. Zhongli, will you be purchasing?" "Yes. No need for a discount. Let it be as the owner has set. Please send the bill to Bagua Bank." Just then, gasps arose from behind. Zhongli listened intently and instantly understood. She had arrived. Chapter 18. Even amidst busyness, one must take time to purchase kimono. Lord Mu has arrived. "Everyone make way," someone shouted, prompting the crowd encircling Old Yang's stall to part. Emerging from the throng was a young woman clad in agile armor, her high ponytail swaying, draped in a dark cloak. Her gaze sharp and commanding, a true warrior. Even Zhongli couldn't help but admire her silently. The Kaiyang Star was already strikingly beautiful, and this attire only accentuated her exceptional allure. The young men in the crowd, captivated, quickly diverted their gaze when Muchinga turned towards them. Even her most mundane glance rendered them unable to meet her eyes. Approaching the stall, Muchinga noticed Zhongli looking at her, and her heart raced. She hurried over. "Mr. Zhongli is here as well. My apologies for the oversight. Have you come to purchase Dijuan clay figurines?" Muchinga, known for her forthright nature, remained unaware that Zhongli was the Yin Wang Dijuan. Yet this did not diminish her respect for him. Zhongli nodded gently. "I happened to pass by and found the owner selling these items, so I thought to purchase one. I did not expect to encounter you here, Lord Mu." Muchinga waved her hand dismissively. "Please, Mr. Zhongli, just call me Mu Xiaoyu as usual. I cannot bear the title of Lord Mu." "Haha, then please Mu Xiaoyu." A smile graced Zhongli's typically stoic demeanor. He held a favorable view of this contemporary Kaiyang Star, capable, talented, unpretentious, and full of ideas. He would feel considerably more at ease, even if she were to ascend a position. After conversing with Zhongli, Muchinga turned to the owner. "Has the largest clay figurine been reserved?" "Not yet. Then I shall take it." How much is it? Though Muchinga's savings were not substantial, her salary was high, and she had only received it for a few years. Most of her earnings had been sent home to support her family, including a younger sister currently studying. Despite this, she felt compelled to purchase the Dijuan clay figurine. Her devotion to the Yan Wang Dijuan was profound. She was a fervent admirer. Unlike Keqing, Muchinga openly embraced her admiration. Those familiar with Muchinga knew her to be a rational individual. Yet even she had once spent all her money on a Dijuan-themed item from Fein Commerce, leading to a fortnight of relying on her parents for support. This time was no different. Although the price was steep, Muchinga had her reasons for purchasing. Fortunately, she had managed to save a little, enough to buy a figurine. Take care, Mu Xiaoyu. I shall convey your regards. As Muchinga turned, she noticed a conspicuous cloaked figure. Unlike others who were open and approachable, this figure sat at a nearby stall, observing with a pot of tea on the table. While guessing the identity of this individual, Muchinga suddenly recognized the unique headpiece peeking from beneath the cloak and chuckled softly. Noticing the figure's gaze upon her, she deliberately raised the Dijuan clay figurine high and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, departed slowly. Keqing felt a pang of urgency. She had many tasks to complete today, yet her anxiety stemmed not from that. Having secretly glanced at the exquisite clay figurines, she was enamored, particularly with the largest one. Although Muchinga, a good friend, had purchased it, there would be opportunities to see it when visiting her home. However, as more people began to buy, including those who had previously been hesitant, Keqing could no longer remain seated. She had come here specifically to acquire a clay figurine, originally intending to wait until the crowd dispersed before sneaking a look and making a purchase. After sitting for several minutes, she could no longer resist and rushed over, positioning herself at the back of the gathering. Hearing that only 2 figurines remained, she immediately produced her money and slammed it on the owner's table. I will take that figurine, she declared. Her voice lowered as she claimed the larger of the 2 remaining figurines. The gathered crowd turned their attention toward Keqing, curious to know which affluent patron had made such a generous purchase. However, Keqing had already dashed away the moment she acquired the clay figurine, her cloak concealing her identity. As Lao Yang completed his transaction and discovered he had amassed several thousand more mora, he raised his gaze, but Keqing's silhouette had vanished. Alas, where had that patron gone? She had overpaid, yet he remained delightfully content. Though the clay figurine was not the largest, it certainly ranked among the top 5, showcasing the majesty of the emperor. This venture was undoubtedly profitable. That evening, after finishing her work, Muchinga cradled the large clay figurine she had purchased, placing it in the most prominent position in her room. She scrutinized it meticulously before choosing a spot that adhered to the golden ratio. Only then did Muchinga retire to her bed, lying down. After years of military service, she had mastered the art of falling asleep within mere seconds. Barely half a minute had passed before a steady rhythm of breathing filled the room. Before dawn, Muchinga awoke early. The port of Liyue buzzed with excitement that day. Under her meticulous arrangements, the Qinyan army had secured various checkpoints, while large contingents patrolled throughout the port to maintain order. On the bustling streets of Liyue, a blonde traveler and her emergency food companion, Paimon, were engaged in conversation. We cannot afford to set off so late next time. We have been rushing the entire journey, and Paimon is utterly exhausted. Paimon, despite always flying, retorted, flying is tiring too. My phantom limbs are quite fatigued. Rolled her eyes, recalling how Paimon had been urging her along the way, and no matter how she looked at Paimon, the little creature hardly appeared weary. Is this truly Liyue? It certainly is lively. The Qingshan ceremony seems to be over there. Paimon, shall we go? I hope we won't be abducted. Suddenly, heard a familiar voice, causing her expression to darken. Hey boss, what is this? It looks delicious. Dear customer, this is a Liyue specialty, grilled tiger fish. Judging by your attire, you must be from out of town. You absolutely must try this while in Liyue. Paimon was captivated by the vendor's words. Her eyes glued to the grilled fish, nearly drooling. Boss, I want 5 skewers. Sighed, pressing her forehead. However, considering their recent hardships, she decided to join Paimon in finding a spot to sit down and enjoy a meal before attending the ceremony, especially since she had confirmed that the Qingshan ceremony would not commence for a while. Chapter 19, Version 11 Update. The approaching guest star ever since Ruola gifted Paimon 1 million mora, Ing and Paimon had ceased to worry about their finances. While dining, they ordered more, knowing Paimon would ensure nothing went to waste. Just as they were savoring Liyue's delicacies, a commotion erupted around them. Ing strained to listen, sensing someone notable was approaching, which explained the stir. Soon, a dashing female general led a formidable contingent of Qianyan soldiers past their stall. Upon seeing the general, Ing froze. The grilled tiger fish poised at her lips, her eyes fixated on the commanding figure. Regaining her composure, Ing took a bite of the fish, finding it utterly delectable. Paimon, aren't you the strongest guide in Teyvat? Test your knowledge. Who was that leading general? This. Paimon stammered, unsure what to say, as she had no idea. Allow me to introduce her, a voice chimed in. That was Muqinga, the esteemed Kaiyang Star among the 7 stars of Liyue. Muqinga. Ing and Paimon exchanged excited glances, both reflecting their shared exhilaration. Was he the item Ruola entrusted them with intended for Muqinga? They had not expected to encounter her so soon. Traveler, let us hurry and catch up. Otherwise, she'll be gone in a flash. Paimon, clutching her grilled fish, was eager to pursue. Ruola had not only provided her with ample mora, but treated her with great kindness, often bringing her food, making her a cherished friend. Even though Ruola occasionally teased her, she had never assigned her an unflattering nickname, showcasing Paimon's fondness for her. Ing grasped Paimon's small cloak, saying, Paimon, pursuing her like this might cause misunderstandings. Look how swiftly she walks. She undoubtedly has pressing matters to attend to. There's no rush. We can seek her out later. Plus, one should never run while eating, especially with skewers in hand. One might poke their mouth. Realizing her impulsiveness, Paimon apologized and resumed enjoying her meal. The little creature was indeed a good companion, capable of learning from her mistakes. Muqinga arrived at Yujing Terrace, where preparations were still underway. Although the Qingshan ceremony had yet to commence, numerous spectators had already gathered. The terrace was vast, far more impressive than depicted in the game. Get to work, stay focused, and ensure everything is flawless. Yes, the Qianyan generals following Muqinga dispersed, each heading to their designated tasks. From a distance, Muqinga exchanged a knowing glance with Ningguang, who was overseeing the preparations, and they nodded in unison. The Qingshan ceremony always drew the largest crowds, with many attendees from the other 6 nations, including those from Inazuma who remained under the national lockdown. A female general of Muqinga's stature naturally garnered considerable attention. As time passed and the sun reached its zenith, all necessary arrangements for the ceremony were complete, and the crowd gathered orderly around Yujing Terrace, while the Qianyan soldiers maintained order. Ing and Paimon also arrived at the site. Wow, how magnificent! So many people. Paimon was awestruck by the grand ceremony, while Ing, well-versed in extraordinary sights, gasped in amazement. Let us move a bit closer. We can't see anything from here. Paimon insisted. Though she could fly, Ing could not, her height rendering her invisible among the throng. Therefore, Ing took Paimon's hand, weaving through the crowd. In the real world, after more than a month, Genshin Impact finally welcomed the arrival of version 11, the approaching guest star. Under the covert influence of Jiang Mumu, the game's graphics and scale had improved exponentially compared to previous experiences. Over this month, Genshin Impact had ascended to the top of the popularity charts, receiving acclaim even in other countries. The map of Mondstadt had expanded significantly. The scenes became more lifelike. Character models were exquisitely crafted, and the combat experience was enhanced. Even characters with minimal roles boasted meticulous designs, rarely appearing similar, with each frame reflecting a grand production. MiHoYo, previously an obscure game company, had risen to prominence. Such immense production quality, coupled with the game being free, left numerous similar companies baffled. Genshin Impact's emergence dealt a substantial blow to competitors. The map had expanded, puzzles proliferated, yet rewards remained unchanged, leading to players investing exponentially more time without any increase in benefits, effectively curbing the emergence of disinterested players. As a streamer, Guizi had recently ceased playing other games, becoming an ardent fan of Genshin Impact. After completing quests, her daily routine involved exploring the vast world with her live audience. Each time she inadvertently solved a problem or uncovered a treasure chest, she beamed brighter than a flower. Today marked the update of Genshin Impact's version 11, and having pre-downloaded it, she eagerly launched her stream early, well before her usual broadcast time. Good morning, dear family. Today marks the update of the storyline in Yuanshan, and I will take the opportunity to explore the nuances of this latest development for everyone. As I awaited the loading of the compressed files, my excitement grew palpable. I have heard that Liyue is modeled after our own country, and given Miheiu's impressive modeling skills, I must admit, my anticipation is quite high. However, the grandeur of the modeling and the vastness of the map come with a certain burden. The memory usage is indeed substantial. Although the game developers have implemented compression techniques, and the processors are commendably efficient, even less capable devices manage to run smoothly. The sheer scale still demands considerable loading time. At last, the loading completed, and I promptly entered the game. As expected, to the left of the Mondstadt map, there lay an expansive area awaiting exploration. Despite my preparations, the sheer size of the map left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. Wow, they've added so much. There's a new map to delve into. Let's see how the modeling inspired by our country looks. Following the quest prompts, I arrived at the stone gate marking the boundary between Mondstadt and Liyue. The scene here was markedly different from Mondstadt, and after spending so long in Mondstadt, the contrast was initially lost on me. It wasn't until I reached the Grand Stone before Liyue Harbor that the entirety of the harbor unfolded before my eyes. Oh my, is this harbor really this vast? It's so beautiful, I adore it. While Mondstadt is lovely, its Western architecture does not resonate with me as much. Liyue is truly stunning. Goodness, I can actually see customers and vendors interacting from this distance. This is astonishing. This can't be normal. Is there too much going on here? Indeed, a computer offers a far more comfortable viewing experience. The mobile screen is just too small. Isn't it true that your phone can handle the game? Chapter 20. The explosive popularity of Kaiyang brothers. This feels almost too real. As I entered Liyue Harbor, the streets bustled with an extraordinary number of pedestrians, each preoccupied with their affairs, and the myriad stalls were a feast for the senses. It was truly lifelike. Time and again, I was astounded by the meticulous craftsmanship of Yuanshan's developers. They must have invested a fortune into this. The level of detail surpasses even that found in domestic animations. And such expenditure surely incurs substantial losses. Maneuvering as Ing, I approached an individual to closely observe their modeling and expressions, ultimately concluding that Miheiu is indeed pouring resources into this endeavor. As I strolled through Liyue Harbor, the screen suddenly darkened and a brief animation played. Ing and Paimon were engaged in conversation, with Paimon darting to and fro, occasionally performing aerial flips. Suddenly, Paimon's eyes sparkled as she was drawn to a nearby stall, while Ing continued to walk, conversing with the air. After some time, Ing realized her expression shifted to annoyance as she found Paimon, who was engrossed in purchasing grilled fish. This delightful interlude, accompanied by familiar architectural and cultural styles, brought laughter to the livestream audience. Paimon remains true to form. She can't resist food. I find myself increasingly fond of this little character. She is simply adorable. Weren't we supposed to split that 100 million mora with Paimon? Yet, my mora account seems unchanged. Ahem, that was intended for Paimon and Ing to enhance their dining experience, not for us to strengthen artifacts. Oh, how I miss my beloved Ruola. She hasn't appeared in the banner, and after the storyline, there's been no news at all. Sigh, it's another day of longing for the wealthy lady. Game developers, Miheiu, you really need to capitalize on this. Just throw Ruola into the banner, regardless of which one. And I swear, my loyalty lies with you. As I glanced at the audience who had veered off topic, my thoughts wandered to Ruola, the lively young girl whom I quite liked. The single-handed sword she gifted has become the protagonist's exclusive weapon, transforming a character once lacking mechanics into a formidable powerhouse. The elemental sword energy cleaving through monsters is genuinely exhilarating. Alas, even within the game, unless prompted by quests, one cannot encounter characters. This is a flaw in Miheiu's design. Ahem, back to the main storyline. At this juncture, Ing and Paimon were enjoying their meal. Amidst the lively atmosphere, another small animation unfolded. On the bustling, vibrant street. A valiant female general, flanked by imposing soldiers, strode past Ing and Paimon with purposeful grace. The moment I laid eyes on the general, my heartstrings were struck, beating wildly. What an exhilarating sensation! It felt akin to a modern traditional girl encountering a legendary general of unparalleled beauty and strength, reminiscent of Hua Mulan or Mu Qing. She is truly captivating. I genuinely adore her. Unlike my earlier encounter with Anshi at the foot of the snowy mountains, this general embodied the very image I had envisioned, her appearance radiating reliability and strength. Many female viewers shared my enthusiasm in the live stream, their excitement palpable, while male viewers filled the screen with comments proclaiming, "Wife," which made me blush. She perfectly embodies my ideal of a female general. She is breathtakingly beautiful and commanding. I declare, another addition to my harem. One cannot deny Mihei's prowess. Their modeling team is exceptional. Jiang Mumu ahem. Do you think it was easy to create such a masterpiece? But why does she have white hair? Wouldn't black hair, reflecting our country's aesthetic, be more fitting? Although, white hair is undeniably stunning. White hair is a staple in the two-dimensional realm. If there were more black-haired characters, it might seem less appealing, which is perfectly reasonable. I find white hair quite enchanting. It leaves me utterly amazed. As the animation concluded, I remained eager for more. So, she is Mu Qingge, the commander of the Qianyan army. My goodness, dear family, it seems Qingge holds quite a prestigious position. Hee, the name Liyue resonates with me. Mu Qingge, what a splendid name. Mu is such a charming surname. If I recall correctly, the highest authority in Liyue consists of the Qixing and the Eight Doors. Mu, my beloved, is one of the Qixing, overseeing military affairs with real power. How impressive. Aside from your endorsement of Mu as a beloved, I concur with all your sentiments. We still have a letter from our cherished Rolla to deliver. Dear host, hurry up with the storyline. We are on the verge of meeting Mu Qingge. I too shared this sentiment, as the narrative progressed swiftly, and I hope to encounter the recently passed female general soon. Liyue, Yu Jingtai. The divine invitation ceremony is about to commence. All members of the Qixing and Eight Doors have gathered, and the venue is teeming with people holding their breaths. Ningguang approached the central table and began her incantation. The power of geo-elemental force unfurled, as if to announce to the sovereign, "We are prepared and await your arrival." Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously, causing Ningguang's expression to grow serious. For this year's divine invitation ceremony was unlike any before. Before Ningguang had much time to react, a massive yellow-black dragon descended from the ominous clouds, crashing down amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. In the original game, the dragon created by the sovereign appeared comparatively small, lacking an imposing presence, but both in the live setting and the enhanced game version. The sovereign-esque dragon was indeed colossal. Despite the multitude of spectators at Yujing Terrace, a substantial area remained vacant, nearly filled by the majestic dragon form of the emperor. Ningguang and her 3 secretaries were fortunate enough to be unharmed. The crowd, having witnessed this spectacle, erupted into chaos, with many citizens of Liyue exhibiting extraordinary agitation, transforming the atmosphere into a tumultuous uproar. Qianyan army, maintain order. Mu Qingge's voice, amplified by elemental power, resonated far and wide, prompting the Qianyan army to spring into action. Following her command, Mu Qingge rushed to the emperor's dragon form at an extraordinary speed. With a wave of her hand, Ningguang proclaimed the alarming words. The emperor has been harmed. Secure the area. Mu Qingge's pupils quivered, her hands trembling. The emperor? This is unimaginable. Mu Qingge had never envisioned such a scene unfolding. This was genuine emotion. Ever since these alter egos had appeared in the Teyvat continent, they've been navigating their fated paths. One could say they were performing, yet until their demise, they would continue to act for to deceive the divine. They had no other choice. Lacking genuine emotions would render one an inadequate performer. Even if aware of the facade, this particular alter ego remained oblivious. As long as she was unaware, her reactions would align with her character. Chapter 21, My Foolish Brother. In the livestream, the sudden emergence of such a grand spectacle nearly frightened Guozi to death. Can one imagine a colossal dragon plummeting from the sky towards oneself? and that cursed creature had just been in Ningguang's line of sight. Observing the dragon, which towered even in a prone position, elicited a visceral fear in those with a phobia of large creatures. What on earth is this? A dragon? What just happened? Is this truly the Rock King Emperor? How sudden? A divine dragon? It certainly aligns with the deity of Liyue, but isn't it a tad too swift for its entrance? Cough, compared to the drunken fool. This dragon truly embodies divinity. Damn, that startled me. Guozi had no time to be astonished, as she instinctively began to flee, though she could not fathom the reason for her escape. At Yujing Terrace, the Qianyan army, led by Mu Qingge, exhibited far superior prowess, effectively guarding all critical points. Just as Ing and Paimon prepared to flee, a Qianyan soldier spotted their furtive movements. "Hey, you over there? Halt!" Ing, unwilling to comply, charged forward with unwavering resolve. Despite the Qianyan soldiers' rigorous training, they were no match for the renowned traveler and were swiftly subdued. More Qianyan soldiers rushed towards their location. Gritting her teeth, Ing braced for battle. At that moment, a melodious male voice resonated from behind her. "Miss, be careful and do not move." Tartaglia unleashed a flurry of water arrows, disarming the Qianyan soldiers before conjuring two broken blades, effortlessly dispatching those that surrounded them. "Hurry, let's leave this place. It will be troublesome if that fellow were to pursue us." With that, Tartaglia leaped over a low wall, followed closely by Ing and Paimon. "Hey, who is that guy?" Paimon darted ahead, faster than Tartaglia, while Ing pursued closely behind, determined not to be captured and imprisoned. Before she could ascertain whether the so-called rock god bore any relation to the one who had separated her from her brother, Ing deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. The trio found refuge in an uninhabited area, with Paimon exclaiming, "Phew, that was exhausting. It's obvious I bore the brunt of the fatigue. Which muscles are even engaged in magical flight?" Paimon retorted, displeased with Ying's comments. "Lack of empathy. My phantom limbs tire easily. By the way, who might you be?" "Young sir, you can call me Gongzi," Tartaglia replied, inciting Paimon's ire. "Wow, what a terrible attitude. You save us once and suddenly treat us like servants?" "Huh, that was not my intention. Name is merely a title. Just as you must have encountered the lady in Mondstadt, right?" This blatant hint caused both Paimon and Ing to grow vigilant. "Lady? Gongzi? You are an executive of the Fatui?" Ying's expression hardened. She vividly recalled the lady's actions in Mondstadt, assaulting Vinny, freezing Paimon and Jorah, seizing the Gnosis, and rendering her unconscious. To Ing, the Fatui were unequivocally villains, and encountering yet another executive, Tartaglia, would not elicit a warm reception, despite his prior assistance. "Do not be alarmed. I'm not here to engage in combat," he reassured them. "The lady has likely left you with a rather unfavorable impression, and I, too, harbor disdain for that woman. Let us set aside her misdeeds. I am here to assist you." "Assist?" Ing remained wary. "Indeed, I'm not a villain. Well, perhaps I am somewhat villainous, but I am not here to cause you trouble. Might I ask that you refrain from immediately attempting to subdue me?" Ing lowered her guard. Although suspicion lingered in her heart, she found it difficult to confront Tartaglia outright given his words. "Thank you for your understanding, Knight." The order at Yujing Terrace had largely stabilized, and the spectators were ushered away. Those departing continued to discuss the Emperor's fall, with some fervently attempting to approach the Xianzhu Fa2A, though they were thwarted by the Qianyan army. Kuching also arrived at the scene, staring in disbelief at the dragon form. How is this possible? After the initial chaos, Mu Qingge took a deep breath, gazing intently at the dragon form before exiting the area. Observing Mu Qingge's expression, Ningguang sensed her fervent devotion to the Emperor and felt a pang of concern, prompting her to caution, "Qingge, do not act foolishly. Do not be impulsive." Mu Qingge nodded gently before hastily departing. "It is inconvenient to discuss specifics here. Does Liyue not often say walls have ears? Let us proceed to the North Country Bank." Tartaglia and the others clarified their stance, preparing to head to the North Country Bank. Just then, a dull metallic clang echoed from the ground, drawing their attention. Mu Qingge's expression turned icy as she gripped the Quanhong, which she had just used to strike the ground. "I apologize, but none of you can leave." Tartaglia appeared astonished, evidently not expecting Mu Qingge's presence. He stepped forward, speaking before Ing could interject. Lady Mu, Is there a misunderstanding here? Mukvink's gaze sharpened. Misunderstanding? How will you explain your injury to the Chinyan soldiers? Why did they choose that moment to flee? I had no intention of becoming your adversary, but now I must ask for an explanation, or I shall not show mercy. Tartaglia felt a headache coming on. Having provoked her, escaping would not be simple. Lady Mu, the Xiandian, he was also present. Surely you saw that they had no involvement with the Emperor. The Rock King Emperor is revered as the god of war. How could we dare to provoke him? Muchinga remained silent, her gaze fixed on Tartaglia. Realizing further words were futile, Tartaglia understood that a confrontation was inevitable. He could not afford to be captured, as their plans were only just beginning. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with comments. Are they about to fight? Wow. Is it really the first formal meeting with my wife, and they're about to brawl? Surely she cannot defeat us in Gongzi. Can she? Let the fight commence. Hey, you're Muchinga, right? We are not villains. We just arrived from Mondstadt today, and Jorah asked us to deliver a message to you. Paimon swiftly flew forward to clarify their identity. Jorah? Indeed. Upon hearing the name of Ruel, M.Q.ing retracted her imposing demeanor. Having sparred with M.Q.ing for an extended period, DDL-Y was acutely aware of her formidable strength. If she were determined to capture him, escape would be an impossible feat. Ying handed over the letter she carried to M.Q.ing, who opened it and began to read attentively. In truth, she merely cast a cursory glance, well aware of its contents as she had penned it herself. Nevertheless, the performance must go on. After perusing Ruel's letter, M.Q.ing's expression softened. Apologies, but your prior escape has inevitably raised suspicions. Ying scratched her head, realizing that her and P.M.ing's actions indeed appeared rather peculiar. Haha, isn't this misunderstanding now resolved? DDLY chuckled. This is merely a matter between me and Ying. DDLY, I have yet to settle accounts with you regarding your attack on the Q New York Inn Army. DDLY replied, isn't this helping them out of a predicament? She still had a battle to face against this fellow, and perhaps she would also showcase her Zhidong attire. As Ankh, the vice captain, had no pressing matters with a captain currently absent from NT, it seemed only natural for her to join her brother in Liyue. However, DDLY would have to endure some hardship, as he was bound to receive a beating. Yet it mattered not. His sister would certainly help him regain his honor. Therefore, it was prudent not to trouble him for the time being. My acquaintance with Ruel assures me of her discernment. You are not the culprits and have no connection to this matter. Upon hearing this, Ying and P.M.ing both felt a surge of joy, for it meant they need not devise any plans to exonerate themselves. DDLY, standing nearby, grew anxious, but before he could express his concern, M.Q.ing continued, while I trust you, your conduct at the ceremony has aroused suspicion. Furthermore, with the demise of the Emperor, the mastermind behind this is likely formidable. Although I am confident, I find myself lacking in the face of this individual. I kindly request that you undertake a journey to Ju, YNJI, and to seek out the immortal. Naturally, as an adventurer, I am aware of the protocols and will provide due compensation. Ying appeared bewildered. How could they go from being adversaries to seeking out immortals? She was utterly exhausted from her journey and had yet to enjoy a restful sleep. However, since it was M.Q.ing's request, she reluctantly agreed. After all, she was such a stunning general and a dear friend of Ruel. Since you are a friend of Ruel, you're also my friend. There is no need for concern, M.Q.ing gently affirmed. Indeed, Ying and P.M.ing shared a profound camaraderie. Chapter 22. A group bound to apologize. So, does this mean we are to seek out the immortal? Yet, we have no idea where to find her, and what if she refuses to meet us? P.M.ing voiced her concerns, stroking her chin. Fear not. I am well acquainted with G New York and have had the fortune of meeting Li YNJI and NJN on several occasions. I possess a map and can mark the locations for you. M.Q.ing proclaimed as she retrieved a map and began marking it. Once completed, she handed it to Ying and produced a feather. Take this with you, and the J.N. will surely come to meet you. With her hands on her hips and chin held high, P.M.ing declared, rest assured, we will accomplish this task. Though there had been a minor misunderstanding at the outset, P.M.ing had regained her faith in M.Q.ing. First impressions are paramount, and P.M.ing felt that anyone who could befriend someone as remarkable as Ru I could not possibly be a villain. Well then, I have some pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Mqing said, her expression slightly somber, evidently still reeling from the emperor's passing. The Fatshui are highly untrustworthy. Although I have yet to uncover any incriminating evidence against them, I am convinced they harbor some nefarious schemes. Exercise caution when in their company. Wang nodded in understanding. DDLY looked at Mqing in disbelief. Seriously, sister, I'm still here? After Mqing departed, DDLY turned to Ying and Pming, noting their return to their previous vigilance, and felt a sense of resignation. Ladies, while the situation may be somewhat awkward, I would still like to invite you to the Bagua Bank for a discussion. I will share everything I know, and then you may decide how to proceed from there. What do you say? I see you both look weary. I've prepared a meal at the Bagua Bank. Even if you're to seek out the immortal, you must first nourish yourselves. Ying and Pming exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. It wouldn't hurt to hear what he had to say. Upon returning to the work residence, Mqing immediately rescinded the wanted status on Ying and Pming. After organizing the internal affairs of the Q New York N Army, she sought out Ningguang. By this time, night had fallen, and the emperor's body had been discreetly relocated to the Hu Njw, where Ningguang and Kaiyang were present. Kaiyang, her expression somber, gazed at the emperor's dragon form. While I long for governance by the people of Liyue, I do not wish for it to come about in this manner. Ningguang nodded lightly upon noticing Mqing's approach. You have arrived. Indeed, Mqing replied, stepping closer to the emperor's dragon form, seemingly wanting to touch it, but ultimately refraining. Why you brought the emperor's body here? Ningguang sighed. The emperor's passing is a grave matter, far beyond what we can fathom. The populace is in a state of panic, and the mastermind lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike. In such tumultuous times, stabilizing the hearts of the people and apprehending the true culprit is of utmost importance. Mqing disagreed, stating tradition must not be altered. With the emperor's passing, the rites for sending him off must take precedence. Ningguang shook her head. The mastermind has yet to reveal themselves. The situation is far more complex than you perceive. Concealing the emperor's dragon body was a necessity. The people have not yet fully accepted the reality of the emperor's fall. News will take time to spread, and the situation remains under control. After listening to Ningguang's explanation, Mqing nodded gently. I understand. Yet I do not concur. Our current actions may raise numerous suspicions in the eyes of outsiders. If the immortals come to inquire, how shall we explain? Once events have transpired, there is no need for concealment. The populace is not so fragile. Mqing paused mid-sentence, suddenly stopping. Ningguang and Kaiyang, who had been listening intently, looked at her in confusion. What is it? Mqing furrowed her brow, carefully observing the ancestors. After a moment, she inquired, what is the current condition of YJNGTI? It has returned to its former state. Mqing pondered for a while before addressing Ningguang. Let us proceed, as you suggest. I will oversee the emperor's farewell rites. Rest assured, it will not cause too much commotion. Once everything concludes, we shall hold a grand farewell ceremony. With Mqing's endorsement, Ningguang found no grounds for disagreement. She had previously worried that Mqing would oppose her views, given her fervent admiration for the emperor, which was well known in Liyue, and her command of military power. This outcome was ideal, favoring her future arrangements. Should you require any assistance, feel free to send someone to find me. If I am unavailable, seek out Feng. After leaving the Hu Njw, it was already well past midnight. She had come to the realization that the YNW DJN was, in fact, not dead. Ancient texts reveal that when a deity falls, even the weakest among them creates a domain of prohibition around them, rendering all life unable to survive. The emperor, being so powerful and wielding one of the strongest elemental authorities, would undoubtedly leave some trace if he had truly perished. She had been misled before, and her knowledge of deities had dwindled significantly, as she had only learned of this by chance. Now that she understood the emperor was alive, Mqing could surmise his intentions. The above reflects Mqing's external demeanor, which can also be seen as a performance. As for personally overseeing the farewell rites, it serves to blend into the main cast and garner more attention. while also possibly enhancing the emperor's favor. Once again, the demise of the emperor has occurred. Although it is not a true passing, the elaborate ceremony must not be disregarded in the traditions of Liyue, since she has resolved to personally organize the sending-off ceremony. It is only fitting that the items required be of the highest quality. Fortunately, she has a penchant for collecting the finest stones, and at home lies a piece of exceptional yuboshi. No stone circulating in the market can compare to the one in her collection. The journey from the Golden House to her home consumed a considerable amount of time. The Mu family resides in a modest dwelling in the eastern part of Liyue Harbor, consisting of 4 members, including her and her younger sister. Her sister, Mu Qingxiu, is 3 years her junior, now 14. Perhaps due to her influence, this sister, who previously had no role in the original game, has also received a vision, specifically the Hydro Vision. Both daughters of the Mu family are vision bearers, much admired by the people of Liyue Harbor. In their childhood, her sister would always follow her around, but as they grew older, Mu Qingga became increasingly busy with her own affairs, allowing less time to spend with her sister. Their relationship has always been strong, with Mu Qingxiu viewing her sister as the ultimate goal to strive towards. Mu Qingga's feelings toward her family are quite complex. According to her plans, her alternate identities would not meet a favorable fate. As these identities matured in the land of Teyvat, Mu Qingga often contemplated abandoning her plans. After all, her sister from the original world is her true kin. Does that not hold weight in this world as well? Nevertheless, Mu Qingga ultimately resolved to adhere to her plans, for the system had promised her a beautiful conclusion. Though the journey may be fraught with challenges, the ending will assuredly be splendid. It is inevitable, however, that they would all experience the anguish of loss, a burden she must bear for the group of people she is destined to wrong. Thus, all 7 identities would strive to compensate for this before the outcome arrives. While they may occasionally seem unapproachable to outsiders, without exception, they are exceedingly caring and filial towards their family. Upon reaching her doorstep, Mu Qingga was astonished to find that the lights in the house were still aglow. Typically, her family would have long retired by this hour, and even before she was elected as Kaiyang Star, her parents would rise a few hours later to prepare for early sales. Gently pushing the door open, as was customary, she found it unlocked. Instead of investigating the illuminated room, Mu Qingga utilized her key to enter her own chamber, where she groped around the foot of her bed for a box. Opening it revealed a stone wrapped in cloth, emitting a faint radiance. Upon removing the cloth, the yuboshi illuminated an even greater area. After confirming there was no damage, Mu Qingga wrapped it again and placed it back in a box. Turning around, she froze in surprise. "Are you still awake? Big sister, weren't you also unable to sleep?" Standing at the threshold of Mu Qingga's room was her younger sister, Mu Qingxiu. "You should rest now," Mu Qingga said, affectionately patting her sister's head. "Big sister, the emperor is truly gone. No one lives forever. Even the emperor himself must eventually pass. For over 3,700 years alongside the divine, Liyue has been under the emperor's protection. Now, it is time to mature." Mu Qingga chose not to reveal the truth to her sister. This was the emperor's design, and she must comply. Although she had mentally prepared herself, hearing it from her sister's lips still pierced Mu Qingxiu's heart. How could the words "the emperor has fallen" even be linked together? "Big sister, are you leaving?" Mu Qingga placed her hand on her sister's face. Her 14-year-old sister, still adorably cherubic. "Do not worry, I will handle these matters. You, dear child, must prioritize your rest and avoid staying up late, understand?" "Yes, but now that our parents are away, it is clear that you have been awake just as long as I have. Be good, go to sleep. I will come to see you once I have dealt with these affairs." With her belongings in hand, Mu Qingga departed from the house and stepped into the night. Mu Qingxiu watched from behind, her eyes filled with concern. "You advised me to rest, but what of you, big sister? I at least managed to sleep a bit during the day, but you have been busy all this time." She always felt her sister bore an immense burden, and although her sister was remarkably capable, she was merely 3 years her senior. "Big sister, I'm no longer child." In a live broadcast, more than a day had passed in the land of Teyvat, while only a few seconds had elapsed in the player's world. After parting ways with Mu Qingga, Ing and Paimon accepted an invitation from the Harbinger to visit the North Bank. Under the Harbinger's subtle persuasion, Both Ying and Paimon began to suspect that the actions of the Seven Stars were questionable. However, due to Mu Qing's prior warnings, they did not harbor any doubts about her. After all, despite being on the same side, she did not seem like the scheming person described by the Harbinger. As in the original storyline, after dining, Paimon and Ying set off to seek the Adepti in Juyin Karst. During this time, Tartaglia also handed a universal restriction talisman to Ying. This time, without the pursuit of the Qixing, their journey proceeded much more smoothly. Following the system's task directives, they visited the Adepti, including the Honorable Anemo and Geo Adepti, and during their conversation with the Honorable Anemo, he even boisterously proclaimed intentions to suppress Liyue Harbor. The residences of the Adepti are extraordinary, allowing players to traverse mountains and valleys in this upgraded version of the game. Ying presented the token given by Mu Qingge to the Honorable Anemo, who, upon reviewing it, indicated that he understood the girl's intent and would exercise utmost restraint while preparing to travel to Liyue Harbor to negotiate with the Seven Stars in due time. The presence of the Adepti is indeed formidable. Their immense forms alone leave players in awe. It seems these anchor points can only be activated by her, as no one else has demonstrated the ability to use them thus far. Unlike the game, in Teyvat, evening must have an anchor point for both departure and arrival. However, this is not a significant issue, as these anchor points are scattered throughout Teyvat, and once Ying activates them, traveling becomes instantaneous. Thus, even in Liyue, she can visit Mondstadt during her leisure. Hey, not all the Fatui are villains. Look at this Harbinger. He has been assisting us. Wake up, streamer. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the Harbinger will definitely turn on us. Each of these Harbingers is rather good-looking, but my favorite is still the one beneath the snowy mountain. Will the Seven Stars be the final antagonists? What are you thinking? That could never be. My Mu is undoubtedly a good person. In Teyvat, Tartaglia informed Ying about the Seven Stars concealing the method to the Adepti-S transformation. Both Ying and Paimon were left in a state of confusion. While the situation seemed plausible, Ying felt that Mu Qingge was not the kind of person to act in such a way. Paimon had her own criteria for judging people and was often quite accurate. Who knows? I am somewhat acquainted with this generation's Kaiyang Star, and I understand her character, but when it comes to such significant matters, it is possible she too is shrouded in mystery. Rumors of the Emperor's passing had spread throughout the streets, and although the Seven Stars attempted to suppress the news, the influx of participants for the sending-off ceremony made it difficult to quell the rumors entirely. According to your words, the three-eyed and five-sensed immortals are soon to descend upon Liyue Harbor. The concealment of the immortal ancestors' transformation and the peculiar behavior of the Qixing are bound to incite displeasure among the celestial beings. Their intentions are unlikely to be overly amicable. Paimon interjected, that may not be the case. We entrusted Mu Qingge's token to Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan, who assured us of her restraint and willingness to engage in a thorough discussion with the Qixing. Dada Leah pondered. The relationship between the Geo Archon and the Immortals is quite profound. In my view, the fact that his death did not prompt an immediate intervention from the celestial beings in Liyue Harbor indicates considerable restraint. How do you know? In question puzzled, as Dada Leah did not seem to be a resident of Liyue. In Liyue, one can easily find a place to listen to tales and learn much about the Geo Archon, while also making good friends. Though many stories may be embellished artistically, the majority are adaptations based on real events. If you wish to uncover the truth, I can indeed recommend an individual capable of addressing the issue of the Qixing's concealment of the immortal ancestors' transformation. Paimon pulled Ying aside and whispered, should we trust him? If the immortals truly confront the Qixing in Liyue Harbor, it would be disastrous. Ying regarded the anxious little creature with a degree of helplessness. To be honest, this matter had little to do with them. Mu Qingge had already stated that she would not pursue them any longer, allowing them to withdraw from the situation entirely. Yet, through these days of understanding the Geo Archon, Ying sensed that he was likely not the kind of deity to separate her from her brother. After a moment of contemplation, Ying ultimately nodded. After all, she was an unequivocal good person, and her curiosity compelled her. Mu Qingge was also considered a friend. How could she not lend a hand in a friend's time of need? Moreover, she had maintained her vigilance against the Fatui, her instincts warning her that they were certainly plotting something significant. Chapter 24. the solemn ceremony of sending off the immortals in Liyue. Muchinga stood in the street, nibbling on a pastry while leaning against a wall, quietly consuming her snack. Initially, she had felt little, but now, having caught her breath, she realized just how exhausted she was, dark circles forming under her eyes. Earlier, Muchinga had been diligently researching the necessary steps for the ceremony of sending off the immortals, fearful of making any mistakes. After all, the ceremony was not under her purview, and she had been unaware of the details. Although she knew she would follow Ing and the others, and that Zhongli would be present, allowing her to inquire about any issues, she believed in being thorough. Since Muchinga had initially decided to independently conduct the entire ceremony, she felt it imperative to gather all pertinent information. In the world of players, upon meeting Zhongli, Guozi was immediately captivated by the knowledgeable and composed young gentleman. Swiftly forming a judgment, everyone, this fellow is undoubtedly extraordinary. He exudes an air of nobility and speaks with an air of wisdom. He must be a person of great importance. How can you tell? Isn't it obvious? He's clad in a dark robe, and everyone knows what those colors represented in ancient times. Just look at that aura. Immortal? I think it's the Qixing. Cough. Didn't they say he was a guest elder of the Wangxing funeral parlor? Based on my years of gaming experience, this person is definitely more than just a guest elder. He likely possesses another identity. No kidding. As the story progressed, after receiving reimbursement funds from the young master, Ing, Paimon, and Zhongli ventured into the streets. In a fleeting moment, sharp-eyed players noticed a familiar figure leaning against a wall. By the wall, up by the wall. Is that Muchinga? It must be her. Streamer, hurry over there. Muchinga seems to be over there. Guozi also spotted Muchinga, and just as she planned to approach after the dialogue concluded, Paimon unexpectedly dashed ahead. Stop. Let me handle this. In Teyvat. Ah, Chinga, what brings you here? Muchinga, momentarily resting and feeling a bit dazed, suddenly heard a familiar voice and turned to see Paimon floating towards her. Ing, noticing the dark circles under Muchinga's eyes, inquired with concern, Did you not sleep at all yesterday? Muchinga rubbed her forehead and replied, I apologize for my appearance. It's nothing. I'll be back to my usual self soon. Though there were many matters at hand, one must not forget to rest. Neglecting to do so can inflict considerable harm on the body. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli. This situation is truly unavoidable, and I usually take care. After expressing her gratitude to Zhongli, Muchinga turned to Ing and Paimon, saying, Since you are all here, as promised, I shall present the reward I mentioned. Ing and Paimon hurriedly waved their hands, insisting that while it had been agreed upon beforehand, it was not urgent. After all, they were friends, and whether or not to accept the reward was inconsequential. Muchinga retrieved a small box from her vision space. In truth, I have only just begun working and do not possess much, but Raiden told me that you, Ing, have a fondness for this item. I thought it beautiful and kept it, so I hope this can serve as a reward. Upon opening the box, Ying's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized a familiar aura. In Guozi's livestream, a box adorned with red and blue hues appeared on the screen, exuding an extravagant allure. Guozi and the audience collectively held their breath. That color. Opening the treasure chest revealed 3,200 primo gems. Holy moly! Guozi could not contain herself and exclaimed. 3,200 primo gems equated to 20 pulls. They had only just arrived in Liyue and completed a minor task, yet had received such a bountiful reward. The audience in the live stream became equally agitated, with the chat exploding in excitement. How much? Oh my gosh, login. Luchin. She gave me 20 pulls. She cares about me. When did she become so generous? Someone wake me up. I must be dreaming. Muchinga's gesture reminds me of the lovely Raiden, who gifted us a 5-star weapon. Muchinga bestows upon us 20 pulls. How fortunate are we Genshin players? Setting aside the frenzy in the live stream, back in Liyue, Ing clutched the box tightly, fearing that it might vanish if she did not hold it securely. One could see her genuine delight in using this as a reward. Ying's heart raced with excitement. Having slumbered for 500 years, her powers had diminished significantly, and this was precisely the aid she needed to restore her strength. It was of utmost importance. Chinga, is there a reason for your presence here? Noticing that Ing seemed lost in her joy, Zhongli turned to inquire about Mu Qingge. The name Qingge had been Mu Qingge's own request, and after some thought, Zhongli deemed it fitting and adopted it. Mu Qingge hesitated for a moment, glancing at the three before her, seemingly making a resolute decision, and said, with the Archon's passing, Ningguang and the others harbor many concerns. I do not comprehend nor wish to compromise. To me, the Archon's departure is the gravest matter for Liyue. He was like a benevolent father, and now that he is gone, it is difficult to accept. Although Mu Qingge's spirits were initially low, she soon regained her composure. At present, my foremost priority is to properly conduct the ceremony of sending off the immortals. It is a tradition of Liyue that must not be forgotten. They may have their reservations, but I do not. I have come to ensure the ceremony proceeds smoothly, even if I am the only one here. Nevertheless, the ritual must carry on. Zhongli listened quietly, crossing his arms and nodding frequently, even allowing a rare smile to grace his lips. Kaiyang, with a thoughtful heart, believed that the emperor would surely be pleased with your actions upon learning of them. Zhongli felt a sense of joy, knowing that there were still those among the Qixing who remembered this cherished tradition, particularly Kaiyang, whom he had nurtured personally. Paimon waved her tiny hands. Qingge, are you also organizing the sending-off ceremony for the Rock King Emperor? We are too. Let us do it together. Hey, you two? Ing placed the treasure chest down and patted Mu Qingge's shoulder. Yes, let us do it together. Mu Qingge smiled, the weariness on her face dissipating significantly. All right. Chapter 25. Is she a genius? We just received a sum of funding from Gongzi, and before we could begin preparations, we encountered you, Qingge. Since you're also preparing for the sending-off ceremony, what stage are you currently at? Mu Qingge took out the Yaboshi stone she always carried, opening it as she spoke. I apologize, but I'm just starting my preparations. So far, I have only managed to acquire this Yaboshi stone. Mr. Zhongli is well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge and is said to have extensive research on stones. This Yaboshi stone is something I previously collected. I only know that it is somewhat brighter, but for quality, I must consult with experts like Mr. Zhongli. Oh, not at all. I merely possess a little understanding. Zhongli took the Yaboshi stone from Mu Qingge's hands, examining it closely to ascertain its quality. This Yaboshi stone was of far superior quality than those commonly available. Likely sourced from the depths of the Great Abyss, well preserved. By universal standards, it was perfectly suited as a material for the sending-off ceremony. Mu Qingge seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although she had grasped the procedure, making a mistake at the initial stage of material preparation would be a disservice to the emperor. If that is the case, I shall first head to a jeweler to entrust them with the crafting of the vessels. I recall that the next step involves preparing incense paste. You all may proceed to procure the ingredients, and I shall join you shortly. Zhongli suddenly called out to Mu Qingge. I hope this does not offend, but I wish to inquire about the vessels that need to be crafted. Understanding his intent, Mu Qingge smiled slightly and relayed the information she had previously researched from texts. Zhongli nodded in satisfaction. Ing rushed to Mu Qingge's side, producing a bag of mora. This is the funding provided by Gongzi. We will use this to pay the merchants. To her surprise, Mu Qingge gently pushed it away. Thank you, but there is no need. I have some savings and wish to contribute to this sending-off ceremony. You may keep this money for future expenses. Zhongli smiled. The current Kaiyang possesses such character. It is of no concern. Ing shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. In fact, she found this disposition quite endearing and genuinely liked it. Mr. Zhongli seems to know Qingge well. Could you share more with us? On their way to purchase flowers, Ing could not help but inquire. Indeed, Paimon echoed, her curiosity piqued. After a moment of deliberation, Zhongli began. The current Kaiyang, Mu Qingge, is quite renowned in Liyue Harbor. Like Yu Hengxing, she was elected to be one of the Liyue Qixing at a young age. It is likely that anyone randomly selected from Liyue Harbor could recount her story. She received the vision of Geo at the tender age of 3, displaying extraordinary intelligence and talent from a young age, excelling in every skill she pursued without anyone being able to surpass her. 3 years old, Paimon exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. She received a vision at 3? Ing found it equally hard to believe. I recall that the process of obtaining a vision is quite stringent. It seems that a deity would only bestow one upon an individual once their wishes reach a certain threshold. Yet, What kind of intense desire could a mere 3-year-old like Chinga possess to capture the attention of a deity? Suddenly, Paimon had a thought. This is the realm of the Geo god. Could it be that the Rock King Emperor recognized her talent even when she was just a child, thus making an exception to grant her the vision? While Ing pondered this possibility, Zhongli interjected, "No, to my knowledge, the authority to grant visions does not lie with the 7 gods. The Emperor may also have wondered about this." "Oh," Paimon replied, somewhat dimly. Zhongli continued, "For years ago, during a sending-off ceremony, she received the Emperor's blessing, and he even bestowed upon her his own weapon. It was on that day that she joined the Qianyan army. The subsequent details are less clear to me, but I do know that she performed exceptionally well in the army, achieving remarkable feats and earning the respect of the entire camp. During the last election for the Qixing, she was elected as Kaiyang Star at the age of not yet 16. And since then, she has never faltered in her role, leading the Qianyan army to greater strength." In the player world, comments flowed. "What an extraordinary child. Cough. My dear, your excellence might overshadow me. I knew at the moment I saw Chinga. She is truly remarkable, a type of highborn beauty that exists only in dreams. Yu Hangsing, thanks to Chinga's 20 pulls, combined with my previous savings, I aim for a temporary farewell to Gongzi Tartaglia. Unexpectedly, I received a Yu Hangsing Keqing, a beautiful girl with cat ears and black stockings. Keqing's hairstyle is not cat ears. How vexing. I can't seem to draw her. Ended up with a good but not as visually appealing uncle instead. If that's the case, does it mean the weapon Chinga uses was once wielded by the Rock King Emperor? It seems the Geo god truly holds Mu Chinga in high regard. Alas, if only the Geo god had not perished. I still find myself utterly confused. The Geo god's death was so sudden. How did it happen? There are no divine clues yet. Could it be that the 7 stars were involved? After Mu Chinga had arranged for the vessels, she proceeded to Wanyu shop to purchase the incense paste for the sending-off ceremony, the best place for such items. Upon arrival, she found Zhongli and the other 2 already negotiating prices with the shopkeeper and discussing subsequent matters. Paimon spotted Mu Chinga and her eyes lit up. "Chinga, over here, hurry!" As Mu Chinga approached, Paimon continued, "We were just discussing whom to ask for help in making the incense paste. We were about to search the streets for those fragrant ladies. What do you think? Would you like to join us?" "Fragrant ladies? How do you intend to find them?" Ing suddenly sniffed the air ahead, as if discovering a treasure. "Chinga, you smell fragrant. Do you know how to make incense paste?" Mu Chinga was somewhat taken aback by Ying's keen sense of smell. Her own fragrance did not seem particularly strong. As the Kaiyang Star, she often used some incense, but merely within her room to aid in relaxation and quick sleep. "I do not know how to make incense paste, but I do know someone rather special. A friend of sorts, who is quite knowledgeable about this. Perhaps we could seek her assistance. Then let us not delay. We must set off." Zhongli shook his head. "I will wait for you near the 7-star statue. Once the incense paste is ready, we shall meet there." After bidding farewell to Zhongli, Mu Chinga led Ing and Paimon to the front of Inger's shop. "I'll wait here. You 2 go seek her help. I'll stay behind." "Chinga, aren't you coming with us?" "No, I don't quite get along with that friend, so you 2 go ahead. I'll just wait here. There's no rush." "Take your time." Mu Chinga did not intend to enter. It was sufficient for the traveler and Inger to handle it. She was uncertain how Inger might react upon seeing her. She felt somewhat unprepared for that interaction. Chapter 26. He knows I know his identity. Waiting felt a bit long. So Mu Chinga ordered a cup of tea from a nearby tea stall, savoring it slowly. The tea stall owner was a middle-aged woman who inquired if Mu Chinga desired some sugar for her tea, a suggestion she promptly declined. Although she was still young, Mu Chinga had developed a fondness for the tea's subtle bitterness, likely a result of her habitual consumption during work hours. The stall owner, either intentionally or unintentionally, kept glancing in Mu Chinga's direction, leading her to wonder if something was amiss. Upon inquiring, she was taken aback to learn that the attention was simply due to her striking appearance. She decided to disregard it and let the owner gaze as she pleased. Indeed, this guise of hers was quite captivating, with the specially crafted Qianyan military armor accentuating her tall figure, her skin radiant and supple, complemented by her long, silvery hair style high. At times, she found herself lost in the reflection of her own exquisite beauty. After consuming a few cups of tea, Mu Chinga spotted Ing and Paimon at the street corner, and immediately settled her bill. "Take care, Lady Mu," the owner called out cheerfully. "Ing, have you completed your tasks?" Ing produced 3 packaged fragrant bombs. "Yes, we are now headed to find Mr. Zhongli." The trio set off towards the nearest 7 Archon statue. Along the way, both Ing and Paimon tacitly avoided mentioning their recent encounter with Inger. Perhaps Paimon was unaware, but Ing likely chose to remain silent about it. Upon arriving at the statue, they found Mr. Zhongli had been waiting for quite some time. "Mr. Zhongli, we have arrived." Paimon's voice was as infectious as ever. Zhongli appeared momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the statue. "Mr. Zhongli, are you entranced by the statue? Do we keep you waiting too long?" The moment felt fleeting compared to the eternal watch of the Rock King, carved in stone. Paimon chuckled. How could one compare a person to a statue? Stepping forward, Mu Qingge observed the regal posture of the Rock King and spoke with heartfelt emotion. The Rock King established Liyue single-handedly, safeguarding it for countless years. He quelled sea monsters, subdued the Dragon King, created Liyue, and facilitated maritime trade. He built the most prosperous nation on Teyvat, expanding territories and asserting dominance, leading to a time of peace and prosperity. The Rock King remains the unwavering faith of the Liyue people, supporting us for so many years. He must surely be weary by now. Every year, during the divine ceremony, he meticulously arranges the affairs of trade, diplomacy, and agriculture for the coming year. His insights often encompass matters we have not even contemplated. After being distributed among the Qixing and various factions, we are all exceedingly busy. How much more so for the Rock King, who oversees everything. Rest well, Rock King. Liyue will be entrusted to us, and we shall not disappoint your expectations. For a moment, both Paimon and Ing were rendered speechless, while Zhongli silently regarded Mu Qingge before letting out a gentle sigh. Ing then presented the 3 fragrant bombs in succession: Jinwu Cangjiao, Shanin Jinxiu, and Piamiao Xianyuan. These were the favorites of young girls, wealthy heiresses, and mature women, respectively. As they offered the final bomb, Piamiao Xianyuan, the statue stirred with a sign of life. Paimon exclaimed with excitement, "It's the 3rd one." The Rock King favors the bomb, beloved by mature women. Could he truly be a mature woman at heart? Laughing, she added, "The Rock King may have countless incarnations. Perhaps one of them is indeed like that." Paimon lamented, "It's just a pity we only encountered that enormous dragon." Mu Qingge glanced at Ing, who had remained quiet, realizing that only little Paimon had been chattering away. Initially concerned, she soon heard Ing chuckle softly, reassuring her that her worries were unfounded. Noticing Mu Qingge's gaze, Ying inquired, "Is something the matter?" "No," Mu Qingge replied. Ing continued, "Mr. Zhongli, what shall we do next? I would appreciate your assistance in borrowing the Dichuan bell." "Huh? You two are not coming, Qingge?" Paimon pointed her tiny finger at Mu Qingge, her delicate hand resembling a charming figurine. Mu Qingge looked at Zhongli in confusion. Zhongli merely shook his head, saying nothing further. Paimon seemed eager to ask more, but Ing, sensing something, tugged the little one away. "Let us proceed," she said. "All right." Zhongli walked slowly ahead, while Mu Qingge followed a little behind. "What are your thoughts on the governance of Liyue, Mr. Zhongli?" "Governance?" She subtly glanced at Zhongli, whose expression remained impassive, revealing no discernible emotion. Yet, a fleeting glance from his eyes conveyed understanding, and Mu Qingge discerned the depth of his experience. Indeed, the aftermath of the Archon War saw the eradication of demons. Although monsters still lurk in the wilderness, they are largely contained by the Qinyan army. In my view, whether it pertains to external policies or internal development, Liyue's leadership possesses both the capability and the will to excel, while we yearn for the Rock King's rule. Hoping he remains with Liyue for eternity, even the hardest rock will eventually succumb to the passage of time. As the oldest deity among the surviving 7, I shall unwaveringly support the Rock King's thoughts. Zhongli's pace faltered slightly. When did you come to this realization? His question seemed somewhat perplexing, yet Mu Qingge understood its significance. The rank of a demon god is exceedingly high. I once read in a tome that even the weakest demon's fall can significantly impact the environment. The Rock King's south passing at Yujing Terrace, however, bore no repercussions on Yujing Terrace or its surroundings, which is highly abnormal. Furthermore, the Rock King is revered as a martial deity. I cannot fathom anyone capable of assassinating him. Even if such a person existed, they could not have done so quietly. Thus, I concluded that the Rock King has not perished. Zhongli rubbed his chin, somewhat uneasily. He realized he had indeed overlooked this aspect. Then why do you believe I am the Rock King? Muchinga paused for a moment, then met Zhongli's gaze directly. Given your profound respect for Liyue's traditions, the individuals likely to conduct the divine ceremony at this juncture are numerous. Conversely, the possibility of it being the Rock King is lesser. However, I must confess, Mr. Zhongli, I have previously investigated you and am aware of your extraordinary nature. Coupled with my prior deductions, I surmise that you are the Rock King. Yet ultimately, it remains merely a hypothesis, and the truth relies on your response. Zhongli's lips curled into a smile. You are quite bold and attentive in your reasoning. I have watched you grow and know you have already formed your conclusion. You may keep this knowledge to yourself and not share it with others. Muchinga clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. I shall heed the Rock King's decree. I wonder how you discern my awareness of your realization regarding the Rock King's existence, and that it is indeed you? Although you possess great talent, you are not proficient in every skill. The art of acting is one of your lesser strengths. Muchinga nodded silently, as if absorbing his words. Yet in her heart, she secretly mused, "Oh, Rock King, I can act and I am quite adept at it." Chapter 27. The young master receives desired news. As Muchinga conversed leisurely with Zhongli, she inquired about his reasons for arranging his own funeral. Zhongli merely explained that he wished to preserve Liyue's traditions. He also informed her that the divine ceremony had received the tacit approval of the Qixing, and that Ningguang and the others were not as she had previously suggested. The Rock King appears to be defending Ningguang and her companions, likely concerned that Muchinga might develop a rift with the other 6 stars over this matter. However, how could that be? She cherished every character in Genshin Impact. There was no way she could harbor any ill will towards them. Coughing lightly, she considered that in terms of visible antagonists, characters like Tartaglia did not truly count. If she had no discord with them, that would indeed be odd. Afterward, the two proceeded to Yujing Terrace, where they awaited Ing and Paimon, who were returning with the borrowed Dichuan bell. Paimon imitating Ing Lao's demeanor is truly amusing, were it not for her concern about her image. MQNGG would undoubtedly have laughed for a while. Subsequently, the group ventured out to purchase kites, and, as they were settling the payment, DDLY made his appearance. Young Master? Paimon was startled by the sudden interjection from the young master. Just passing by, DDLY remarked, casting a glance at MQNGG among the 4, somewhat perplexed as to how she had ended up there. Nevertheless, it was clearly not the moment for skepticism. Mr. ZHNGL remained as he always was. He never looked at prices or at his purse when paying or calling others to pay. In other words, he simply could not fathom a version of himself devoid of wealth. Paimon eagerly chimed in, "It's astounding. How has such a person not starved to death?" MQNGG glanced at ZHNGL and then at Paimon, her expression betraying a fleeting moment of discomfort, yet she ultimately said nothing. The players, while admiring this splendid visage, did not ponder further. Previous exchanges between ZHNGL and MQNGG near the 7A statue had not been incorporated into the game. Thus the players remained oblivious to ZHNGL's true identity. DDLY then provided a sum of money to Ying, and at this juncture, MQNGG ceased to present herself as affluent. She was genuinely out of funds. Her salary for the month had yet to be disbursed. The 4 of them collectively hired several workers at the dock. Thanks to MQNGG's presence, these laborers scarcely haggled. Payment assured, they would work. For these workers, it was simply a matter of fulfilling the requests of MDRN, even if payment were not forthcoming. Among the 7 stars, although MQNGG oversaw military affairs, she held considerable prestige in the eyes of the populace. Once all was concluded, during the absence of ZHNGL and MQNGG, DDLY approached Ying and Paimon. "Oh, is everything settled? You needn't worry about the remaining funds. Keep it for yourselves. Those who serve the Fatui shall not suffer losses." Paimon crossed her arms and, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, "Humph. Do you think I can be swayed by such handouts?" Alas, Paimon's bravado faltered within mere seconds as she gazed at DDLY with anticipation. When will you provide the next sum? Ying sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Paimon, where is your ambition? Haha, I have a piece of news. If you can tell me, I shall grant you access to the Northern Bank vault for half an hour. What news? Paimon was intrigued, yet Ying immediately became alert. Recalling the reputation of the Fatui and MQNGG's prior caution, she interrupted Paimon. No. Huh? Do you know what he seeks? What could the Fatui possibly desire? Remember, in Mondstadt, Paimon clamped her small mouth shut. Ah, the lady from the Fatui in Mondstadt. Before Paimon could finish her thought, DDLY huffed in displeasure, his tone lacking its previous cordiality. Enough. Really, what are you talking about? Sensing his own tone had shifted, DDLY continued. What has come over us? The atmosphere was peculiar just now. Paimon, startled by DDLY's recent demeanor, unusually refrained from speaking. Ying remained silent as well. At this moment, ZHNGL and MQNGG approached, with ZHNGL discussing the upcoming plans. Midway through, he sensed something was amiss and inquired with curiosity. DDLY offered a brief explanation before excusing himself. Ying, what is the matter? Ying shook her head, and Paimon remained silent. Observing their demeanor, MQNGG chose not to probe further. In a live stream, viewers commented, I sensed something off about that, young master. His expression was clearly one of anger. It seems MWIP was indeed correct. The Fatui certainly harbors some unspeakable secrets. Wouldn't it be better if we informed QNGG? Foolishness. We should definitely tell QNGG. I noticed EDLY seems wary of her. Back in Liyue, the plot continued to unfold at BBL. MQNGG was aware of the forthcoming storyline, but had no intention of intervening. After all, this was an engaging aspect of the game, was it not? She could not diminish the player's experience for her own convenience. Ultimately, upon realizing QNGG's intentions, ZHNGL and the others were left speechless. Yet, in the presence of the adorable QNGG, they could only accept their misfortune. It was by SH who came to their rescue. Shortly thereafter, DDLY also arrived, laughing heartily upon hearing the four discuss the incident involving Ying, and he volunteered to cover the expenses. In the end, HNGL uttered that famous line. 299,000. At first glance, it seems inconsequential, but in rational terms, it is indeed 1,000 less than 300,000. With matters regarding WNG's Ing settled, ZHNGL bid farewell to the group and departed. MQNGG followed closely behind him. As the young master left, his conversation with a Fatui spy revealed the whereabouts of the NZF2, located within the Golden House. From the player's perspective, so their target is the NZF2, while what was previously mentioned was not incorrect. Their true aim is the god S heart. What a disaster. Does no one know that the Fatui has already acquired this information? How does one obtain the god S heart? Disembowelment? That seems rather cruel. If we reference how Barbados was extracted of his god S heart, it is likely they will secure the god S heart without harming the body. It shouldn't be excessively brutal, considering this is a game. In Liyue, preparations for the sending-off ceremony were nearly complete, and ZHNGL graciously offered to treat the group to dinner. MQNGG declined the favor of the emperor, opting not to participate in the subsequent events. FNYN had already sent someone to urge him. Several significant matters remained indecisive. Perhaps it was not that he lacked resolution, but rather that MQNGG's decisions were all correct, and he was reluctant to take risks in such substantial matters. Furthermore, MQNGG needed to prepare for future encounters, whether facing the young master, Alcer, or her wife Beseech. The QNYN army must be thoroughly prepared. These soldiers were invaluable to their families. Their lives must be safeguarded. Chapter 28. Waiting for the duck to fall into the trap upon returning to the base. MQNGG immediately entered work mode. Simultaneously, she addressed several matters that FNYN had been unable to decide on. Once all tasks were completed, night had fallen, and this body was undeniably weary. MQNGG retired to bed, soon falling into a deep slumber. While MQNGG slept, At this moment, she had discovered a method to interact with the characters from the real world, not only managing to engage with players, but also editing the plot to insert her contributions into the game of Genshin. Previously uncertain of her role in the narrative, she now had a vastly expanded operational space. If memory served her correctly, the young master would likely head to the Golden House tomorrow to engage in battle with the Traveler, subsequently releasing the esteemed Ouser. Liyue's narrative is rich with highlights, and MQNGG could not afford to be absent from the forthcoming battles. Moreover, she needed to shine brightly. Opportunities were abundant, allowing her to leave a lasting impression on the players. Nevertheless, GMM felt it was insufficient. She planned to orchestrate a small climax before the grand storyline commenced, a moment uniquely her own. After all, Liyue had already witnessed numerous grand spectacles. A few more would be of no consequence. It was on this very night that GMM's other persona, the first seat of the Fatui from the Nation of Winter, Captain Capitano's first deputy, NQ, also arrived at Liyue Harbor. NQ came alone, without any companions, still clad in her previous attire from beneath the snowy mountains, immediately capturing the attention of the Q and YN army upon her arrival. When questioned by the Q and YN army, NQ explained her presence as a search for family. After filling out some basic information, she was granted passage into Liyue Harbor. Indeed, the bustling metropolis reveals an even more vibrant allure at night, and she wandered through Liyue Port, initially intending to visit Wanmin Restaurant. But alas, it had already closed by this hour. She settled for a nearby tavern, ordering an extravagant array of delicacies, and after indulging in a delightful feast, she took a moment to rest. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. Muchinga arose early to freshen up, subsequently summoning Feng Yin to convey a few instructions before departing. She was in no rush to head to the Golden House, for the traveler had yet to reach that stage in their journey. Indeed, she was now acutely aware of the traveler and Paymon's progress. As previously mentioned, Jiang Mumu was capable of playing the game, yet her game progression differed from that of the players. Hers was in real time. This meant that as long as she kept pace, her progress in Genshin corresponded directly to the journey of Ing and Paimon in Teyvat. At present, they were still slumbering. The reason Muchinga ventured out so early was to offer an apology at Wangsheng funeral parlor. Yes, an apology. She had previously rescinded the Qinyan army's pursuit of Ing and Paimon, but for reasons unknown, a small squad had not received the order. They had somehow learned of Ying's presence with Zhongli and, seemingly familiar with her, charged into Wangsheng funeral parlor with an aggressive demeanor, leading to a confrontation with Hu Tao, who ultimately expelled them. Muchinga only became aware of this incident while working the previous night. After understanding the full circumstances, she penalized the involved Qinyan soldiers by deducting 3 months' pay and additionally rewarding each with several military sticks. This was not out of malice. Rather, the actions of those soldiers had been excessively inappropriate. While Muchinga understood their agitation stemming from the death of the emperor, it did not excuse their dereliction of duty. She felt her punishment was relatively lenient. Upon entering Wangsheng funeral parlor, Muchinga immediately spotted the bored Hu Tao seated in a chair, wearing a Qian Kuan Tai Gua hat. With plum blossom-shaped eyes and slender fingers adorned with dark nail polish, she donned a long black robe that reached her waist, paired with shorts, knee-high socks, and black shoes. Her legs tied with a red ribbon, and her vision resting on her back. The moment Muchinga entered Hu Tao's line of sight, the lively parlor master sprang to her feet. "Chinga, you finally made it. I've been waiting here for quite a while," Hu Tao exclaimed. "Did you know I was coming?" "Of course. Many witnessed that incident. I had initially thought you would arrive yesterday," Hu Tao replied with a mischievous glance at Muchinga's expression, relieved to find her demeanor untroubled. "Just to clarify, they were the ones disrespectful to the deceased, speaking harshly. I was merely defending myself." Although Muchinga was not much older than Hu Tao, their interactions were infrequent, yet she held a fondness for the spirited girl. Moreover, they shared a business relationship, positioning Muchinga as a valued guest of Hu Tao's. Tasks assigned to the Qinyan army could often be perilous, such as eliminating monsters and dealing with treasure thieves, which made unexpected incidents likely. I am already aware of the entire sequence of events. My purpose here is not to assign blame, but to extend my apologies, Hu Tao's actions were justified. It was my failure to adequately manage my subordinates, and they, including their leader, have faced appropriate consequences. Muchinga and Hu Tao, though of similar age, presented stark contrasts in appearance. Muchinga existed in a liminal space between maidenhood and youth. Her stature was sufficient, yet her demeanor did not align. In contrast, Hu Tao embodied the essence of youthful form. We will also take responsibility for the losses incurred by Wangxing Funeral Parlor. I only hope Hu Tao does not harbor negative sentiments towards the Qinyan army because of this incident. Oh, nonsense. Hu Tao waved her hand dismissively. I long ceased to concern myself with such matters. The Qinyan army is steadfast, unyielding, and well-armed. This saying is quite well known in Liyue. To be honest, I was more worried you would come to blame me. I had no other thoughts. Muchinga was ushered to sit as Hu Tao playfully pressed her small hand on Muchinga's shoulder, seemingly to massage her. Why do you insist on wearing that armor all the time? Given the multitude of recent affairs, I must remain prepared for any situation that may arise. This armor is quite extraordinary. It is not cumbersome and very comfortable to wear. By the way, Hu Tao, is Mr. Zhongli currently at Wangxing Funeral Parlor? Zhongli? He left early this morning, before I had even awakened. I have no idea where he went. Why do you ask? He shouldn't be getting into any trouble, right? You misunderstand. My inquiry about Mr. Zhongli pertains to another matter. After conversing with Hu Tao for a while, Muchinga exited Wangxing Funeral Parlor. To her surprise, she unexpectedly encountered Yelan. Yelan? Yelan nodded gently and pulled Muchinga aside, ensuring the coast was clear before elucidating her concerns. Upon hearing the entire account, Muchinga couldn't help but frown. You lost track of the person? Yelan affirmed with a solemn nod. The individual exhibits highly suspicious behavior. Her name is Anchi, a person from the Winter Kingdom, registered with the Qinyan army. This is her likeness. Please remain vigilant. Muchinga took the portrait, glancing at it before inquiring, a mask? She consistently wears a mask, which is why I initiated an investigation into her. Regrettably, Muchinga tucked the portrait into her attire. It was rather well drawn, though she was unsure of the artist, most likely not Yelan. Very well, I shall remain cautious. After Yelan departed, Muchinga paused in contemplation. It turned out that Yelan had been following her previously. This referred to Anchi, who had been trailed since she exited the tavern this morning. In order to ensure the upcoming narrative unfolded smoothly, Anchi had taken some time to shake off Yelan. One could only marvel at Yelan's formidable prowess. It had indeed required considerable effort. Muchinga would not involve herself further in the ensuing events, for she had more pressing matters at hand. According to the game's timeline, it was likely that Tartaglia had begun plotting his approach to the Golden House. She needed to find a suitable excuse at the right moment, and tracking Anchi would serve as an excellent rationale. As for whether the Qinyan army would descend into chaos without her, Muchinga was confident that it would not. She had already made arrangements for the Qinyan army the previous night, placing her trust in Feng Yan's capabilities and the leaders under her command. While she intended to visit the Golden House, she would not encroach upon the narrative of Ying and Paimon. Such a transgression was strictly forbidden. It was time to elicit a reaction from the audience, for the atmosphere had been stagnant for far too long, and a jolt was due. Alas, my foolish brother, this time you shall endure some hardship, but fret not. Dear sister shall not strike you. Chapter 29. The Dilemma of Tartaglia in the Real World. Due to the differing timelines, players had only progressed through a few narrative tasks since Muchinga began preparing for the Immortal Invitation ceremony. For instance, only a little over half an hour had elapsed since the fruit incident. Both Guozi and the viewers in the live stream expressed regret over Muchinga's departure. The Liyue general struck a chord with countless individuals, especially considering the impressive character modeling. After a brief interaction, Guozi found herself deeply enamored with the character of Muchinga. As for Ruala, who dictated that one could not appreciate both. As a quintessential admirer of beauty, Guozi also harbored interest in Zhongli and the 11th Harbinger, particularly Zhongli, whose stunning visage paired with his old-fashioned demeanor created an inexplicable contrast. Guozi's gameplay progressed without delay. Following Zhongli's invitation, the so-called Secretary of the Seven Stars, Ganyu, approached the traveler and Paimon, intending to escort them to the Yuheng, Ningguang. However, she forgot to inform Ying and Paimon of the method to reach the Yuheng. During their search for directions, Ing and Paimon encountered another of the Liyue 7 stars, Keqing. Keqing's cat-eared black stockings left players thoroughly captivated. After acquiring the means to reach the Yuheng, Ing and Paimon met Ningguang, engaging in extensive conversation that altered their preconceived notions about her. It was during this time that Ing and Paimon proceeded to the Golden House. Eagerly, Guozi stretched, relishing the seamless narrative, vivid graphics, and smooth controls of the game, a rare jewel in the realm of gaming. The viewers in the live stream echoed their approval, their numbers swelling as they witnessed Guozi's engrossing gameplay. Upon arriving at the Huangjinwu, Paimon's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, is this really Huangjinwu? It looks grand from the outside, but the interior is even more opulent. And look at all the mora scattered about. Pondering the vast wealth generated here, she mused whether a slight discrepancy would go unnoticed. Huaying, observing Paimon's greedy demeanor, sighed. Do not reach out. Such actions invite trouble. If it were that simple, chaos would ensue. Paimon gasped, covering her mouth. Oh, so it's a bait trap? Thank goodness for your warning. But if we can't take it, at least we can admire it. Paimon daydreamed about possessing such an abundance of mora. Paimon, we still have a fair amount of mora ourselves, don't forget. Although we've been spending lavishly, we received 100 million from Rolla, and we've barely touched it. With a chuckle, she added, no one would complain about having too much mora, right? But let us first ascertain the status of the Shinzu Fahue. Huaying redirected the conversation towards their mission, and Paimon quickly caught on. It's strange that such an important place lacks guards. This is highly unusual. Huaying keenly noticed the fallen Qianyan soldiers. Clearly, the guards had not simply vanished. They had been dealt with by someone. Soon, the voice of the 11th Harbinger echoed. As your guide, your mission has been accomplished. Why seek further trouble? The players were instantly aware that something significant was unfolding. Guozi slammed the table in realization. I knew it. The Fatui are up to no good. And the Harbinger is no exception. The livestream erupted with excitement. Wow, you startled me. 666, that SR streamer, new viewers. Take note, she is not the sweet girl you imagined. Honestly, I quite like the Harbinger. Even knowing he is not a good person. I just hope things don't escalate too much. Inside the Huangjinwu, the confrontation between Huaying and Dada Liyue persisted. If you were a member of the Fatui, you might have earned a generous reward from the Queen. Alas, you are merely an annoyance now. After a volley of sharp words, Dada Liyue proclaimed, next, we shall indulge in a simple pleasure. Combat. Paimon exclaimed in shock. Combat? Are you the type who enjoys picking fights? You could say that, he chuckled. In Mondstadt, when a lady offends the divine outside the cathedral, she hastily retreats, preferring to seal everyone's movements with wind and snow rather than engage in battle to avoid drawing the knight's attention. Faced with strength, she calculates her interests, weighing victory against the repercussions. However, my greatest joy since becoming an executive has been to throw punches at the mighty. Paimon clenched her tiny fists. What happened in Mondstadt shall never occur again. Dada Liyue exuded confidence regarding his battle with Huaying, never doubting his victory. Huaying, irritated, retorted, You think I can't defeat you? What a joke. Haha, fine. Since you're eager to play, don't let me down. Earlier, Muchinga sought to avoid confrontation with the Immortals, prioritizing a more pressing matter. Therefore, she covertly followed Anshi, whom Yelan had warned her to be cautious of. When the people of Ningguang arrived, they found nothing amiss. Muchinga shadowed Anshi all the way to the Huangjinwu. Inside, Huang was sent sprawling by Dada Liyue. Rolling across the ground, Dada Liyue approached slowly, transforming his dual blades into a spear, spinning it with flair. Your swordsmanship is indeed intriguing, but that's where it ends. With that, he lunged at Huang. Reacting swiftly, she unleashed a wind blade to counter his attack. As her left foot struck the ground, countless rock spikes erupted. Tarjiching Dada Liyue. He deftly leapt away, and by the time Huang regained her composure, he had reached the Shinzu Fahue. Oof. Huang scoffed, surprised by his hidden prowess. Paimon gasped. He managed to use his disadvantage to approach the Shinzu Fahue. Do not be so astonished. Such maneuvers are trivial for seasoned warriors. With that, Dada Liyue extended his right hand towards the immense Shinzu Fahue. Given its size, he concentrated his electro element, forming a colossal hand to grasp the heart of the Shinzu, Fahue. Then, I shall claim Morik's Esnosis, Observing his empty palm, Dada Liyue chuckled. How unexpected. It seems you were the one to seize it first. The surrounding electro elements surged violently, and he activated the Archon S armament. In the live stream, the battle scene was grandiose, especially during the animated sequences, where Dada Liyue, as spinning spear, left many in awe. So cool. Wow. This graphic quality surpasses even the hottest national animations. Am I the only one captivated by the Shinzu, Fahue? It's enormous. I can't look away. It's simply breathtaking. Huiying was struck. This is disheartening. Why isn't Paimon joining the fray? You're counting on an emergency food item? Why does the animation depict a loss even after a victory? Outside the Huangjianwu, Muchinga had just arrived. She could have come sooner, perhaps even intercepting the Harbinger outside. But for the sake of the narrative, she chose to take a longer route. And she was the reason for the detour. No one would suspect that. Although no one was currently suspicious, the absence of witnesses in Teyvat did not mean the players were similarly uninformed. Players come from all walks of life. One could easily be intrigued by such matters. While flaws do not overshadow brilliance, she was a perfectionist. At the very least, the narrative she participated in had to be coherent. Otherwise, how could she gather emotional feedback? Within the consciousness realm, Jiang Mumu was engrossed in the game, synchronized with the unfolding plot. Outside, Anshi and Muchinga coincidentally arrived as Dada Liyue employed his forbidden technique outside the Huangjianwu. The players, still reeling from the revelation that the Geo Archon was not dead, were astonished by the emergence of his deity form. After Huiying and Paimon departed the Huangjianwu, the scene abruptly shifted. Chinga, my dear, is this the weight of stone? It seems Chinga is searching for someone. She must have just arrived. The deity is about to be unsealed. Oh no, Chinga, hurry to help. Do you think Dada Liyue will encounter Chinga now that he has emerged? In Chapter 30, Anshi and Muchinga confronted Dada Liyue, who involuntarily twitched at the sight of the renowned Kaiyang Star before him. The unexpected turn of events left him puzzled. Shouldn't the 7 stars be engaged with the immortals at this hour? How could she be here? Although doubts lingered in his heart, it was evidently not the opportune moment for such entanglements. Dada Liyue was acutely aware that the situation at hand was far from easily resolvable. Based on his understanding of Muchinga, a fierce battle was imminent. Troublesome matters continued to arise, and he truly did not wish to engage in conflict here. Ozair was about to emerge, and as one of the 7 stars, his absence would surely not bode well. At this moment, Muchinga's expression was exceedingly grave. So, you're saying that the earlier commotion was entirely your doing? Dada Liyue spread his hands. As the 11th harbinger of the nation of winter, I must execute the will of the Ice Queen. If given a choice, I would prefer not to stand opposed to you. After all, we are friends, are we not? Muchinga summoned Guanhong. Let us discuss this matter later. You have ample time. The transgressions of invading the Golden House, assaulting the Qianyan army, showing disrespect to the immortal ancestor Fa Ta, plotting to seize the god S heart, and ultimately unleashing the slumbering demon of Gu Yungu. Each offense could justly bind you in chains. With a resounding thud, the Guanhong spear struck the ground. Muchinga, with an air of authority and undeniable dominance, proclaimed, I shall bring you to justice. As she uttered these words, her demeanor radiated magnificently against the backdrop of the dark rock elemental power. The audience was taken aback by this sudden display, erupting with exclamations of awe. The live chat transformed into a frenzy of excitement. Sister, step on me. So handsome. So handsome. This music gives me chills. Can a character come out and explode? Dada Liyue, danger. Just as the viewers were animatedly expressing their excitement, the screen flickered before, swiftly transitioning into animation. Oh yes, the animation has commenced. Splendid. MiHoYo has done brilliantly. Upon entering the animation, Muchinga and Dada Liyue charged towards each other, colliding with tremendous force. After an intense clash, Dada Liyue was sent flying, and upon landing, he quickly donned his Demon Lord armor, the surrounding thunder elements erupting as he surged to engage Muchinga in combat. The fight was exceedingly grand, with rocks and trees around them shattering and collapsing under the residual force. Both warriors wielded long spears, their exchanges of offense and defense mesmerizing, providing a feast for the eyes. Is this the power of an ordinary god, as I wielder? It's a tad excessive, I assent it. The destructive force is immense. Ordinary? You clearly do not understand what ordinary means. One is a harbinger of the Fatui, and the other is one of the 7 stars. How can they possibly be ordinary? Lord Mu is so cool, ah. In Teyvat, the brief skirmish culminated in Mu Qingji's victory. This outcome was entirely expected. Not only was Dadalia unable to best her, but he had just fought against Ing and bore some injuries. The side effects of using the Demon Lord armor had also taken their toll, and for Dadalia to endure until now was quite impressive. Coughing, Dadalia lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, which he gently wiped with his wrist. So I indeed lost. I must become stronger. Mu Qinggu averted her gaze slightly, concealing a flicker of compassion within her heart. After all, as an Enchi, Dadalia was her elder brother. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A sound of air being sliced through came from behind her, and Mu Qinggu swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an ice spike that grazed her face, leaving a thin line of blood. As Mu Qinggu delicately traced the bloodstain with her verdant fingertip, the atmosphere around her grew tense. The audience in the live stream reacted immediately, expressing their discontent. Oh no, how can Mu's divine beauty be marred? Is there another expert? Where are the Liyue people? Must she face this alone? Where is the traveler? Liyue is in chaos. The 7 stars are confronting the immortal, and now a demon has emerged. Meanwhile, the fallen Dahlia recognized the familiar attack style and elemental force, instantly realizing who had arrived. His heart filled with surprise. And she, upon seeing the familiar figure from beneath the snowy mountains, the players erupted once more. Oh my gosh, it's her. She must be the Harbinger. This individual is undoubtedly a Harbinger. Ah, so her name isn't she? No, please, I adore this character. Do not let them fight. Kakik. The upstairs now understands my feelings as both a Dadalia and Mu Qinggu fan. Mu, hurry and leave. It's unfair to face 2 opponents. Outside the Golden House, Mu Qinggu regarded the girl not far away with cold eyes. After pursuing you for so long, you finally showed yourself. And she remained silent, her silver mask betraying no hint of her current expression. After glancing at Dadalia, who lay bleeding behind Mu Qinggu, and she finally directed her gaze towards Mu Qinggu. Is this your doing? He brought it upon himself, and she held her silence, fixating her gaze on Mu Qinggu, who also refrained from speaking, tightening her grip on the long spear. Sensing the escalating tension, Dadalia forced himself to stand. Mu, sister, please do not engage. Panic began to seep into Dadalia's demeanor. Even though he had narrowly escaped Mu Qinggu's grasp earlier, he had never felt as frantic as he did now. He understood Mu Qinggu's nature well, and he knew his sister's temperament even better. If these two were to clash, one of them would undoubtedly be injured, perhaps grievously. Regardless of who was harmed, Dadalia could not bear to witness such a result, and she needed no further explanation. She was his dear sister. As for Mu Qinggu, Dadalia's feelings were more complex. Objectively, her actions were justified. Despite their opposing allegiances, he could not bear to see her hurt. The reason might lie in the mutual respect forged through their long battle, a bond shared between warriors. Silence. Mu Qinggu and Enchi simultaneously shouted at Dadalia, then exchanged exasperated glances. How could these 2 alter egos end up in such a mishap? However, it was not entirely unexpected. To alleviate the awkwardness, they unleashed their ultimate moves against one another, their movements sharp and devoid of the restraint they had shown towards Dadalia. Dadalia's pupils widened in shock as he reached out in an attempt to intervene. But the shockwaves from Mu Qinggu and Enchi's attacks overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. In the live stream, viewers were bewildered. Sister? That person is the Harbinger's sister. Wait, Mu and Enchi clearly have never met before. Why does it seem as though they both regard each other with disdain? Of course, Dadalia's actions in unleashing the demon have undoubtedly endangered countless ordinary Liyue citizens. So Enchi, who might be Dadalia's sister, and just attacked him, would naturally harbor animosity. As for Enchi's feelings towards Mu, seeing her brother in such a state would naturally cause her anger. Regardless of others, Mu must not come to harm. In my opinion, neither Dadalia nor Enchi are virtuous characters. Everything Mu has done from the beginning has been correct. It is her duty as one of the 7 stars. Regardless of the perspective of the audience, all eagerly anticipated the outcome of this battle. However, as Dadalia fell unconscious from the impact, the screen abruptly went black, and the viewer's perspective shifted to Ing and Paimon. The audience expressed their frustration. What the heck? Chapter 31. A villain after Dadalia departed from the Golden House. The two immediately pursued him. At that moment, the sky was thick with dark clouds, arcs of lightning flickering ominously within, instilling a sense of foreboding. An atmosphere charged with impending catastrophe. Traveler, Paimon, feeling a bit frightened, nestled behind Ing. Ing gazed into the distance, where several swirling tornadoes connected the sky to the horizon. Despite the vast distance, the winds they generated still tousled her hair. At that moment, a colossal shadow swept overhead. What could that be? As it moved forward, they finally discerned that it was indeed Chuanyu soaring through the sky. Let us go, Paimon, Ing urged, quickening her pace as Paimon hurried to keep up. Wait for me. The giant body of the vortex demon god, Osail, surged from the ocean, a sight that would send shivers down the spine of anyone suffering from fear of giants or the deep sea. Some might even faint from the sheer terror. 3 massive heads emerged from the water, cascading torrents like waterfalls around them. Compared to the game Genshin Impact that Jiang Mumu had played, this optimized version was far more exquisite. The hyper-realistic graphics significantly enhanced the immersive experience for players, and the sheer size of the demon god, magnified several times, created an overwhelming sense of pressure that was on an entirely different plane. In a live stream, viewers gasped at the sight of the demon god emerging from the sea, with Guozi nervously swallowing. What in the world? Can anyone defeat that? Should we call Ultraman? No, even Ultraman might not stand a chance. The comments echoed similar sentiments. So huge! What a spectacle! This scene is incredible. Is this truly a demon god? It's hard to imagine how it was defeated by the Geo Archon. Am I really supposed to fight that? Are you serious? On Chuanyu go. Paimon panted, I'm so tired from all this rushing. If we hadn't spotted Chuanyu go flying overhead when we left the Golden House, we would have known where to go. Are we catching up? The Vortex Demon God is still in the sea and hasn't landed at Liyue Harbor yet, right? As Paimon spoke, Xiao emerged, questioning them in confusion. What brings you here? Oh, it's the Adepti. Why are you on Chuanyu? I heard you were arguing with the 7 stars. Has that been resolved? Ningguang stepped forward to clarify. The Adepti believe that in times of crisis, we must set aside our differences with the 7 stars and unite against the common foe. Next to her, Xu Ziyang Jun huffed with a touch of arrogance. Paimon took on her role as the voice of the gods. I see. So what is the current defense plan? She looked apprehensively at the distant giant demon god. Feeling her breath become constricted, Paimon hid behind Ing, feeling intimidated. Keqing remarked, some of the new recruits in the Qinyan army can barely stand. The pressure from the ancient demon god seems to be quite harmful to ordinary people. Precisely for that reason, we must not allow that monster to approach the civilians of Liyue Harbor. Paimon stroked her chin thoughtfully. Speaking of the Qinyan army, ISN teaching absent? Ningguang shook her head. When the Adepti arrived, I sent someone to look for her, but she was not found, given the commotion from the demon god's emergence. She is sure to come. In the live stream, viewers commented, Mu's wife is still fighting the Harbinger. She won't make it here in time. Oh no, I hope Chinga is okay. That Anshi looks pretty formidable. Miho Yo, show us what is happening. Back on Chuanyu go. The proud bird then proposed utilizing a new type of Guizhong machine to combat the demon god, gaining unanimous agreement. The players learned of the proud nature of the borrowing wind true monarch for the first time. Then, without further ado, let us begin. Ningguang cast her spell, instantly ascending into the air and using the formations on Chuanyu to create a massive platform. In the center of the platform stood 3 enormous Guizhong machines. Each Adeptus approached a machine to infuse it with their magical energy. After absorbing the Adepti's power, the machines unleashed a firepower that left the players in awe. Wait, I thought it was a single shot. I didn't expect it to be more powerful than a Gatling gun. Ningguang's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Her gestures and movements exuding an air of cultivation, complemented by her icy demeanor and the grand spectacle that resonated deeply with the hearts of Chinese players. Oh, it's so beautiful. Why is she only a 4-star character? She is definitely 5-star material. Is this still a game? I feel like I'm watching a movie. This is amazing. I'm loving this game more and more. On the platform, several vortex portals suddenly appeared, from which members of the Fatui emerged. The Fatui, they were heading towards the Guizhong machines. Ing immediately drew her weapon, Endless Resolve, and charged alongside Keqing. Earlier, outside the Golden House, a once lush area filled with trees and flowers had been flattened. Mu Qingge supported herself with one hand on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth down to her hand, exhaling cold breaths. Devalin lay unconscious nearby, and Anshi was in a similar state, blood seeping from beneath her mask. Though heavily injured, neither felt any real pain. Their external appearances were mere performances. Mu Qingge had at least 3 broken ribs and significant internal injuries, while Anshi was in a comparable situation. Why, despite the camera not focusing on them during their fight, were they still performing so vigorously? There was a reason for this. Firstly, it was logical that 2 combative and vengeful individuals would clash fiercely. Secondly, she placed great importance on the external display of her disguises, regardless of audience presence. Each disguise had its role to fulfill, and they had to adhere to a coherent logic. Long ago, the system had warned her that her disguises must hold no weaknesses. Deceiving the 7 gods was no simple task, especially with Mondstadt S. Barbados, whose wind was more reliable than it appeared. Lastly, her progress had been slower than anticipated. Sustaining injuries could provide her with emotional feedback, aiding her future plans. She cherished all 7 of these disguises, unwilling to let any be despised by the audience. To advance her scheme, she needed a villain, one that would remain consistent throughout, a truly wicked character who could not be redeemed and would ultimately meet a tragic end. The emotional feedback would assist her in shaping this villain, which had been part of her long-standing plan. With this villain in place, her grand designs could finally commence. Chapter 32. The rebound of a shattered shield coughing. Mu Qingge spat out a couple of blood droplets and wiped her mouth clean with the other hand, unsteadily rising to her feet. And she glanced at her, then at the unconscious figure beside them, ultimately deciding to haul her brother Valin by his collar and stagger away from the scene. Once she confirmed Anshi had indeed left, Mu Qingge felt her body weaken but managed to grip her spear tightly, preventing herself from losing face. Impressive. Both Anshi and Mu Qingge, these 2 disguises, possessed formidable strength. This was excellent. It made her operations all the more feasible. After resting for a few minutes, Mu Qingge stood up again. The injuries sustained by this disguise were substantial, and she began to experience sluggishness in her movements. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to present the truest state of her body. She harnessed elemental power to envelop the most grievously injured areas, carefully protecting them. Then, she stowed away her spear and, despite the pain, sprinted towards the harbor, heading into the battlefield against the demon god. With the aid of the Adepti, alongside Kaiyang, Ganyu, and the Qianyan army, Ing successfully repelled the interference of the Fatui, allowing the 3 Adepti to fully manipulate the Guizhong machines and finally exert pressure on Osale. This marked the first occasion where their assault had a tangible effect on Aozur, invigorating the spirits of all present. However, before elation could fully settle in, Aozur began to gather energy, the increasingly dense energy causing a palpable unease among the attendees. The energy sphere ascended into the heavens before scattering, plummeting down like a meteor. "Run for your lives," Paimon cried, soaring swiftly while clutching her little head. Behind her, Keqing and the Qianyan army desperately sought refuge, racing towards Chuanyu Pavilion. Yet, Aozur's strikes were alarmingly swift, leaving them little room to evade. Just as the attacks were about to land on the platform, a mysterious yellow shield materialized, momentarily absorbing the meteoric onslaught. However, the force of Aozur's attack was formidable. The shield shattered within mere moments, and Mu Qingge, who had summoned it, was violently rebuffed, spitting out a copious amount of blood. Chinga, Paimon, the fastest among them, was the first to notice Mu Chinga's distress, her small face filled with concern. Are you all right? Is everything okay? Mu Chinga waved her hand dismissively, signaling her well-being. Oh dear, you've lost blood. Don't be so brave. Paimon stamped her little feet in worry. Mu Chinga gently stroked Paimon's head, her tone soft. It's all right. Paimon, the most critical matter now is that. Ing and the others approached. How are you holding up? Ing inquired. Keqing rested a hand on Mu Chinga's shoulder, gently supporting her. You were overly confident. How could your shield withstand the Archon's attack? It's fine, as long as you are all unharmed, she reassured them. In the live stream, viewers commented on the tender nature of Mu Chinga, expressing their admiration. Some noted her pallor, suggesting she appeared unwell even before the shield was breached. Though Mu Chinga's combat with Anqi was not broadcasted, it seemed she had sustained serious injuries. Keqing, at a loss for words, allowed Mu Chinga to lean on her for support. Xiao remarked, before protecting others, one must first ensure their own safety. Mu Chinga nodded in agreement. The celestial beings, including Liyue and Jianfeng Jinjun, displayed concern, well aware of the significance Mu Chinga held for the Adepti, especially Xiao and Liyue and Jianfeng Jinjun, who had greater insight into her situation. With a grave enemy before them, there was little time for pleasantries. The Guizhong mechanism had been destroyed. What means remained to thwart it? Ganyu stepped forth from the crowd. Chuanyu Pavilion is our final bastion. We cannot retreat another step. Ningguang descended from the sky, unaffected by the destruction wrought upon the platform. She glanced at Mu Chinga, nodded, and then addressed the assembly. I have another plan. Ganyu inquired, what do you mean? Ningguang, I must abandon Chuanyu Pavilion. Mu Chinga felt faint, the world around her blurring into doubles. She realized her body had reached its limit and required immediate medical attention. However, in this crucial moment, she remained silent, gripping Keqing's hand more tightly. Traveler, please lend your strength. Ing, with a serious demeanor, drew her longsword and plunged it into the floor of Chuanyu Pavilion at the opportune moment. Concurrently, Shuiyu Zhu Yang Zhenjun approached Keqing. Just as Keqing intended to assist Mu Chinga, the latter suddenly slumped, collapsing into Keqing's embrace. Chinga! Keqing's alarm was evident as she swiftly cradled Mu Chinga and leaped onto Shuiyu Zhu Yang Zhenjun's back. In that instant, as everyone evacuated Chuanyu Pavilion, the grand structure crumbled with a resounding crash. Chuanyu Pavilion was no ordinary edifice. Its means of attack were far from simplistic. The energy that had kept it aloft was embedded within its architecture, now activated to unleash a self-destructive force of immense potency in a fleeting moment. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted over Liyue Harbor. In an instant, the sea recoiled violently, surging forth. The celestial beings who had reached a safe distance joined forces to halt the encroaching tides, preventing the waves generated by the explosion from overwhelming Liyue port. Once the waters settled, the ominous clouds dissipated and the sun's rays illuminated the scene, dispelling the earlier tension surrounding the Archon. From the player's perspective, nearly all attention shifted to Mu Chinga after her appearance. The moment she collapsed in Keqing's arms was distinctly captured. Oh no, has Chinga fainted? Am I the only one who noticed the blood at the corner of her mouth? You're not alone. No, please, not the blades, anything but that. So she really is gravely injured. Those despicable Fatui, how could they harm such a beautiful maiden? I just want to know if Anqi is hurt as well. It would be terribly unfair if only Chinga suffered. Following the explosion of Chuanyu Pavilion, the comments exploded. What the heck is this? An atomic bomb? Is it truly just a building? Just a building? Have you ever seen a structure flying in the sky? I'm still asking, why is Ningguang a 4-star? This Chuanyu Pavilion bomb is beyond that. While Mondstadt is battling dragons, Liyue has opted for a nuclear explosion. In the aftermath, at Liyue Harbor, Keqing gently laid Mu Chinga on the ground. Chinga, what is wrong? The commotion quickly drew the attention of the other 7 stars and the celestial beings. Liyue and Jianfeng Jinjun summoned her power, enveloping Mu Chinga in a protective aura as she assessed her condition. Paimon interjected, it's true, she just bled. Could it be the backlash from the shield being shattered by Auser? No, it's more than that, Liyue and Jianfeng Jinjun replied. Her injuries are severe. The backlash is merely a fraction of the harm she suffered earlier. Xiao added, Her complexion was already off when she arrived at Chuanyu Pavilion. Ningguang's expression darkened as she pondered. We must prioritize getting Chinga to Bubu Pharmacy. Her safety is paramount. At that moment, several leaders from the Qinyan army stepped forward. Two of them procured a stretcher, and Ying and Kuching assisted in transferring Mu Qing onto it. Feng Yin bowed to the 7 stars and the celestial beings, declaring, Lady Mu shall be entrusted to us. We will ensure she reaches Bubu Pharmacy with utmost haste. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly carried the stretcher away. Despite his rapid pace, the 2 leaders' strong hands ensured a smooth ride. Traveler, let us follow them. I'm so worried about Chinga. Just as Ying was about to nod, she glanced at the celestial beings and the other 7 stars, suppressing her impulse to leave immediately. Paimon, let us wait a moment. There is no use in going now. At Bubu Pharmacy, Mr. Bai, come quickly. The call sent panic through the 2 leaders carrying the stretcher, prompting them to accelerate their pace once more. How had the situation deteriorated so suddenly? Mr. Bai. Upon arriving at Bubu Pharmacy, Feng Yin found no sign of Baizhu, calling out and searching frantically. Shortly thereafter, a small, animated zombie girl named Chi-Chi entered Bubu Pharmacy. Hearing them call for Mr. Bai, she gently tapped her chin and said, Mr. Bai seems to be inside. Chi-Chi can go fetch him. The entire battle against the demon deity was brief, and many injured members of the Qinyan army received medical attention. However, at Balu, there were frequently numerous patients, and today Baizhu happened to be inside. Before Chi-Chi could act, Feng Yin rushed in immediately. Inside the hall, several drowning victims lay before Baizhu. After his intervention, only 2 remained in critical condition. The rest were no longer in life-threatening danger. These individuals had been rescued by Chi-Chi from the fringes of the battlefield, some pulled from the sea. Upon seeing the newcomer, Baizhu's initial dissatisfaction quickly morphed into confusion. The commander Feng Yin. It was rare to witness Commander Feng Yin so flustered, prompting Baizhu to realize the gravity of the situation. Mr. Bai, hurry, save her, Feng Yin urged, pulling Baizhu out of the inner hall. And Baizhu complied without resistance. This is Miss Mu Qinga. Glancing at Mu Qinga's pallor, Baizhu's expression turned grave. He placed his hands on her wrist. She was injured during the battle against the demon deity. She appeared stable during the previous examination. But I do not understand why her condition has suddenly worsened so drastically. Baizhu summoned 2 attendants to assist in transferring Mu Qinga to a room within the inner hall. You all wait outside for a moment. Inside the room, he assessed her injuries for broken ribs, minor internal organ damage, elemental energy depletion, excessive internal bleeding, and extreme fatigue. Her injuries are severe. To heal her, I must resort to that technique. I understand. I will save her. Looking at the young girl before him, respect flickered in Baizhu's eyes. She had fought to protect Liyue against the demon deity, depleting her elemental energy and exhausting her body. As a member of those who were to be protected, he vowed to save her. I knew it. Let's proceed. Meanwhile, the players were engrossed in the main storyline. When we go to see Mu Qinga, why doesn't miHoYo give us the option to follow along? It seems that only Qinga was injured in the entire battle of Liyue. What terrible luck. It must have been the Fatui's doing. Players first expressed their sentiments regarding the era of human governance with the 6 stars and celestial beings before hastily preparing to head to Bulu. In Teyvat, Liyue. Hey, Ying, look over there. Is that the 11th Harbinger? Following Paimon's pointing finger, Ying confirmed it was indeed Tartaglia. Paimon, hands on her hips, exclaimed, How dare he appear so brazenly here? Isn't the Qinyan army going to apprehend him? Ying glanced around, noting the absence of any Qinyan soldiers. Turning back to Tartaglia, she observed his pained expression. He stumbled, holding his chest, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Paimon, let's follow him. Ying instinctively felt something was amiss. She recalled she hadn't injured Tartaglia to such an extent. If it wasn't her doing, who could it be? Suddenly, Mu Qinga's image flashed in her mind. Previously, Liyue had mentioned that the backlash from Shattered Shield shouldn't be so severe. She was certain he had sustained serious injuries prior, considering Tartaglia's current state. It was highly suspicious. With this possibility in mind, Ying clenched her fist. The bond she had formed with Tartaglia over the past few days paled in comparison to that with Muchinga. Indeed, the Fatui were up to no good. Northland Bank? Paimon, let us go. Due to their previous relationship with Tartaglia, the Fatui did not impede their entry, allowing them to enter Northland Bank smoothly. Are you seriously saying this is cooperation between harbingers? Cooperation should at least involve information sharing. Oh, don't dwell on that. Tartaglia, you ultimately disregarded the transaction and scheming, creating chaos purely for enjoyment. Isn't that quite fitting for your style? The woman teased Tartaglia. However, you were injured so severely, it seems I underestimated that traveler's strength. She cast a sidelong glance at him. Your so-called friendship with that traveler doesn't seem so remarkable. Tartaglia did not retort, but merely let out a cold snort. Since this matter concerned his sister, he dared not speak openly in front of Morix. The woman suddenly glanced toward the entrance. Oh, wait, your guest has arrived. Ing and Paimon rushed forward, stunned to see Zhongli behind them. Zhongli? And you are that Fatui harbinger. Lady. Ing gritted her teeth. Paimon, hands on her hips, appeared furious. Hey, Tartaglia, did you injure Chinga? Zhongli, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head. What? Chapter 34. Treatment. The mere utterance of those two simple words plunged the atmosphere in the room into an icy silence. An invisible pressure suddenly weighing heavily on the hearts of those present. Tartaglia felt a tightening in his chest as faint lightning flickered in his hand. This pressure arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving the occupants of the room trembling in its wake, momentarily enveloped in silence. Zhongli's amber eyes shifted toward Tartaglia. Tartaglia quietly dissipated the elemental energy in his hand, forcing a relaxed smile in an attempt to alleviate the awkward tension. However, the movement drew attention to the bruises on his face, rendering his expression quite unnatural. Lord Mu and I are both pure warriors. This accidental injury is purely unintentional, but I will not shirk responsibility. If Mr. Zhongli wishes to seek justice on behalf of Lord Mu, I shall leave it to your discretion. In the presence of this deity renowned for his martial prowess, Tartaglia abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Just the aura from a moment ago had left him breathless. Even donning the Demon King's armor would be of no use. It might even exacerbate the situation. Zhongli silently scrutinized Tartaglia for a long moment, causing the latter's scalp to tingle. Cough. The woman was the first to break the oppressive atmosphere, gently clearing her throat to remind Zhongli. As per our agreement, I have come to collect your gnosis, Morix. Morix? Paimon exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Zhongli was indeed Morix, and also looked at Zhongli in shock. Zhongli extended his hand, revealing a gnosis resembling a yellowish chess piece. The contract has been fulfilled. I grant you the promised item. The woman accepted the gnosis from Zhongli's hand, intending to voice a complaint, but ultimately refrained, having felt somewhat intimidated by the forceful aura he had exuded. Paimon was bewildered. And what about them, the Fatui? How did you end up with them? The two exchanged glances, and Paimon ceased her inquiries. Before leaving Northland Bank, Zhongli stated, this matter will be resolved shortly, and you shall bear the consequences for the damage caused to Liyue outside of the contract. This, too, is a form of contract. Minutes after Zhongli departed Northland Bank, Tartaglia finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his body felt nearly drained. Truly, he was the oldest deity. Such pressure. The woman also felt the strain. She shot Tartaglia an annoyed glare and retorted, did you also get into a scuffle with Muchinga? Tartaglia was reluctant to engage with her, but considering Zhongli's earlier reaction, he hesitated before revealing the truth. Truly siblings, both lacking in sense. Enough, Tartaglia. In your current state, who could you possibly threaten? The woman secured the gnosis of the Geo god, her expression turning serious. Take me to Xian Qi. She can no longer remain in Liyue. Understood. Meanwhile, players were astonished by the events unfolding at Northland Bank. What? So you are the Geo god? I can't believe I was deceived by this thick-browed fellow. Darn, I still feel angry seeing the lady. Why does knowing Zhongli is Morix suddenly make him seem so authoritative? No, it's not an illusion. Did you not see Tartaglia and the lady's expressions right now? It is evident that Zhongli is quite angered, which is entirely understandable given that one's subordinates or juniors have been bullied. Chinga, I wish to see Chinga, he states. Did the gentleman not just attempt to flee? I cannot have been mistaken, he muses. Being exposed before a deity regarding one's actions must have left him drenched in sweat, he reflects. The sight of Zhongli moments ago made my heart skip a beat. Such is the essence of authority. I sensed he might be inclined to deliver a beating to Tartaglia. I share your sentiments, comes the reply. Outside Bagua Bank, Zhongli, you are indeed the Geo Archon. How infuriating, you have deceived us so thoroughly. Paimon, ever the classicist, disregards the atmosphere. Zhongli is quite knowledgeable about the actions of the Fatui in Liyue. Such occurrences should not transpire, should they? Hu Tao's perspective is limited. She recounts the battle with the gentleman, the subsequent victory, and Mu Chinga's sudden, fainting spell, along with the speculations of those present, detailing every nuance. Zhongli gently shakes his head. Hu Tao inquires, is there a problem? Zhongli replies, the gentleman has battled Chinga several times. Had Chinga been earnest, he would not have been a match for him, especially considering, as you both mentioned, he has just emerged from a fierce battle, rendering him even less capable. Paimon scratches her head in confusion. If not the gentleman, then who could it be? Zhongli, lost in thought and already certain of the answer, responds. This matter shall be discussed later. I wonder where Chinga is now. She was sent to Bubu Pharmacy by several instructors of the Qinyan army. We originally intended to visit Bubu Pharmacy, but encountered the sneaky gentleman along the way, leading us to follow him here. Very well, let us proceed together, he concludes. The three of them make their way to Bubu Pharmacy. On the journey, Hu Tao cannot contain her curiosity and questions Zhongli, since you are the Geo god. What about everything that has transpired before? Zhongli responds, as you know, I have walked the earth for over 6,000 years, having established Liyue alongside the immortals, which occurred 3,700 years ago. Even the indestructible rock cannot withstand the ravages of time. I have merely convinced myself that the day it shows cracks has yet to arrive. As Zhongli speaks, he strides towards Bubu Pharmacy with an air of tranquility, while Hu Tao must quicken her pace to keep up. At Bubu Pharmacy, after the treatment, Baizhu appears pale and extremely fatigued. Baizhu, how do you feel? Changsheng inquires anxiously. Baizhu waves his hand dismissively. I am fine. It is just unfortunate that I could not completely heal her. He gently opens the door and steps outside. Outside, Feng Yan and another captain of the Qinyan army await anxiously. Alongside them stands Yilan. Upon seeing Baizhu emerge, Feng Yan immediately asks, Dr. Bai, how is Lord Mu? Hearing this outcome, Yilan breathes a sigh of relief. She has already deduced who injured Mu Chinga. In her understanding, had it not been for her earlier warning, Mu Chinga would not have confronted that masked man. There is a part of her to blame. However, she never anticipated that the man would be so formidable, inflicting such severe injuries upon Mu Chinga. When will she awaken? Yilan inquires. Baizhu looks at her and replies, if all goes well, she should awaken tonight. Yilan furrows her brow and glances at Baizhu. Do not worry. She simply needs more rest, he assures her. Chapter 35. The pressure of General Jinping Baizhu informs Yilan and the others that Mu Chinga requires peace to recuperate, so they refrain from entering. Yilan stays for a short while before departing, as she has other matters to attend to and plans to return later. Inside the room, Mu Chinga lies quietly on the bed, deep in slumber, her complexion significantly improved, despite sustaining considerable injuries from her battle with Anqi. The most severe damage came from the strike delivered by Ojal. The shield she conjured had demanded every ounce of her elemental energy and stamina, and the backlash from its shattering was quite substantial. Jiang Mumu's consciousness is not within this body, but rather inhabits Anqi on the other side. Thus, she remains awake. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Anqi immediately opens her eyes, alert and on guard. Rosalind? She calls. Come, we must leave at once. What is the matter? Anqi frowns, her complexion pale and devoid of color. No time for chatter. If you wish to avoid being captured by the 7 stars, move quickly, Rosalind commands. Her tone is haughty as ever. Anqi hesitates for a moment, but begins to move, though she is quite weak. Just as she takes a step, she stumbles nearly to the ground. Anqi finds herself embraced by a soft hold, and she looks up to see Rosalind. How troublesome, Rosalind remarks. Yet she gently supports Anqi, as they exit. Well, my brother, Anchi inquires. He is handling the mess for you, Rosalind replies. A sudden movement triggers Anchi's internal injuries, causing her to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Anchi has removed her mysterious silver mask, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Rosalind supports her shoulder as they advance towards the location of the Fatui's ship. Do you really harbor such deep animosity towards that man? Rosalind questions. Both are in a state of desperation, as if they are willing to fight to the death, which seems entirely unreasonable given that they should never have met before. He harmed my brother. Is that all? Is it not sufficient? If you deem it enough, then it is, Rosalind retorts with a cold laugh, no longer probing, though a flicker of inexplicable meaning crosses her gaze. The Fatui ship is anchored far from the previous battlefield, and due to their swift movements, the Chinyan army has received no news before Anchi and the others board the vessel. Lady Anchi, the soldiers aboard the ship bow respectfully to the two. Although Anchi is not one of the Fatui's harbingers, her status is no lower than that of a harbinger. Not to mention, she is the sister of the gentleman and the most capable assistant of the captain. It is said that the Empress had once considered promoting her to a harbinger, though the reasons for its non-implementation remain unknown. Yes, Elena, a child of the Hearth family, became a mirror maiden after leaving the Hearth family. Later, she caught Anchi's eye and became her personal attendant. She is tall, with a robust figure, perfectly embodying the image of a royal guard. For the sake of convenience, Anchi had left her on the ship during previous operations. My lady, what happened? Who has injured you so? Elena's eyes brim with concern and fury. Though she is nominally a maid, their relationship resembles that of sisters. Indeed, she is the sisterly type. Elena gently lifts Anchi. The princess carry position makes Anchi's lips twitch involuntarily. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Elena obediently sets Anchi down, but remains at her side for support. This injury is significant for Anchi, yet in reality, it is not insurmountable. She merely needs to expend some emotional feedback to heal instantly. However, Anchi is unwilling to do so. For the sake of perfection, she prefers to endure some suffering. Just as Anchi finishes her medicine and prepares to rest, a figure suddenly appears on the roof of her room. The sound of tiles cracking alerts Anchi to the presence. Who? What is it? Elena rushes in. Anchi points at the roof, but before Elena can look, the roof is shattered and a green figure descends. Elena reacts swiftly, forming hand seals, and an ice flower blossoms beneath the green figure. The diminutive green figure is quicker, dodging the ice flower's range, and immediately counterattacks with a spear, the furious wind elemental power shattering the entire ice blossom. The spear's assault continues, aimed at Elena. Anchi could no longer maintain her stance and forcefully conjured an ice shield to protect Elena. As the ice shield shattered, Anchi violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her method of eliciting emotional feedback was somewhat improper, yet apart from her own demise, she was unwilling to endanger the lives of others. This was her bottom line, provided that these individuals were virtuous. Adult. Elena immediately stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Anchi, her gaze fixed warily on the diminutive figure cloaked in azure. Demon Slayer. Anchi was somewhat taken aback, surprised that he could still pursue her even after she had fled to this location. Xiao appeared slightly astonished. Although he was the guardian Yiksha of Liyue, many of its inhabitants might not recognize him. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of others, but to Anchi's surprise, the first to arrive was Lady. She surveyed the scene and remarked, "The guardian Yiksha of Liyue, is it not rather rude to intrude without invitation? Did Morix not teach you the meaning of decorum?" Indeed, Lady remained as acerbic as ever. From Anchi's perspective, she noticed that Lady's right hand, concealed behind her, had already gathered a considerable amount of ice elemental energy, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Anchi's brow furrowed. Had Lady always been this audacious? Given her current injuries, could she truly contend with Xiao? Would she not be utterly defeated? Anchi stepped forward to restrain Lady's hand, gently shaking her head as she met her gaze. Xiao cast a cold glance at Lady before turning his attention back to Anchi. It seemed this take was not as she had envisioned. Anchi was not flustered. She had anticipated such an outcome, and there were numerous ways to resolve the situation. However, Elena and Lady were oblivious to the tension. Elena remained ready to act, and Lady was confident in her ability to easily subdue the petite figure. Just then, footsteps echoed. Xiao also turned his gaze towards the entrance. I deeply apologize for everything Anshi has done in your esteemed nation. I will offer compensation, and I hope this immortal can show leniency. The magnetic voice was distinctly recognizable. Xiao could sense the formidable pressure emanating from this individual, immediately understanding that this person was extraordinary. Glancing around, he chose silence, allowing his turbulent elemental power to recede. Xiao was not afraid. Rather, the current circumstances were no longer favorable for him, and a forced confrontation would likely lead to defeat. Previously, Xiao had been uncertain about what the Emperor meant by not permissible, but it seemed the Emperor had perhaps been aware of everything all along. His words undoubtedly carried profound significance. Chapter 36. Care and Combat Video. That evening, Muchinga finally awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find Paimon hovering nearby. With Paimon present, she shifted her gaze to the right and spotted Ing, who was dozing off. Chinga, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. I'll go fetch Baiju. Paimon exclaimed excitedly as she darted out. Hearing Paimon's voice, Ing also roused from her slumber and approached the bedside. Chinga, how are you feeling? Muchinga took a moment to assess her condition and smiled at Ing. I feel splendid. It must be thanks to Dr. Bai. I truly appreciate his efforts. And I must thank you and Paimon for taking care of me. Ing echoed, that's right. We're friends. Baiju arrived to check Muchinga's pulse. Nodding in approval. Your recovery is even quicker than I anticipated. Your physical constitution is quite remarkable. Observing Baisu's pale complexion, Mukvinge sighed inwardly. It appeared that she should refrain from returning here anytime soon. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Bai. Baiju replied with a smile. Not at all. Healing is a physician's duty, especially since Lady Mu was injured for the sake of the people of Liyue. Such words are unnecessary. After some conversation among the three, Ing suddenly inquired, Chinga, who exactly injured you? Paimon chimed in, yes. We initially thought it was the 11th, but that fellow claimed the 11th should not be your match. At that time, he had just fought with Ing and could not possibly have bested you. If it wasn't T the 11th, then who could it be? Was it that person? Paimon glanced at the source of the voice in surprise. Oh, it's Yelan. And Zhongli, Ningguang, and Ganyu, Hu Tao. How did you all come together? The sudden arrival of 6 individuals brightened the atmosphere in the room. I came with the guest elder. On the way, I first encountered Lady Ningguang and then Yelan. Everyone is here to visit Chinga, so we came together, Zhongli affirmed with a gentle nod. Mr. Zhongli. Muchinga attempted to rise, but Ing, recalling Zhongli's remark that only Muchinga knew his identity among the Liyue Qixing, immediately understood her intent. Yet, how could they allow her to do as she wished? Rest well, do not move around, Zhongli instructed. Hearing this, Muchinga obediently settled back down. The others thought nothing of it, save for Ningguang, who regarded Zhongli with mild surprise, pondering her own thoughts. Indeed, that masked individual is quite formidable, and it appears she is the sister of Tartaglia. Yelan remained silent for a moment before offering an apology. I'm sorry. If I had been the one investigating her whereabouts, and had I not said what I did at that time, how can you say that? This is not solely your mission. As one of the Liyue Qixing, it is my responsibility as well, Ningguang interjected. For the next few days, focus on resting and recuperating. I shall entrust the affairs of Kaiyang to Feng Yin for the time being. I will assist during my free time, Keqing added. Ganyu and I will help too. She chimed in. Muchinga felt deeply moved. Thank you. Everyone is so wonderful. After a brief chat, the group was politely asked to leave by Baiju, citing Muchinga's need for rest. Before departing, Muchinga requested, if possible, please keep my parents and sister in the dark about this. I don't want them to worry. The others nodded in agreement. This matter is known to a few, but I will do my utmost, Keqing assured her. Thank you. No need for thanks. From the player's perspective, following the exit from a northern bank, there had been no news of Muchinga in the main storyline. Although Guozi was anxious, she, like the viewers in the live stream, was eager to learn about Muchinga's situation. However, the cursed game company remained tight-lipped. Even as the main storyline concluded, there was still no word on Muchinga, causing Guozi to feel increasingly frantic. The Liyue storyline was exhilarating, The main plot was exceptional, and the animations were splendid, yet she longed to know how Shinga was faring. After the story concluded, Guozi did not end her stream or pursue other quests. Instead, she visited the official website to see what others were saying. I personally feel that the Liyue storyline is fantastic, and the animations are incredible. Mihoyo is amazing. The modeling is exquisite. I absolutely adore Muchinga's design, but Mihoyo has given her too little screen time. It would be perfect if they could add a segment about Muchinga's current situation. The previous commenter is mistaken. My wife's screen time is already quite significant. However, I wholeheartedly agree with your suggestion. As Guozi browsed the page, it suddenly refreshed, and the game developers released a video. Brothers, let me check this out for everyone. Upon clicking the video, the familiar and then ultra-clear visuals unfolded. Yes, you read that right, ultra-clear. It was the kind of quality where every frame could be extracted to create a wallpaper of epic proportions. Wow, Mihoyo has truly opened their coffers, folks. The video showcased the battle between Muchinga and Anchi. What on earth is it this high definition? If you possess this technology, why not create games? The special effects, the animations, they surpass any anime film. Wow, wow, wow. Is it really this powerful? Bookmarking this, it's unbelievable, folks. With the game company displaying such an attitude, this game is destined to become a massive hit. The elemental powers can be utilized in such a manner. Ah, how splendid, how splendid. My dear spouse is truly magnificent. The combat scenes within the game have been witnessed by all, as this game indeed offers a plethora of them. However, such a breathtaking battle sequence lasting over 10 minutes is a rarity, not only in games, but one would be hard-pressed to find animations of this caliber even in films. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. More of this, please. Whether it be Guozi or the netizens in the livestream, all were entranced. Ultimately, both combatants were left wounded, with Anchi departing with Dada Aliyah, while Muchinga ventured off alone in another direction. Guozi forcefully struck the table. No, it was not enough. Let us have another round. Chapter 37. Malice, the embodiment of hatred in the system's vast, white expanse. Jiang Mumu's consciousness manifested here. It had been a long time since she last entered this space. Ever since her 7 avatars descended upon the Teyvat continent, she had not returned. Her awareness oscillated among the 7 avatars, and had the system not augmented her consciousness, she would have long since lost her sense of self. This time, she had a clear objective. She required a villain, a thoroughly wicked individual, one to eliminate her avatars. To ensure that the demise of the 7 avatars was spectacular, it was best if the antagonist were under her control. With a plan in mind, crafting an avatar was swiftly accomplished. This avatar did not necessitate her meticulous embellishment. It need not be aesthetically pleasing, as it was merely intended to attract hatred. Merely a quarter of an hour passed before a malevolent avatar, towering at 2.5 meters, cloaked in darkness and emanating an ominous aura of the abyss, emerged. In creating this avatar, Jiang Mumu drew extensive inspiration from the Abyssal Envoy, incorporating elements of horror to instill an overwhelming sense of dread merely by its appearance. It was the kind of entity that evoked discomfort, compelling observers to flee. As for the Abyss, Jiang Mumu had previously contemplated the notion of the malevolent avatar originating from beyond the world, considering it might be a demon god or even a member of the Fatui, linked to the 5 sinners. Ultimately, however, she opted for the Abyss. As the most traditional villain on the Teyvat continent, the Abyss was undeniably the optimal choice. The emergence of any creature from the Abyss would hardly attract undue attention. It would simply blend into the existing chaos. However, she must first apologize to Kong. As one of the twins, proving that these actions were not her doing should not pose much difficulty. As the impending supervillain destined to intertwine with Ying's entire journey, the strength of the embodiment of malice was naturally critical. Otherwise, if it were to be vanquished by Vinny with a mere flick of his hand, it would be an utter waste. Yet, to elevate the embodiment of malice to the level of the 7 gods was undoubtedly a pipe dream. If such were the case, it would have no chance to play, merely awaiting her demise. Thus, this avatar must possess strength sufficient to escape the clutches of the 7 gods, yet not so overpowering as to render the game futile. This seemed a contradictory requirement. In truth, Jiang Mumu invested considerable emotional feedback to enhance the embodiment of malice significantly. Moreover, for the embodiment to reach the anticipated level, a trigger was necessary. That trigger resided in Mondstadt. Its strength would not be formidable, but its capacity for escape would be unparalleled, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Jiang Mumu could already envision the chaos that would ensue when the inhabitants of Teyvat confronted the embodiment of malice. Well then, it is time to deploy. Liyue. Muchinga recuperated at Lu for 3 days, and then, disregarding Bai Shu's objections, she departed. However, she had not ventured far when she encountered Zhongli, who appeared to be waiting for her in the middle of the road. Mr. Zhongli. Zhongli inclined his head slightly and proceeded toward a nearby lotus pond. Muchinga followed behind, resembling a student caught misbehaving by a teacher. Why do you not heed the physician's advice? Liyue was in turmoil, and the incident regarding the fallen emperor had spread through the streets. Many were discussing it privately, while numerous miscreants took the opportunity to commit crimes. The Qinyan army bore heavy responsibilities. Although Feng Yin was capable, facing such numerous challenges inevitably spread them thin, causing me concern. Alas! Zhongli sighed softly. I understand your sense of responsibility, but health is paramount. Your primary duty now is to care for your well-being, alleviating the worries of your family and friends. As for the matters that trouble you, the Qinyan army is not the only one involved. The likes of Keqing, Ningguang, and Yilan are also closely monitoring the situation. I have also enlisted the help of the traveler, so there is no need for you to worry further. That traveler from a foreign land possesses remarkable abilities, and you are acquainted with her. You can rest assured in entrusting matters to her. Having reached this point in conversation, Muchinga found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Zhongli extended his right hand. In response to Muchinga's puzzled gaze, he opened his palm to reveal a jade talisman, explaining, "This is known as the Xuanji Cloak, a defensive artifact crafted by Guqian at my behest. It will automatically activate upon sensing danger, so keep it with you." Muchinga was taken aback. This is far too precious." Zhongli remained silent, his hand still outstretched. Muchinga fell into contemplation before gradually extending her hand to take the jade talisman, gripping it tightly. "Thank you, my lord, for this treasure." As she watched Muchinga vanish from sight, Zhongli suddenly recalled the task entrusted to him by the guild master, shaking his head with a wry smile. These children truly do not make things easy. In the subsequent days, Ing and Paimon visited Muchinga, with Paimon bringing her favorite foods. It was difficult to imagine how the little one managed to resist the urge to eat along the way. After 5 more days, Muchinga was finally discharged from the hospital, this time without the emperor lurking along the way. She truly owed her gratitude to Keqing and the others. Upon returning to the Qinyan army, Muchinga took over the duties previously held by Feng Yin. Just as Zhongli had said, despite her absence, the management and external tasks of the Qinyan army remained remarkably intact, with not a single issue arising. Although the assistance of Ningguang and others was invaluable, Feng Yin's capabilities could not be overlooked. It appeared he had indeed matured, allowing her to rest easy regarding her future resignation. On this day, Paimon and Ing sought out Muchinga. Yes, the Mondstadt side reported that a golden-haired man seemed to fit Ying's description of her brother. Time is of the essence, and we plan to set off immediately. Paimon exclaimed excitedly, while Ing appeared equally eager. Muchinga shook her head. "Thank you, but there is no need to trouble yourselves. In a few days, once I have addressed these matters, I will personally travel to Mondstadt as it pertains to both official and personal business. I shall seek out Raola myself then. Oh, then we shall take our leave. See you later, Chinga." Ing, farewell, Chinga. Muchinga, goodbye. And I hoping find your brother soon. May you reunite swiftly. Chapter 38. Training. Yet, if she were to venture out like this, it would not align with her character. Reluctantly, she could only utilize her primary consciousness to experience this narrative, while also observing the thoughts and opinions of the players. Indeed, as she had suspected, players reacted to Shun He's emotional outbursts similarly to her own, given that the overall quality of Genshin Impact has significantly improved. Even Jiang Mumu found herself immersed once more in the story upon replaying it. The interactions between the traveler and Shun He were exceptionally sweet. Moreover, Mr. Yin's scene quickly trended on social media, sparking extensive discussions. Genshin Impact has undoubtedly surpassed its contemporaries by leaps and bounds, attracting numerous individuals who are not typically part of the subculture, each becoming devoted players upon engaging with the game. Mondstadt Dawn Winery. Brother, wake up. The sun is already shining on your backside. Did you not say you would accompany me for training today? Still not out of bed. Ruola sat at her brother's bedside, shaking him while calling him a lazy bum. Diluc, feeling overwhelmed, slowly sat up and rubbed his eyes. He was quite fatigued and reluctant to rise, but upon seeing his sister, Ruola, full of energy and already dressed, he had no choice but to muster his spirits. What else could he do for his sister? He could only indulge her. Ruola, please head out first and give me a moment. I will get up shortly. Okay, brother. But make it quick. I'll be waiting for you outside. After Ruola exited, Diluc hastily got out of bed and dressed, his mind consumed with thoughts of the previous night's events. How could those individuals have suddenly become so agitated? This was highly unusual. Last night, a few Hilichurl mages appeared unexpectedly in Mondstadt. Although Diluc had never held high expectations for the capabilities of the Knights of Favonius, he had certainly not anticipated multiple Hilichurl mages infiltrating at once. The Hilichurl mages he encountered this time were entirely different from those he had faced before. They emanated a dark, ominous aura and exhibited far greater aggression and strength. Diluc had exerted considerable effort to deal with these mages, which explained why he had overslept this morning, ultimately being roused by his sister, causing him to lose some of his authority as an older brother. Once Diluc was ready, the siblings ventured outside the Morning Light Tavern. As per their usual routine, Ruola first completed the physical training regimen set by her brother. By now, physical training posed little challenge for Ruola. She swiftly accomplished all tasks, her cheeks flushed and her body glistening with sweat. Subsequently, the siblings faced each other, preparing for a sparring session. Brother, watch out. Ruola brandished a spear, its movements fierce and dynamic, attacking Diluc from cunning angles with elemental energy. Her tightly clenched jaw revealed she was giving it her all. In contrast, Diluc remained remarkably composed, hardly utilizing his elemental powers. After a while, Ruola voluntarily ceased her assault, leaning on her spear while gasping for breath. No more, no more. I can't defeat you. Give me a few more months, and I will surely triumph. Despite her disheveled state, Ruola continued to boast. Diluc pointed out the flaws in her combat approach, and Ruola listened intently. After wrapping up their training for the day, Ruola collapsed onto the grass, the tree above providing a perfect canopy against the sun's rays. Lying on the cool grass, she relished the sensation. Suddenly, a sunset fruit appeared in her line of sight. The moment she heard that unmusical sound, Ruola instantly recognized who had arrived and exclaimed, "Wendy, it's you." After numerous requests from Wendy, Ruola had begun referring to him as Barbados instead of just calling him Wendy, which was precisely what he desired. So sweet. She took a bite of the noticeably larger fruit. The sweetness enveloping her heart was simply delightful. Wendy lay down beside Ruola and remarked, "If you wish to enhance your abilities, you can always seek my guidance. Although I am the Anemo Archon, I possess some understanding of pyro elements as well." "Really? Can you help me successfully join the Knights of Favonius?" "Well, that should be feasible," he replied. Ruola, filled with excitement, sprang to her feet. Her desire to join the Knights was overwhelming. With the Anemo Archon's assurance, she believed that by diligently learning from him, she would surely pass this year's Knights of Favonius assessment. Perhaps she could even assist Noel in passing alongside her. She imagined finding Kia afterward and wondered what he would say. The thought of both her and Noel successfully joining the Knights filled Ruola with uncontainable joy. Surely the Anemo Archon would not deceive her, right? "So Barbados, how shall I find you?" In her excitement, Ruola reverted to addressing him as Barbados. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Wendy paused momentarily before feeling at ease. She was indeed qualified to join the Knights of Favonius. Once she was assigned to the cavalry squad, Kia would likely ensure her safety. "When you wish to find me, simply speak to the wind. It will carry your words to my ears." "Thank you, Barbados." Ruola expressed her gratitude earnestly, then furtively glanced around. Seeing that her brother was absent, she stealthily retrieved a bottle of wine from her vision and handed it to Wendy. "The cellar I frequent is empty now. Next time, I'll quietly bring you a few bottles from my brother's secret stash. Wendy chuckled as he accepted the bottle, saying, best not to touch that stash. If your brother discovers you're giving it to me, he might never let me drink at Angel's Share again. I'll be discreet. He won't know. No, he will suspect. I do prefer just some ordinary dandelion wine. Ruola replied, I don't understand why the Anemo Archon fears my brother. Perhaps it's not fear. But what could it be? Chapter 39, Corrupted Reverse Statue in the Player World. With the conclusion of the Liyue storyline, Genshin Impact experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity. Not only in Huagua, but countless overseas players began to follow suit, leading to an increase in streamers broadcasting the game both domestically and internationally. Many prominent streamers, noticing the game's rising popularity and viewership, transitioned to streaming Genshin Impact. Chun Xiao, also known as Guozi, had been streaming since the game's launch, and with her beauty and impressive streaming quality, her fanbase had skyrocketed, bringing her ever closer to becoming a top streamer. However, it seemed everyone had noticed a particular issue. The updates for Genshin Impact were rather slow, occurring roughly every half-month. Each update brought significant viewership, but this would wane shortly after. Previously, Guozi would stream other content after completing the storyline, but now she found greater enjoyment in exploring the vast world filled with treasures. As days passed, Genshin Impact welcomed its latest update in Teyvat and was able to use the teleport waypoint, bringing Paimon from Liyue to Mondstadt in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving in Mondstadt, the two began to inquire about the golden-haired man's whereabouts. With anticipation, Ing finally encountered Dainsleif at Angel's Share. Following the main storyline, Dane posed 3 questions to Ing, then explored the Temple of the Westwind, explaining some matters regarding the Abyss. They then ventured to Wolfendel in search of the Abyss Herald, finally arriving at the ruins of the Anemo Dragon. Here, Ing experienced a direct sense of the presence of her brother. She beamed with joy, for she at least knew her brother was here, in this world. Paimon, let us go. Paimon asked where to. The little companion scratched her head. Shouldn't we go see Ruola? It's been a while. Ing considered this and agreed. Since they were already in Mondstadt, it would be a pity not to visit Ruola. All right, let us find Ruola. Yes, perhaps it was their good fortune. As they had scarcely approached Morning Light Tavern when they spotted Wendy and Ruola, Paimon waved her small hand from afar, calling out, Ruola, and the bard over here. Oh, it's little Paimon. Ruola turned and ran towards the two. You truly are remarkable, drawing such a crowd wherever you go. Paimon beamed with pride at the compliment. Grinning widely, greetings, travelers, Wendy said with a smile. Ing, filled with curiosity, inquired of Wendy, Wendy, what are you and Ruola doing here? Before Wendy could respond, Ruola interjected. Master, Wendy said, she could teach me to harness elemental power. It was indeed a rare occasion to witness the bard engaging in a meaningful endeavor. In the live stream room, viewers commented, look at my adorable angel Ruola again, how delightful. Wendy seems to have quite the fondness for Ruola, though I mean that in a platonic sense. Haha, you can check out Wendy's backstory. Ruola secretly pilfered Diluc's cherished wines from home to share with Wendy, so of course, she adores Ruola. Poor Diluc, robbed by a little cotton-padded jacket. In Liyue, at the Adventurers Guild, Ing and Paimon encounter Ganyu, who was engaged in conversation with Sister Lan from the guild. Upon approaching, they learned of the recent strange activities of the treasure hoarders from Liyue and Mondstadt, seemingly linked to the Abyss. Ganyu elucidated her presence, stating, Liyue is undergoing significant changes. The Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Chinyan Army are too preoccupied to address these rumors of treasure hoarder activities. However, I sense that anything related to the Abyss conceals an unknown threat, hence my desire to post a commission at the Adventurers Guild. Following her explanation, Paimon confidently patted her small chest and declared, well then, we shall accept this commission. Thank you, Ganyu replied. In the world of players, the task's title seemed peculiar. Could it pertain to a reunion with Ing? For reasons unknown, the game Genshin Impact lacked foresight. Upon updating, tasks were abruptly thrust upon the players. Nevertheless, this did not diminish its popularity. As Guozi sipped her milk tea, she meticulously advanced the storyline, occasionally interacting with the comments and audience, completely unaware of the impending challenges she would face. Naturally, her viewers, along with all players, were equally oblivious. In the land of Teyvat, following the faintest clues, Ing and Paimon arrived at a ruin. Upon entering, Ing felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if her instincts were urging her to flee. Something is amiss here. Stay close to me, Paimon. Paimon sensed the unusual atmosphere and nodded solemnly. As they cautiously approached the center of the ruin, Ying's foreboding intuition intensified. Players sharing Ying's perspective began to feel a creeping unease as the environment morphed into scenes reminiscent of a horror film, with occasional visual distortions reflecting the traveler's ominous premonitions. Some timid players even hesitated to delve deeper. Within the depths of the ruin, Paimon timidly queried, "Traveler, there won't be any terrifying creatures suddenly appearing, will there?" Cowering behind Ing, she carefully surveyed their surroundings. Being a seasoned individual, Ing possessed her own discernment and slowly led Paimon further into the depths of the ruin. Gradually, they arrived at a platform. As they approached, Paimon's eyes widened, pointing at a figure ahead, her voice trembling. "That seems to be a person. Is it the great treasure hoarder? Is he praying to something?" The figure appeared grotesquely contorted, kneeling at the edge of the platform, blood leaking from its orifices, presenting a terrifying sight. Suddenly, the object of the figure's worship stirred, startling Ing and Paimon. Upon discerning what it was, their hearts raced. Ing stepped forward, shielding Paimon. "Is that the statue of the seven?" Such an unprecedentedly bizarre spectacle. Before them stood the inverted statue of the seven belonging to Wendy. Chapter 40. The Watcher in the Shadows. Why is the statue of the seven inverted? Moreover, I recall the statue cradling a precious gem. The upside-down statue now held a gem exuding a purple-black aura of the abyss, and the visage of Wendy on the statue appeared strangely distorted. A sense of oppression filled the air, foreboding something dire. Paimon glanced at the figure kneeling before the statue, noting that the great treasure hoarder remained utterly still. Could it be? Paimon approached cautiously, inquiring, "Hey, are you all right?" No sound responded, nor was there any breath. Gathering her courage, Paimon stole a glance at the great treasure hoarder's face, which was ghastly, causing her to yelp and rush back to Ying's side. He's dead." Paimon's face turned pale. "Ing, we must leave this place at once. I feel something terrible is about to happen." The weight of dread in Ying's heart intensified, and she decided without hesitation. "Paimon, let us go. We need to get out of here." In a live stream room, comments flooded in, "Terrifying. Chilling. Am I really playing some horror game? Beautiful. This kind of plot is exhilarating, blending the mundane with thrills. It's not too bad, just the atmosphere and music are a bit eerie." We haven't even seen the great treasure hoarder's face. To see the Anemo god-s statue hanging upside down with such a strange expression, the secrets behind it are truly unsettling. Do I sense a peculiar vibe from that inverted Anemo god? You've outdone yourself, my friend. Within the ruin, just as Ing and Paimon prepared to depart, the entire platform seemed to come alive, an overwhelming force of the abyss bursting forth from the ground. The gem in Wendy's hands unleashed a tremendous surge of abyssal power. Ing felt a wave of nausea, an urge to vomit, yet she fought through her discomfort, sprinting rapidly toward the exit of the ruin. After Ing and Paimon had fled, the great treasure hoarder suddenly underwent a grotesque transformation, twisting into a towering figure standing at 2.5 meters tall. This was a new malevolent avatar designed by Jiang Mumu, merely a tool, aptly named Malice. Malice bore resemblance to the abyssal apostles, yet was distinct. Most of its form was cloaked in abyssal material, with a face contorted in a menacing expression, brimming with violence. Anyone familiar with the abyss would recognize that this creature had indeed emerged from its depths. Revealing its true form, Malice reached for the gem held by the inverted statue, and the statue's immense abyssal power began to pour into Malice. This scene was utterly bizarre. Ing and Paimon, of course, could not witness this, but players were granted a partial view. In Chun Xiao's gameplay, as Ing and Paimon departed the platform, the scene remained focused on the platform. Upon witnessing the great treasure hoarder twist into a monster, her eyes widened in shock. What is this, the mastermind? The screen did not reveal Malice's front, only its back. Yet even this sight left players in awe. An abyssal apostle? Is it the one that Dane is pursuing? It's absorbing energy from the gem. I sense something enormous is approaching. After absorbing the gem's energy, Malice grew even larger, reaching a height of over 3 meters. From this perspective, the sensation was entirely different. Suddenly, Malice's grip on the gem tightened. With a resounding crack, the gem shattered. Simultaneously, Wendy, who was beneath the great tree, enjoying wine while observing Ruola training her elemental powers, seemed to sense something amiss. Her previously carefree demeanor replaced with a serious expression as she glanced toward a specific direction. Ruola keenly perceived Wendy's actions, feeling an unexpected surprise within. Was he truly able to sense that? Beneath the tree, Wendy pondered for a moment before dismissing it. The sensation was exceedingly faint, perhaps a mere figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, Wendy's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Unlike the pitiful wails of a certain live stream, the agility of Ing in the secret realm was commendable as she swiftly led Paimon to escape the ruin's lower levels. Just as they were about to depart, a figure emerged, obstructing their path. It was the Abyssal Apostle. After a brief exchange, Ing engaged in battle with the Abyssal Apostle, while Paimon found a hiding spot. Ultimately, the Abyssal Apostle was defeated, and through Ying's power, he discovered her identity and ceased his pursuit, retreating from the scene. Are you all right, Ing? Such a formidable foe. It seems the Abyss Order harbors such powerful entities. Ing remained silent, gazing toward the direction they had come from, the very depths of the ruins. Paimon, do you sense anything? What? Over there. It feels as though something has been watching us. Following Ying's gesture, Paimon beheld a pitch-black lower level, obscured from sight. Recalling the events that had transpired, Paimon's face turned pale. Oh no, what is that? I didn't sense anything. Ing, please don't frighten me. Let us move. We should leave this place. Yes, let us hurry. Paimon doesn't want to stay here any longer. In the ruins' lower levels, the Abyssal Apostle noticed the shift and did not depart, but rather descended further. Upon seeing the statue devoid of abyssal power, he was filled with rage. The Abyssal Apostle was seized by a colossal hand around his neck. He struggled violently, but to no avail. Immobilized by this grip, he found himself utterly unable to harness his internal power. Curse it, who are you? Malice leaned closer to the Abyssal Apostle, seemingly detecting a similar aura, and released its hold. The Abyssal Apostle regained his freedom and immediately retaliated. However, he was no match for Malice, and with his abyssal power inexplicably suppressed, he was swiftly struck into the wall. Malice approached the Abyssal Apostle, who attempted to open the door to escape, only to find that the door, which usually opened effortlessly, now remained unresponsive. As he awaited his demise in silence, Malice merely glanced at him before dissolving into a cloud of mist. After a moment, the Abyssal Apostle realized he could once again channel his internal energy and promptly open the door. That fellow is also from the Abyss? I must report this to His Highness the Prince. Chapter 41. The transformation of Mondstadt as Paimon and Ing exited the ruins. They soon encountered Dane. Dane was equally surprised. Our reunion has come sooner than I anticipated. It's Dane. At that moment, both Paimon and Ing were still preoccupied with their experiences within the ruins. From your expressions, it seems you have encountered something peculiar. Did you come face to face with the Abyssal Apostle in that ruin? Paimon's small face displayed astonishment. How does Dane know? I'm still pursuing the Abyssal Apostles, but I did not expect to find you here. Ing regarded Dane and added, in truth, our experiences extend beyond mere encounters with the Apostle. There are deeper anomalies within. Thus, Ing and Paimon recounted the inverted statue, the deceased within the eerie scenario, and the most concerning element, the lurking presence in the shadows. After listening, Dane fell into contemplation. The abyssal energy in the hands of the inverted statue, and the entity you mentioned lurking in the dark. Such occurrences are unfamiliar to me, even in my battles against the Abyss. Something feels amiss. Dane suddenly darkened his expression. His gaze sharpened towards a particular direction. Malice felt a twinge of surprise. Though he had not intentionally concealed himself, Dane's ability to detect him so effortlessly was indeed remarkable. Truly, he was as formidable as one who claims vengeance against the 5 great sinners. Concealing himself, Malice remained shrouded in secrecy. Dane pinpointed Malice's location and charged forward. Bang! Malice conjured a large black blade in his right hand, which collided robustly with Dane's fist. Dane's right hand tingled from the impact, and his expression grew serious. What is this? Paimon was startled by Malice's appearance. Meanwhile, upon seeing Malice, Ing immediately recognized him as the entity that had been watching them in the ruins. The sensation was precisely as she had felt before. Dane! Malice's voice was deep and hoarse. Dane clenched his fist. It appeared that Malice had come specifically for him, and Ing and Paimon were merely incidental. But did you create this? Ing brandished her endless resolve, positioning herself beside Dane. He is the one I mentioned earlier who was watching us in the ruins. Be cautious. He gives off a very dangerous vibe. In the live stream, is this the one who shattered the bead in the hand of the inverted statue? Surprisingly, he seems less frightening now that he has revealed himself. All fear arises from the unknown. This is our unique brand of Chinese horror. Can Dane handle this? Perhaps it's best to hide behind him. What nonsense are you spouting? Dane has been battling the abyss. Are you suggesting he cannot fight? Here it comes. Here it comes. Another battle is about to unfold. I wonder how many times the streamer will die before they can overcome this. However, the viewers were evidently mistaken, as no confrontation ensued, let alone any semblance of a battle mode. In Teyvat, upon witnessing Ing and Dane standing together, Malice refrained from recklessly charging in, aware that a confrontation would be exceedingly troublesome, particularly with Ing present. Furthermore, engaging in battle would yield him no benefits. He merely needed to reveal himself and then depart. This was his inherent nature. With this thought, Malice transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. What? Dane arrived at the spot where Malice had disappeared, carefully sensing the area, but found no trace, which greatly vexed him. Paimon flew over. Dane, what was that thing? It was saturated with abyssal energy, yet I have never encountered it in my battles against the abyss. I apologize for my lack of knowledge regarding him. Ing sheathed her sword. He has fled. I am uncertain if this will lead to any dire consequences. Dane, do you have a way to track him? With Malice's escape, Ing felt an unsettling anxiety, an instinct that something ominous loomed ahead, prompting her to desire finding and dealing with him swiftly. Dane shook his head. This was also a point of confusion for him. Logically, with so much abyssal energy, there should be some trace left behind upon his departure. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the fact that he seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no evidence. Even Dane could not pursue him. I have a hypothesis. Perhaps we can locate him. In Mondstadt, at the heart of Snowy Mountain, Malice revealed himself. Who goes there? The Fatui stationed in the area, alerted by the sound, rushed over. However, as soon as they arrived, they all collapsed, soundly asleep. Approaching the pulsating heart, Malice forcefully plunged his hand into it, allowing abyssal energy to surge from his body into the heart, tainting its once crimson hue with darkness. After several minutes, as the heart of Durin began to show signs of revival, Malice ceased his actions, exhausted from expending a significant amount of abyssal energy in his own essence. Malice dissipated into a wisp of smoke. In order to elicit ample emotional feedback, the situation must be grand in scale. Even with Malice at play, it is nearly impossible to take one's own life beneath the watchful eyes of the Anemo Archon. Do not be deceived by the seemingly idle demeanor of Wendy. That fellow possesses formidable strength. It is said that after spending ample time in Mondstadt, even a dog would proclaim, "May the Anemo Archon bless you." Within the Knights of Favonius office, Kiwan inquired, "Kia, how is the situation?" "Well, thank you for your hard work. You may take a rest now," replied Kia, waving his hand dismissively. "Is there any clue regarding the monstrous unrest?" Kiwan glanced at LS, who responded, "No leads at all. The additional monsters seem to have appeared out of thin air. Perhaps we should consult the diviner residing in Mondstadt." "You mean Mona?" "I'll head there immediately," Kia said. "Wait, Kia, what is it, Kiwan?" she asked. "Just now, Kaylee has gone missing. I will take care of finding Mona. You are more familiar with the places Kaylee might visit, so I entrust this to you." Earlier that morning, a sudden surge of aggressive monsters appeared outside Mondstadt, and by the time Q-In realized the situation, Kaylee had already vanished. Mondstadt was sealed off, and Kaylee should be within the city. Yet Q-In remained uneasy. Kia sighed, exasperated. This fellow will surely face repercussions for this escapade. Chapter 42. A little lowly found in Q-In town. Ruo L understood that the monster unrest was a result of malevolent intent. Earlier, she had deliberately patrolled this area with Ningguang to ensure the safety of the residents during the chaos. The monsters attacking Q in town were merely common creatures. And besides Rual and Ningguang, several Knights of the West Wind were present. Otherwise, the vast Q in town could not be protected solely by the two of them. Captain DK, is everyone gathered? Rual called out. Good. Let us escort them to Mondstadt. With her spear resting on her shoulder, Rual appeared gallant. Behind her, Knight DK nodded in approval at the sight of the young warrior. Rual had indeed become a competent knight. The spear in Rual's hands had just vanquished countless monsters. Indeed, I previously stated that Jiang Mumu is not truly a villain. Only when absolutely necessary would sacrifices involve wicked individuals. Her boldness this time stemmed from the assurance of Wendy's support. Wendy, who could hear the whispers of the wind, was quite occupied, shooting arrows this way and that while conjuring gales. The deity who relinquished dominion over Mondstadt had become its strongest shield in times of peril. The phrase, "May the Anemo Archon bless you," was never mere words. Oh dear, finally some respite, Wendy remarked as he took a hearty swig of wine. Who is responsible for this calamity? Beside Wendy lay the enormous East Wind Dragon. Barbados, this matter is not simple. Tevlin nodded his massive head. Sigh, I just wish to enjoy a peaceful day. Why is it so difficult? Wendy finished the bottle. In that case, let us cleanse this situation once and for all. Outside Mondstadt, Rual, while escorting the residents of Q town, initially intended to pluck a sunset fruit, but stumbled upon something extraordinary. Everyone, I found a little Lee. Tiny Lee squatted behind a sunset fruit tree, attempting to conceal herself with a few leaves. Lee, how did you end up here? How did you escape? Rual was genuinely curious. Was Team Mondstadt supposed to be sealed off? Rual Jegia, are you here to play with Lee? Among the Knights of Favonius, only Rual would occasionally accompany Lee to fish. Thus Lee viewed her as a good person. All right, no, wait. Lee, you must first tell me why you are here. Lee's confinement time ended. So Lee ran out. I haven't fished in a long time, and I want to eat fish. Then how did you manage to come out? Lee walked out. Did you not encounter any monsters on your way? I did see many hilichurls and slimes. The big sister said they're bad guys. So Lee blew them all up. Rual exclaimed. No wonder there are so few monsters around here. Lee's fishing plan was thwarted before it even began. In Mondstadt, Kia had searched every nook and cranny where Lee might be, but still found no sign of the little one. Growing anxious, he wondered if she had ventured outside the city. The thought of the chaotic situation beyond the walls made him frown. Kia sprinted to the city gates and queried the guarding knights, who reported that they had not seen Lee. Just as he prepared to exit the city, he noticed a group approaching in the distance. Leading the pack was Rual, with little Lee perched on her shoulders. A weight lifted from Kia's heart. Lee, sharp-eyed, spotted him and waved enthusiastically. What are you doing here? Kia gently lifted the little one from Rual's neck. I was looking for you, Lee. Where did you wander off to? You have worried QN greatly. Noticing Kia's unusually serious demeanor, Lee lowered her head. Her fingers fidgeting, my confinement time ended, and I just wanted to play outside. I wanted to eat fish. Seeing Lee's pitiful expression nearly melted Rual's heart. She adored all things cute. Rual quickly embraced the little one. Please don't scold Lee. It's perfectly normal for children to be a bit mischievous. However, Lee, the outside is currently very dangerous with numerous monsters. You cannot play outside right now. Once the situation is resolved, I will take you fishing, all right? Lee understands. Thank you, Rual Jegia. Lee was quite understanding. Now that she was aware of the situation, she would behave. Kia, observing the scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He didn't think he was being stern with Lee, nor did he appreciate them discussing fishing in front of him. Should he intervene? Never mind, let them be. As long as they were happy. Rual, please take Lee to report her safety to QN. She should be with Mona now. If not, she is likely at the Knights' headquarters. Understood. By the way, have you seen my older brother? Rual, holding little Lee, bid farewell to Ningguang, who was heading into the city to assist, and made her way to Mona's residence. Speaking of which, when Mona first arrived, she had aided Ruel several times. The stars shift, and all is uncertain. The compass indicates that the source of this calamity lies in the snow-capped mountains of Mondstadt. Mona, hands in a mystical gesture, observed the mercury disk floating before her. The source is indeed the snow-capped mountains, Qin remarked, her brow furrowed. What on earth could be happening there to incite such monstrous upheaval? Thank you, Miss Mona, for your assistance. The Knights will remember this. I have important matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Ruel arrived at this moment. Qin and Kay Li. Qin's expression grew serious as she nodded at Ruel, then departed with little Kay Li. Seeing Kay Li's wide-eyed gaze, Ruel felt helpless. Qin was not as lenient as Kaya, and she dared not press her luck. After completing her observations, Mona plopped down into a chair. Ruel, you have arrived. Mona, what did you see? There is little that can be observed. I only know that the source appears to be in the snow-capped mountains. Qin has already gone to make arrangements. Oh, Mona, please rest. I will go take a look. Hurriedly dashed away. Hey, wait a moment. Mona helplessly lowered her hand in a gesture of restraint. It was peculiar. Recently, S' demeanor seemed rather off. Could be that I was mistaken. She had appeared perfectly fine before. Chapter 43. Help me, Lord Windy. The Abyss. The Abyss Apostle relayed all that had transpired to Kaiyang. The plan regarding Benlang Ridge has been cancelled, and personnel have been dispatched to thoroughly search for the individual you mentioned. The Abyss Apostle placed his right hand over his heart and declared, As you command, Your Highness. Returning to the traveler's perspective, we find that Ing, Paimon, and Dane were tracing the remnants of the Abyss, aware that they were in pursuit of the world's very first plowing machine's eye. Paimon suggested they inquire at Mondstadt's West Wind Cathedral, while Dane wore an odd expression, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. During their journey to Mondstadt, the somewhat oblivious Paimon noticed something amiss. Have you noticed? It seems like there are a lot more monsters in Mondstadt, and they appear to be more aggressive. Could it be that something has occurred in Mondstadt that we are unaware of? Ing and Dane remained silent, merely quickening their pace. Dane's expression was profound, as he sensed threads of abyssal energy emanating from these creatures. Their transformation into such a state was entirely the doing of the Abyss. Kaiyang, what are you planning? Dane could surmise some of the Abyss's intentions regarding the plans targeting the Anemo Dragon and the yet-to-begin plans against the god of war, Osail. However, he found it perplexing that this chaos had ensnared numerous innocent civilians. Though he and Kaiyang had parted ways, Dane believed he still understood Kaiyang quite well. Faced with the current reality, he felt compelled to investigate further. As they battled through the monsters, they finally arrived outside Mondstadt. Even Ing was beginning to show signs of fatigue. The entrance to Mondstadt featured a bridge, now charred and littered with arrows yet to be cleared, with scorch marks evident in many areas. Monsters vanish upon defeat, so while the bridge bore no remnants, one could easily imagine the fierce battle that had unfolded there. As an honorary knight of Mondstadt, Ing was well known within the city. The guarding knight Svan, upon recognizing Ing, opened the gate without hesitation. We are unsure ourselves. These monsters only appeared this morning, and they are highly aggressive. Captain Jean and the others are already investigating, and we believe results will come soon. You must have encountered many monsters on your journey, but with your prowess as an honorary knight, they should pose no threat to you. Though Svan addressed Ing, it felt no different for Paimon, who crossed her arms and declared, Of course, we are incredibly strong. We have defeated countless monsters along the way, so many that we could hardly count. Ing had grown accustomed to Paimon's occasional antics. Her focus was now on more pressing matters. They needed to enter the city without delay. Then we shall proceed into the city. Svan offered a knightly salute. You may enter. May the Anemo Archon bless your journey. Upon reaching the plaza before the Anemo statue at the West Wind Cathedral, Dane remarked to Ing, You two may go ahead. We shall part ways here. Paimon inquired, Dane, aren't you coming with us? My situation is unique. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I shall refrain from accompanying you. The search for the plowing machine can continue later. It seems there are more pressing matters at hand that I urgently need to seek answers for. Ing nodded gently in acknowledgement, and Dane departed while Paimon and Ing proceeded to the West Wind Cathedral. There, they found Barbara tending to the injured. Although they were only lower-tier monsters, their sheer numbers had caused significant chaos, and injuries were inevitable. Ing and Paimon inquired about the first plowing machine, but it was evident that Barbara was unaware. They then asked about the 7 statues, opting not to disclose the specifics of their encounter in the ruins for Barbara's safety. After learning that a statue had indeed been lost, they bid farewell to the West Wind Cathedral, recognizing Barbara's busy state and refraining from taking up more of her time. Outside the cathedral, Paimon asked Ing, "Where shall we go next?" The result of their discussion was to dispatch a small team to the snowy mountains in search of supplies, and subsequently deal with the situation. This was a direct and effective plan, as remaining cooped up within the city was not their style. The finalized team consisted of Diluc, Kia, Eula, Rosaria, and Lisa. Initially, it was just these 5, but as the decision was made, the traveler arrived, thus adding Traveler Ing and the seemingly less useful Paimon to the list. Practically followed in Ying's footsteps, and upon witnessing this scene, immediately declared, "Brother, I want to go too." Paimon exclaimed, "How did you end up behind us?" Grinned mischievously, "He didn't notice, did you? I was planning to surprise you." "Ugh, how annoying. Thankfully you jumped out." Diluc's expression darkened as he assumed a brotherly authority. "Stop fooling around. This is not a game." S enthusiasm waned momentarily, but she still glanced at Kia with a glimmer of hope, subtly winking at him. Kia merely turned his head, pretending not to notice. Fine, after stepping outside, found a secluded spot, cleared her throat, and shouted, "Windy, Lord Windy, please help me, Lord Windy. The snowy mountains are perilous, being Duling, which has been altered by the abyss, and its strength is likely greater than before." Although she anticipated Windy would come, one could never be too sure. Almost immediately after his call, a green figure appeared on the wall behind her. "Little, what is it you wish from Lord Windy?" "Windy, it's like this." Recounted everything about Imon Na's observation of the source of trouble and the Mondstadt team preparing to set out, emphasizing that she wanted to join as well. After listening, Windy pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well, I will keep an eye on them. Little need not worry." With that, Windy transformed into a gust of wind and departed. Stood there momentarily dazed. "Hey, I'm going too." Chapter 44. The abyssal Du Ling strikes again in the player realm. Guozi-chan Xiao noticed that her task interface displayed, "We shall eventually reunite," as completed. However, what appeared next was not the subsequent chapter in this series of quests, but rather the name, The Consumed Flames. The Consumed Flames? Guozi rubbed her hands together, filled with enthusiasm. Mondstadt, as the birthplace of every player, held a special place in their hearts. As Ing traversed the transformed Mondstadt, she felt a surge of anger witnessing how the city had been ravaged by monsters, the familiar faces of its residents devoid of smiles. Yet, the name felt peculiar, whose flames had been consumed. Surely, it must be the enemy's flames. When we battled Tulin, we didn't mobilize this many people. If it's not the enemy's flames, then whose could it be? Back then, when he was present, although he seems unreliable, we would feel uneasy without him. By the way, is this the new snowy mountain map introduced in this update? It appears quite expansive, nearly rivaling the territory of Mondstadt. Does anyone remember the angels we encountered in the snowy mountains? They seemed rather mysterious back then. Could they be pulling strings behind this incident? Brothers, this storyline has captivated me, so I'm logging off to play by myself. Goodbye. Alas, I wish I could do the same, but I am currently at work. While working, Guozi donned his headphones, preparing to immerse himself in the experience. The music and visuals of Yuan Shun are absolutely breathtaking, and she adores them immensely. As Ing, Paimon, and Diluc set off, Jorah lingered at the city gate, gazing longingly at their receding figures. Each member of the party was someone she knew well, so why was she not allowed to join? Eula waved goodbye. In Mondstadt, Amber and Jorah shared the closest bond with her, and their lively personalities had significantly influenced her. It was they who had helped many in Mondstadt accept her. Jorah was younger than Amber, and to Eula, she was the youngest sister. If Amber was not permitted to accompany the group, Jorah stood even less chance. Once they left the city, the pace quickened. Everyone present was an experienced veteran. Although Lisa often stayed in the library, her stamina was impressive. Paimon, the only one flying, could be the fastest if speed were to be measured. As they journeyed, Eula inquired, "The snow mountain is vast. It seems unlikely we could search for clues bit by bit. Is there any more precise information?" She frequently traversed the snowy regions and was arguably the most knowledgeable about the snow mountains among the group. The disturbance that incited such a massive outbreak of monsters could not possibly be trivial. Lisa remarked, "Those monsters appear to be shrouded in a faint black mist, an imperceptible entity that likely emanates from the abyss." Rosaria interjected, "It's that damned group again." Lisa continued, "I possess a stone that seeks the powers of the abyss. The greater the abyssal energy in your vicinity, the brighter it will shine." Ing remained silent, having formed a hypothesis that the abyss seemed intricately linked to her brother. The distance from Mondstadt to the snow mountain was considerable, and it took quite some time before they finally caught sight of it from afar. As they approached, a sudden explosion erupted from the mountainside, sending boulders tumbling and causing layers of snow to cascade down, triggering an avalanche. "Kaiyang. It seems that stone will not be of use after all," Diluc urged. "Enough chatter, let's pick up the pace." At the snow mountain, under the influence of abyssal power, the fallen dragon Durin began to reconstruct its body, utilizing its heart as the foundation. The moment its form was completed, a violent explosion created a massive opening, and Durin's crimson eyes slowly opened, revealing an abyss of distortion and malice. The malevolence that birthed Durin possessed only its physical form and primal instincts, devoid of consciousness or thought, relying solely on the murderous instincts provided by the abyssal force. However, due to its body being primarily composed of abyssal energy, the malevolence that created this abomination retained the ability to control it. The dragon, as colossal as Tulin, emerged from the gaping hole. With a deafening roar and the thunderous beating of its wings, all the small creatures in the snow mountain area were sent scurrying in panic. Within a base on the mountain, Albedo heard the roar and swiftly rushed outside. "Is that Durin? How is this possible?" The surprise was fleeting, as Albedo quickly regained composure and ran toward the source of the sound. Simultaneously, Diluc and his party, only a few hundred meters from the explosion site, abruptly halted, frozen in place. Paimon fearfully pointed at the menacing dragon. "What is that thing?" Lisa replied, "That is the dragon Durin. I have seen its portrait. Although its appearance has changed, it is undoubtedly the same dragon, and this is where it once fell." Paimon questioned, "But it was supposed to be dead. Why is it here now?" Lisa produced the glowing stone, which now radiated a dazzling light. Rosaria exclaimed, "What do we do now? I hardly believe we can contend with this dragon." Eula warned, "Everyone, it has noticed us." At that moment, the dragon's enormous crimson eyes fixed intently upon them. Kai declared, "There is no turning back. Everyone, take care of yourselves and prepare for battle." "Wait, are we really going to fight?" "That beast looks formidable," Paimon exclaimed, her heart racing as she shielded the others. Damn it, at such a critical moment, that singer is nowhere to be found. Though they had resolved to fight, everyone hesitated to act. However, the dragon grew impatient. It charged forward, its claws sharp and massive. "Watch out!" Just as they braced for a desperate struggle, the dragon bypassed them and soared away. Diluc glanced in the direction the dragon had taken, alarmed. "This is bad. Its target is Mondstadt." They all sprinted faster than before toward their destination. Lisa lamented, "What a hassle." Chapter 45. The Bomb Art Among the Monsters. Earlier in Mondstadt, she filled a basin with water and washed her hands and face. Gazing at her reflection, Jorah gently caressed her youthful visage. So smooth and tender, the sensation was exquisite. After today, this disguise would temporarily come to an end. She felt a twinge of reluctance, as she would no longer be able to interact with everyone in this manner. After a moment of introspection, Jorah untied her hair and neatly restyled it into a sleek ponytail. She retrieved her long spear, swapping out the training head for the combat head crafted by Uncle Wagner. With the spear resting on her shoulder, Jorah confidently brushed her thumb across her nose, saying, "Let us go, and let my brother see just how capable his sister has become. I have never been one to boast." In the player world, Gwazi maneuvered Ing to the snow mountain, encountering the so-called source of calamity. The dragon Durin formed from abyssal energy, which left both her and the audience in awe. "Wow, that dragon is quite hideous." The dragon's size, comparable to Tulin's, instilled a sense of intimidation among the players, especially with the camera angles often capturing the grandeur from below, enhancing the feeling of its enormity. It is indeed quite ugly and utterly revolting. That creature is undoubtedly powerful. Let's see how Vinny manages to play dead now. The upstairs has hit the nail on the head, but there's still Tulin. Chun Xiao had anticipated a battle with the dragon, but to her surprise, it took flight toward Mondstadt. Just as she prepared to teleport there, the scene abruptly shifted. The perspective transitioned from Ing to Mondstadt. In a moment following the explosion on the snow mountain, the monsters outside Mondstadt seemed to have been provoked, surging in droves toward the city gates. The knights near the gates quickly gathered, and Swan ascended the city walls, witnessing a scene he would never forget. A dense mass of monsters stretched endlessly before him, sending chills down his spine. The live chat erupted with excitement. I have a fear of crowds. This is insane. Where did all these monsters come from? There are so many. Wind God, we need your help. If I were to go, my keyboard would probably overheat, and I still wouldn't stand a chance. What are you thinking? We'd be doomed if we went. It's moments like this that highlight the importance of a steadfast defense, especially with a Harbinger in play. What a perfect match. Soon, Jean arrived with a group of knights, followed by many adventurers led by the vice president of the Adventurers Guild, Celestia. Jean quickly scanned the throng of monsters outside the city gates from atop the walls. The onslaught of monsters this time is no longer limited to mere hilichurls and slimes, but includes numerous hilichurl berserkers, hilichurl shamans, and an enormous hilichurl frostarm king trailing behind. Even the well-versed Q-In furrows her brows at this sight. Following closely behind her is NB, accompanied by well-known figures from Mondstadt, such as New IR, BNT, Don, Eliz, SHT Ying, FIXIR, and MN. This gathering showcases the most comprehensive assembly of Mondstadt characters. NB, Don, and FIXIR swiftly draw their bows, dispatching the approaching monsters near the gates of Mondstadt. NB throws out a bunny baron and unleashes her skill. Arrows rain down. With a resounding boom, a significant area below is cleared. Fortunately, these monsters dissipate upon death. Otherwise, the ground would soon be littered with their corpses. The colossal hilichurl frostarm king advances, its tough hide impervious to ordinary arrows. After just a few attacks, the gates of Mondstadt are already on the verge of collapse. QN, what should we do? Do not panic, NB. QN quickly assesses the situation and decides that with a frostarm king present, defending the gates will be exceedingly difficult. It is, therefore, preferable for them, the wielders of the vision, to maintain control of the battle outside. Just as QN prepares to leap down and confront the monsters, Ruel's voice rings out. Everyone, we have arrived. Ruel, holding the small KL, rushes to join the group. After placing KL down, Ruel instructs KL. These monsters are villains seeking to attack Mondstadt. Quickly, bring out your bombs and blow them up. KL, undeterred, immediately retrieves her oversized bomb and hurls it towards the gates below, exclaiming, I can blow them all up. No, KL, wait. Throw it farther away. Don't hit the gate. KL acts swiftly, clearly having planned this moment, but Ruel's warning comes too late. Despite her best efforts, the small KL cannot throw very far. Yet, the others seem experienced in such matters. Upon hearing KL's intent to throw a bomb, everyone, whether blocking the gate or shooting arrows from the walls, quickly vacates the area. Ruel, quick on her feet, scoops up KL and dashes aside. The explosion here rivals that of the snowy mountains, instantly obliterating the gates of Mondstadt, leaving even the surrounding walls in ruins. On the player S side, CHNX, Yo suddenly feels compelled to raise KL. Initially drawn by her cuteness, she had refrained from nurturing her upon hearing others claim she lacked damage. Now, she resolves to raise KL. Great job, girl. Here it comes. The moment of charm from Mondstadt's #1 bomb maker. Haha, when I first saw the monsters here, I thought of KL. I never expected such a scene to unfold. It's truly satisfying. On the city wall, thankfully, everyone manages to escape without harming their comrades. The bomb created a vast vacuum zone, leaving no trace of the ordinary monsters or the Frostarm King. With everyone safe, QN breathes a sigh of relief and turns to KL, sternly stating, KL, take out all your bombs. We shall throw them. Seeing that she had caused trouble, KL fears QN's reprimand. However, upon noticing that QN does not scold her, she eagerly hands over her small pouch, saying, Here, QN. QN takes the pouch, peering inside to find it brimming with bombs, astonished. She recalls having confiscated K.O.'s bombs previously. Yet now is not the time to ponder this. She grabs a handful and hurls them into the densest clusters of monsters. The bombs land without causing much commotion, and after a long wait, they remain inert. K.O. quietly raises her hand. QN, the bombs need to be infused with fire elemental energy to explode. QN, NB, you come. Understood. QN. K.O. interjects again. No, if too much elemental energy is infused, they will explode immediately. Ruel, keep an eye on her. MHM, with the gates breached, QN and her companions leap down to engage the monsters. A gust from her wine pressure sword clears a wide area, although it mostly disperses ordinary monsters. New IR encases herself in a shield, her great sword imbued with geo energy, spinning into a whirlwind and sweeping numerous monsters into the river. Witnessing New IR charge into the horde, QN rushes to support her. Ruel, alongside KO, observes the situation from above. KO, to the right of BNT, there are hilichurl shamans. Quickly blow them up. Too far, I can't throw that far. KO, infuse elemental energy. I'll throw. Boom. The hilichurl shaman and its surrounding monsters perish. KO again. This time, let us blow up that group of ambushing archers. The archers perish. Chapter 46, The Crowned and Nemo God. Ruel accurately tosses the bombs handed to her by K.O. into the monster throngs, and with each explosion, their numbers gradually dwindle. The monsters surging forth are not as numerous as before. Their intent seems merely to sow chaos, lacking any deep-seated vendetta against Mondstadt. QN leads the knights in fierce combat against the monsters, her ultimate ability providing healing effects as the knights rally around her, displaying unparalleled bravery. QN. Something is approaching from that direction. Ruel, holding a bomb, calls to QN below. QN looks skyward to see a massive dragon swiftly heading their way. That is, the dragon approaches rapidly, having been distant moments ago, now mere moments from them. The corpse of DLN gathers abyssal energy, seemingly targeting them. QN is taken aback, shouting to her companions, fall back. Everyone, retreat and find cover. Yet, time is of the essence. DLN's attack is imminent, and QN grips her sword tightly, nearly exhausting the elemental energy within her vision, preparing to intercept the blow at all costs. QN, NB, with reddened eyes, draws her bowstring, an intensely crimson arrow coalescing upon it. New IR raises a shield to protect those nearby, while the others fend for themselves. DL and shows no signs of restraint, but just then, a cerulean arrow strikes DLN, disrupting the abyssal energy it had been gathering. Almost instantaneously, TWLN appears, colliding with DLN and propelling the massive creature skyward, the sound of their impact echoing painfully. After the collision, DLN stabilizes quickly, while TWLN, having initiated the attack, is forced back several hundred meters. It is crucial to note that emotional feedback is not solely a matter of losing one's composure. Such grand spectacles can elicit similar responses. Though the backlash from losing composure may be intense, it is a continuous and abundant source. Yet, even the smallest sparrow is still meat. Comprehensive collection is the right approach. TWL and has only recently escaped the abyss, its strength not yet fully restored. Now facing ADLN that is significantly stronger than at its peak. Coupled with the abyssal energy now at play, the balance of power has shifted, revealing TWLN's current frailty. At this moment, WND, clad in bard attire, stands atop the Westwind Cathedral, his previously carefree demeanor replaced by a fierce intensity in his gaze. The recent strike from Du Lin has indeed ignited the wrath of Wendy, for Mond and its people are the most untouchable of his vulnerabilities. Observing Tevelin faltering against the dragon of evil, Wendy realizes he can no longer remain hidden. A gentle breeze lifts him, enveloping him in azure winds. And as the winds dissipate, the figure of Wendy transforms from that of a wandering bard, adorned with a pure white hat and a pair of grand wings. Though minimally clothed, he exudes an aura of sanctity. Wendy's azure eyes gaze upon the dragon, his usual nonchalance replaced with divine intensity. In this moment, He once again dons the crown of the Anemo Archon, ascending to the throne of Mond. Meanwhile, in Liyue, an elderly gentleman, engrossed in appreciating opera while sipping tea, suddenly halts. The teacup, poised at his lips, remains suspended before he slowly sets it down. Zhongli turns his gaze toward Mond, his expression inscrutable. What could compel that fellow to don a crown? In the realm of players, upon witnessing the divine attire of Wendy, a collective frenzy ensues. Chun Shi-Yao exclaims exuberantly, her voice capable of alarming the neighbors. Wendy, so dashing, clenching her fists in excitement. Her eyes fixated on the screen, displaying the divine Wendy. She revels in the gaze he cast upon Dulin. I'm enraptured. What celestial beauty! How divine! My friends, even Wendy's anger is magnificent. The barrage of comments in the live stream explodes. Wendy said you lack strength? Look, didn't I tell you? When he was with the lady, it was all an act. Now, who else getting slapped in the face? Is this the Wendy wielding authority? Truly majestic, so unlike his usual self. Wendy Abyss, you dare harm my Mon people. It seems Wendy is genuinely enraged. That final glance quickened my heartbeat. If you have completed Wendy's legendary quest, you would understand his profound love for Mond. Now, with the Abyss seeking to obliterate Mond, how could he not be furious? Setting aside the player's frenzied declarations, we return to Mond. When Wendy appears in his divine form above the crowd, the excitement among the people of Mond surpasses that of the players by leaps and bounds. This is Mond, where even dogs revere the Anemo Archon. For years, the older generations have lamented the Archon's disappearance, spending their lives without ever beholding his visage, only able to express their admiration before the statue of the Anemo Archon in the plaza. And now, they are witnessing their Archon in person. Barbara can hardly believe her eyes. The Anemo Archon has truly descended. She immediately bows her head in prayer. Rolla, her face flushed with excitement, has never seen such a form of the Archon before. Being positioned high, she is closest to the Archon. Lord Barbados, you must defeat that wicked dragon. Jean gazes at the Archon in the sky, her expression suddenly relaxing, believing that with the Archon's words, everything should be resolvable. When Dee summons the poem of the end, drawing forth an arrow. Winds converge around the arrow, forming a colossal vortex. The arrow shoots towards the earth with unparalleled speed, shattering the monsters below, while the Mond people caught in the tempest find healing within its gusts. One arrow, and the battlefield is cleared. Before the crowd can marvel at the Archon's might, Tevelin comes crashing down from a distance. When Dee, bow in hand, confronts Dulin, Tevelin struggles to rise, following Wendy to face the foe. Just as they are taken aback, the divine Wendy appears. Diluc rejoices that Wendy has finally taken decisive action while lamenting the Abyss's power, which has forced Wendy to exert his full strength. Paimon, astonished, exclaims, "Is that the bard?" Abyssal Malice, knowing that Dulin cannot possibly rival Wendy, has long since calculated its move. In a shadowy corner, it observes the figures of a deity and two dragons vanish from the sky, realizing that now is its moment to strike. With a sweeping gesture, several abyssal gates materialize outside Mond City. Emerging from these portals are not the lowly monsters of before, but ruin guards and elemental hilichurl kings. Come, Rolla, prove yourself, and then take your bow. Chapter 47. The chaos of battle. Be cautious. These foes are quite cunning. Diluc warns the knights behind him. They dare to emerge only after the Anemo Archon has departed. A bunch of filthy insects. Such monsters are beyond the capabilities of ordinary knights. Even seasoned bearers of the vision cannot guarantee victory. To mitigate casualties, it falls to them, the vision bearers, to take the front lines. Jean concurs with Diluc, issuing commands in unison. As for Klee, she is still too young. Such battles are best left to the adults. Captain, the Knights of Favonius fear not death. Whereas the Knight of Favonius who would flee in battle. Time is of the essence, and Jean exudes the authority of an acting captain. Obey the orders. Your duty is to protect Mond City while we hold off these monsters, awaiting the return of the Anemo Archon. However, smack. A knight who spoke is struck on the head by Kia. What? Are you defying orders, not heeding the captain's command? In the midst of this, Rolla entrusts Klee to a knight and prepares to face the monsters alongside her brother. Though the battle has already commenced behind her, Rolla takes a moment to pat Klee's small head. Sister remembers. When the opportunity arises, I'll take you to blow up fish. Yes, let's blow them up. With Klee's bouncing bomb secured, Rolla draws her long spear and rushes toward the battlefield. The spear towers over her, and with the tip touching the ground, she leaps high, swinging the fiery spear down. Taste my technique, Inferno Lance. The fierce slash of flames cleaves a ruin guard in two, extinguishing its life. Diluc, engaged in combat with a Thunder Hilichurl King, witnesses this spectacle, alleviating some of his worries for his sister, yet he still manages to admonish her. Stay focused, be careful. Got it, big brother. The ruin guards are among the more ordinary foes present, and after dispatching one, Rolla encounters a ruin heavy machine. This adversary proves more challenging, as the damage inflicted by her spear is minimal. Just as the colossal machine begins to spin, Rolla turns and flees, weaving between two Hilichurl Kings, only to collide with the rotating machine that Aang has lured over. They exchange knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. Under their deliberate provocation, the two ruin-heavy machines collide with a thunderous crash. Yet, to their astonishment, the machines, rotating at the same frequency but in opposite directions, manage to avoid harm. Fortunately, they ensnare the two nearby Hilichurl Kings in the chaos, resulting in four hefty foes collapsing in a heap. Rolla and Aang celebrate their success with high fives, rushing in to finish off their downed adversaries. Others fare well too. Diluc has, in this brief period, vanquished two Hilichurl Kings and toppled a ruin-heavy machine, while Fiskal and Oz continue to dance around another ruin-heavy machine. Bennett and Razor are engaged in a fierce struggle against a cryo-Hilichurl King, while Diana and Amber exchange fire with two ruin hunters. Unexpectedly, Rolla was taken aback by the prowess of Lisa and Noelle. The area surrounding Lisa was char-black. With a single powerful strike, she obliterated all the monsters in her vicinity, leaving several Hilichurl Kings and ancient relics in her wake, undoubtedly making her the most prolific killer present. However, such formidable attacks could not be executed frequently, confronting a horde of ancient relic machines and guardians. Noelle wielded her sword with an indomitable spirit, evoking the might of 1,000 troops. Just moments ago, she leaped into the air and struck down an airborne relic hunter, incapacitating it upon impact. Though her Westwind greatsword shattered, she promptly produced another, rejoining the fray. Rolla, witnessing this scene, immediately comprehended the meaning of their always stronger individuals. Simultaneously, she realized that during her previous practice with Noelle, she had been holding back, observing Ying, who effortlessly switched between the Anemo and Geo elements. Wielding her weapon with unmatched sharpness, Rolla felt a surge of competitive spirit, unleashing her own signature moves, breaking formation, breaking enemy lines, Inferno Tornado, Starfire Conflagration. The most formidable abyssal gate opened, and suddenly a colossal hand emerged, followed by another. These two massive hands forcibly tore open the abyssal gate, and a gigantic relic entity crawled forth. This entity was not merely a large relic, it was a substantial one, not a mere small relic from Sumeru. Malice stood upon the shoulder of the giant. Once the giant emerged, all abyssal gates closed. The giant paid no heed to allies or foes, crushing several monsters that failed to escape in its wake. Upon witnessing such a colossal being, the people of Mondstadt immediately ceased their combat and withdrew, while the monsters refrained from pursuing. "Is everyone unharmed?" Bennett exclaimed, having been struck by debris from a shattered relic guardian. Fiskal supported him, while Jean inquired, "Fiskal, taken to Barbara for treatment. What about the others?" Silence enveloped the group. In truth, everyone bore some injuries, albeit minor. Kia remarked, "What is this giant's origin?" Ing pointed at the figure on the giant's shoulder, saying, "I encountered that being before. It's highly dangerous, so everyone be cautious." Diluc cursed, "Damn it, it's here. Scatter." The giant's immense fist descended, prompting the people of Mondstadt to hastily disperse. The malevolent entity, which had been on the giant's shoulder, vanished in an instant. Ing, who had been vigilant, immediately shouted, "The figure on the relic guardian's shoulder has disappeared. Everyone be alert." The malevolence did not seek Rolla. It concealed itself and swiftly approached Diluc's location. launching a surprise attack as Diluc evaded the giant's strike. The Malevolence's concealment was undetectable even to the Archons, let alone Diluc. Struck in the side, Diluc lost control, crashing heavily against a tree and falling to the ground, unable to rise. "Brother! Senior!" The crowd gasped, with Rolla being the first to rush forward. "Brother, are you okay?" Rolla's eyes brimmed with tears, her vision blurred. Diluc struggled to rise, feeling immense pain. It was not fatal. "I'm fine, don't cry. It's quite unbecoming," he managed to say. Kia, with a stern expression, remained vigilant, suddenly sensing a chill at his back. Without a moment to ponder, he retaliated. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Kia's weapon was knocked aside, forcing him to stagger back, narrowly avoiding a severe blow. "Stay alert. That being is formidable." From a distance, the previously overlooked giant swung its fist again, initially aimed at URA, but mid-swing, it altered direction, targeting Diluc and his companions. "This is bad." URA, Rosaria, and Noelle, who were nearby, rushed to shield Diluc. With a thunderous crash, URA, Jean, and Ing, who had positioned themselves in front, were sent flying. Although the giant's punch faced slight resistance, it was barely impeded. As the fist descended, Diluc summoned all his strength to push Rollo away, closing his eyes in resignation. "No!" Kia scrambled to his feet, rushing towards them. But it was too late. A tremendous roar echoed, yet Diluc felt no anticipated pain. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a scene he would never forget. Rolla stood before him, having taken the brunt of the deadly blow. Diluc could hardly fathom how this slender figure managed to shield him from such an assault. He could only see Rolla's back. In that moment, Rolla bled from all 7 orifices, her spear firmly lodged within the giant's fist, its tip embedded deep within the material of the giant's hand. Her feet rooted firmly in the unyielding ground. A semicircular shield of fire element formed before Rolla, absorbing much of the impact from the giant's strike. The pyro vision at her waist shone brightly. "I told you I am strong. If you wish to harm my brother in my presence, you are simply unworthy." In Mondstadt, Barbara watched the fierce battle from afar, her heart fervently praying to the Anemo Archon. "Lord Barbados, please protect the people of Mondstadt." Many knights and adventurers attempted to rush out, but were restrained. The strongest forces of Mondstadt were engaged in battle. Their presence would only serve to complicate matters. Countless citizens emerged from their homes, watching the distant conflict while offering prayers to the Anemo Archon. Much like Barbara, Klee imitated the adults, praying fervently. In the player world, upon seeing the Anemo Archon lured away by the dragon, players felt an ominous premonition as more formidable monsters emerged. As the story unfolded, they guided the traveler in combat against these beasts. The battles were not difficult. Although Chun Xiao's skills were lacking, her experience ensured easy victories. Rolla is so impressive. With a single thrust, she cleaved through an ancient guardian. Who can rival her? She was not exaggerating. She truly is powerful. Is she this strong in the storyline? No wonder she wields a great sword with one hand. Lisa is my goddess. What the heck, a single ultimate attack, and everything was annihilated. It turns out Lisa is the one who has been hiding her strength. Noelle, the maid, did she just single-handedly knock an ancient guardian aside? This is overwhelming. I can barely keep up. Everyone is so strong. It seems our skills have constrained their potential. Viewers in Guozi's livestream were abuzz with excitement. Following the emergence of the giant, when they noticed the malevolent entity on its shoulder, the comments exploded once more. The entity was intended to draw ire and could be freely criticized. However, berating it did not absolve Jiang Mumu from blame. Subsequently, as the main characters faced adversity, with Diluc injured, both Guozi and the viewers fell into a more somber silence. Finally, as Rolla withstood a punch from the giant, bleeding profusely, the comments ignited once more. Foolish abyss creature, why does Rolla have to endure this? Warning, do not throw knives. I detest knives, or I may come after you. Oh no, my precious Rolla. This pains me deeply. This is undoubtedly the most tragic storyline. Everyone in Mondstadt is injured, and Rolla is treated this way. Similar scenes unfolded in various streamers' broadcasts. Overseas streamers also reacted chaotically, with many predicting something was amiss and beginning to weep in advance. Regardless of the players' reactions, in Mondstadt, Rolla leaped onto the giant's arm, simultaneously extracting her spear from its clenched fist. The long spear, now devoid of its tip, had fulfilled its purpose, shattering completely within Dabao's fist. Rual La extracted a spearhead from the god's eye and replaced it, the fiery spear swirling as it swiftly ascended along Dabao's arm. Dabao's fist was indeed colossal, obscuring the view of most onlookers, with only Kia and in close enough to discern Rual La's expression. All eyes were fixed upon Rual La, hearts racing in anticipation. The players witnessed a battle song version, astonishingly mesmerizing. Rual ascended, nimbly and gracefully evading Dabao's relentless strikes. After several failed attempts to capture the elusive insect, Dabao released a torrent of gas from the seams of his body. The force sent Rual La tumbling off him, startling the crowd from Mondstadt. Yet as she fell, Rual La thrust the spear towards Dabao's body, the flaming weapon piercing once more, allowing her to swing upward with its momentum. A collective sigh of relief escaped the spectators. At that moment, Rual La retrieved a bouncing bomb gifted by Klee. Following Klee's instructions, she infused it with fire elements and hurled it into Dabao's core, where it lodged firmly between two fissures. Dabao's massive hands reached out again. Rual La adeptly dodged, evading capture. As Dabao prepared to strike once more, a thunderous explosion erupted, blasting a gaping hole in his core. The tremendous force caused Dabao to lean back, his massive form suddenly stiffening, as if severed from its support, and began to topple slowly. In this instance, Klee was the hero. Diluc, witnessing his bleeding sister, felt tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with heartache. This was the first time he had cried since their father's passing. Rual La glanced at the others, perceiving the admiration she longed for, which brought her joy, yet she sensed an overwhelming concern, especially from her older brother, who was weeping. What a disgrace! Rual La inwardly scoffed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She hastily wiped her face and flashed a thumbs up at the crowd, her smile disarming. Her previously bloodied visage was now haphazardly transformed into that of a playful kitten. I told you I'm strong, didn't I? Brother, you didn't believe me before, but you do now, right? Diluc nodded vigorously, convinced now more than ever. Rual La maintained this gesture and expression for an extended period, wishing for everyone to remember her as she was now, because that meant the one who had been lurking in the shadows was still near, watching intently. Suddenly, Ing felt her heart clench violently, an ominous premonition enveloping her. Rual La, be careful. Just as her voice emerged, a faint sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated clearly in the air. Rual La looked down to see a long knife protruding from where her heart lay, her expression one of confusion, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Rual La, no. The blade was withdrawn, blood pouring forth from the wound. The excruciating pain forced Rual La to her knees, facing her brother Diluc. Having previously withstood Dabao's mighty blow had already pushed Rual La's body to its limits, nearly shattering her. It was only through the explosive power of the god's eye that she had managed a final surge. Malice, in the form of that last knife, shattered the delicate balance within Rual La's faltering body. In the remnants of her consciousness, Rual La mustered her last strength to lift her head. She saw her brothers stumbling towards her, panic-stricken, saw the others rushing forward, their mouths agape, yet she could not hear their voices. Does this count as a perfect finale? Thank you, is it? Chapter 49. Vinny's home is stolen. The sky falls. Diluc, gravely injured, was the first to reach Rual La's side. He stumbled over, his legs giving way, collapsing next to her. Rual La, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Please open your eyes and look at your brother, okay? Seeing the blood-soaked ground and the gaping wound on his sister's chest, tears streamed down Diluc's face. The fire element god's eye that had hung at Rual La's waist extinguished at that moment. No, Rual La, don't leave me. Diluc cradled Rual La in his arms, gazing at her pale face, devoid of any life. She was his only sister, his most cherished sibling, the one he could never bear to speak harshly to, the one he had doted on since childhood. Diluc had even withheld the truth of their father's death from her, wishing to shield her from the dark realities of Mondstadt, hoping she would retain her innocence and live a life of joy. But why did it have to be this way? Why her? Diluc pounded the ground in anguish, releasing the endless sorrow and fury within him. His heart felt as though it were being flayed, the agonizing pain rendering him speechless. Even the act of breathing became a struggle, as if something were lodged in his throat. In the player's world, Guizi sensed something amiss, but had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Witnessing Ruo La's prowess, she instinctively dismissed the earlier scene of her bleeding from 7 orifices, exhilarated like a child over 200 months old, her smile wide. Ah, so cool. Guizi thought the spectacle somewhat strange, but when Ruo La smeared her face into a painted mess, reality struck her. Ruo La had been bleeding profusely. In Huahua, such a condition typically signified certain death. Ruo La is amazing, truly incredible. Ruo La is the strongest. Recalling the mission's title, Guizi's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that a game company would be so ruthless as to eliminate such a character? With this thought lingering, she connected the image of Ruo La giving a thumbs up as a farewell. Unlike the streamer, the comments flooded in with heightened concern. Something's off. I have a bad feeling about this. That abyssal creature is still alive, lurking. Oh, I remember now. It's that wretched creature. They must not let their guard down. Guizi soon realized the gravity of the situation. The players thought of it, and the traveler in the game did too. However, just as the traveler's warning emerged, the players were met with a scene that shattered their spirits. Oh, no. What the hell? Is that a real blade? What the heck? Why target Ruo La? Woo-woo. I always thought this was a casual game, huh? I'm done. How can this game continue if Ruo La is gone? So the meaning of burning flames was this? You're something. Guizi sat in stunned silence, hands clasped over her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. The computer once again echoed with the words, "Does this count as a perfect finale? Thank you, is it?" The final scene zoomed in on Ruo La's god's eye, which, once radiant, suddenly extinguished. Guizi could no longer contain herself and broke down in sobs. Wawa. Mondstadt's eyes were red, fighting back tears as she stood behind Diluc, vigilant of her surroundings. Damn it, show yourself. Kia, Jean, and others gathered around, their expressions filled with sorrow and anger, protecting Diluc and in the center. Jean gently caressed small face, employing her healing powers, but they had no effect on the current. Quietly closed her eyes. Eula gripped her great sword so tightly that her hand turned pale, her gaze fixed intensely on the surroundings. Amber and Noelle, their faces streaked with tears, stood resolutely in front, clutching their weapons and scrutinizing the disturbances in the air. Noelle repeatedly wiped away her tears, only to tighten her grip on the great sword again. Tartaglia bit his lip so hard that it drew blood, yet remained oblivious to the pain. Rosaria shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Razor remained silent, merely gathering his strength. Lumen gazed at the lifeless, her lips quivering, unable to fathom such an outcome. This was her first friend in Mondstadt, aside from Paimon, who had been so kind to her in Paimon, gifting them and radiating with a bright smile. Lumen clenched her teeth, her gums bleeding. The long sword remained in her grasp, while the one who had gifted it to her was no longer present. Malice suddenly reared its head once more. Although prepared, he was still startled by the rapidity of the attack. I spike. Judgment. Absolute cold. Severing deep-seated hatred. Be swept away by the wind. Die for me. The collective fury of the group barely missed the embodiment of Malice, who swiftly retreated, positioning himself near the fallen Valen. The long knife formed from his right hand was stained with crimson blood, and he brought the blade close to his face, seemingly inhaling or perhaps licking it. The people of Mondstadt, already inflamed with rage, were further enraged by this scene. Lumen's speed was unmatched. She charged forward with her long sword, her furious strike colliding with the Malice's knife, causing both to recoil. The Malice intended to advance, but suddenly looked up to the sky and vanished from sight. Lumen and Kia's attacks fell short, leading them to believe the Malice had concealed itself once again, heightening their vigilance. It was only when Turin's roar echoed from above that they relaxed. The battle between Venti and the dragon did not last long. Had it not been for the dragon's tenacity, it would have ended even sooner. Before confronting the dragon, Venti had already eradicated most of the monsters in Mondstadt. never anticipating that someone as vile as Malice would strike during his absence. Once Venti vanquished the dragon and the tempest shattered its every cell, he suddenly realized a barrier had been erected around him, isolating his perception of Mondstadt. The individual who set this barrier had exerted tremendous effort, managing to elude his immediate detection. Had the dragon not been completely obliterated, the barrier would have remained intact longer, delaying Veni's awareness. The moment he sensed the barrier's dissolution, Veni rushed towards Mondstadt with utmost speed. His heart was tumultuous. He was uncertain of what had transpired in Mondstadt, yet he could predict it was nothing good. In an instant, he arrived outside the city, witnessing the battlefield post-conflict, seeing Dvalin rendered immobile on the ground, the injured citizens of Mondstadt, and the lifeless cradled in Diluc's arms, surrounded by the others. The winds of Mondstadt grew tempestuous, mirroring Venti's inner turmoil. Chapter 50. The vanished soul. There was no need for inquiry or investigation. The wind had conveyed everything that had transpired to Veni. Divine energy surged around him as he floated in the air, retrieving the ballad of the end. Drawing back his bowstring, he conjured an arrow from thin air. Unlike the previous arrow's tranquility, this one summoned a whirlwind, gathering dark clouds, forming a vortex visible to the inhabitants of Mondstadt. Where is it? At this moment, each breeze served as Veni's eye, yet he could not locate that scoundrel. No trace of the abyssal fiend remained. It had fled before his arrival. With no target in sight, Veni released the charged arrow skyward, scattering the clouds. Approaching the crowd, they parted to make way for him. Lord Barbatos, Noelle, her tear-streaked face marred by the damage to her armor, knelt before Veni, pleading, "Please, you must save. I beg you, Lord Barbatos." Jean and the others were all injured, looking disheveled, their eyes fixed on Veni, harboring a final glimmer of hope. Diluc's expression was one of unprecedented anguish. He clutched his lifeless body, unwilling to part with her, his forehead resting against hers, his heart growing cold alongside her. Upon seeing Veni approach, Diluc looked at him with desperate anticipation. "Can you save her?" Veni knelt slightly, gently touching his forehead. Finally, a flicker of anger crossed Veni's previously stoic face. In Teyvat, the souls of the deceased linger momentarily, yet had only just passed. Why could he not sense her spirit? A thought suddenly flashed in Veni's mind, and his gaze sharpened, filled with murderous intent. Had it taken soul? Sensing his emotions spiraling, Veni quickly closed his eyes to regain composure. With the divine crown upon his head, he became the Anemo Archon, hiding his feelings deep within, resolved not to let them sway him. "I'm sorry. She is already." Veni refrained from disclosing the fate of soul to Diluc, recognizing that Diluc was on the brink of collapse. Revealing such a cruel truth might shatter him entirely. Though Veni did not complete his sentence, everyone present could discern his implication. Diluc tightened his embrace around, tears streaming down his face once more. The surrounding atmosphere was filled with quiet sobs. Lumen felt a surge of anger with nowhere to direct it. She despised her own helplessness. If only she had not lost her strength. If only she could be stronger, then perhaps would still be alive. She dared not look at its current state, for the image was already seared into her heart. Lumen sat on the ground, repeatedly rubbing her eyes. The winds today were particularly harsh, as sand persistently invaded her eyes. In the player world, the story concluded with a poignant image of Lumen sitting in a corner, silently weeping. Throughout the narrative, her tears flowed unceasingly, accompanied by a runny nose. Having used up half a pack of tissues, "Why do you have no heart?" was so lovely, so popular. Why must you eliminate her? If you want to make money, just put her in the gacha pool, and the money would flow in. Do you even realize how many players you are shattering with this decision? As she gazed at the images on the computer screen, Lumen cried and wiped her tears, her mouth incessantly voicing her grievances to the audience in the live stream. "I'm feeling so awful. What should I do? The moment I settle down, I think of and I'll probably lose sleep for days. Sigh, I haven't cried like this in ages. My mom saw me and thought I had a breakup, comforting me for a long time. I'm sending a group to deliver knives. Who wants to join? I have stored over 300 draws, specifically to await Rual La. Rual La is the character I have grown most fond of throughout my years of gaming, and I never anticipated this outcome. I can perceive that Veni is deeply saddened. Although he remains silent, his sorrow speaks volumes. How many times have we encountered Veni? Nearly half of those moments revolve around the tales of him and Ruala. He must hold her in high regard as well. My greatest concern lies with Grandpa. The agony of losing a loved one once more must be overwhelming for him. An adjacent streamer, known as Chiaku, was so enraged by Ruala's demise that he abruptly exited the game, uninstalling it in the process. In his words, "If Ruala is dead, what is the point of continuing to play?" Filled with malice, he swiftly fled the battlefield of Mondstadt, striving to evade Veni's presence. Faced with the wrath of the Anemo Archon, he could not guarantee his flawless escape, though he claimed that even the Seven could not pierce his concealment. Should Veni unleash a vast area attack, his newly crafted disguise would be rendered futile. After a lengthy flight, the malice finally slowed as he reached the borders of Mondstadt. It seemed to be the Stone Gate boundary, but what was this barrier doing here? Moreover, he recognized this barrier. It was the same one he had used to shield Mondstadt from Veni's prying eyes, albeit with a slight difference. It ensnared those within. Clearly, someone had discerned his method of concealment and lay in wait here. Having committed such a grievous act, did he think he could simply escape unscathed? Turning around, he confronted none other than the long-vanished Dainsleif. The malice was unsure how Dainsleif had tracked his movements. His knowledge of him was scant, only aware that he was the last captain of the Canria Royal Guards, known as the Sword of the Last Light. Dainsleif, he rasped, calling out the name. "You know me? Dainsleif, the enemy of the Abyss. Exterminate, obliterate." The malice bellowed, launching an assault on Dainsleif. After all, he had already been accused. What did it matter if he took on another hat to bear? Dainsleif drew his long sword to counter the attack, and as he did, the previously nebulous conjectures in his mind began to sharpen. "Is truly Yukong? Why do you act in this manner? How will you face your sister now?" Discarding any extraneous thoughts, Dainsleif focused on the adversary before him. "Whoever you may be, you must pay the price." The conflict was brief. The malice endured several strikes from Dainsleif. Had he not possessed such resilience, he would likely have perished by now. Truly, the Sword of the Last Light was formidable. Unwilling to prolong the fight, the malice seized an opportunity, shattering the barrier and vanishing before Dainsleif's eyes. Dainsleif gazed at the fractured barrier, rendered speechless. "Next time we meet, you will not escape." Chapter 51. I will slay it, avenge you. What transpired here? Recently arrived from Liyue, Mu Qinggu, having traversed the Stone Gate into Mondstadt, beheld the aftermath of the confrontation between the malice and Dainsleif. Although she comprehended the events that had just unfolded, her confusion remained. Surveying her surroundings, she murmured to herself, "It appears a battle has taken place, and both parties possessed considerable strength." Taking note of the situation, Mu Qinggu resolved to inform her companions upon her arrival in Mondstadt. Her journey to Mondstadt was not initially necessary. She was not the most suitable candidate for the expansion and protection of the trade routes between Mondstadt and Liyue. The primary motivation for accepting this task was to visit her dear friend Ruala. With Liyue now stable and affairs proceeding smoothly, it was the perfect opportunity to reclaim the vacation she had previously forfeited, sparing her subordinates of the incessant complaints from the Qinyan army. As she made her way toward Mondstadt, she felt an oddity. Why were the monsters in Mondstadt so few? She had only encountered one thus far. Was there a recent purge of monsters in Mondstadt? Upon reaching the outskirts of the city and observing the devastation around the great treasure, Mu Qinggu sensed that something was amiss. Mondstadt seemed to be undergoing a significant upheaval. Upon arriving at the city gates, she discovered the entrance had been obliterated, and the knights stationed there wore expressions of grief. Mu Qinggu stepped forward, presenting her identification. "Greetings, I am a messenger from Liyue, seeking an audience with the Knights of Favonius." "I apologize, traveler," the knight replied. "As you can see, Mondstadt has recently suffered a calamity. Please forgive our lack of hospitality. You may enter and rest, though it may take some time to arrange a meeting with the captain and her companions." "That is quite all right. I can wait." Mu Qinggu entered Mondstadt, finding lodging in a nearby inn. West Wind Cathedral. Reappearing was the despondent Veni. "Ruala, how could this happen?" After fruitless attempts to console her, Barbara's eyes brimmed with tears. "Ruala, boo." Jean helped Barbara to her feet, embracing her. Barbara sobbed against her sister's shoulder. Quickly soaking it with tears, Jean merely bowed her head, gently patting Barbara's back. Meanwhile, Paimon clung to Ing, weeping uncontrollably. This was Paimon's first encounter with such tragedy, a profound shock to her tender spirit. A traveler, I feel so sad, I miss Rolao. Ing, like Jean with Barbara, comforted Paimon, softly patting her back to soothe her. At the rear of the crowd, little Klee stood helplessly. Brother Albedo. Upon seeing Albedo, Klee seemed to find solace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Witnessing the once vibrant Klee in such a state broke Albedo's heart. He gently embraced her small frame. Brother Albedo, Ruala. Woo-woo, we promised to go fish bombing together. Ruala is such a big liar. In Albedo's memory, Klee seldom cried. At most, she would pout, only to regain her spirited self by the next day. Sigh. Albedo carried Klee away, seeking to console her. Vinny remained silent, observing. Ultimately, after deliberation, Jean, representing the Knights of Favonius, formally approved Ruala's application to join the Knights and publicly announced her valiant sacrifice in the battle against the abyssal creatures to all of Mondstadt. Diluc raised no objections. This was what his sister had always wished for. Her image lingered in his mind, constantly asking if she was strong. Ruala sought to prove herself before him. And indeed, she succeeded. Yet, such proof was not what he had wished to see. In the dead of night, within Westwind Cathedral, Ruala's lifeless body lay still. Barbara tended to her, cleaning and dressing her, while Kia encased her in ice, and Diluc ultimately draped a white cloth over her. The vast cathedral was left with only Vinny, Diluc, and Kia. The nuns who had been present had been summoned away by Grandmaster Simon. Vinny addressed Diluc and Kia. It has been a day and a night since Ruala's sacrifice. In a few hours, it will be 2 nights. Diluc remained steadfast by Ruala's side. With Kia equally concerned for his sworn brother, Diluc spoke not a word, his gaze devoid of light. Vinny sighed quietly. Ruala's sacrifice had dealt a blow to him greater than to anyone else. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the silent cathedral. Kia and Vinny turned to see a woman with white hair, clad in a fitted black robe. The woman approached Ruala, standing silently for a prolonged moment. Muchingu gently lifted the white cloth, and Kia and the others did not intervene. She embraced the ice, pressing her face against it. Farewell, Ruala. You are the Kaiyang Star of Liyue? I am merely Ruala's friend now. Muchinga stood before Kaya and the others, her face etched with sorrow. I have learned everything that has transpired in Mon from the leader of the Knights, she declared. Ruola is my friend. Her plight is my own. I shall seek out that scoundrel and exact vengeance for Ruola. With those words, Muchinga departed, leaving the church enveloped in silence once more. After a prolonged moment, Diluc finally roused from his stupor, slowly rising to his feet, his body slightly unsteady. It should be I who avenges my sister. With a limp, Diluc made his way out of the church, saying to Kaya, please take care of Ruola and see her laid to rest in the cemetery. This child loved a lively atmosphere and could not endure solitude. After I deal with him, I shall return to pay my respects to Ruola. Diluc stopped. As Diluc continued on, Kaya prepared to pursue him, but was halted by Vinny. Let him go. I will watch over him. This is the only motivation he has to regain his strength. Chapter 52. The Dark Knight Messenger in the early morning hours at the Dawn Winery, in Ruola's chamber. Headmaid Adeline had already cleaned the room for the 4th time. She had not called upon anyone else, choosing to wipe the already spotless ornaments repeatedly by herself. Adeline had worked here since Ruola was very young, watching her grow increasingly beautiful. During those times, Diluc was not adept at caring for a young lady, and many matters fell to her. In Adeline's heart, Ruola was more than merely the daughter of her employer. Yet now, that opportunity was lost forever. Adeline's gaze was suddenly drawn to a picture frame on Ruola's bedside. It depicted Lord Clips, Diluc, and Ruola when she was 10 years old. The painting was not perfect, but both Diluc and Ruola had cherished it, leading Diluc to have it framed and placed in Ruola's bedroom. As Adeline caressed the painting, she couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful young lady she was. Why must fate be so cruel to her? Ruola, may you find happiness on the other side, eat well, and sleep soundly. Suddenly, Adeline heard a commotion from downstairs. She set the picture frame down and descended. Have you not taken any rest? I cannot sleep. Soon, dawn will break. Yet Adeline felt no fatigue. Lord Diluc must not have eaten yet. I will prepare something for him. No need, you should rest. Adeline remained, observing the weary Diluc, and finally could not contain herself. Lord Diluc, I believe Ruola would not wish to see you in such a state. Diluc paused, recalling how Ruola would urge him to sleep when he stayed up late, often saying that early to bed and early to rise was beneficial for health. I understand. Please go rest. Seeing that Diluc had genuinely absorbed her words, Adeline departed. After Adeline left, Diluc took a bath and, just as Ruola advised, obediently went to sleep. When he awoke, night had already fallen, and he had slept through the entire day. After a quick wash, Diluc summoned Adeline, Ease, Connor, and others, entrusting them with the winery's affairs, as they were long-time employees he could rely on. Lord Diluc, where are you headed? You need not concern yourselves. Just attend to the tasks I have assigned. After Diluc departed, the others exchanged glances, and finally, Adeline spoke. Let us do as the master instructed. Ruola's departure has profoundly affected Lord Diluc. We must simply fulfill our responsibilities. Diluc arrived at the cellar, a different one from the one Ruola had emptied. Gazing at the precious wines he once valued, he pondered how many bottles he would have gathered for Ruola had she lived. Diluc unearthed a box from the corner and opened it, revealing a striking red outfit. The Crimson Knight. He tied his hair into a high ponytail for easier movement, donning the crimson attire, resembling a messenger of the night. He affixed his sister's vision to his waist and departed the Dawn Winery as night fell, embarking on a path shrouded in uncertainty. This journey would either lead to his demise or to vengeance. Meanwhile, in the player world, the seldom-active official Genshin Impact website suddenly released a message accompanied by a character illustration. It depicted Diluc clad in the Crimson Knight, wielding the wolf's gravestone. Upon release, the image quickly garnered over 1 million views. Beneath the illustration were several lines of text. My sister was harmed by the abyss, and he has finally ceased to compromise. Dressed in this attire, he shall become the messenger of the night and exact his vengeance. Already reeling from Ruola's death, the online community quickly shifted their focus to the image, flooding the comment section. Don't think I'll forgive you like this. Return Ruola to me. Go, big brother. You must avenge Ruola and destroy that scoundrel. I never realized how handsome he was. Forgive my earlier misjudgment. I suspected that Diluc, devastated by Ruola's death, would not remain inactive. He has finally made his move. I will use this skin to slay that wretched creature. It is unimaginable how much revenue this outfit will generate given the fervor surrounding it. Teyvat. On the day of Ruola's funeral, many attended, yet only Diluc was absent. Following Ruola's passing, Noelle had secluded herself at home. Gradually, she seemed to grasp what the leader of the Knights had remarked about the void that existed between her and Ruola. In the past, she had been blind to it, but on the night of her dear friend's death, clarity dawned upon her. Paimon held a flower of the windwheel aster in each tiny hand. She had once shared with Ruola her fondness for the windwheel aster, as it thrived only in breezy locales, the very places beloved by the people of Mond. To this day, Paimon had yet to recover. Whenever thoughts of Ruola surfaced, she would quietly retreat to weep, only reappearing before Ing with reddened eyes. After the funeral concluded, Ing and Paimon exited Mondstadt. Traveler, when we encounter that despicable fellow again, even if I must bite him with my mouth, I shall ensure his demise. Ing managed a strained smile. She too would not let that villain escape. Would you be interested in conversing with me? Dane. Ing regarded Dane in silence. I apologize. I was engaged in battle with the Abyss at that time and could not extricate myself. You mentioned the Abyss. Now, whenever Ing hears those words, she experiences a visceral reaction. The Abyss, they were responsible for Ruola's death, for the death of her dear friend. I have one last question for you. Is the Abyss truly connected to Kong? This time, it was Dane who fell silent. After several seconds, he replied, Kong is now the Prince of the Abyss. Ying's hand, resting on her thigh, clenched into a fist. While you were battling that fellow, I located Kong and inquired about him. But regrettably, Kong did not provide a direct answer. I can only share what I know. And whether that fellow is related to Kong remains to be verified. Ing fixed a serious gaze upon Dane. I wish to meet Kong. Do you have a way? I do not know his current whereabouts, but the abyssal apostles under him are likely at the ruins where you previously encountered the inverted statue of the deity. Very well. Let us set off at once. Dane, perceiving Ying's determination, recognized her thoughts. Kong had been blinded by vengeance, but perhaps his sister was the final hope for his redemption. Chapter 53. Shall we meet again? Take my blade first. Within the ruins, before the statue of the filthy deity, Ying, Paimon, and Dainsleif have arrived at this location. It appears that we have reached our destination. The atmosphere is peculiar, and the desolate room is quite unsettling. I comprehend the foul ambience you all described. At this moment, the gem held by the suspended statue has vanished, and the abyssal power has diminished significantly. However, that disquieting sensation still lingers. Ying unsheathes her sword, preparing to strike the statue. They had previously conferred on their journey. This statue must be destroyed. Just as her sword is about to descend upon the statue, an abyss apostle suddenly appears, thwarting Ying's attack. Once again, it is you, and you, the enemy of the Order, Dainsleif. I can sense a dreadful stench of blood emanating from you. Is it for the pitch-black nightmare, or perhaps? The abyss apostle seems to sense something, confirming with scrutiny, then continues, "Oh, how perilous. You too possess that decayed scent familiar to me. Like us, you are a perilous entity. However, those dangers that lie outside the Order ought to be caged." Dainsleif, with a cold expression, retorts, "Tisk. Your tongue, I fear, has rotted for far too long. It ought to be severed." In the world of players, following the quest of the burning flames, they have now encountered the next chapter of our inevitable reunion quest. Through previous dialogues with Dainsleif, the players have come to understand, to some extent, the ambiguous relationship between the other twin and the abyss. Damn, that abyssal creature. Let us finish him. This time, he must not escape. I find it unlikely that he is the antagonist. Think about it, since both twins are protagonists. It is improbable for one to be so detestable. Have you all noticed? This abyss apostle emphasizes the Order, while that despicable creature emphasizes the abyss. Why the rush? The plot clearly indicates that a meeting between the twins is imminent. Everything will become clear then. The abyss apostle is formidable, yet still not a match for Ying. After a fierce battle, realizing his defeat, the abyss apostle attempts to open a portal to escape. However, this time he fails yet again. Dainsleif seizes the opportunity, directly grasping the throat of his fate. No matter how the abyss apostle struggles, he cannot break free. At a critical moment, Kong strikes at Dainsleif with his sword, the immense force driving Dainsleif back. Ying's pupils quiver as she gazes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. She has long sought Kong, eagerly anticipating their reunion, but now that she truly sees him, her emotions are overwhelmingly complex. "Prince, your highness." The abyss apostle kneels before Kong in submission. Paimon glances at Kong, then at Ying, repeatedly, exclaiming in astonishment, That person, could it be? Kong. Kong looks at Ying with a complex expression. "Sister." Ying slowly approaches Kong, who watches her intently. It has been 500 years since they were last together. Watching Ying draw near, Kong steps forward as well. Yet at that moment, Ying suddenly draws her sword again, launching an attack against Kong. Kong, taken aback by this turn of events, defends himself while swiftly retreating. "Ying, what are you doing?" Ying remains silent, her attacks growing increasingly forceful. She does not intend to harm Kong, as they are siblings and share a profound bond. Yet having witnessed her friend perish before her eyes, she cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Paimon is left astounded by the scene. Has he not been searching for her brother all along? Why, now that they have found each other, are they fighting? Dainsleif, what should we do now? Think of a solution. Dainsleif, what exactly did you tell my sister? Kong begins to question Dainsleif, then turns to Ying. Ying, whatever it is, we can discuss it calmly. Do not trust Dainsleif's lies. Kong has traveled through the 7 nations, and his strength far exceeds that of Ying. However, he would never harm his own sister. Not only does he refrain from inflicting harm, but he also attempts to prevent Ying from overexerting herself and causing injury, resulting in a rather awkward confrontation. "Why did you want to kill Ruola?" After a prolonged silence, Ying finally speaks. "Who?" Kong is momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalls the turmoil that transpired in Mondstadt, suspecting that Ruola may have perished in that incident. He quickly explains, "It was not me. That individual has no connection to the Abyss Order." Seizing the moment while Ing is momentarily distracted, Kong grasps her hand, forcibly ending this absurd conflict. Ing ceases her attacks, staring intently at Kong. My patience with you has limits. I merely informed her of what she ought to know. Kong takes a deep breath. I do not know what Dainsleif has told you, but I assure you as your brother that he indeed has no connection to me. He hails from the abyss. The true abyss. I am also seeking him. He is our common enemy. Ing gazes into her brother's eyes, contemplating for a long while, before gently nodding, seemingly acknowledging Kong's explanation. Ing, I do not understand why you are with Dainsleif, but I offer you this advice. Do not trust him. He is my adversary. Kong. Dainsleif's expression is complex. Ing, do not attempt to stop me. Do not interfere with the Abyss Order. Kong points at Dainsleif. That man, Dainsleif. He is the last light of the sword of the final royal guard of Canria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the fall of Canria. At that time, he was deeply afflicted by the curse of immortality, wandering the wilderness while helplessly watching his beloved people transform into abyssal monstrosities. Meanwhile, in the live stream, I knew it. Although they belong to the abyss, the twins are not villains, or rather, not purely evil. Are the abyssal monsters all remnants of Canria? It's the Abyss Order, you scoundrel. The true monstrosity of the abyss is that despicable creature. Thank goodness. Otherwise, if the closest brother were also an enemy, I cannot imagine how heartbroken Ing would be. With this, the target of revenge is clear. It is the abyss. Kong, before the abyss engulfs the divine seat. I have an unfinished war with heavenly principles. Heavenly principles? Listen to me, sister. I have already undertaken a journey once. Therefore, you too must reach the destination like I did to leave the essence of this world in your own vision. The Abyss Apostle opens the portal, and before departing, Kong tells Ing, we shall meet again. But there is no rush, sister. I have ample time to await your arrival. Ing immediately rushes forward, attempting to grasp Kong as he prepares to leave. Do not go. Our time has always been sufficient. With that, Kong steps into the portal, and, in the final moments, Dainsleif follows suit, disappearing into the ruins. Ing gazes at the ruins below, her mind in disarray. Her enemy is the abyss, while her brother's enemy is heavenly principles. Chapter 54, Returning Home. Paimon approaches Ing, helping her to process the recent events. Ultimately, due to the insufficiency of information, many connections remain elusive, leaving them perplexed. Since we cannot fathom it, let us not dwell on these thoughts for now. Observing Ying's lingering melancholy, Paimon offers consolation. If your brother wishes for you to reach the destination, then do so to show him. Traveler, let us depart. Paimon extends her small hand to Ing, who places her hand atop it. We shall go, Paimon, but before we do. In the winter, a ship carries 2 executive officers, An and Shi, along with 2 divine hearts. Following the incident involving Xiao, the captain compensated Liyue on Shi's behalf, leaving her feeling quite guilty. The compensation was entirely from the captain's own resources. In his words, and Shi is my subordinate. Naturally, I must bear the responsibility for her mistakes. However, afterwards, and she received a few words of guidance from the captain. And she, the 4th child in her family, has an elder brother, Ajax, along with an older sister and a younger brother and sister, Anton, Denaya, and Tak, as they were still some distance from home. And she instructed the 2 foolish soldiers assisting them to set down the boxes, and together with Elina, they carried them forward. Are these all gifts for your younger siblings, my lady? Elina gazed at the delightful toys within the boxes, her eyes sparkling with wonder. In that moment, and she, unmasked, revealed a gentleness seldom seen upon her features. This one-eyed treasure is for my youngest brother, Tak. He will adore it. This instrument is for Denaya, who has had a passion for music since childhood. And this weapon, while not the finest quality, is visually appealing enough for Anton. Children of this age typically find such things delightful. Below are some clothes, featuring styles from Liyue and Mondstadt, all well padded. And she spoke, noticing Elina's peculiar expression. What is it? I simply did not expect you, my lady, to speak so much at once. This is the place where I grew up. Every corner is familiar to me. Each brick and tile, each blade of grass and tree evokes a sense of warmth. Only here, surrounded by my family, can I truly relax. And she looked at the snow-covered houses, a smile blossoming that had never graced her face before. Come, let's enter together. Remember, inside, do not call me my lady, simply use my name. Yes, Anchi. Relax. Think of it as being in your own home. Elina nodded gently, having grown up as an orphan in the hearth home, experiencing the lives of 2 generations of servants before arriving here. The feeling of home was something she had never truly known. Upon entering, Anchi spotted Denaya and Anton gathered around the fireplace. Sister, Denaya exclaimed, rushing to embrace Anchi's legs. Anton, more reserved, nonetheless displayed his joy. All right. How old are you both? Still clinging to me. Anchi patted Denaya's small head, gently prying her away as if she were an octopus. Look, I have brought gifts for you all. Anchi produced an instrument from the box and handed it to Denaya. Anton, this is for you. Anton received a beautifully crafted longsword, their eyes shimmering with excitement, which reassured Anchi that her choices were indeed right. After they stowed their gifts, they quickly fetched 2 chairs for Anchi and Elina to sit upon. Sister, I will cook for you right away. No need to rush. Anchi caught Denaya's arm. Where's everyone else? Why are only you and Anton here? Father and mother have gone out. I shall go fetch them. Anton volunteered, dashing out. Denaya, pouting, reported to Anchi, Sister, Tak left us a note saying he went to Liyue to find brother, and by the time we noticed, the ship he boarded had already departed. There are no other ships to Liyue, and our parents are quite worried about it. Tak has gone to Liyue? How audacious of him! Anchi felt little concern. After all, an elder brother awaited him there, and this was merely a part of the unfolding narrative. Yet, speaking of her brother, she seemed to have forgotten something important. What was it? Oh, right. Her elder brother was still imprisoned in Liyue. How could I have forgotten this? No, I must have the Liyue faction release him. Otherwise, where would Tak go? As Anchi pondered this, the door swung open once more. Anchi's mother, a strikingly beautiful woman, approached with a lively demeanor. Gulme, let me see if you have lost weight. Anchi felt a bit flustered as her mother scrutinized her. Oh dear, mother, there are others present. Only then did Anchi's mother notice Elina, who had been sitting quietly to the side. Oh dear, how could I have overlooked you? Come closer, child. Warm yourself by the fire. It's quite chilly sitting so far away. Elina, startled by Anchi's mother's warmth, timidly moved closer. This was indeed the mother of Anchi and a young master. How could she bear such attention? Anchi's mother, eyes aglow, leaned in to whisper to Elina, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Father, come and try on the clothes I bought for you. Anchi's mother, captivated, turned her attention away from Elina. Elina observed Anchi's mother sorting through the garments and her jovial father, along with Anton and Denaya, their curious eyes wide as they examined the clothing, listening to their laughter, and found herself smiling. This feels rather pleasant. Meanwhile, Rosalind, holding 2 god hearts, met with the Empress and received commendations, leaving the palace with an air of pride. Upon encountering someone, she averted her gaze disdainfully. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Huh, that should be my line, the harbinger remarked, glancing at Rosalind. Oh, it seems the successes of the previous 2 nations have greatly bolstered your confidence, Rosalind replied with an air of arrogance. This matter does not concern you. As Rosalind elegantly strode past the harbinger, he called out mockingly, we were once colleagues. Don't say I didn't warn you. When you reach Inazuma, hide that overinflated pride of yours. If you perish there, it will not be amusing. Enough with the drivel. Chapter 55, Lady, Barbados, that fool. My lady, recent intelligence has just arrived regarding Mondstadt. Ah, has Barbados fallen? Set it down. Yes. Rosalind poured herself a glass of wine, sipping it lightly while perusing the incoming intelligence. As she read, her interest was piqued, and she soon found herself engrossed, her wine forgotten. Upon seeing the name of the sole casualty in the fierce battle, the iron cup in her right hand crumpled under her grip. Ah, Barbados, you worthless fool. In a fit of rage, Rosalind hurled everything from the table, even overturning the entire surface. You good for nothing. A parasite who could do nothing but drink. Still unsatisfied, Rosalind began smashing every object in the room, the cacophony causing those stationed outside to maintain a stoic silence, eyes fixed forward. I said it before, the deity you worship is a scoundrel, utterly incompetent. Yet you refused to believe me and argued. Now look, protecting Mondstadt? Nonsense. Such foolishness has led to your downfall. It is all that drunken fool's fault. Venting her frustrations, Rosalind sighed heavily. If you had listened to me and come to the frosted winter with me, you wouldn't have died. Was it truly worth it to sacrifice everything for Mondstadt? Rosalind gazed at the ceiling, a solitary tear gliding down her cheek. Liyue. Yet the truth was evidently different, as it became apparent that she harbored some deep-seated thoughts. Finally, after 2 sleepless nights, a figure approached her on a stone chair at Yujing Terrace. Ganyu, taking the initiative to inquire, Chinga, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind that you wish to share? Ganyu, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, replied, I apologize for causing you worry. I simply feel very uneasy and cannot sleep. Ganyu settled beside Mu Chinga, gently patting her shoulder. Perhaps if you speak about it, I may be able to help. Ganyu, do you remember Ruola? Yes, what about her? She has passed away, a casualty in Mondstadt's calamity. How could this be? Ganyu learned of the calamity in Mondstadt, said to be triggered by the abyss, which even resurrected a powerful dragon. Did that little girl perish in this calamity? I feel a deep sense of regret. She was so young and full of vitality. I had vowed to avenge her. Ganyu hesitated as she gazed at Mu Qinggu. But the abyss is so vast. How can you single-handedly seek revenge? Mu Qinggu rose to her feet. The abyss has always been our adversary. I merely intend to add another entry to this ledger of blood. In truth, what she sought to avenge was malice, yet it was unnecessary to voice all of it. That alone sufficed. Thank you, Ganyu. Do not worry about me. I shall rest well. Ganyu extended her hand, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Liyue, prison. Lord Mu, where is Gongzi imprisoned? His status is unique. He is confined deep within. Hand me the key. Certainly. With the key in hand, Mu Qinggu advanced toward the innermost cell. Tartaglia had already been imprisoned for over 10 days. As an executive of the Fatui, how could he possibly remain docile? Initially, he had thought Liyue was merely putting on a show, yet he had not anticipated being detained for such an extended period. How could a dignified executive be forsaken? Tartaglia was growing impatient. If no action was taken soon, who knew how much longer he would be confined? After several days of contemplation, he finally resolved to escape today. Exiting through this door was not difficult. At this time each day, someone would come to deliver meals, typically 3 individuals, whom he could swiftly dispatch. The challenge lay in the escape route beyond the door. Upon entry, he had noticed numerous Qinyan soldiers stationed outside. Tartaglia was not concerned about the Qinyan soldiers, but rather the formidable foes that might be summoned by their disturbance. Should she arrive, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Tartaglia instantly regained his composure. Just one? Even better. As the key turned in the lock and the door creaked open, Tartaglia sprang into action. Mu Qinggu never anticipated that upon opening the door, she would encounter such a scene. She immediately sidestepped, her gloved hand firmly gripping Tartaglia's fist. Tartaglia exclaimed, How could it be her? What were you doing? I was merely practicing my punches. After being confined for so long, I needed to keep my body from rusting. Mu Qinggu released Tartaglia's hand. Do you intend to incapacitate the guard and make your escape? Tartaglia replied, Why ask if you already know? Regrettably, he did not dare to voice that thought. No, that would be quite fitting. Given the crimes you have committed in Liyue, you merely need to remain in prison for a few more centuries. Tartaglia's expression soured. Lord Mu, you know me. I am not inherently wicked. My actions were merely compelled by circumstance. You see, Tartaglia leaned closer to Mu Qinggu, lowering his voice. Why not quietly let me go? Mu Qinggu twitched at the corner of her mouth. Are you attempting this with me? Not a chance. Oh well, I suppose I shall just wither away here. It is a pity I shall never see my younger siblings and older siblings again. When someone seeks a worthy opponent, they will find no one as good as me. As Tartaglia spoke, he discreetly studied Mu Qinggu's expression. Mu Qinggu was exasperated. Enough, just go. Huh? You mean to say I can leave? Yes. You are simply letting me go? Will you leave or not? Of course I will leave, but why? Mu Qinggu was too weary to explain. She had come to facilitate his release. Liyue had already compensated significantly for the losses incurred, and as Tartaglia stated, it was inappropriate to keep him confined indefinitely. As the Xingxing of Kaiyang, she possessed that authority. After confirming that Mu Qinggu was not jesting, Tartaglia decisively exited. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal next time. Chapter 56, Footprints Player World. Genshin Impact has thus far updated the maps of 2 nations, along with the Snowy Mountain. One could assert that the current maps released alone surpass the entirety of the Jiang Mumu original world, now encompassing the map of Natlan. Coupled with the scenery, modeling, background music, and narrative, it has swiftly gained immense popularity beyond Huagua. Players found it perplexing, despite the abundance of content, which should not be feasible for their devices to handle. Even ordinary configurations could run the game effortlessly. Did it possess a built-in processor? As the first exquisitely crafted, grandiose open-world exploration game in this realm, it has completely transcended boundaries. Numerous squares and subway stations were plastered with related posters, and even the news broadcasted reports on it multiple times. One day, the Genshin Impact official website released a piece titled Footprints. Chun Xiao, already following the official Genshin account, found the timing coincided perfectly with her live stream and promptly clicked to enter. The official account posted, so this account is indeed active. Previously, the wave of heat from the Rolla incident had led many netizens to criticize the official account, momentarily propelling it to trending status. Not only did they not provide an explanation, but they also offered not a single statement. As netizens vented their frustration, they soon grew weary, perceiving the account as unresponsive, akin to a stone. Chun Xiao was among them. Now, upon seeing the official account release something, she immediately clicked to watch. The title was Footprints. It seemed unrelated to Rolla. Chun Xiao pressed play, watching alongside her viewers in the live stream. The video began with an empty voice. We never had the chance to say goodbye, so I will not treat it as a farewell. It is an empty voice. After the empty voice concluded, a symbol appeared on the screen. Accompanied by music, the video officially commenced. 2 meteors slowly traversed the sky. The war has already begun. It is a continuation of the previous conflict. The deities, adorned in the lustrous hues of desire, signal that their authority is within reach. Yet, beneath the earthly foundation lies the smoldering remnants, a warning to the transgressors. The imagery depicted Kong and Ing hand in hand amidst a sea of flowers. Wait, what does this mean? The Riddler should get out. Take your time to guess. I find this quite amusing. That sounds like Dane's voice. He has a distinctive tone. Why did it pause? Continue, streamer. The divine thrones in the heavens were never reserved for you, but transgressors do not linger here. No one can remain a bystander. Look, from this point, the background music shifted to that of Mondstadt. The screen displayed bold characters. Mondstadt, the foreigner who captures the wind. The dragon that has safeguarded the free city for millennia has finally become lost in its freedom. Can freedom, commanded by the god of freedom, still be termed as freedom? The scene showcased Diluc amidst a fiery inferno, yet upon closer inspection, one could also see Rolla, fire, behind him, arms crossed and leaning against a spear planted in the ground, exuding an air of defiance. It's Grandpa. Diluc is so dashing. Rolla, that's my Rolla. What the heck? You're not human. Give me back my Rolla. Rolla's current expression instantly struck a chord with the audience, leaving them feeling as though they had been dealt another blow. This is too cruel. The screen shifted once more. Liyue, the body of long farewells. Chun Xiao understood. This illustrates the trajectory of our protagonist's journey. No wonder it is called Footprints. But the phrasing is rather ambiguous. There won't be other nations featured. Will there? There absolutely will. Otherwise, why release this? Looking forward to it. Liyue's representatives were Ningguang and the battle-hardened, bloodied Mu Qinggu. In full view of the crowd, the god of contracts met his demise. In his final moments, he would sign a contract that would end all contracts. Mu Qinggu looks so cool. This scene, when was it captured? Why do I not recall this moment? It is likely a glimpse into the future. There are still narratives awaiting in Liyue. Surely, there won't be another attack, right? What? He dares to strike again? Once was sufficient. Does he truly seek a second attempt? Absolutely not. Chun Xiao pursed her lips. Can one infer so much from merely an image? An attack? Daring to come again? Is he not afraid of being exposed? Her eyes remained fixed on the screen, for from this point onward, the information was unknown to them, and the official sources had provided no clarification. In Inazuma, the Tenryu Commission oversees the realm. The shogun is immortal, and the period of isolation in the Bakufu knows no end. In pursuit of the god of eternity, what kind of eternity have the mortals witnessed? As Linghua appeared on screen, accompanied by a barefoot girl wielding an extraordinarily contrasting large sword, the barrage of comments erupted. Inazuma. I must go to Inazuma now. Who is this little sister? So beautiful. Alas, I have developed a fondness for another. No, too. Authentication completed. The above comments are plentiful. The video continued. In Sumeru, the void and the ashes of bygone eras. Wisdom stands as the adversary of the god of wisdom. Knowledge serves as the bait floating upon the sea of ignorance. Scholars in the city of learning are inciting folly, yet the wisdom of the gods remains indifferent. The screen displayed the grand sage. Alongside a girl, standing tall with a keen gaze fixed upon the camera, evidently possessing an abundance of cunning. Ah, the modeling is exquisite. I find myself enamored with this girl too. And the man? He appears acceptable. I recognize that his design was inspired by a figure named Anubis. Could someone translate this for me? What is being conveyed here? I do not comprehend, but I can interpret the images. What is there to misunderstand? Clearly, the figure in the front is male, while the one behind is female. You are truly clever. In Fontaine, the dance of the sinners. The god of justice revels in the theatrics of the courtroom, even yearning to judge the deities, yet she understands that only natural law must not be opposed. The scene initially features the Lin siblings, followed by a tall girl clad in a unique uniform, holding a longbow. My eyes can hardly keep up. Although my conscience is questionable, I must admit their modeling is spectacular. I adore each one. Indeed, I too am enamored by the landscapes and characters within the game. In Natlan, the fiery resurrection poem, the rules of war are inscribed within living beings. The vanquished become the embers of conflict, while the victors reignite the flames. The god of war has revealed this secret to the traveler, for she possesses her reasons. The screen showcased Ianshan and a gentle girl gazing at the screen. In Snezhnaya, the god of love is indifferent. She is the deity who shall never again be loved. The reason humanity follows her is the belief that one day she will raise a banner of rebellion against the natural order. The image depicted a rooster and the Fatui, alongside a figure clad in armor, yet without a veil, Anshi. No wonder the Fatui seeks to gather the hearts of gods. It turns out their deity intends to challenge the natural order. Is this not akin to the rebellious intentions of the anti-master? Why does the anti-master not join the Fatui? So, Anshi is this beautiful. This is what she looks like beneath the mask. Had she unveiled it sooner, I would not have regarded her as a villain. 3 and 5. In the infinite expanse of eternity, humanity shall lead a tranquil, dreamless existence. However, in the blind spots of the divine, there are still those who yearn to dream. In Kinrya, the dream yet to be, humanity possesses its own essence. We are not mere remnants filtered from the chosen ones. From beyond the world, we acquire the power to negate existence. The screen displayed Dainsleif. Now, as one who treads upon the earth and sky, your journey has reached its conclusion, yet you have not crossed the final threshold. If you comprehend the meaning of the journey, step forth. The scene returned to that sea of flowers, now with only Ing remaining. Defeat me, command me to yield, prove to me that you are more suited to save him, and then reweave the fabric of fate. As this segment nears its end, the Genshin Impact logo emerges. My memories have worn thin, yet I still remember that he too adored these flowers. Thus concludes Footprints. Chapter 57, Return to Me. As the playback ended, the audience remained enveloped in its content. Chun Xiao replayed the video, this time paying closer attention to the words spoken by Dainsleif. The battle against the dragon in Mondstadt and the feigned death of the Geo Archon in Liyue indeed align with the video's narrative. By this interpretation, the deity of Inazuma pursues eternity, while the god of wisdom in Sumeru, well, I suppose Sumeru remains elusive. The water deity of Fontaine revels in judgment. Natlan remains engulfed in warfare, and as for Snezhnaya, the Ice Queen's collection of divine hearts is a challenge to the natural order. Finally, Kinrya stands as our last journey, and it is likely we shall confront Dainsleif then. The streamer is correct. In Sumeru, it was said that some scholars are inciting folly, yet the wisdom of the gods remains indifferent. It is highly probable that the Dendro Archon permits the scholar's follies. By this calculation, we have 5 nations unaccounted for. If Kenria is included, there should be 6 nations yet to emerge. Will these 6 nations truly not result in a deadlock? I shall directly seize one. Footprints has sparked considerable discussion. Even the critics have diminished in number. Teyvat, Liyue. It appears they have not yet reconciled. During the unnoticed moments, Malevolence ventured to the base of the Vurong tree, Qingtse village, and Liyue harbor, ultimately arriving at the chasm. Perched atop the highest cliff of the chasm, Malevolence, or rather Jiang Mumu, pondered deeply. Liyue differs vastly from Mondstadt. It is the most formidable nation among the 7, boasting not only the god of war Morix, but also numerous immortals, and even an unpredictable nuclear weapon. Even the masks here are exceptionally powerful. Causing chaos in this realm is far more challenging than in Mondstadt. He could resort to underhanded tactics, yet that would yield scant emotional feedback, and he himself would not pass that threshold. Are you suggesting that your strongest mask was outmaneuvered and defeated by an abyss creature? How utterly disgraceful. The Vurong King, the ancient serpent, the Osail beneath Liyue harbor, and the abyss lurking beneath the chasm all occupied his considerations. It is not particularly difficult to unleash them all. After all, there is already ample emotional feedback. The greatest challenge lies in the inevitable devastation they would unleash, endangering countless innocents. That simply cannot happen. It is peculiar that a creature from the abyss is contemplating how to execute such a grand-scale assault while minimizing casualties. Forget it. I shall leave that to the Liyue masks to ponder. It is indeed strange for me to harbor such malevolence. Momentarily stumped, Jiang Mumu tossed the question back to himself. Is this what it means to be lazy? There is no rush. He had no intention of allowing the Liyue masks to go offline so quickly. In Mondstadt, within the snow-capped mountains, Diluc entered a cave, where he discovered an extinguished fire pit. Just as he intended to turn away, his peripheral vision caught sight of an inconspicuous wooden sign standing in the corner of the cave. Kneeling before the sign, Diluc discerned the inscriptions. His expression froze, and his pupils trembled slightly. The sign bore the youthful handwriting. The great heroes of Mondstadt, Yola and Noel, visited here. Beneath the sign were crude drawings of 2 rather unattractive figures, one wielding a great sword and the other a long spear. As soon as Diluc laid eyes on the inscription, he instantly recognized it as the handiwork of Ruola. He could almost envision the expression on Ruola's face when she placed this sign here, undoubtedly one of joy and pride. A smile flickered across his face. But soon his eyes welled with tears, and the sorrow and heartache that had been absent from his countenance emerged. He gazed at the wooden plaque for a long while before retrieving a charred stick from the extinguished campfire and inscribing on the other side, Diluc of Mondstadt. Visited this place at the foot of the snowy mountain near Liyue. Diluc had kindled a small fire here, roasting wild boar meat, yet he had found nothing of significance. While he had dispatched numerous ordinary monsters, he had gleaned not a single clue regarding that one particular adversary. In truth, he had anticipated such an outcome. Yet disappointment gnawed at his heart. His desire for vengeance was too profound to wait even a moment longer. Not far from Diluc, concealed behind a massive boulder, Malice lurked. It had initially intended to check on Diluc, to ensure he did not succumb to despair. The malevolent force sought to provoke him, to rekindle the hope of revenge and the motivation to persevere. After a considerable time had passed without any incident, the malevolence cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Upon detecting the tumultuous winds around it, it understood. So it was you, Barbados. Ah, Vinny, you nearly caused my downfall. It was certain that as soon as it revealed itself, the Anemo Archon would descend upon it like a great shroud, rendering escape impossible. It decided to withdraw, intending to act once Diluc arrived in Liyue. Having journeyed thus far, it found it implausible that Diluc would not venture to Liyue. After all, who in their right mind would traverse the snowy mountains to reach this place? 2 days later, as the malevolence had surmised, Diluc set foot in Liyue. Yet, as it trailed him from a distance, it sensed an unsettling presence that twisted its very being with frustration. However, this feeling dissipated swiftly. Had Vinny truly departed? To be cautious, it followed Diluc for another day, and upon confirming the absence of that presence, It resolved to reveal itself. "Come forth, brother. Let me witness your resolve for vengeance." Meanwhile, Diluc sat by a brook when suddenly he froze, recognizing a familiar aura in his perception. It was him. Diluc swiftly suppressed his own aura and stealthily approached the source. In a secluded valley, Malevolence stood, facing the abyss gate it had just summoned, though no abyssal creatures emerged from within. With a hoarse voice, it muttered incomprehensible words. "The soul has been acquired." The next step is Liyue. Diluc, hidden in the shadows, overheard every word. Initially, he did not grasp the meaning, but in the next moment, Malevolence extracted a specter from the dark purple jade ring at its waist. Upon seeing this apparition, Diluc's bloodshot eyes widened, burning with fury. At that moment, Malevolence was grasping Ruola by the throat, while she flailed helplessly, her small fists weakly striking at its hand. Silently, an enormous, otherworldly firebird surged toward Malevolence. When had Diluc's power grown so formidable? "Return my sister." Upon witnessing the grim visage of Diluc, akin to a vengeful spirit, Malevolence thought to itself, "Alas, it seems I may have provoked him a touch too far." Chapter 58, The Soul, returned to you. Diluc's eyes brimmed with unending hatred, his gnashing teeth eliciting dread. The firebird relentlessly pushed Malevolence backward, eventually halting only upon colliding with an obstacle. Malevolence stood once more, acknowledging that the attack had indeed inflicted some harm, albeit merely a fraction. Diluc charged forward, wielding the flaming greatsword, forsaking all defense in favor of an aggressive assault, exchanging injury for injury. Malevolence unsheathed its own great blade, opting for a purely defensive stance, wary of injuring Diluc, who had grown exponentially stronger than when they first crossed paths. "Your sister is fortunate to offer everything to the abyss." Silence. Hatred surged within Diluc's chest, and though he recognized his current state was perilous, he could not attain calm. To witness his sister's demise and her soul subjected to such torment was a torment greater than death itself. Yet, amidst his rage, Diluc's reason remained intact. Secretly, his focus remained on the dark purple jade ring at Malevolence's waist. He had seen Malevolence extract Ruola from within that very ring. Her soul was imprisoned there. Seizing an opportunity during the combat's lull, Diluc lunged for the ring. Malevolence, having sensed Diluc's intent, feigned ignorance until the moment Diluc grasped for it, at which point it seized his wrist. In that instant, Malevolence felt a familiar aura. The evil eye? No wonder you've become so powerful all of a sudden. And she also possessed an evil eye. Thus Malevolence was somewhat acquainted with its essence. Diluc's great sword was soon pinned down by Malevolence's long blade. "Come, sir the abyss." Endless abyssal power surged toward Diluc, who struggled to break free. Yet just as the abyssal energy began to penetrate his being, a green spear lunged toward Malevolence's back. Malevolence dodged swiftly, releasing Diluc. It did not genuinely wish for Diluc to serve the abyss. It merely sought to exploit the opportunity to diminish the side effects of his evil eye usage, despite appearing to want Diluc as its servant. When Shao arrived, without uttering a word, he launched an assault on Malevolence, which immediately vanished. This was a foe he could not contend with. Gone. How is that possible? Shao marveled, unable to comprehend. He had been entrusted by the Anemo Archon to keep an eye on Diluc, only to be caught off guard by a sudden surge of malice. Nearly missing his chance, as Diluc distanced himself, he clutched the jade ring tightly, his expression momentarily brightening. However, Malevolence reappeared beside him, reaching for the ring. Diluc held on fiercely, refusing to relinquish it despite being violently yanked, even as he fell heavily to the ground. Malevolence could not wrest it away. As Malevolence vanished once more the moment Shao lunged, he quickly approached Diluc, remaining vigilant. What is this thing? Diluc too remained on guard, protecting the ring. A vile creation of the abyss. Most sinister. Proceed with caution. Diluc had long heard of Liyue as adept in demon slaying. Shao nodded. He had been distracted earlier, but now, if that entity emerged, he would swiftly pierce it through. Malevolence was aware of this and chose to flee. Who knew if the commotion had drawn the attention of those two? If it did not escape now, its guise would be lost. As for the soul, retrieving it had always been a means to return it to him. The reason for such actions? Having accompanied Diluc for so long, Jiang Mumu felt immense pity for him, witnessing his perpetual suffering, even to the point of being awakened by nightmares during sleep. Having cherished him as an elder brother for 17 years, she could not bear to see him in such agony. Yet, in the interest of emotional reciprocity, she felt compelled to act. It was time to provide Diluc with a measure of solace. Otherwise, she would have to frequently check in on him, fearing he might take drastic actions against himself. At the very least, she hoped to lift someone's spirits. In Liyue, at the Wanmin Hall, Zhongli was about to dine, with a lavish spread of delicacies laid out before him. At that moment, a green-clad bard entered the room, said nothing, and took a seat directly across from Zhongli. "Mr. Zhongli, are you dining alone? Would you like my company?" "Oh, I did not expect to encounter you here. Could you trouble Xiaoyu to bring an extra pair of chopsticks?" Busy with her tasks, Shenna nodded lightly and went to fetch the utensils. Observing the worry etched on Vinny's face, Zhongli realized he had come specifically to seek him out. "Allow me to express my gratitude to the elder." As Zhongli watched Vinny's movements, he quietly sipped his tea, awaiting Vinny's words. "You must be aware of the events transpiring in Mondstadt." Zhongli nodded gently. Vinny continued, "The Abyss has somehow resurrected the fallen dragon Durin. Yet this resurrected Durin lacks consciousness and thought, reduced solely to its instinct to battle. While I engage the dragon, the Abyss seized the opportunity to summon monsters to assault Mondstadt, even deploying ancient machinery. The root of all this chaos lies with a certain individual from the Abyss, possessing a remarkably unique ability. Though not particularly powerful, its capacity for concealment is extraordinary. Even I cannot locate it when it shrouds itself in invisibility. My pursuit has led me to believe it has likely arrived in Liyue." Zhongli set down his teacup, meeting Vinny's gaze. "What has it done to incite such anger in you?" "It has slain a promising junior, who is also a dear friend, and has taken her soul." "Taken her soul?" Zhongli's expression darkened. "In Liyue, there is a belief in resting in peace. When one dies, their soul must journey to its rightful place. The desecration of a deceased soul is something that will never be forgiven in Liyue." Shinha returned with the chopsticks, prompting Zhongli and Vinny to momentarily cease their conversation. Once Shinha had departed, Vinny quietly erected a barrier. "That creature is peculiar, but it should not stir much trouble in Liyue. I only hope that when the elder captures it, he can hand it over to me. If he cannot, then it may be best to eliminate it outright." Zhongli nodded silently. To provoke Barbados to such fury is indicative of a dangerous entity. If it poses a threat to Liyue, it is best to resolve the matter swiftly. Although Zhongli has stepped down from his position as the Geo Archon, he remains willing to eliminate any potential threats to Liyue. Chapter 59. Hidden Task. "Thank you, Exorcist, for your assistance." Xiao felt slightly uneasy. He had nearly bungled the task entrusted to him by the Anemo Archon. "Not to worry, I am the three-eyed five-manifestation immortal, Xiao. Should you encounter difficulties within Liyue, simply call my name." With that, Xiao leaped into the air, transforming into a gust of wind as he departed. Diluc surveyed his surroundings once more, confirming there was nothing amiss before cautiously retrieving the purplish-black ring that contained his sister's soul. "Rora," he called to the ring, his voice trembling. The ring flickered ever so slightly, which Diluc noticed clearly. He called out a few more times, then carefully secured the ring close to him and turned back towards the path he had come from. In the presence of his sister's soul, the desire for vengeance felt somewhat diminished. At Guli Yuan, the traveler and Paimon had just teleported from the snowy mountains. Noticing that Ing appeared somewhat downcast, Paimon took the initiative to address their journey to Inazuma. "If we wish to go to Inazuma, perhaps we should first consult Zhongli. He possesses a wealth of knowledge and may know the way." Ing nodded, setting aside her recent experiences in the snowy mountains. Just as she was about to head to the teleport waypoint, she heard Paimon's exclamation. "Ah, it's Lord Diluc." Ing glanced around and indeed spotted a fiery figure a few hundred meters down the road. "Traveler, let us go greet him." The two hurried toward Diluc. As they approached, Diluc noticed Ing and Paimon as well. His expression brightened, and he jogged over to them. Before Ing or Paimon could speak, Diluc spoke first. Ing was taken aback by the urgency in Diluc's voice and quickly nodded. "Very well. May I ask for your assistance?" "You need not ask. We are friends, and I shall certainly help." Diluc retrieved the purplish-black ring from his pocket and handed it to Ing. This contains Rora's soul. Paimon gasped in shock, covering her mouth. What? This is... Diluc began to explain, but before he could finish, Ing interjected, Did you encounter that scoundrel? Yes, thanks to the exorcist of Liyue. Upon hearing that Xiao had intervened, Ing hastily inquired, Was that creature vanquished? No, it possesses formidable stealth skills and managed to escape. Ying's expression turned serious. Diluc's trust in her to handle such a significant matter was a testament to their friendship. Moreover, this was Rora's soul, and there could be no room for error. Rest assured, I shall see it through. Paimon stared at the ring, her eyes brimming with tears. Hey, Rora, can you hear me? The ring flickered again. In the player's world, Chun Xiao had just been climbing the snowy mountains, having perished multiple times due to her inexperience. The audience in her live stream was growing frustrated, offering guidance on the correct path. However, whether due to a lack of directional sense or the heavy fog, she found herself taking an exceedingly odd route that no sane person would traverse. Is it just me, or is it colder here? It feels like I'm losing health faster than in other areas. Let me see where I can descend from. This seems... Oh no, I've fallen. For reasons unknown, she suddenly plummeted into a crevice, causing one character to perish, and the new character, Diluc, began to lose health rapidly. In her panic, Chun Xiao noticed a pile of firewood nearby, and quickly used Diluc's skill to ignite it. Upon witnessing her character stop losing health, she finally relaxed. My goodness, the way the streamer plays makes my scalp tingle. I cannot fathom why she always seems to take the wrong path. Diagnosis complete. Our streamer is a directionally challenged individual. Not just in the game, but likely in reality as well. Hey, look behind you. There's a wooden sign glowing with light. Go check it out. Is there really an Easter egg in this godforsaken place? The streamer must be the first to discover it, as no one else would have such a unique playstyle. Chun Xiao felt indignant at being labeled directionally challenged. What do you mean I just went off course? There was clearly a treasure chest there. Isn't it normal to open a treasure chest and then take a wrong turn? A wooden sign? Chun Xiao maneuvered her character toward the sign, and the screen indicated it was interactive, prompting her to click on it immediately. The sign read, The great heroes of Mondstadt, Rora and Noelle, pass by here, accompanied by an explanation. The charcoal lettering is quite faded, indicating it was written long ago. On the back of the sign was another message, Diluc of Mondstadt. Pass by here. The charcoal writing was still very clear, likely written in the past few days. Chun Xiao fell silent. The once lively chat ceased. The audience murmuring, I can't believe it. I just walked past here. You're truly unbelievable. Indeed, the great hero, Rora, is undeniably a hero of Mondstadt, sob sob. As players, we can only imagine how heartbroken Grandpa must have been when he witnessed this scene and what emotions he must have felt when he added that final line. Alas, dear host, you may begin your broadcast while I step outside for a moment to indulge in a smoke. This wooden plaque must indeed be the one that Anbua spoke of when she and Noelle ventured into the snowy mountains to rescue others. Back then, they were the heroes of those they saved, and now they stand as the champions of all Mondstadt. Chun Xiao felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. How infuriating! Gazing at the youthful handwriting on the plaque, along with the artwork that could scarcely be compared to that of her 3-year-old sister, her eyes began to well with tears once more. Oh, how I am at a loss. I still rely on my grandfather, and this truly is fitting. Exiting the scene depicted on the plaque, the screen suddenly displayed a new quest available for acceptance, and it was a golden task. Chun Xiao, who had initially embarked on her journey of exploration after completing her tasks, instantly regained her spirits. In Huagua, the character Yiyama had yet to appear, and with the map being vast and remarkably lifelike, it was a considerable challenge to explore every corner. Thus, when this quest materialized, the live chat erupted with excitement. What? There is such a hidden quest here? I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. The host's choice to take this path was indeed astute. The host has moved ahead. I forgot to turn off the gas in my Chunguhu. I'm off. Chapter 60. The last day following the quest prompt. Chun Xiao teleported to Geely Plains. To her surprise, upon her arrival, Paimon spotted Diluc hurrying along the road. It is my grandfather. This was Chun Xiao's first encounter with her grandfather clad in the crimson attire of the Eternal Night within the game's narrative. He truly looked magnificent, and the overwhelming sense of mission emanating from him was deeply stirring. The screen also displayed the name of the quest, The Last Day. Qin Xiao's radar went haywire. This title, could it be? No way, no way. Ruola had already departed, and yet this quest appears? Could it be that this last day belongs to Diluc? His quest for vengeance against that vile creature for his sister, yet lacking the strength, he is grievously wounded, with only a day left to live? Please no. Within the game, upon encountering Diluc, the traveler and Paimon's first response was a plea for assistance from him, and what followed was quite unexpected. Ruola's soul had been taken away by that wretched creature. Damn that vile creature. Even in death, it dares to steal a soul. I cannot bear it. Let me see its health bar. I shall torment it 1,000 times over. Ooh, Uncle Diluc is truly formidable. Thanks to him, my Ruola's soul may find peace. By the way, does Vinny not know that the soul has been taken? Why are we left in the dark? This crucial task shall be entrusted to me. We will safeguard the last remnants of Ruola's soul. So I comprehend why this quest is named The Last Day. Teyvat, the Gili Plains. Just as Ing and Paimon arrived at the teleportation anchor point and prepared to set forth, Vinny appeared beside them. Leave Ruola's soul in my hands, he said earnestly, extending his hand. Upon seeing Vinny, Paimon ceased her usual antics. Vinny, so you are here? Please, assist us in understanding Ruola's current condition. Ing carefully handed the jade ring to Vinny, fearful of its shattering upon impact with the ground. Diluc stepped forward. I beg of you, Lord Vinny. Very well. Accepting the jade ring, Vinny immediately infused it with divine energy. Gradually, the dark violet hue of the ring began to fade, transitioning to a bright yellow. Diluc, Ing, and Paimon watched intently, scarcely daring to breathe. Once Vinny halted, Diluc anxiously inquired, "What is the outcome?" Ing, who had been tense, also asked, "What has become of Ruola?" Vinny replied, "I have purged the abyssal power from the ring. I did sense Ruola's soul within, but it is exceedingly frail, with a strength reduced to merely 10% of its normal capacity." "Why is this happening?" Paimon exclaimed in disbelief. Vinny explained, "For souls, the abyssal forces act as a curse, gradually devouring their essence until complete annihilation ensues, and this process is profoundly agonizing." At this point, Vinny's tone darkened, but he soon regained his composure. "If we delay further, even a single day may spell the end of Ruola's soul." Upon hearing that the soul's consumption would be excruciating, Diluc clenched his fists tightly, his hands trembling slightly from the intensity of his grip. Paimon lowered her head. "Vinny, is there no way you can save Ruola? She truly deserves compassion." Vinny gently shook his head. "Ing is not of Teyvat. She has traversed many worlds and knows that those realms where the boundaries of life and death are blurred are rife with chaos and filth, leading only to ruin." Diluc remained silent. He understood Vinny's words were true, yet seeing the expressions of the three, Vinny sighed and said, "I will seek assistance from the old man. I can allow Ruola to linger in Teyvat for one more day, but after that, she must depart." Almost as soon as Vinny finished speaking, Diluc grasped his hand. "Lord Barbados, what did you just say?" Diluc was so astonished that he began to call out to Barbados. Vinny felt the strength of Diluc's grip and gently patted his hand, reiterating his previous statement. Tears welled in Diluc's eyes. As long as he could see Ruola once more, even if just for a day, he would willingly trade his life for it. "Vinny, can you truly make this happen?" Paimon's eyes widened with anticipation. Vinny replied, "I cannot do it alone, but with the old man's assistance, it should be possible." Ing urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's go find Zhongli." Diluc, equally anxious, urged the Anemo Archon to set forth immediately. Vinny, feeling a surge of emotion, addressed them. "Traveler, you and Paimon can utilize the teleportation anchor. You should seek out the old man. He is currently in Liyue Harbor listening to a tale. You ought to know the location well. I will accompany Diluc shortly. Then you must be swift." After Ing and Paimon departed, Diluc suddenly turned to Vinny, his gaze piercing. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" What is it? Did you suspect that Ruola's soul had been taken by the abyss all along?" Diluc inhaled deeply, stating, "I understand your concerns, and I appreciate your care for me, but some matters are more significant than life itself. This issue is worth my life to fight for. As her brother, I have the right to be informed. Diluc gazed at Vinny, who was lost in thought. Let us depart, Lord Anemo. It is time to set out. Within the Jade Ring, Ruola pondered. Vinny, you possess such capabilities? At this thought, Jiang Mumu became invigorated. She had intended to let Ruola exit completely, but given this opportunity, well, what harm would it do to meet with her cherished friends on her final day? She wished to lament the agony of being consumed by the abyss. Surely that was acceptable? She longed to witness a sunrise, even if it was out of reach. That too should be permissible, right? And taking Klee to blow up fish, surely no one would mind that. Chapter 61. Players. I feel so heavy-hearted. Liyue Harbor, a familiar local, where Zhongli was listening to Tian Tizui recount the history of Liyue, occasionally sipping his hot tea. Zhongli, so you are truly here. Splendid. We have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Even before they arrived, Paimon's voice had already reached Zhongli's ears. He gestured for silence, rising to signal that they should step outside to converse. You two appear quite anxious. Have you encountered some difficulties? Ing succinctly explained the situation regarding Ruola to Zhongli, subsequently conveying Wendy's request. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Zhongli resolved to assist, acknowledging the necessity of taking action. Ing bowed deeply to Zhongli, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Zhongli, no need for such formality, Zhongli replied. If it is indeed a pressing matter, let us set forth. Paimon promptly interjected. Zhongli, we must wait for the bard. Oh dear, I forgot he didn't inform us where to gather. Zhongli smiled gently. No need to wait. He has already arrived. Just follow closely behind me. Zhongli led Ing and Paimon to the outskirts of Liyue Harbor, arriving beneath the statue of the Seven, dedicated to the Geo Archon. Wendy, who had been waiting there, approached immediately to greet them, but Zhongli's expression darkened at once. Ing attempted to smooth over the situation. Ahem, perhaps we should discuss the matter at hand. Diluc knelt before Zhongli. I am Diluc from Mondstadt. I am grateful for the Archon's assistance. He was well aware of the reverence with which the people of Liyue regarded their deities. Zhongli helped Diluc to his feet. No need for such courtesy. But I hope you will keep my identity a secret. Diluc nodded earnestly. When he produced a jade ring and looked at Zhongli, old man, I request your aid in reshaping its corporeal form. Zhongli nodded slightly, raising his right hand. Numerous geo crystals materialized out of thin air, swiftly compressing and molding into shape, completing the transformation in mere moments. Before them stood a living Ruola, garbed in clothing. Paimon stomped her feet in excitement. Ruola. It's Ruola, traveler, look. Ing covered Paimon's mouth, uncertain whether speaking would disrupt Zhongli and the others. Diluc, though equally excited, maintained his composure, his gaze fixed on Ruola. Wendy carefully extracted Ruola's soul from the jade ring, gradually solidifying it with her divine power before placing it into the newly formed body. Everyone present, save for Paimon, heard the heartbeat that emerged from nothingness, accompanied by the sound of breath beginning to fill the air. Diluc anxiously clutched his clothing, while Ing remained transfixed. Paimon's astonishment transformed her expression. In the player world, laughter erupted. Ha! The final day. So, this is what it meant, huh? Forget it. I'm not the only one with a blade. I must go complete my tasks. It's the last day. I should spend time with my Ruola. I'm already content to see Ruola in the game again. At least I know her departure will no longer be painful. Ha! You must have forgotten what Wendy said. Being consumed by the abyss is excruciating, and Ruola's soul is but a shadow of its former self. Stop it. The child might become foolish. Chun Xiao's lips quivered, teetering on the brink of tears. The live chat was inundated with playful jabs at her. You lot, I can only imagine how you'd be weeping in private, yet you come here to mock me? Just as she retorted, Ruola awakened on screen. Upon hearing Ruola sobbing in her grandfather's embrace, Chun Xiao could no longer hold back. Whoa, I'm not crying. It's just that thing got in my eyes, whoa. Under the statue of the Seven, Ruola opened her eyes, revealing confusion and fear, scanning her surroundings like an injured creature. As she recognized familiar faces, the fear in her eyes gradually faded. Finally, her gaze fell upon Diluc, and in that instant of eye contact, she leapt into his arms, weeping as if she had suffered a great injustice. What? Diluc's eyes reddened. tears streaming down his face as he held his sister tightly. Do not cry, Ruola. Your brother is here. Lord Barbatos is here. And so is the Geo Archon, Ing, and Paimon. Do not fear. It is all right now. No one will harm you again. Diluc's reassurances fell on deaf ears as Ruola continued to weep uncontrollably, her cries growing louder and more sorrowful. Paimon was swept up in the emotion, joining in the tears, while Ing discreetly wiped her eyes. When he gazed up at the clouds, lost in thought, and Zhongli shook his head, quietly departing. After an extended period of weeping, Ruola's emotions began to stabilize. Brother, it hurts so much. It feels like so many things are biting me. I want to resist, but I cannot. I want to die, yet I cannot. Woo, brother. I thought I would endure that forever. Woo, brother. I am finally seeing you again. Diluc cradled Ruola, tears flowing faster than her own, his eyes bloodshot. Each tear shed by Ruola felt like a dagger carving into his heart. She was the sister he had cherished since childhood. Why must she suffer such torment? Ing, with reddened eyes, found a stone to sit upon, her hatred for malice and the abyss deepening. Even little Paimon clenched her fists and waved them at the void. The winds around them grew tumultuous, and Barbatos's murderous intent intensified. In the player world, Chun Xiao was breathless from crying, a pile of crumpled tissues accumulating on her desk. The live chat was filled with lamentations. The playful comments directed at the streamer had vanished. Ruola, do not cry. If you cry, I shall cry as well. This game has cured my years of dry eyes. Monsters, truly monsters. How could they inflict such pain on such a sweet angel like Ruola? The abyss is truly a den of beasts. Grandfather is on the verge of collapse. That look in his eyes terrifies me. Damn it. Today is another day of cursing you. Well, my heart aches. In my 40s, I am still playing this game. Ruola feels like a daughter to me. I am heartbroken. Father-in-law, look at me. Do you have any tissues left? Shall I bring you a pack? Chapter 62. May you have no regrets. Under the statue of the Seven in Liyue, Ruola sobbed in her brother's embrace for quite some time before finally regaining her composure. Brother, how long can I remain in this state? She was already deceased. Her presence here was likely due to the mighty powers of the two deities. Diluc opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. He could not bring himself to utter the words regarding the limited time remaining or bear to see his sister's reaction upon learning the truth. Ruola, you have but one day left. In this final day, pursue whatever it is you wish to do. Even in parting, ensure there are no regrets. This wisdom came from Wendy, who was the most suitable among those present to utter such words. While Ing and Paimon were Ruola's close friends, they were still outsiders. Their acquaintance with her only spanned a few months. It would be too cruel for Diluc to voice such sentiments. After Wendy spoke, everyone present discreetly observed Ruola's expression. To their surprise, Ruola exhibited no sadness or disappointment. Instead, she smiled. So, there is still a day left. I thought I had only a few hours. If I have a whole day, perhaps I can accomplish many things I had left unfinished. Just the thought brings me joy. I never expected that even in death, I would have such an opportunity. Thank you so much, Lord Barbatos. Wendy offered a bittersweet smile, burdened by the realization of his own shortcomings, lamenting that he had failed to protect his people in their time of need. Ruola stood and approached Ing and Paimon, enveloping Ing in a warm embrace. I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you. His heartfelt declaration was sincere. After all, there were still 6 more personas to consider. Shook her head resolutely, embracing tightly. I shall avenge you. This sentiment echoed not only her own, but resonated with countless players. No, that individual is formidable. I only wish for your safety. After comforting, turned her gaze to the tear-streaked face of, observing his distress, felt a mix of sorrow and amusement, ultimately unable to contain her laughter. Who had already extended her arms for a hug, suddenly frowned, crossing her little hands and turning her head away with a huff. Is too cruel. Will not be friends with anymore. Quickly leaned in. I am sorry. Your previous expression was simply too adorable. Please forgive me. Who had not truly been angry. Burst into tears, clinging to's neck. Wah. Thought she would never see you again. The little one sobbed and held her close to provide comfort, taking some time to compose herself. Am I still ranked first on your list of good people? Yes. Will forever be my number one. with a playful grin, remarked, "When you run out of money, come find my brother. He has plenty and will definitely share." As she said this, she glanced at her brother, nodded vigorously, having accidentally grasped a small crown, placed it upon his head, marveling at how it could still be removed. Finally, turned to her brother. "Before we leave, I wish to bid farewell to my good friends. May I?" Step beside his sister. "I will accompany you." On this last day, he wished to remain by her side, wherever she may go. "Want to come too?" Upon saying this, cautiously looked at. "Is that all right?" "Of course. Must join as well. You are both my dear friends." Readily agreed. Noticing that it had yet to mention him, could not help but clear his throat. "What about me?" "Huh? Does have time too?" "Always has ample time." "Then let us all go together." An hour earlier, had been enjoying dinner with her parents and sister. The events surrounding had significantly impacted her. Although her fate in this world seemed predetermined, 17 years, soon to be 18, was a substantial portion of one's life. In the limited time she had, she felt compelled to cherish moments with her family. Though appear to be lost in thought while gazing down at, she was, in fact, awaiting the arrival of and her companions, contemplating the ill-intentioned rumors regarding her departure. The lively voice was one she recognized well, yet it felt inappropriate to hear again. When the cheerful sound reached her ears, she thought she was hallucinating. "What are you doing here?" Turning swiftly, saw her rushing towards her, followed closely by, and leaped into her arms, and in an effort to prevent injury, instinctively stepped back several paces. Though they were of the same age, anyone observing would undoubtedly perceive as the elder. Such exuberance was characteristic of, especially as she had only one day left. A little indulgence would go uncriticized. "Is it really you?" She cradled his face, relishing the tangible reality of their reunion. "Indeed, just as you see, no counterfeit here." Engaging in an emotional exchange with herself felt peculiar. Yet as they settled into the moment, they embraced once more. One was fatigued from work. She longed for her mother's embrace, believing that a single hug would dissolve her troubles and replenish her spirit. Now, both seemed to crave that same comfort. As the two reveled in their display of affection, and the others observed quietly, remarked with a touch of awe, and share a deep bond. With a gentle gaze upon his sister, explained to and the others, has known Miss From for quite some time. Despite their differing personalities, they surprisingly harmonized well. Chuckled softly, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his tone, and exchanged much, yet most of their conversation was merely for show. What could she truly share with herself? Ultimately, refrained from revealing that she had only one day left, knowing would insist on accompanying her, which would be inappropriate. Moreover, it did not align with its nature. She remained optimistic, vowing to meet again and preparing to depart, for would not harbor any emotional response toward her situation. After their departure, sank into despair, her eyes fixed on the path they had taken. May you find joy in this final moment, blooming like a vibrant flower, fulfilling your desires without regrets. In the live stream, may not voice it, but seems to understand. On this last day, still wishes her friends would not mourn her. Chapter 63. Sister has come to accompany you in fishing. This day belonged entirely to, and the others had no objections. Gliding with the wind wings did not count as flying, especially since it was quite stern, leaving little opportunity to soar high. As spoke, and immediately turned their eyes to their expressions enigmatic. The implication was clear: do not dare refuse. With a gentle smile, produced his harp. Are you all ready? Yes, yes. Clenched her fists, brimming with enthusiasm. Then let us embark. Strummed the strings lightly, a gentle breeze enveloping the five as they ascended into the sky. Although supported by the wind, felt the disorienting sensation of weightlessness beneath her, causing her to cling to her brother. With a sense of security, she finally sighed in relief. Is it all right if I hold you like this, brother? And a Princess Carrie gently shook his head. Look, following his gaze, beheld the breathtaking scenery of below, their previous standing point now diminished to invisibility. To her surprise, they had reached such heights without realizing it. Feeling slightly acrophobic, tightened her grip around her brother's neck. After adjusting for a while, she gradually relaxed her hold. With attendants, surely I cannot fall. As she gazed down in fascination, it was her first time viewing from this perspective, and, at their current speed they would soon arrive in. she was intimately familiar with, but was curious how it would appear from this angle. An accidental glance upward revealed and beaming at her. "Do you see that snow-capped mountain over there? What are you staring at me for? Is my face dirty? No, it's very pretty. He indeed. Not only but and were also quietly observing. The scenery remained unchanged, eternal, yet some people would never be seen again come tomorrow, as pace was swift. They reached the borders of in no time. Upon seeing all the familiar sights of Mondstadt, Ruola felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, her wide eyes scanning the surroundings. "Brother, look over there. I remember there was a sunsetia tree on that cliff. Last year, I even had a picnic there with Noel. And over there's so many fish in that little river. Hee, I once took Kali there to fish, and even she said the fish there are tastier. Wow, is that big creature still not cleared away? Brother, let me tell you, that was the largest monster I ever defeated, all thanks to Kali." Ruola's voice echoed in the vast sky, a solitary sound among the clouds. Diluc understood that Ruola was not merely eager to share her delightful experiences. More importantly, she wished to eternally cherish the memories of her time in Mondstadt. She did not wish to forget Mondstadt, nor the people she cherished. She was not prepared to confront death. No matter how outwardly cheerful she appeared, Ruola must have been deeply afraid of it. "Barbados, can the people below hear me if I shout? It's too far. They cannot hear you. Then can I shout a little?" "Haha, of course." Ruola cleared her throat, gesturing for Paimon to cover her ears, but Paimon shook her head. Stretching her neck to peer below, Ruola suddenly shouted with all her might, "I'll be leaving soon." In the confinement room of Mondstadt, Kali was not actually locked away, but after spending a long time there, it felt more like her own room. At that moment, little Kali was lying on a sheet of white paper, drawing. Half of her artwork was complete, depicting two adorable girls, one large and one small, laughing as they tossed bombs by a lakeside. Both were charming, the smaller one being little Kali, and the larger one was unmistakably Ruola. Although many days had passed, Kali could not forget her sister Ruola. She had seen Ruola encased in a large block of ice from a distance. It must have been so cold inside. Like her, Ruola preferred warmth over the cold. Ruola had passed away, and Kali would never see her sister again. Heartbroken, she cried for a long time. But no matter how much she wept, Ruola would never appear before her again to comfort her. Now, Kali was busy coloring her drawing, placing a doodle of Ruola in the most prominent position so that she could see it easily during her breaks. Suddenly, there was a knock on the confinement room door. Kali set down her brush and rushed to open it. The moment the door swung open, Ruola, who had been waiting outside, immediately scooped up little Kali, showering her sweet little face with kisses. "Little Kali, Ruola has come to fish with you. Aren't you happy? Ruola, it's really you." Kali's previously sorrowful face lit up with joy as she excitedly called out to Ruola, showering her with kisses. She did not understand why Ruola had appeared, but that did not matter. What mattered was that Ruola was still here, still alive, and that was the greatest blessing for Kali. Ruola attempted to set Kali down, but Kali clung to her tightly, and reluctantly, she continued to hold her. As Ruola stepped out of the confinement room, she unexpectedly encountered Kia. "Kia, I'm taking Kali to fish. Are you coming too?" Kia's eyes were filled with shock and joy. Ruola was alive. After Ruola's passing, Kia's grief had been as profound as Diluc's. After all, she was a sister he had cherished since childhood. Just as he was about to step forward, he was suddenly caught by a sturdy arm. Diluc leaned in and whispered to Kia, "I'll explain everything later. For now, Ruola is asking if you want to come fishing with us?" Without a second thought, Kia nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm coming." Chapter 64. Wishes once a promise is made. It must be fulfilled, especially for someone as young as Kali. Their group quietly made their way to the Knights of Favonius, and with Vinny present, everything was manageable. This was all Ruola's request. She did not wish to cause a commotion due to her presence. If Kia had not happened to encounter them, he might not have known at all. She did not want to add chaos to Mondstadt anymore. She wished to keep her final moments discreet, only sharing them with the friends she wanted to bid farewell to. The previous 5, now joined by Kia and Kali, made their way to Starfall Lake. Aside from Ruola and Kali, the others lagged behind. "Kali, where's your bomb? Quick, there's a big one over there." "Wow, what a huge one." Kali took out a bomb from her backpack and threw it towards the largest fish visible by the lake's edge. Boom! The bomb exploded, sending a massive splash of water, and the large fish, along with several smaller ones, were sent flying onto the shore. Kuli dashed over, hugging the big fish. Ruola, look, this fish is huge. It must be so delicious. Hurry, there's another one. This one is big too. Kuli threw another bomb. Boom! Several more fish landed on the shore. Ruola was busy searching for large fish while Kuli energetically tossed bombs. Both were quite skilled, clearly seasoned in this activity. For some reason, the big fish in Starfall Lake seemed exceptionally eager to swim close to the edge today. Meanwhile, behind the bustling duo, Kia felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. On the way, Diluc had already explained to Kia the reason for Ruola's appearance there, and upon hearing, Kia fell into a long silence. Diluc stated, "On this final day, I only hope Ruola finds joy. I will accompany her in whatever she wishes to do, until..." Diluc trailed off, but everyone understood. Kia looked at Ruola, who was joyfully fishing with Kuli, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. I will be with her as well, accompanying her until the end of her journey. By Starfall Lake, Ruola had already caught many fish with Kuli and was now searching for firewood. After catching fish, they had to grill them on-site to savor the fruits of their labor. Ruola piled up a stack of wood, instinctively attempting to create a small flame, but suddenly froze. She glanced at her waist. There was nothing there. Ruola's expression darkened momentarily, but was quickly overshadowed by her smile. "Brother, come quickly. We're going to grill fish." Ruola called out to Diluc and the others who had followed, but remained hidden. With everyone's efforts, they quickly grilled a multitude of fish. Little Kuli stared at the fish, nearly drooling with anticipation. Ruola handed the first 2 grilled fish to Kuli and Paimon, and seeing their enjoyment, she laughed happily. She recalled a time when playing Genshin Impact. She had seen a similar scene, almost identical to the one unfolding now. Watching the 2 adorable girls relish the grilled fish, Ruola felt a sense of fulfillment, happier than if she were eating herself. Diluc handed her a fish seasoned to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Ruola accepted it and took a hearty bite. A hint of discomfort flickered across her face, but aside from Vinny, no one noticed. "Delicious. Brother's grilled fish is the best." Vinny, seeing through her facade, remained silent. The old man's stone body possessed no sense of taste, and Ruola could not savor any flavor. Hu Tao and Kia had also grilled fish, all for Ruola. To honor their goodwill, Ruola feigned delight and devoured 3 fish. As the fish feast concluded, the happiest was undoubtedly little Kuli, who felt that this was the most blissful moment in her life. After bidding farewell to Kuli, Ruola looked at Kia with a complex expression. "Kia, Kuli is still young, and she is very close to you. After I'm gone, I entrust you with guiding her. Rest assured, I will do it. I have never doubted Kaya." Diluc glanced at the sky. It was already evening, and it wouldn't be long before darkness enveloped the land. "Rala, is there anything else you wish to do?" Rala rested her chin on her hand and pondered. "I would like to see Noelle, visit Sister Adeline, and meet Amber, Barbara, Captain Jean, Sister Lisa, Sister Rosaria, Fisher Bennett, and Sucrose." She listed her closest friends and elders, then continued, "I wish to witness a sunrise with everyone at the place where Lord Barbados summoned Valen." After saying this, Rala blinked her innocent big eyes at Vinny. In the live stream of Chun Xiao, the warm scene of frying and grilling fish evoked mixed emotions among the viewers. Laughter mingled with sorrow. Though it was a heartwarming moment, the knowledge that Rala would soon depart cast a shadow over the scene. As the task progressed, when Rala expressed her final request, the barrage of comments was almost entirely filled with pleas to grant her wish. "Please agree to her." "Oh no, Rala seems to know how adorable she is. That expression is simply killing me." Vinny dotes on Rala so much. He has already fulfilled so many of her requests, so one more shouldn't matter. This is Rala's last wish. Even if Vinny doesn't help, we cannot ignore this. "Traveler, in Mondstadt, Vinti nodded repeatedly. Then I shall trouble Diluc, Kaya, as well as you, Traveler, to inform Jean and the others of their tasks." Paimon asked, "What about you, Vinny?" Vinny turned to Paimon with a smile. "As for me, I have more important matters to attend to. After you notify everyone, just gather at the statue of the Anemo Archon, and I shall lead you there." Diluc addressed Ing and Paimon. "We will handle the people in Mondstadt. Traveler, you can teleport, and I leave Diana, and Adeline in your care. Vinny quickly added, rest assured, once you have notified them, I will bring them over. Ing affirmed. Then we mustn't delay. Paimon, let's set off. Rala seized the moment to pat Paimon's little head. Thank you all. Chapter 65. Before the dawn arrives, once everyone had departed. Only Vinny and Rala remained. Lord Barbados, should we not assist them? Vinny gently shook his head, a look of confusion and concern on his face. It was strange. It shouldn't be like this. Logically, even if Rala's soul was frail, the body he had crafted with the old man should have been able to endure for a day. But why was this situation unfolding? Even after consuming 3 fish, it shouldn't be the case. If things continued as they were, Rala's soul might not last until the day was over before dissipating to where she belonged. Vinny knew that Rala cherished this world deeply, understanding the significance of the fleeting time for her. Moreover, her last wish was unfulfilled. How could she leave prematurely? Indeed, the time that Vinny sensed was the very time Rala had squandered, and as for the reason, she wished to depart with a hint of regret. Not only for the people of Mondstadt, but also for the players and viewers beyond the game, as they would all contribute a wave of emotional feedback. After realizing the brilliance of emotional feedback, Jiang Mumu particularly treasured this concept, especially since her main objective was emotional resonance. Little did she expect Vinny to be so perceptive and quietly supplement her. Although it was only a small amount of time, Vinny must have sacrificed much, as evident from his not-so-pleasant complexion. To avoid causing further trouble to Vinny, Rala refrained from adding to his burden at this moment. In the Knights of Favonius office, Jean was still at work. Upon hearing a knock, she casually said, "Come in." Kaya entered. "Jean," he briefly recounted Rala's situation. After listening, Jean set aside her work, sighing heavily, feeling a deep sense of unease. "Is Rala all right?" Kaya shook his head. "It's hard to say. Her time is limited." "Captain Jean, I must ask you to assist with Rala's last wish." Jean rose solemnly. "I understand. After I inform Lisa, we will head to the statue of the Anemo Archon." Kaya nodded respectfully before leaving the knight's office. He still had to notify others and couldn't afford to delay. In front of Mondstadt's house, there was a spacious square. At this moment, Noelle was repeatedly swinging her great sword. She and Rala were very close friends, often sleeping over at each other's homes. This place could be considered another home for Noelle. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her. "Diluc-senpai?" Diluc nodded at Noelle and promptly informed her of Rala's situation, omitting any mention of the malevolence involved. "Rala, she is still in Mondstadt." Noelle clenched her fists, both excited and anxious as she sought confirmation from Diluc. "If you wish to see Rala, gather at the statue of the Anemo Archon." "Yes." Noelle hastily wiped the sweat from her brow and dashed towards the statue. Though only a day remained, perhaps even less than that, Noelle yearned to see Rala as soon as possible. At Dawn Winery, Ing and Paimon entered, encountering a maid. After inquiring, they learned Adeline's location and rushed inside. "Adeline, so this is where you are? Come with us. We have something urgent to discuss." "You too. There's no need to rush. How can I assist you?" Unlike Paimon, who was in a hurry, Ing quickly and concisely explained Rala's situation to Adeline. Upon hearing that Rala had only a fleeting moment left, and her final wish was to reunite with her friends and family to witness the sunrise, Adeline was overwhelmed with tears. "We mustn't delay. Let us depart at once." Adeline appeared anxious, longing to embrace Rala once more. Ing and Paimon led Adeline outside Dawn Winery, where Paimon called out to the sky, "Lord Barbados, we have arrived." Then, before Adeline's astonished gaze, the 3 soared into the air. Adeline was exceptionally excited. "Is that the Anemo Archon?" "It truly is Lord Barbados." As they flew toward the statue, Ing overheard Adeline praying to Vinny, "Lord Barbados, please ensure the young lady's safety. Lord Barbados, please ensure the young lady's safety." Ing shook her head helplessly. If the Anemo Archon could save Rala, he would have acted by now. Despite being a deity, in the face of such circumstances, Vinny had no choice but to quietly observe the unfolding events. At Starfall Cliff, Vinny had already brought Rala here ahead of time. The sunrise visible from this vantage point was breathtaking and full of meaning. Once he confirmed that Rala's gaze was indeed fixed elsewhere, Vinny donned his divine attire and ascended into the sky. Today, the clouds were plentiful, even hinting at a possible rainstorm. Disperse. He summoned the tempest, scattering the gathering clouds to reveal the stars above. At Starfall Cliff, Rala felt somewhat fatigued and sat down. She witnessed the clouds being blown away, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Lord Barbados. Upon seeing familiar friends and elders, Rala sprang to her feet. Sister Adeline and little kitty Diana. Miss. Adeline was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Rala. Sister Rala. Diana, with her petite frame and large, misty eyes, expressed a sense of bittersweet resignation. Do not be sorrowful. I am content to see you all one last time. In mere moments, Vinny arrived with everyone, and the peak of Jiaxing Cliff was soon bustling with people. Among the crowd, Rolla was the first to rush towards Noelle, sensing that if she did not embrace her soon, this fragile girl would surely crumble. Noelle, I have missed you so much. The sudden departure of her steadfast companion was a heavy blow for the innocent Noelle. Jean and Lisa, witnessing the embrace, were filled with mixed emotions. Jean felt a deep sense of guilt as the acting captain, believing she had failed to protect Rolla. If only Grandmaster Falger were still here. He held Rolla in high regard and would have ensured her safety. Jean, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Lisa gently reassured her friend, who often found herself caught in her own thoughts. After releasing Noelle, Rolla approached the others. Amber, it seems I can no longer learn the techniques of the rabbit earl from you. I should not have been so lazy before. Otherwise, I would have mastered them by now. And you must be cautious while flying in the future. Otherwise, your flying privileges may be revoked. Captain Jean, thank you for your constant care. I understand you kept me from joining the Knights of Favonius to protect me. Sister Lisa, you can no longer urge me to read. Bennett, please be careful. I heard you were struck by a ruin guard last time. Your luck is already poor, and it would be disastrous if anything were to happen. I won't be able to visit you often anymore, but you can always seek out Noelle. Rolla spoke to each of them, her concern palpable. Yet, who among them could truly be at ease? At such a tender age, her personality was already a source of worry, and now with the weight of such circumstances, it only amplified their fears. Ultimately, Rolla faced her brother Diluc. Brother, will you watch this last sunrise with me? Of course. Chapter 66. She dissolves beneath the morning sun. Rolla felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as she settled into the perfect spot to witness the sunrise. One by one, her friends joined her, creating a circle of companionship. Diluc, Ing, and Noelle were closest to her, while Paimon floated above. Rolla embraced small Paimon, gazing upon the horizon. The time spent gathering, everyone had consumed precious moments, and soon the sun would rise. Ing, will you travel across Teyvat with Paimon? Yes. May I see that longsword? Ing revealed the endless resolve, a gift from Rolla. As Rolla grasped the sword, she turned to Vinny. Vinny, could you assist me? Given the presence of many, she refrained from addressing him as Barbados. Observing Barber's expression, it was clear Vinny had not yet revealed his true identity. With just a glance, Vinny understood Rolla's intent, but hesitated. It is feasible, but is it truly necessary? Vinny, please help me. This is my final wish. Upon hearing the pivotal phrase, Venti ultimately acquiesced. In an instant, Rolla felt even more fatigued. She handed the sword to Ing. Your best, Ing. Carry this sword with you as you explore the 7 nations and cherish the beauty of Teyvat for me. Rolla requested Vinny to infuse a fragment of her soul into the sword. Though this fragment would minimally affect her, it served as a token for players to remember her by each time they beheld the blade. Thus, Rolla would continue to gather emotional feedback under this guise. Even the smallest of offerings holds significance, and this was far beyond mere triviality. Ing remained oblivious to the cryptic exchange between Rolla and Vinny, unaware of the sword's newfound essence. Outside the game, endless resolve, before departing from this world. Your friend Rolla requested the Anemo Archon to transfer a small portion of her remaining soul into it, hoping to accompany you as you traverse the 7 nations. Special effect. When the traveler wields pyro elemental energy, an additional 200 attack points are granted. Chun Xiao. She is leaving yet still gives us something. No wonder it's a 5-star weapon. I was curious why there were no legends about it. Endless resolve. Perhaps it should be renamed Endless Resentment. And then we can wield this sword to shatter that vile creature. On a brighter note, Rolla left with everyone by her side. Yet, Rolla's soul has been consumed by 90%. Vinny said that is immensely painful. You scoundrel, get out of here. You made me cry. At Jiaxing Cliff, the sun gradually ascended the horizon, serene and beautiful. It was a delightful feeling to witness the sunrise surrounded by loved ones. Paimon remained quietly nestled in Rolla's embrace. Suddenly, Paimon felt a chill on her forehead and looked up to see Rolla's tear-streaked face. Rolla, why are you crying? No, these are tears of joy. Rolla turned to the others, her legs no longer able to move. Time was drawing near, though there should have been a little more time. The infusion of her soul into endless resolve had hastened her farewell. The people of Mondstadt, witnessing Rolla's tear-stained visage, felt their hearts shatter. Rolla cast one last glance at Diluc, her only blood relative in this world, instinctively seeking her brother's comfort. Brother. Diluc reached up to wipe her tears, gently stroking her head as he once did. Rolla, when happy, would laugh unabashedly. She was a cheerful spirit, and Diluc had seldom seen her cry, only the occasional pout of disappointment. Thus, her tears now were not solely born from happiness. Rolla grasped Diluc's large hand. Brother, I truly do not wish to leave. I do not want to part from everyone. I do not wish to die. Tears streamed down Rolla's face, and Diluc sorrowfully wiped them away. Seeing her brother in such anguish, Rolla unexpectedly burst into laughter. Brother, you are crying. Men should not weep. She feigned strength, in truth. I do not mind departing as long as everyone is here to witness this last sunrise with me. I am, indeed, very content. Paimon leaped into Rolla's embrace, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Rolla used her remaining strength to wipe Paimon's tears. Do not be sad, Paimon. I am merely going to see my father. Hearing this, Diluc's tears flowed even more freely. Brother, Rolla's voice grew faint, and everyone drew closer, realizing the gravity of the moment. Brother, I have no regrets. With those final words, Rolla's entire being transformed into particles, dissipating into the air. Diluc stood frozen, his hand lingering where Rolla's head had been. No regrets? Perhaps, since the moment she shielded him from that blow, the sense of regret had begun and had lingered ever since. At Jiaxing Cliff, silence enveloped the group, no one daring to speak. Vinny broke the stillness. In life and in death, this is Liyue saying, Rolla's time has come. Before leaving, she wished to spare us grief, forcing a smile even amidst her pain. We must understand. Jean stepped forward. Let us call her the Hero Knight. Rolla cherished that title. This last sentiment was echoed by Diluc. Rolla has always aspired to be a hero. In the player world, safe travels, Rolla. May you find joy there, just as you did in MNGD. Surely, with Rue LA's charming personality, she will be well liked there as well. Farewell, Rula. We shall miss you dearly. You have committed countless misdeeds. On the screen of the host, CHNXYO, the words "the last day of respect" end appeared. Overwhelmed with sorrow, CHNXYO ended the stream prematurely. After the broadcast, she sat in silence for several minutes before retrieving her phone to access the official account. You must perish. Chapter 67. The Wang Shengtang package previously. When Weiying was melancholic, Paimon was there to comfort her. But now it seems Paimon is the one in need of solace. Weiying gently patted Paimon's back, offering comfort to the little one. After a while, Paimon's mood gradually improved. Traveler, where shall we venture next? Liyue has a more vibrant atmosphere. It will surely help lighten our spirits. In Liyue, MQNGG brought her sister MQNGX to WNM and Tiying. Master Mo, is she NGLing here? Oh, it's QNGG. She NGLing is busy in the kitchen. Please, come in. Upon hearing that she NGLing was present, MQNGG led her sister inside and found a quiet spot to sit. Compared to Master MO's culinary skills, MQNGG craved she NGLing's unique touch. What would you like to eat? Just tell she NGLing the usual. She knows. All right, please wait. Your meal will be ready shortly. After Master MO departed, MQNGX inquired, Sister, what's wrong? You seem distracted today. Nothing much, just a bit tired, MQNGG replied, omitting any mention of Rula. Before long, the dishes arrived, and MQNGG served rice for QNGX. Sister, I can serve myself. Although you are now a QXing, you must remember to rest. MQNGG chuckled at her sister's concern. Hurry and eat. Oh, right. While they were eating, MQNGG spotted two familiar faces, Ying and Paimon. How convenient it is to have teleportation abilities. She felt a twinge of envy as she recalled how it took her over a day to escape from NGD to Liyue. Ying, Paimon, over here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ying and Paimon turned to look. It's QNGG. This is my sister, MQNGX. QNGX, this is Ying, the renowned traveler you have often heard about, and this is the equally famous Paimon. Paimon blushed at the praise. MQNGX set her bowl down. Oh, it's you. I've heard so much about you from my sister. I never expected to meet you. I'm MQNGX, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Upon witnessing MQNGX's enthusiasm, Ying's expression suddenly turned somber, and Paimon appeared similarly affected. MQNGX, feeling perplexed, took a step back and whispered to her sister, Sister, did I say something wrong? Realizing the misunderstanding, Paimon and Ying quickly reassured her, No, it's not because of QNGX. We just thought of someone else. Yes, that's right, please don't misunderstand, Ying added. To ease the awkwardness, MQNGG intervened. Ying, Paimon, our meal has just been served. Would you care to join us? Ying and Paimon exchanged glances and replied, Thank you, QNGG. MQNGG invited them to sit and ordered more food from Master Mo. Once seated, Paimon began to eat heartily. Having only snacked on grilled fish the previous afternoon before spending the night with Rula, so she was quite famished. The meal was more enjoyable with everyone together, though Ying and MQNGG seemed preoccupied and ate little. More dishes arrived, nearly all devoured by Paimon, leaving MQNGX in awe at how much the little one could consume despite her tiny stomach, which remained surprisingly unexpanded. MQNGX admired her sister, always willing to heed her words. Watching her sister drift away, MQNGG turned to Ying. Rula has departed, hasn't she? Noticing the astonished expressions on Ying and Paimon, MQNGG sighed. She has a difficult time concealing her emotions, believing she can mask her feelings. Yet the truth is plainly visible on her face. I understand Rula's actions. She does not comprehend that she is more significant to me than many other things. I wish to ask you, when Rula left, was she happy? What a foolish question to ponder. Who could possibly depart with joy? MQNGG self-deprecatingly chuckled and shifted the question. Did Rula leave behind any regrets? Ying replied, Before Rula departed forever, she accomplished many things she desired, even taking Li to blow up fish. In the end, we watched the sunrise together, surrounded by everyone in the city of MNGD. Were you all present? MQNGG felt a wave of disappointment. Why had she been absent during such an important moment? QNGG, you don't blame Rula, do you? Paimon cautiously inquired. MQNGG chuckled softly. Paimon, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely feel a sense of regret. Rula was my dearest friend, and I cannot be by her side in her final moments. Ying and Paimon fell silent, unsure how to offer comfort. A heavy stillness enveloped the table, until, everyone is here, including the traveler and Paimon. Hope you're all well. At that moment, the 7th generation leader of Wangshengtang, HTO, entered WNM NTing. HTO, what a surprise to see you here. Ahem, this humble leader is usually quite busy, but today I happen to be out on business. HTO proclaimed, producing a stack of flyers from her pocket and distributing one to Paimon, Ying, and QNGG. Wangshengtang is having a limited time offer. Buy one, get one free. Buy two, get three. The more you purchase, the more you gain. Isn't it tempting? Have you considered ordering a set? Paimon quickly waved her hands and hid behind Ying, who also expressed that she did not require anything at the moment. MQNGG picked up the flyer HTO had handed her, and, upon reading the words professional team, trustworthy, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she managed to restrain herself. HTO, I would like a set, please. Huh? Both Ying and Paimon stared at her in disbelief. And even HTO questioned her ears. QNGG, do you truly want that? What nonsense are you imagining? MQNGG shot HTO an exasperated glance. I'm merely adding some flair to your offerings. It will surely be useful one day. And that day is not too far off. Chapter 68, Old Deng. The ghost fire is stopped outside. Oh dear, QNGG, I never anticipated your profound understanding of death. If only all of Liyue shared your perspective, I wouldn't need to personally promote our services. HTO quipped, the capable are often burdened, yet Wang Shengtang is the sole establishment for funeral services in Liyue. Whether one wishes or not, everyone is destined to be a guest here. It is merely a matter of time. HTO immediately retorted, this is different. In Liyue, we emphasize being laid to rest properly. The rituals for the deceased are quite intricate. Pre-booking allows us to prepare in advance based on the number of reservations. Moreover, recently, that fellow Zongle has become infatuated with purchasing antique paintings. He never haggles and occasionally even raises prices, with the bills sent to Wang Shengtang. As she spoke, HTO's expression grew indignant. I came to WNM in Tiang today partly to settle his debts. How infuriating. She and GL should have made him stay here to wash dishes until his debts are repaid. MQNGG thought to herself, the superior criticizing the superior. As a mere employee, she ought to remain discreet. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter to meet everyone here. I had originally intended to treat you to a meal, but since you have already dined, we shall save that for another occasion. At that time, I shall host and invite Xingqiu and Chongyun to join us for a delightful gathering. Muqing said, very well, Hu Tangzhu, please enjoy your meal. We shall take our leave for now. Hu Tao nodded swiftly and then dashed into the kitchen to find Xiangling. As the trio exited Wanmin Hall, they strolled along the bustling street. Ying and Paimon hesitated, on the verge of speaking, prompting Mu Qingge to halt her steps. You two seem to have something on your minds. Given our relationship, I believe there is nothing that cannot be discussed. Paimon floated in front of Mu Qingge. Qingge, Traveler and I are preparing to head to Inazuma, but it is currently closed off, and there are storms at sea. We were wondering if you might know a way to get there. Are you truly going to Inazuma? Ying nodded. Huh? Why is that? During this peculiar time, many wish to travel to Inazuma or depart from it, yet only a fleet known as the Southern Cross guarantees safe passage, and they have just set sail. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you can inquire with Ningguang. She has a close relationship with Beidou, the captain of the fleet, and her influence might have played a role in their departure. Have you not eaten enough? Mu Qingge directed this question at the two, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Paimon. The implication unmistakable. Paimon, hands on her hips, retorted, of course not. Paimon is quite full. We are off to find Shinha. Shinha? Mu Qingge recalled not having seen Shinha in Wanmin Hall earlier. Perhaps she had gone out to deliver meals. After all, she and Shinha shared a good rapport, and Mu Qingge had intended to pay her a visit. However, with Shinha absent, it seems that she'll have to wait until next time. If she returns home late, though she might not voice it, the girl will likely silently resent her for being dismissive, still viewing her as a child. With that thought, a faint smile crept upon Mu Qingge's lips. After all, she is just a child, yet she insists on acting so mature. As Mu Qingge made her way home, her mind was preoccupied with pondering how to create a commotion in Liyue akin to that in Mondstadt. How to generate such a stir while ensuring minimal harm to the innocent. Compared to Mondstadt, accomplishing this in Liyue would undoubtedly be far more challenging. Moreover, that drunken fool from Mondstadt harbors a deep-seated hatred for malice. Should ill intentions surface in Liyue, he would undoubtedly come forth to avenge his friend, without even needing Zhongli's summons. Perhaps the Dragon King beneath the Wulong tree could stall him Oryx, but what of Vinny? His strength is not to be underestimated. Should they unleash Osail once more? It seems feasible. The maritime battlefield should not affect too many civilians, and they could always venture a little further out to sea. The celestial beings could deal with the evil chi from Qingce village, and the abyss beneath the giant abyss could also be utilized. There were numerous matters to consider, requiring careful organization. The bond of the five Yakshas had moved her to tears during her initial encounters. In any case, the plan is not yet ready, and unforeseen circumstances have not been accounted for. Once the plan is initiated, it may very well spiral beyond her control. If it results in excessive casualties, Mu Qingge would bear a heavy burden of guilt. Inazuma, where the Raiden Shogun, disillusioned by the fleeting nature of the world, seeks a pure land to sustain her ideals. In her own words, The scenery of this world remains unchanged over millennia, yet humanity exists like dew and mirage, ephemeral. An emptiness pervades. The deity, in her pursuit of eternity, desires to freeze Inazuma in the river of time. Thus she instituted the National Isolation Decree, to suppress the swelling desires. The Vision Hunt Decree was born. The people of Inazuma, shrouded in the gloom of isolation, have seen their smiles diminish. In a courtyard within Inazuma City. Ahem, uncle. Look here, these are gifts we have brought for you. Could you please let and come out to see us? The speaker was Arataki Ito, the leader of the Arataki Gang. Accompanying him were ordinary members, a Shou, a Huang, and Yuan Tai. Before them lay 2 large boxes filled with jujubes. While they faced a grim-faced man, appearing to be around 50, who wielded a stick in his hand. The man's face flushed with anger as he glared at the 4 men before him. It was these rascals who had led his daughter astray. And now they had ensnared too. Seeing these culprits before him, he had shown remarkable restraint by not immediately striking them with his stick. Uncle, look, the children have grown and formed their own ideas. The Arataki Gang is not just a name. We aspire to become the greatest gang in the world with boundless potential. In an unprecedented turn, Ito began to reason. He had no choice and had left the Arataki Gang 3 days ago, and he was truly anxious. The man before him was the father of A and that violent girl, so he could only maintain a polite demeanor. Chapter 69, A Half-Hearted Cook. While Arataki Ito was negotiating with the old man, in another room, Kujo Sara put a stop to her incessantly chattering mother and elder sister. Nearby, Kujo Sara's mother and elder sister, A Xing, could only sigh in exasperation. For 3 days, they had made no progress in persuading her. Kujo Sara's mother glanced at her youngest daughter, who was munching on a large pancake. Yinling, why are you looking at me? I've told you before. I am not suited to be a shrine maiden. Oh. Yinling obediently put on her shoes, though how long they would stay on was uncertain. Her mother's head began to ache again. She had given birth to 3 daughters. Yet why were the second and youngest so rebellious? Their upbringing had been largely similar. They had tried reasoning and scolding, and at one point, even they had run away to Liyue. The youngest daughter was even more obstinate. They truly dared not provoke her further. Observing her mother's distress, Kujo Sara felt a pang of sympathy, yet she could not comply with her family's wishes. She cherished her freedom and resented constraints. The two exchanged glances for a long moment, and ultimately, the mother conceded. Well, do as you wish. I will no longer stop you. The mother yielded, seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes, knowing she could not change her mind. However, if follows you, you must take responsibility for her. Kujo Sara glanced at Yunling, who was sitting idly with pancake crumbs all over her face, her expression darkening as she coughed pointedly. Upon hearing her sister's warning cough, Yunling straightened her posture immediately, setting aside her pancake. In this household, Yunling feared her second sister the most. Their parents and elder sister often merely scolded her, but the second sister was genuinely intimidating, especially with that painful ear-grabbing technique. Just ask the eldest sister how it feels. Ahem, I shall go prepare dinner. Yunling seized the opportunity to slip away, leaving the scrutiny of her mother and elder sister to her second sister. This wasn't just an excuse. She genuinely needed to cook. In her character design, the role of a cook had been integrated not only for Inazuma, but also for Fontaine. This was intended not only to attract Paimon and Ing, particularly the little foodie Paimon, but also to foster a better connection with the characters. The culinary skill had been a long-standing feature. In Inazuma, few were unaware of her prowess as Chef Yun. However, despite her exceptional cooking, she seldom set up stalls to sell food, only doing so occasionally. Every 7 days, she would have just one occasion, with patrons flocking to her stall. Even the esteemed Ye Miko of the Grand Narukami Shrine always requested a portion from her. In the room, Sister A Xing remarked, Mother, you need not worry about Xiaoyun. That girl is quite clever, as you well know. Her culinary skills are renowned throughout Inazuma City and are in high demand, so there is no cause for concern. I am confident in her future, but her temperament is worrisome. You see, what is wrong with a girl being gentle and demure? She wanders about with that large door plank, seeking fights, and refuses to wear shoes. How can I not be anxious? With a sigh, Mother continued, among you 3 sisters. Only A Xing gives me some peace of mind. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Yunling peeked in, only to find her mother, elder sister, and second sister watching her. She decided to abandon her stealth. Second sister, the eldest and father are outside in a standoff. Do you wish to go see? Juchurin felt a jolt at the mention of the unreliable eldest brother and promptly exited, thinking, why is he here? Did we not agree to handle matters ourselves? I do not know, but it does not surprise me that he would act in such a manner. In the courtyard, no matter how Juchurin's father urged him to leave, Arataki Ito refused to budge. Observing the furious elder, Ito remarked, he was already angry long before this. I shall say this one last time, leave immediately, or I shall take action. Upon seeing the elder appear genuinely ready to act, Eisho and the others were frightened and stepped back in unison. Only Arataki Ito stood defiantly. Go ahead and hit me. If I so much as grunt, I am no true man. Juchurin's father, infuriated, intended to give this rascal a light lesson. But just as he swung his stick, he was interrupted. Stop. Alhaitham. Arataki Ito's face lit up with joy, and Eisho and the others exclaimed, Sister Ren, Kuki. Noticing the two large baskets of jingwa, surmised that they had been gathering them over the past few days. She glared fiercely at the four, then turned to her father. Father, how can you strike someone? The elder threw down the stick. Look at the kind of rascals you associate with. They're all unrefined, aimless, and without work. Being reprimanded in front of Juchurin and Yunling caused even the thick-skinned Arataki Ito to feel somewhat awkward. The reputation of the Arataki Gang was indeed not very favorable among others. Juchurin held her own opinions, asserting that one should not judge a person solely based on their abilities. They are my friends, not ruffians. He, Arataki Ito, has a past that is not particularly pleasant, yet he maintains a cheerful disposition, which is quite rare. He treats us well, and his purity has positively influenced everyone in the Arataki Gang. Seeing Juchurin defend him, Ito felt a sense of relief. But before he could revel in it, Juchurin continued, of course, he has many less than pleasant traits, such as being overly naive and immature, akin to a child. Arataki Ito. Juchurin continued, but does not that reflect his pure nature? I cherish that purity, just as I refuse to be confined by the shrine maiden's attire, yearning for freedom. Juchurin's father interjected. So, your mother has still not convinced you? Father, everyone has their own path in life. Is what others deem good truly suitable for everyone? Yunling raised her hand, affirming, yes, sister is right. The elder sighed, having anticipated such a conclusion, yet he still found it difficult to accept. Fine, I cannot argue with you. Your future is in your own hands. Do as you please. Yunling pouted, internally grumbling, I am not a crazy girl. Father is just worrying unnecessarily. Chapter 70. The chef's timed return. Ito beamed like a fool, nudging Yunling with his elbow. Already flustered by her parents' incessant chatter, Yunling quickly brandished her door plank. What is it? Do you want to fight? Ito waved his hands. Fight? How boring. What do you think? Am I not incredibly loyal? I have been contemplating how to rescue you all these days. Just SOSO. Cough, cough. When will you make us a delicious meal, Xiaoyun? The ramen you made last time was absolutely fantastic. Eisho, Huang, and Yuan Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, Xiaoyun. When will you showcase your skills? Xiaoyun? Yunling shot a sidelong glance at Yuan Tai, who immediately corrected himself. No, not Xiaoyun. It's Sister Yun. Hee, Sister Yun. When will you demonstrate your prowess again? The title Sister Yun seemed to please Yunling immensely, her lovely face brimming with pride. Since you all are so understanding, I shall prepare something special for you. It is about time. You should help me gather some ingredients. Today, we shall set up a stall. Sister Yun is brilliant. Sister Yun is magnificent. Eisho and the others provided ample emotional support, much to Yunling's delight. Ito grinned widely. Every time Yunling set up a stall, it was the most prosperous time for the Arataki Gang, with long queues forming to buy from them. This was indeed the most anticipated event, with Ito and the others in high spirits, flattering Yunling with enthusiasm. She too was elated, observing the lively group. Juchurin felt a faint smile tugging at her lips beneath her mask. She cherished this atmosphere, free and unrestrained. Sister, Yunling called, and Juchurin immediately understood her intention. Finding a spot to sit, Juchurin produced a pen and paper. Speak. Ito and the others listened attentively. Yinling cleared her throat. Eggs, milk, flour, sugar. Juchurin noted each item down, then looked to Yinling. That's all. This is sufficient. How much? Recalling past experiences, Yinling felt that if she specified too accurately, the eldest might mess it up. 100 eggs, 2 barrels of milk. Yinling reiterated, then seemed to remember something, asking, do you all like skewers? Seeing everyone nod in agreement. Even the second sister, after a glance, gave a slight nod. She thought, perhaps I should not have asked. Then let us buy some fruits as well. Anything will do, preferably of this size and seedless. Ito confidently patted his chest. Excited at the prospect of soon enjoying delicious food, do not worry. I will personally handle this, absolutely no issues. Ito took the paper from Juchurin, scrutinizing it, and pointed to one character, asking Yuan Tai beside him. How do you pronounce this character? Boss, that S lemon. Oh, that's why it looks so familiar. It's lemon. Haha, I know. Ito, along with his 3 little followers, set off to buy the ingredients, while Juchurin turned her gaze to her sister. Yinling, being somewhat of a vendor herself, though she often fished one day and lays for 8, had all the necessary items. As a chef, her little workshop was well equipped. This time, Yinling planned to create some desserts, including a cake reminiscent of tiramisu from her previous world. The merchants from Fontaine had recently been making it, and she wanted to give it a try. Even though her ingredients might be insufficient, substitutes could always be found, albeit a bit troublesome. In addition to the cake, she intended to make 2 other desserts, her favorite skewers and ice cream. It had been quite warm in Inazuma lately, and ice cream should sell well. Teyvat seemed to lack ice cream. At least, she had yet to taste any, as the one from Fontaine was made by herself. Excluding the skewers, the other 2 desserts were relatively complex, but for Yinling, they were merely trifles. When Jiang Mumu initially established her 2 culinary personas, she was resolute in her determination. Subsequently, for the sake of caution, she invested considerable emotional feedback. In other words, she assigned scores to the deliciousness of a dish, with a perfect score being 100. A dish produced by a machine would score 50, but under the same machine and ingredients, if someone else operated it, it would still score 50. However, with Yinling, it would score 80. This illustrates that her culinary creations surpass those of others. Coupled with her impeccable techniques, the synergy is simply explosive. If Lei Shun were not sequestered in his sanctum, Yinling believed her culinary skills could impress even him. As the ingredients were procured in the afternoon, her efforts extended into the evening. Boss, it's ready. Quickly summon everyone for dinner. The items intended for sale tomorrow were nearly prepared, but it would be inappropriate to serve them for dinner, so Yinling decided to make some ramen as well. After the boss had been nagging for so long, it was only right to oblige. Finally done. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Although he proclaimed his impatience, he first served the ramen to Juchurin and Yinling, then to Asho and the others, leaving himself for last. Boss, where are the others? Yinling inquired. Although the Arataki Gang was not widely recognized, she was familiar with a few of them, particularly since Asho and the others often trailed behind Arataki Ito. Don't worry about it, Yinjia. They were reluctant to join us in searching for Jingguo earlier, and a few left as soon as they saw you and Rinjet apart. Oh, Yinling was indifferent. She was not well acquainted with those individuals. Furthermore, being straightforward by nature, she harbored no ulterior motives, merely noting the absence of some people today. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Perhaps due to his ravenous hunger, Ito astonishingly consumed 5 bowls of ramen. It appears that a certain Jingguo has found a rival. Even Asho and his companions each devoured 2 bowls. Before departing, Arataki Ito left, supporting his waist, clearly feeling quite uncomfortably full. Same place tomorrow, don't forget. Rest assured, I will not forget. The ingredients would not spoil. There were numerous preservation methods. Juchurin, observing her sister who had toiled all day, gently patted her head. Let us go. Early the next morning, Yinling set out with her ice cream. After all, ice cream necessitates cold. While there were indeed many in Inazuma capable of producing ice, the most familiar was the esteemed Hakushin princess. Chapter 71. The booth that captivated Inazuma City with her delicate, fair feet pattering against the ground, Yunling dashed forward with remarkable agility, carrying a large bucket of ice cream, as if it were a mere plaything. Despite having run barefoot for over a decade, her feet remained pristine, devoid of even the slightest callus. Do not inquire. It is merely a part of the setting. The Kamisato clan was quite distant from Inazuma City, and since she had risen early, she considered it a morning workout. Upon reaching the Kamisato residence, the guards, having grown familiar with little Yunling from her frequent visits, did not impede her entry. To her surprise, upon entering, she encountered Kamisato, Ayato, and Toma in earnest discussion. "Ah, it's little Yun. Are you here to see the young lady?" Toma greeted her amiably, pausing his conversation with the master of the house. Yunling peered from behind the wooden bucket. "Toma, and Ayato, is Ayaka not here?" "She is here. Wait a moment. I'll fetch her." Toma departed, while Ayato continued to gaze intently at the wooden bucket. "What do you have there, Yun?" Ayato was also one of Yunling's devoted patrons, particularly fond of the milk tea she had made previously. Yunling gently set the bucket down. "This is my latest offering called ice cream, but it's not yet complete. I need Linghua's help to freeze it." "Ice cream?" As Ayato approached, he immediately detected a sweet aroma. His interest piqued. "Once it's ready, could I purchase a few servings?" "Of course, but it will require Linghua's assistance. Once she helps me, it will be a joint effort, and you can have as much as you want, no charge." Ayato smiled. He was not concerned about the cost. Sometimes, one could not buy Yunling's culinary creations even with money, and besides, it was evident that the young girl worked hard. So how could he partake without offering something in return? A person of considerable depth, Ayato valued sincerity in relationships, which was why he held a brotherly bond with Ito. To him, Yunling was akin to Arataki Ito, both possessing a refreshing purity that he admired. Linghua, having been at home, emerged promptly upon hearing Toma mention Yunling's arrival. Linghua. Their familiarity stemmed from Yunling's market endeavors. By chance, Linghua had tasted Yunling's cooking, instantly developing a fondness for it. After several attempts for Toma to locate her, he eventually discerned her selling schedule. After assisting Yunling with a troublesome matter, their friendship blossomed. With her carefree demeanor, Yunling was easy to get along with. Her charming appearance and exceptional culinary skills won over Toma and Ayato during a single day spent at the Kamisato residence. Gradually, they became good friends. "Linghua, come quickly. Help me freeze this, and I shall treat you to delectable ice cream." "Freeze it? Is it this?" "Yes, exactly." Without further questions, Linghua summoned her ice powers. With a flourish of her fan, a powerful surge of ice elemental energy promptly froze the bucket of ice cream. "Did I perhaps use too much strength?" "No, this is just right." Yunling produced a spoon from seemingly nowhere. "Toma, do you have bowls?" "I forgot to bring some." Toma promptly fetched 3 plates and spoons. Yunling scooped ice cream balls from the bucket, placing them into the plates. Ayato was the first to taste it. The cool ice cream melted in his mouth, leaving a refreshing, sweet flavor enriched with a rich, milky, and fruity essence. "Delightful," Ayato proclaimed, enjoying the exquisite dessert on such a hot day, which significantly improved his mood. Linghua took a bite, and a smile instantly brightened her face. "Is this what you're selling at your stall this time, Yin? I assure you it will be a tremendous hit." "Of course. When have I, Yunling, ever failed to make a splash?" Her adorably proud demeanor elicited laughter from the 3 present. Before Toma could sample it, Linghua exchanged a knowing glance with him, and he instantly understood, retrieving his coin pouch. "Yun, how do you plan to sell it?" Seeing Toma produce his pouch, Yunling frowned. "I've already said I'm treating you. I want to accept any money. We are good friends, are we not? Come on, just take a little after all. No. Yunling shook her head vigorously. Without further ado, she hoisted the bucket and dashed away. Toma was left dumbfounded, as he hadn't finished his sentence. They had hoped to buy more. Yunling was incredibly swift, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ayato and Linghua turned to Toma. "Toma, Ayato, I want 3 servings. Linghua, I'll have 3 as well, just like my brother." Toma felt a pang of frustration. He remembered he should have chased after her, but by the time he sprinted outside, she had vanished. Today, in a corner of Inazuma City, an area bustling with energy had unexpectedly formed a long queue. The patrons who have savored the culinary delights crafted by Yunling in the vicinity have reached a unanimous consensus, regardless of what delicacies this stall offers. As long as they are available, one must purchase them, for they are undoubtedly delectable and remarkably affordable. Most significantly, the proprietor is exceedingly charming. At the stall, Yunling is responsible for packing, Juchi Run handles the payments, while Arataki Ito and the trio maintain order. Wow, this time it's actually desserts. How wonderful. As long as Sister Shiyu enjoys it. Should we get this cake too? Yes, let us get them all. Today, we managed to secure her favorite sweet treats. How delightful. Next comes Toma. Oh, Toma, what brings you here? Toma cast a mournful glance at Yunling, subtly signaling 3 with his fingers, then 2. Yunling acknowledged with a gesture of understanding. Only then did Toma depart to wait on the side. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was made. Apologies, everyone, but we're out of stock. The morning supply was sold out by noon, in less than 2 hours. Since everyone was forewarned, there were no complaints, though a sense of regret lingered. Little Yun, is there really none left? Indeed, I haven't been able to purchase any for half a month. Will you be back tomorrow? Some patrons remained hopeful, but once it's gone, it's truly gone. The last inquiring patron was evidently a newcomer, otherwise, they would not have asked such a question. Overtime? How could that be? Does Yunling seem like someone who would work overtime? After finally earning a little, how could she possibly return to work without spending it all? As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yunling finished packing for Toma and waited for a while until a familiar face approached leisurely. Little one, did you save my portion for me? Yunling pouted. Sister Gongxi, if you hadn't arrived sooner, I would have left. Don't be upset, little one. Your stall hours are so unpredictable that it's quite difficult for me to arrive punctually. After hearing this, Yunling thought it over and immediately felt her anger dissipate. Before departing, Ye Miko winked at Yunling. Little one, do visit the shrine when you have time. Absolutely. I shall certainly come when time permits. After Ye Miko left, Jochiren stepped out from the side, as she genuinely wished to avoid any entanglements with the shrine. After tidying up, Yunling complained, in a certain corner. Boss, you must try this. It's delicious too. Quite nice. I fancy this one. Boss, this one is good too. Ito and the others were enjoying skewers when suddenly a chill crept up their spines, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Due to their position, Ahang and the others were the first to notice the newcomer, silently gulping before fleeing. Ito, a beat behind, stiffly turned his head to see Yunling brandishing her large sword above her head, ready to strike. Instantly, he felt a surge of panic and sprinted away. Stop. Don't run. Little Yun, we can discuss this. Put down your weapon first. Ito fled ahead, while Yunling pursued, with Juchi Ren trailing behind. How dare you come here to slack off? And where are my skewers? Skewers? Little Yun, there are still plenty left. I saved some for you. Upon hearing this, Yunling immediately halted, exhausted, seeing the weapon on Yunling's shoulder, which was significantly larger than his own sword. Ito felt a shiver run down his spine. Wouldn't a blow from that leave him bruised and battered? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ito, what could I possibly say? You didn't even give me a chance. The execution of the eye-hunting decree was becoming increasingly urgent, and even those with connections in Inazuma, like Jochi Run and Yunling, felt a twinge of pressure. That noon, Yunling arrived at the location where the Arataki Gang was active. To her surprise, she found no sign of the boss. Ahang, where's the boss? It's little Yun. The boss. Well, Ahang was unsure how to explain, and Jinkai approached to clarify. The boss had a duel arranged with Lady Kujusera today, and, he lost. His vision was confiscated. Moreover, it seems the boss was even beaten and cried. Yunling? The boss cried? Instantly, Yunling's eyes sparkled, even forgetting about Ito's vision being confiscated. Where is he now? I must go see. Having always boasted about being the strongest Ito of Arataki Gang, it was unimaginable for her that Ito had cried. That must be quite amusing. Hey, what are you saying? It's not that I was beaten to tears. I merely let her win because she is a lady. Arataki Ito suddenly appeared from nowhere, hands on his hips, looking nothing like someone who had just cried. Yunling, so? Boss, your vision was taken? Ito's expression nearly faltered. I'm going to challenge her to a duel of monsters. A duel? The mere mention of this word immediately piqued Yunling's interest. What kind of duel? Is it a fight? Where will it take place? Can I come along to watch? Ito scratched his nose, boasting. This is the most classic duel method among ancient monsters, sumo at the crossroads. Yinling's initially expectant gaze instantly transformed into one of bewilderment, as she looked at her boss as if he were a fool. However, Ito seemed oblivious to the chill in Yunling's eyes, mistaking it for astonishment at his idea. Jinkai, quickly fetch me pen and paper. I shall issue a challenge right now. All right, boss. Yinling, forget it, whatever, it's just a storyline, and besides, there will be plenty of entertainment to watch. Meanwhile, over in Liyue, Malice had just emerged from the chasm, looking quite disheveled. Who would have guessed that what began as an exploration of the abyss beneath the chasm nearly resulted in his demise? Initially intending to investigate, he refrained from using emotional feedback, not realizing that his aura would be perceived as an enemy by the abyss. The situation resembled the moment when the traveler's party was trapped during the chasm storyline. It seemed the place that ensnared him possessed a consciousness. Ultimately, he had no choice but to expend a wave of emotional feedback to escape. After all, he lacked any means of authority, and even if he had, he couldn't operate it. Fortunately, this excursion was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he learned how to navigate the abyss in the future. As he walked, a group suddenly emerged ahead, appearing to be merchants, yet their words were far from characteristic. Halt! Hand over everything you have, or you'll be left in pieces. At that moment, darkness enveloped the land, and clad in a black robe, Malice had concealed his aura. Nevertheless, he seemed anything but an easy target. In any nation, the presence of virtuous individuals invariably attracted nefarious ones. Mondstadt might have fewer, as Venti, a wind spirit, was almost privy to all happenings within Mondstadt. In Liyue, treasure-hoarding gangs were not uncommon in the wilds. However, due to Muking's purges over the years, their numbers had significantly dwindled. Hey, I'm talking to you. If you keep dawdling, I'll slice you to pieces. Observing the group before him, who were dressed like ordinary merchants, Malice grinned menacingly as he brandished his long knife. The inky knight could not obscure the glint of the blade. Already simmering with rage, he decided to vent it on them, also serving as a means of delivering justice. Just then, Malice sensed a familiar aura approaching, filling him with delight. Without further ado, he charged forth, swinging his great blade, swiftly dispatching all of them. The moment these individuals saw Malice approaching with his weapon, they knew they had chosen the wrong target, yet they no longer had the chance to rectify their mistake. After eliminating these individuals, the malevolent entity maliciously confiscated all their weapons, truly presenting itself as a merchant. It lingered at the original location, waiting for the person it had anticipated. Eventually, that individual arrived, though they had been lurking nearby. The Qingyan Jiyuan is a crucial resource for many residents of Liyue. Its absence has rendered their lives precarious, prompting the Qixing to seek to restore its mining operations. Additionally, due to the peculiar phenomena that had emerged from the Jiyuan, Yalan was dispatched to investigate. However, this investigation was protracted, and until they deciphered certain clues, their inquiries remained superficial. After concluding her affairs in Liyue Harbor, Yalan prepared to head to the Jiyuan once more that night. Yet, as she traversed the gorge, a heavy scent of blood wafted through the gentle breeze. Instantly on high alert, she drew her weapon and stealthily approached the source. Yalan furrowed her brow, gazing at the fallen merchants, her heart aflame with fury. Nevertheless, she refrained from recklessly attacking and opted to remain concealed. Meanwhile, the malevolent entity, having maintained its stance for quite some time, suddenly turned its head as if just realizing her presence, then charged forward with the blade. Chapter 73, Kaiyang Star to guard. Discovered. Yalan's expression grew grave. She had made no sound. The assault from the malevolent entity was swift and forceful. Yalan did not attempt to withstand the blow. Instead, she quickly evaded and shot an arrow at it. The water element arrow was effortlessly cleaved apart by the towering figure, which moved with remarkable speed to close the distance once more. Threads intertwined. A flurry of threads surged towards the malevolent entity, momentarily hindering its movements. Yalan entered a state of heightened speed, attempting to ensnare the adversary with the threads. However, the strands proved insufficient. The entity merely disregarded the damage inflicted and effortlessly broke free. The wounds left by the threads healed almost instantaneously, a testament to its formidable resilience. Witnessing this scene left Yelan increasingly astonished. What manner of creature was this? Typically composed, she now understood that this foe was beyond her solitary strength to vanquish. With this realization, she remained vigilant against the creature while seeking an opportunity to retreat. Yet, as she focused intently on the creature, she was astonished to find it had vanished. Fled? No, that was not right. The sense of impending danger intensified, weighing heavier than before. Yelan maintained her utmost vigilance. Minutes passed without her daring to relax. Suddenly, a large blade appeared from behind her, seemingly materializing from thin air. Despite her constant awareness of her surroundings, the unexpected assault startled her. In that fleeting moment, Yelan barely managed to raise her longbow in defense. The sharp clang of the collision echoed as she was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a nearby rock. Seizing the opportunity during the adversary's momentary pause, Yelan dashed away at high speed. This creature was too enigmatic. Confronting it was utterly futile and could potentially cost her life. In her heightened state, Yelan swiftly escaped the gorge. Just as she believed herself to be safe, she collided headlong with another blade aimed at her. In a similar manner, she was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. With a muffled groan, Yelan immediately rose, refusing to allow herself any respite. Xiao! Without a moment's hesitation, she called out the name. She was uncertain whether she could withstand a third assault. Fortunately, the entity did not pursue her further. The disarray of elemental energy surrounding it indicated how rapidly it had arrived. Upon arrival, Xiao found only the injured Yelan, with no sign of the assailant. What happened? Be cautious. That creature is lurking nearby. Zhao's gaze sharpened, as if recalling a certain entity, tightening his grip on his spear. However, by then, the malevolent entity had long since fled. After a prolonged period of vigilance, Yelan and Xiao found nothing. It must have departed. Yelan lowered her guard and sat against a tree. The sensation of an enemy lurking in the shadows, occasionally striking without warning, was exasperating and distressing. She recounted the events to Xiao, who swiftly confirmed that this was indeed the creature they sought. Allowing such a dangerous entity to remain unchecked posed the greatest threat to Liyue. Thank you, great exorcist. The following evening, at the Chuanyu Pavilion, Ningguang dismissed the other attendees and held a private audience with Yelan. How was your injury? It is inconsequential, merely a minor wound. The creature I encountered yesterday is the very one responsible for the chaos in Mondstadt. It has resurrected the Dragon of Durin, leading to an onslaught of abyssal monsters against Mondstadt and personally killing a girl there, escaping under the very hands of the Anemo Archon. Having recently appeared in Liyue and evaded capture by the Great Exorcist, it had proven adept at concealing its abilities, even from the most formidable of divine beings. Ningguang furrowed her brows in contemplation. If you're no match for it, then this adversary is indeed formidable. The Qixing had only recently taken the reins of Liyue's affairs, and Ningguang was eager to prove their capabilities. She was reluctant to seek assistance from the Adepti unless absolutely necessary. Yelan continued with her deductions. I encountered it near the Qingyan Jin. Its purpose there is likely singular. Ningguang replied, the depths of the Jiyuan are linked to the abyss. I understand your implications. We must bolster our defenses there and maintain constant vigilance. I must caution you. This entity is cunning with ambiguous intentions. It created considerable turmoil in Mondstadt, yet only resulted in a single casualty. While it is possible it could only eliminate one, its ability to escape the Anemo Archon suggests it is exceptionally formidable. Ningguang nodded gravely. She had never underestimated this matter. What do you intend to do? After a lengthy period of contemplation, she finally responded, this situation is extraordinary. I will assign Kaiyang Xing to lead the defense. You will assist her, and should unforeseen circumstances arise, I will seek aid from the Adepti. Although Yelan remained unconvinced, she recognized there were few alternatives. Kaiyang Xing is powerful. If she leads, I will assist. With that, Yelan departed from the Chuanyu Pavilion. Ningguang remained seated, meticulously organizing the information Yelan had just relayed, reflecting on it deeply. Beneath the Fulua tree, Zhongli, Ying, and Paimon gathered having recently resealed the Ruochuo Dragon King. Zhongli declined to answer Ying's inquiry regarding her brother under the pretense of a contract. Traveler, you seem to be gaining a deeper understanding of this world. This continent is steeped in history and secrets. Many have been forgotten or forsaken over the ages. If anyone can uncover and cherish them, it is you. Witnesses emerge to bear witness, while engravers are born to etch memories. On your journey towards that individual, you may encounter numerous challenges, yet as long as you believe this path leads to righteousness, it will hold significance. As Zhongli spoke and gazed at the twilight sky, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 74. The Autumn Breeze Questions the Red Leaves. Muchinga received an invitation from Ningguang as well. After their meeting at the Chuanyu Pavilion, she agreed to proceed to defend the Qingyan Jiyuan. Among the Liyue Qixing, none were more suited to the task than she, who wielded military power. Moreover, this matter concerned the malevolent entity. Even without Ningguang's urging, she would have made her way there. She once stood before the lifeless body of Ru El and vowed to avenge her by taking matters into her own hands. Leading the troops to the Ningguang is no trifling matter. It cannot be accomplished in a single day. This is not the farewell she envisioned. Rather, it serves merely as a prelude. What she desires is a grand spectacle, one that stirs the soul. As part of her plan, this journey to Ningguang will span a considerable duration, and time is running short for this disguise. A few days later, the Qingyan army assembled, fully prepared with all necessary supplies. Just before their departure, family members arrived. This is what your mother stayed up late to prepare for you. Take it for the journey. Her father, Mu Father, presented a package filled with Mu Qing's favorite treats. Mu Qing silently accepted it, noticing only her father and younger sister. Without a glimpse of her mother, she could not help but ask, "Where's mother?" Mu Qing affectionately ruffled her sister's hair. "Be cautious over there, child. And don't be reckless, understand?" Mu Father urged, though his eldest daughter was remarkably mature, often understanding matters far beyond his grasp. She remained the one he worried about the most. To outsiders, the bright and radiant Kaiyang appeared to be a mere girl who had just turned 18. She was still their child. "Do not worry, father. Take care of yourselves at home. And you, Qing, be sensible and do not give our parents cause for concern. Elder sister, I've already said I'm not a child anymore. You needn't worry about us. But you, please take good care of yourself." Mu Qing nodded and resolutely departed. Just after bidding farewell to her family, she encountered a familiar face. Seeing the reassuring figure standing there, Mu Qing hurried to greet him. "DJN." In the absence of others, this address felt more appropriate. Zhang maintained his usual composed demeanor. "This journey may entail risks. Remember, do not act impulsively when faced with challenges. Also, ensure the Njzho is worn at all times. I shall heed DJN's counsel." After imparting these words, Zhang took his leave. Mu Qing watched his retreating figure for a while before turning away. In Lu, Ying and Piming, after much effort, finally awaited the arrival of the NSHZ fleet. Upon learning the fleet's current docking point, the two set off without delay. They were finally bound for Inazuma, curious about what awaited them there amidst the ongoing national closure. At the same time, the player world also welcomed a version update. Although merely a prologue, the enthusiasm among players was unprecedented. Criticism aside, the narrative of GNSHN was indeed compelling, standing out as a high-quality experience compared to others. Even though GNSHN had dealt its players a figurative slap in the face, player engagement had not waned. Rather, it had increased significantly. Like many players, Guzi had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of Kaiyang Xing, one of the Luqxing in the gacha pool. Yet, despite the wait, there had been no news. This left players perplexed. After all, she was the first character they had encountered in Lu, and her popularity was soaring. Why had she yet to appear in the gacha pool? Surely, after Inazuma's release, the fervor would diminish. It was an utterly baffling decision. Despite their confusion, the game must go on. With expectations for the storyline, Guzi began a live stream, embarking on tasks alongside fellow netizens. After a long wait, the time had finally come. Ying and Piming had run tirelessly, both flying and swimming, finally stepping aboard the Shoxing. After explaining their purpose, Ying learned they were to participate in a martial arts tournament, with the ultimate prize being an unclaimed vision. This vision was provided by their new acquaintance, Kaze no Kage, who had recently joined their circle. An unclaimed vision? How can that be? Piming innocently inquired. Piming. Ying immediately tugged at her companion's small cloak, but Kaze no Kage gestured that it was all right. This is not a matter that must remain unspoken. This vision belonged to a dear friend of mine who has since passed. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Piming stammered. It's quite all right, Kaze no Kage reassured her. As I mentioned, it is not a secret. Though he said this, Piming still felt a twinge of guilt. In the end, Ying was also invited to participate in the tournament. She did not need the vision to harness elemental powers. Therefore, if she emerged victorious, her reward would be a ticket to Inazuma. The tournament proceeded smoothly, and Ying steadily advanced to the finals. However, a twist occurred during the final match. Another contestant failed to appear, and the vision was stolen. All of this was overheard by Kaze no Kage, who began to recount the story behind the vision. He was my closest friend. That day, he asked me if I had heard of the Xingdeo. I replied that I certainly had. That blade is only revealed when the divine punishment descends, representing the pinnacle of Raiden Gun's martial prowess and serving as the strongest symbol. Yet, he said, that blade may not be beyond reach. There will always be beings on the ground who dare to face the might of the thunder. Ying and Piming listened quietly to Kaze no Kage's tale, feeling the weight of the divine authority in Inazuma. Perhaps this journey to Inazuma would not be without its challenges. What expression would grace his face in the final moments? There was no time to ponder. I rushed forward to seize the dimly glowing vision and fled. I knew that I could not allow his fervent wish to be encased in the cold statue of a deity. In the player world, discussions flared. Inazuma? I have a feeling the deity there might be rather difficult to deal with, at least not as approachable as WND and ZHL. Kaze no Kage is also an Emo. Have you noticed that the 3 Anemo boys introduced so far seem rather short? An unclaimed vision. I wonder who that reminds me of? Shut up, you rascal. Inazuma is still await. This update is taking far too long. It appears that a journey to Inazuma still necessitates further patience. Chapter 75. The traveler heads to Inazuma not long after returning to Lu. Ying and Piming received a notification from the NSHZ fleet, prompting them to hastily gather their belongings and rush over. The SCHOXing was docked near GYNG, and by the time they arrived, the fleet was already prepared for departure. BIDU teased them with a smile. In the past, not even a storm could delay the NSHZ fleet. This time, I've given you ample consideration. Thank you for your patience, Captain. It's an honor. Haha, it was merely a jest. Your timing is impeccable. The fleet has only just finished preparations. After a brief conversation, the SCHOXing officially set sail. Inazuma. Ynling leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. G, are you off to find the boss again? Is this the umpteenth time? Never mind. I've lost count. JUQ are inside in resignation. But after all, that was her boss. There was little to be done. Will you use that excuse regarding your mental state again? Are you coming? Ynling waved her hand. Not today. I have something more important to attend to. After all, her main consciousness was immersed in the game GNSHN, which had just updated. What did that mean? Naturally, it indicated that Ying and Piming were on their way to Inazuma. G, I'm off to play with the little raccoon. Don't wait for dinner. Without waiting for JUQRN to respond, Ynling dashed off. JUQRN watched her retreating figure, shaking her head unconcerned. Though Ynling had a penchant for brawls, she was principled in her actions, and JUQRN was not overly worried. For now, the pressing concern remained her boss, once again confined within the SH Gun's headquarters. Reflecting on this, JUQRN couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ever since the last time when her boss's vision was seized by Kujo Sarah, she had become obsessed, plastering her so-called challenge notices everywhere. As a result, She had already been apprehended by the Gun's office several times for causing disturbances. After shaking off her headache, JUQRN proceeded to the Gun's office. In the player world, after waiting for nearly 10 days, GNSHN finally updated. This time, they were finally heading to Inazuma. The map was finally opening. With eager anticipation, Chun Xiao opened Yuanshan. While waiting for the update to load, she explained to the viewers in the live stream that the nation of Inazuma is inspired by a certain island nation, but should not be confused with that nation. Relations between Huagua and the island nation have always been strained, and Chun Xiao does not harbor fondness for it. However, she is reluctant to see her audience target Yuanshan because of this, as she genuinely adores the game and its world. Ultimately, Inazuma is Inazuma, while the island nation is the island nation. Although her disdain for the island nation is profound, it does not extend to attacking the game itself. Yuanshan operates globally, and every nation within the game draws inspiration from real-world cultures. Hurry up with the plot. I can hardly wait. Teyvat. As the stormy seas surrounding Inazuma were breached, the ship Death Star finally arrived at the Inazuma port. It was evening, and as Ing and Paimon disembarked, they beheld the distant islands bathed in a golden glow. Cherry blossoms in full bloom, presenting a breathtaking sight. Upon their arrival, they were immediately greeted by Toma, who had been eagerly awaiting them. At long last, the big sister of Liyue, I've been waiting for you. And these two stowaways, oh no, I mean esteemed guests. Ing and Paimon quickly shushed him. Beidou introduced Toma to Ing, and when Toma was to introduce Ing, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, the news of foreign travelers cannot be concealed even by Inazuma's storms. After Beidou departed, Toma first took Ing and Paimon to register, then proceeded to the Foreign Affairs Office for a long-stay registration. When Ing and Paimon witnessed Toma bargain 200,000 more down to 600, they formed a rather unfavorable first impression of Inazuma under its isolationist policies. Under Toma's suggestion, the duo also inquired about the current state of the International Trade Association, unwittingly beginning to assist the association in resolving its dilemmas. Meanwhile, a certain individual, wishing to sneak into the main storyline, had also arrived at the distant island. Foreigners were prohibited from leaving the island, yet for someone like Yunling, who had no intention of being confined, it was no challenge to venture into the Tenryu Commission if she so desired. Of course, whether she could emerge unscathed was another matter. As long as she avoided the stern puppet general, even encountering Sarah would not pose a problem, considering their relationship. Once on the island, Yunling began to wander aimlessly. After a thorough search, she finally spotted Ing and Paimon near the seaside. Choosing not to make her presence known, she stealthily retreated to a nearby vantage point and began to prepare a fire for cooking. It is well known that Paimon has an insatiable craving for delectable food. Though unsure if they were hungry, she knew that as long as it was delicious, Paimon would eagerly indulge. Yunling was preparing barbecue, having always experimented with peculiar dishes. So whatever she created would not raise any eyebrows among the Arataki Gang. Even Kuju Sarah would merely consider it another whimsical idea from her younger sister, having watched her grow up, albeit with a slight twist. The aroma of the barbecue was profound, serving as the perfect bait for Paimon. Furthermore, having not eaten sufficiently that morning, an outdoor barbecue by the sea was quite appealing. Was it possible that she would directly meet the Tenryu Commission's leader? Paimon pondered. Despite her reservations about his subordinates, perhaps we should give it a try. Our reputation is substantial. He might even admire us. Just as Paimon was lost in thought, a breeze wafted past her nose, instantly brightening her eyes. Ing, do you smell something delicious? Upon taking a careful whiff, Ing detected an enticing aroma of barbecued meat, more enticing than any they had tasted before. Noting that Ing had also caught the scent, Paimon excitedly exclaimed, that aroma is coming from over there. There's no rush to leave the island. Let's go check it out. Initially indifferent, the alluring scent had piqued Ying's appetite. However, she hesitated, wondering if it was appropriate for them to approach. Paimon, in her eagerness, urged Ing on. Reluctantly, Ing acquiesced and followed Paimon to investigate. Sitting by the seaside, Yunling heard the sounds nearby and felt a surge of triumph. The Paimon baiting plan has succeeded. Chapter 76. Diverging plot lines in the player world. Chun Xiao. who was compelled to remain on the island, initially intended to follow the storyline. However, a comment appeared in the live chat. Streamer, if you go to the beach on the right side of the island, you will trigger a hidden plot. Although Chen Xiao might have overlooked this comment, other viewers took notice and began to share it widely. Upon noticing it herself, Chen Xiao decided against following the main plot and headed to the right side of the island's beach. Indeed, upon her arrival, a new storyline was triggered. How well can things be hidden? Fruit noted that the main storyline had shifted from heading to the Tenryu Commission to interacting with a mysterious girl. Why can't I find it? I'm here, and there is no one on the beach. Haha. The next group is already delivering messages while we were still enjoying barbecue. As Ing and Paimon approached, they discovered the source of the delightful aroma was a young girl barbecuing. She was petite, adorned in a white and green dress, barefoot with anklets, presenting an adorably charming appearance, reminiscent of a gentle and quiet girl. Paimon was the first to arrive, her large eyes fixated on the sizzling skewers over the charcoal fire. Hey there, what brings you here all alone? Cooking and eating? You're a flying little sprite, right? No, I am not a flying little sprite. I am Paimon, the legendary Paimon. Paimon's proud declaration left Yunling momentarily perplexed. Who introduces themselves in such a manner? Fortunately, Ing arrived just in time. Hello, I am Ing, and this is my companion, Paimon. We caught a whiff of something delicious and came to take a look. Yunling scrutinized Ing and Paimon closely. From your attire, you do not seem to be from Inazuma. Do you? We are travelers from another country. Having just arrived in Inazuma today, there was nothing to hide, and Ing shared everything with Yunling. Although it was their first encounter, Ing instinctively felt a connection with Yunling, fostering an immediate fondness. You come from another country. Yunling's eyes sparkled with excitement, mirroring Paimon's earlier reaction to the barbecue. Oh, really? Then you must have visited many countries? Yunling's big, curious eyes were fixed on Ing, her expression pleading to hear more about their travels. Ing cleared her throat, casting a wistful glance at the drooling Paimon. Well, that's a long story. No worries, it's still early. Let us sit down and enjoy a meal together. And you can tell me about the other countries. Since that was the very purpose of their visit, Ing and Paimon gladly accepted. The three settled on the beach, and Yunling handed Paimon a freshly grilled skewer. Receiving the long-awaited delicacy, Paimon could hardly contain her joy. The moment she bit into the skewer, the juices burst forth, and the flavor was perfectly harmonious with the meat, leaving her utterly satisfied. Delicious. Paimon had never tasted such delectable skewers before, her adorable little face brimming with delight. Ing cast a disdainful glance at Paimon, questioning the exaggeration of her reaction. However, after taking a skewer herself, Ing quickly understood the source of Paimon's expression. The skewers were astonishingly delicious, surpassing even those prepared by Xiangling. Yunling, observing their expressions, felt a swell of pride within. She relished cooking, not merely for the enjoyment of her own dishes, but for the joy reflected on the faces of those who savored her creations. Allow me to enlighten you. Yunling, am renowned for my culinary prowess throughout Inazuma, a fact well known to many. This assertion held true, as numerous affluent families in Inazuma sought her assistance for meals. Even the Grand Shrine, S.E. Miko would invite her over for a visit whenever they crossed paths. Surely, the pretext of visit was a ruse. What she truly desired was for Yunling to prepare her a sumptuous feast. However, Yunling was too astute to fall for such tricks. Come, the skewers are ready. Paimon, eat up. In Inazuma, it is a rare treat to indulge in my cooking. Paimon, with skewers in each hand, gleefully alternated bites, thoroughly enjoying herself. Yunling, you should eat too, she urged, offering her the skewer from her right hand. Yunling, while tending to the skewers over the fire, replied, I have plenty prepared. There is more to enjoy after this batch. As they continued to eat, Ing inquired, by the way, Yunling, what brings you to barbecue alone? Yunling explained, originally, I was preparing this for the Arataki Gang, but the leader was captured by the shogunate today, and the others are absent. I intended to take the food to find Sayu, as I heard she was on a nearby island. Since I couldn't locate her here and didn't want the ingredients to go to waste, I decided to barbecue instead. Fortunately, I encountered you both, otherwise these ingredients would spoil by tomorrow. Ing, recalling her promise to Yunling, began sharing tales of their journey with Paimon. Their adventures were thrilling, and Yunling listened intently, her eyes filled with longing. Yinling, have you never traveled to other nations? She asked. I've always been in Inazuma, just as I was beginning to yearn for travel. The nation suddenly closed its borders. Yinling sighed, reflecting on her missed opportunities to explore other lands and meet new faces. By the way, do you drink? Yinling queried. Drink? Both Ing and Paimon exclaimed in surprise. Yinling, seemingly youthful, had the audacity to drink. She produced a jar and several bowls from her vision space. Observing this, Ing realized that the manner of drinking resembled that of the crew from their ship, astonished that Yinling, too, partook in such a manner. As Yinling poured 3 bowls, Ing noted the milky white liquid, which bore no resemblance to alcohol. Is this liquor? Paimon inquired, bringing a bowl close to her nose. There was indeed a faint scent of alcohol. Taking a sip, she exclaimed, It's sweet. It's fermented rice soup. No, it's fermented rice broth. Ing, too, lifted a bowl and drank, finding the chilled broth incredibly refreshing, particularly delightful while enjoying barbecue. After their barbecue feast, the trio lounged on the beach, fully satisfied. Paimon, the smallest, nestled between the two. Burp. A contented Paimon released a small burp, causing Yinling and Ing to burst into laughter. Ing, aren't you supposed to be leaving the island? Come, I shall lead you. Ing responded, but don't we need permits? Oh, that's simple. I'll just ask my sister for assistance. She is quite capable, Yinling replied. Paimon, feeling overly full, lay back and inquired, but the guards 1T let us pass. Will they? Yinling chuckled, no worries, just watch. Chapter 77. The travelers caught in the current, the trio reclined on the beach for some time until dusk descended. Under such a serene sky, lying on the beach while feeling the cool sea breeze, both Ing and Paimon felt drowsy. Yinling, beside Paimon, playfully poked her little belly with her finger. Paimon was petite and utterly charming, prompting Yinling's desire to embrace her. Paimon, how is it that you appear so small yet can consume so much? Paimon, reluctant to move, simply declared, Paimon has 2 stomachs, one for meals and one for treats. 2. But your consumption exceeds that of 2 individuals. Noticing Paimon's eyelids growing heavy, Yinling gently shook her little body. Rise, Paimon. I shall take you both off the island, then we can rest at my home. Rubbing her eyes, Paimon slowly floated up, suppressing a yawn. She and T felt particularly sleepy, but lying there was so comfortable that she had nearly dozed off. The 3 stood, ready to depart as their belongings were already packed. Follow closely, Yinling instructed as they approached the edge of the island. Halt! Please present your permit to leave the island. Ah, it's Yinling, the little boss. The guards, who had been serious, immediately softened their demeanor upon recognizing her. Do you understand the value of a chef capable of creating exceptional dishes? Yinling presented a token, stating, Behold, this is the emblem of General Kuju Sera. She has summoned me to bring these 2 to the Tenryu Commission. The guards hesitated, acknowledging the legitimacy of the token, but reminding her that they were tasked to uphold the commission's orders. Sensing their uncertainty, Yinling produced 2 more pieces of paper, adorned with her signature great sword and likeness. Here, with this token, you may seek me out for a delicious meal. The guards exchanged glances, clearly tempted. After all, the culinary delights crafted by Yinling were unforgettable. Moreover, she promised not just a simple dish, but an entire feast. However, growing impatient, Yinling brandished her colossal sword. The guards promptly changed their tune, stepping back and clearing the way. Please, Yinling. Their change of heart was evident. After all, Yinling was not only famed for her culinary skills in Inazuma, but also known for her formidable temperament. Was that so difficult? Yinling remarked, handing the 2 tokens to them. These are valid for 7 days. After that, they will expire. Rest assured, little boss, we will certainly visit within the next day or 2. Let us go. Ing and Paimon. The duo hurried to catch up, and once they were some distance from the guards, Paimon, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Yinling, that massive sword you wield is so imposing. What is its name? Yinling retrieved the sword once more, grinning. You have a discerning eye, Paimon. This was crafted from melting down 3 large swords. I named it Suebian. Suebian? Indeed. Initially, the blacksmith asked me for a name, and I casually suggested that. He actually engraved those characters onto it. Suebian has a nice ring to it. Paimon gazed at the sword, pondering how Yinling could wield such a hefty weapon. As they continued walking, Ing queried again, Yunling, are we heading to your home? Of course. Is that convenient? Yunling paused, then lightly slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to mention. I actually live with my sister. There are 2 beds, so when we arrive, I'll share a bed with her, and you and Paimon can share. Ing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, Yunling. Paimon and I are new here, and we are truly fortunate to have you. You provided us with delicious food and a place to rest. Yunling chuckled softly. As the saying goes, one relies on their parents at home, and on friends when venturing out. Our serendipitous encounter may very well be fate's design. Regardless, I am confident that my sister will be fine as long as I have matters to attend to. Guiding Ing and Paimon to the bedside, Yunling said, have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare a delightful breakfast for you, ensuring it will be to your liking. Once you have eaten, you may pursue your own endeavors. Paimon wished to offer Yunling some mora in return, but was firmly declined. I consider you both as friends. Is it necessary to collect mora when assisting friends? It appeared that Paimon still had some funds left, perhaps from what Toma had given her. In the live stream, the storyline progressed to a point where the screen displayed. You and Paimon slowly drift into slumber, indulging in a sweet dream, before fading to black. This narrative felt exceptionally warm. As in a foreign land, we were unexpectedly graced by the pure kindness of a stranger. When did they start introducing such dual narratives? There was no prior notice or hint. Just earlier, she had observed the normal storyline and could only conclude that without comparison, there is no sense of loss. In contrast to Yunling's selfless assistance, while Shuchihiro also offered help, it was always under certain conditions. Furthermore, Guozi sensed that Toma seemed to have ulterior motives, as if they were being led around by the nose since their arrival in Inazuma. Only Yunling, the adorable little chef, was devoid of guile, treating both her and Paimon with kindness. The bullet comments began to circulate regarding the new character. Why isn't the baby wearing shoes? Isn't it uncomfortable? See, this illustrates the significance of character representation in the game. I advise you to mind your own business. If my wife's feet are dirty, I shall clean them. You lot are ridiculous. Just because someone is attractive, you call her your wife? By the way, is that enormous sword not a bit exaggerated? How can Yunling, being so petite, wield it? I declare, I shall save primo gems for her. My primo gems are reserved for Chinga. But perhaps I could create a secondary account to save for Yunling. Guozi observed the comments and mused, whether it be Chinga, Yunling, or the other girl mentioned. She desired them all. Chapter 78. Responding to Ye Miko's invitation the following day, Yunling rose early and prepared breakfast. It was a rare occasion for her to awaken at such an hour, and Ing and Paimon reveled in the moment. As Yunling had just finished cooking, Ing and Paimon arose from their slumber. After all, they were guests and could not afford to linger in bed, especially since they were already accustomed to rising early. Wow, Yunling, you have prepared such delectable food, Paimon exclaimed, rubbing her hands in excitement. Just as she was about to dig in, Ing pulled her away to wash up. The sight of the little creature being tugged along by her cape was quite amusing. Sometimes Paimon behaved with the maturity of an adult, while at other times, she was as mischievous as a child. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Ing and Paimon prepared to depart. They had arranged to meet Toma at the Kori tea house. Goodbye, Ing. Goodbye, Paimon. Do come visit me again. I will prepare delicious food for you. No need for such formalities. It's not a bother at all. Sister, is everything all right? Did things not go smoothly this time? The members of the organization mentioned that the boss had posted an excessively harsh notice this time, requiring a day of confinement before it could be lifted. Yunling turned to glance at the boss, who had clearly been reprimanded and was now quiet, curious about what he had posted that warranted such punishment. However, considering it was the boss, it was likely that if anyone else had done it, the consequences would not have been so simple. Damn that Kujo Tengu. Edo grumbled incessantly until Kuki Shinobu smacked him on the back, causing him to snap his mouth shut. Have you all eaten? I still have some food left from what I just made. Eat, eat, eat. Little Yun, let me tell you, these guys locked me up without providing any food, leaving me starving. That's what you get for your own actions. Edo and Kuki Shinobu approached the dining table and served themselves some food. Little Yun, do we have guests? Kuki Shinobu inquired casually after a brief glance. Yunling recounted her encounter with the travelers and Paimon, as well as the invitation for the two to stay at her home. Before Kuki Shinobu could respond, Edo exclaimed, What? Little Yun, you prepared barbecue? He clutched his hair in regret, his expression one of despair. Oh heavens, I was imprisoned at such a crucial moment. Damn that Kujo Tengu, you owe me barbecue. The barbecue Yunling made was a rare delicacy, one he had hardly had the chance to taste. Well lost this is. Eido's voice was already loud, and his outburst made Yunling's ears ring painfully. Sister, Ing and Paimon are foreigners. I brought them from the island. But we are still missing one document. Could you possibly? Yunling felt a rare pang of guilt for assuring them, without consulting her sister first. Unsure if this would upset her, Kuki Shinobu readily agreed, stating it was a trivial matter. Yunling felt relieved and turned to see Eido already on his third bowl. Boss, how can you eat so much? Amidst the commotion of Eido and Kuki Shinobu finishing their breakfast, Yunling turned to her sister. Lady Yamiko has invited me several times. It wouldn't be polite to refuse any longer, so I plan to visit Yamiko Mountain. Would you care to join me? Kuki Shinobu immediately shook her head. She had no intention of seeking out trouble. Why would she volunteer to go visit? After taking another look at Yunling, Kuki Shinobu felt at ease and headed off to rest. This girl could not possibly be tricked into becoming a shrine maiden. If she were, it would only reflect Yamiko's prowess. With the boss having been locked up the previous day, she had spent the night reading outside and was now feeling somewhat fatigued. The Narukami Shrine is located atop Yamiko Mountain, and to reach it, one must climb the mountain. However, this posed no challenge for Yunling, a vibrant girl brimming with energy. Her visit to the Narukami Shrine was motivated not only by the numerous invitations from the Shrine Maiden, but also because her elder sister was present, allowing her to visit and reconnect. This would help quell her elder sister's frequent remarks about her closer bond with her younger sister. Moreover, there was another significant reason. It seemed that the traveler was expected to arrive today, allegedly due to the so-called strongest swordsman in the world. The thought brought a smile to Yunling's face. If you are the world's strongest swordsman, then what am I? Her great sword grows larger and heavier when executing skills. Could you withstand the full force of my strike? However, what they likely meant was regarding swordsmanship. Otherwise, speaking of strength would be absurd. In Inazuma, Yunling had never been defeated in combat. As she pondered, Yunling soon arrived at the Narukami Shrine. Upon looking up, she beheld Yamiko standing before her, beaming with a smile. Her long, silky pink hair was tied up at the ends, and the fox ears that symbolized her role as a shrine maiden were adorned with earrings embedded with purple gemstones. While her right ear bore her electrovision. Little one, it was worth the wait. It appears you still hold your sister in regard. Oof. I came to see my elder sister, not to cook for you. Don't be in such a hurry. Come, let me show you around. Our shrine is quite beautiful. The perspective shifted to Ing and Paimon. After parting from Yunling, the two made their way to the Kuriti house, where they met Toma. Under Toma's guidance, Ing and Paimon were taken to witness the towering and magnificent statue of the thousand-armed, hundred-eyed deity. Ing felt the wishes represented by the vision embedded in the colossal statue. Scenes flickered in her mind, prompting Ing to ponder. These aspirations seemed to transcend mere wishes, many of them resembling obsessions. If, as Toma suggested, the vision was taken away, it would equate to the removal of these desires and fixations. What would the original bearers of these visions become? Subsequently, Ing and Paimon followed Toma to the Kamisato estate, where they encountered the princess of the White Heron. However, the princess, who had initially promised to introduce them to the Raiden Shogun, sought to enlist them in a rebellion against the Vision Hunt decree. Ing, feeling displeased, prepared to leave. After the battle in Mondstadt, she was acutely aware of the terrifying power of deities. The seemingly laid-back Veni, when enraged, effortlessly obliterated all the monsters in Mondstadt with a single arrow. The formidable Raiden Shogun was not someone easily defied. Ing was there to seek her brother, not to incite rebellion. Chapter 79 ultimately boarded the ship, Player World. Players who had been engrossed in the storyline up to this point were somewhat dissatisfied. Those who triggered the hidden mission with Yunling were better off, as their time with her alleviated much of their frustration. However, those who were following the main plot felt as if they had been manipulated since stepping into Inazuma, with some less experienced players even getting stuck at the delivery quest for a long time. Already feeling disgruntled, they were now being forcibly dragged onto a ship. In a live stream of Gwazi, The barrage of comments reflected their discontent. The Kamisato family. After Ing expressed her anger and prepared to leave, Ayaka realized her previous missteps. She first apologized, then earnestly requested Ing to meet 3 individuals. After some contemplation, Ing agreed. After all, it was merely a meeting with 3 people, and she could decide later whether to assist them. The first was Mr. Shido, the second a samurai named Haiziyai, and the third a swordsmanship master named Tumon. It was for the third individual that Ing and Paimon ventured to the Grand Narukami Shrine to resolve his issue. Once settled, the shrine maiden who had guided them to the shrine called out to Ing and Paimon, indicating that the head priest had something to convey. Indeed, I did not misjudge. The winds from afar will breathe new life into this sea. Our encounter may seem premature, yet your arrival on this island is perfectly timed. The divine child smiled gently. Strive to meet my expectations, little one. After Ye Miko departed, Paimon remarked, that Ye Miko seems quite interested in you. What a mysterious individual. What could her words truly signify? Ing was left speechless. As Paimon spoke, she noticed a change in Ying's expression. What's the matter, Ing? Suddenly, a pair of icy little hands covered Paimon's eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Initially startled, Paimon relaxed instantly upon hearing the familiar voice, playfully responding. Hee, it's Yunling. Yunling withdrew her hands and looked at Paimon. How boring. You guessed it so quickly. Next time, I must use a deeper voice. Paimon chuckled, thinking to herself that she would still guess her next time. Seeing the two enjoying their playful banter, Ing inquired, Yunling, how did you end up here? My elder sister is a shrine maiden here. I came to visit her. Also, Ye Miko has invited me for a while now, so I came to help her cook. Cooking, Paimon exclaimed excitedly, but Ing quickly hugged her. Paimon, we still have matters to attend to. Although Ing was also tempted, they were in the shrine at present, and Yunling was preparing food for everyone there. She felt it was inappropriate to accept another meal after already having one. I just heard you're going to meet Kamisato, miss. Is it to see Ayaka? Do you know Kamisato, miss? Yunling? Yunling explained. Ayaka and I are good friends. She helped me freeze the ice cream I sold before. Is Ayaka looking for you for something? Yunling nodded. Ing refrained from disclosing Ayaka's request for assistance against the Vision Hunt decree to Yunling. Yunling, you continue with your tasks. Once we finish here, we will come find you. Okay. Seeing Paimon's eyes filled with reluctance, Yunling assured her that next time she would treat her to a delicious meal, prompting Paimon to wave goodbye to Yunling happily. Meanwhile, the elder sister, Kujo Sarah, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt a sense of relief. Given her younger sister's nature, it was heartening to see her speak so gently to someone she had only recently met, indicating that she indeed considered the traveler and her companion as friends. The presence of a kitchen in the shrine was unexpected. It seemed Ye Miko had long had the intention of asking her to help with meals, though it would be impossible to have her serve as a shrine maiden. Back at the Kamisato estate, Ing and Paimon noticed Ayaka was absent and were about to approach the folding screen when Toma appeared and gently tapped Ying's shoulder. At that moment, Ayaka emerged from behind the screen, her fan concealing her face, and then she folded it away, giving a clap to her hand, perfectly befitting her status as a young lady. This was their first meeting, the traveler and Paimon. How delightful. I have already heard about your endeavors to assist those friends. You have truly worked hard. In a live stream, the comments surged with excitement upon Ayaka's appearance. Ayaka, so beautiful. I didn't expect her to look even better in-game. The designers should receive a raise. In truth, I wouldn't mind helping, but being forced into it feels a bit off. ISNT that the girl from Footsteps? The characters from there should bear no ill will towards us. I believe this girl is innocent. Though, suddenly, I don't feel as angry as before. In the realm of gaming, many netizens' viewpoints often align with their visual experiences. Ayaka's character model was crafted with great care, not resembling the initially rigid hairstyle. Although many still felt displeased, a considerable number had shifted their allegiance due to her beauty. After all, while players are concerned with the storyline, they often lack the discernment to realize they have been led along. At the Kamisato estate, Traveler, having witnessed the suffering of those who lost their visions. What are your thoughts? Ing replied, perhaps there are sorrows greater than death. I hope they can find release. In the eyes of the Shogun, the divine, the masses may merely be seen as mere lives. Thunder, pale light, fierce winds, torrential rains. They arrive without regard for mortal feelings. Ayaka, with sincerity, gazed at Ing. But if it were you, you would surely understand, wouldn't you? Ayaka articulated her intentions. It appears you can empathize with my sentiments. If so, might you consider? Ing interjected. I am willing to assist you in opposing the Vision Hunt Decree. Chapter 80, A Wallet at Risk. After agreeing to join in the opposition against the Vision Hunt Decree, the dialogue among the group became more fervent. However, after their conversation, Ing discovered they lacked a coherent plan or steps to follow, while Ing herself was prone to impulsive actions. The notion of rebelling against the Vision Hunt Decree without any semblance of strategy seemed utterly unrealistic. After all, the Raiden Shogun was at the helm. Ultimately, Ayaka requested that Ing and Paimon rescue the imprisoned Master Sho. At the Grand Narukami Shrine, Yunling had prepared an array of delicacies, many of which were local specialties from Inazuma, well suited to the tastes of the shrine maidens. However, one last dish was still missing. The final delicacy is the beloved fried tofu favored by Darun Yayue. The reason for preparing it last is entirely due to Yunling's subtle revenge against Yayue Shinko. The pesky fox is indeed troublesome, coaxing her into making numerous dishes under the pretense of offering help, yet merely standing idly by. How infuriating! Ultimately, it was the elder sister and several shrine maidens who lent a hand. Outside the makeshift kitchen at the shrine, a number of maidens had gathered, drawn by the enticing aroma. Today, Darun has invited Chef Yunling, so we are in for a treat. However, is it appropriate to eat at the shrine? Who cares about such formalities? Let us eat outside. I've only had the pleasure of tasting Chef Yunling's skills twice, and I've longed for them. I never expected Darun to be so generous. The younger maidens exchanged excited remarks. With a long exhale, Yunling finally completed her task, though weary. She felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Ah, my little one is finally finished. You've worked hard. Seeing you so tired truly tugs at my heartstrings. Yunling replied, if you were looking at me instead of the fried tofu, I might actually believe that. Yayue Shinko took a piece of fried tofu and savored it, a satisfied expression spreading across her face as her ears twitched slightly. Your culinary skills are remarkable. Your fried tofu is the most of my taste. As she spoke, Yayue Shinko reached out to pat Yunling's head, but the latter nimbly evaded. Giggling, Yayue Shinko took a bowl of fried tofu and headed outside. If Kage were not in the realm of pure thoughts, but rather outside, surely, just Yunling's cooking would temper her obsession with eternity. After all, she recalled that Kage has a fondness for sweets. Once Yayue Shinko exited, the eager maidens rushed in. Although Yunling did not recognize them, they were well aware of her. Xing often mentioned this third sister, and many had tasted Yunling's culinary creations, further deepening their envy of Xing. Yunling handed a few raspberry buns to her elder sister, recalling her fondness for them. She didn't eat, merely standing with her hands on her hips, smiling foolishly. Observing everyone enjoying the delicious food filled Yunling with a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. The effort put into creating food that brings joy to others gives purpose to her toil. Ing and Paimon encountered the lively girl, Xiao Gong, while rescuing Zheng Sheng. Xiao Gong, with her vivacious personality and pyro vision, initially caused Paimon to hallucinate Raiden, but soon realized it was merely her imagination. The trio successfully rescued Zheng Sheng with the assistance of Kuki. Throughout the ordeal, Yunling had not made another appearance. The lack of suitable opportunities was one reason, while the other lay in the fact that if a character appears too frequently without contributing significantly to the narrative, players might perceive it as an attempt to elevate that character. Yunling's frequency of appearance was already ample. Of course, those who had not undertaken hidden quests were excluded from this. Those who hadn't taken on hidden quests, including at the Narukami Shrine, would also not encounter Yunling. This was a conclusion drawn by Jiang Mumu from her gaming experiences and foreign discussions. After spending some time at the Kimura Tea House, Toma suggested they partake in a hot pot game. Upon hearing about the food, Ing and Paimon were instantly tempted, recalling the delightful dishes prepared by Yunling, particularly Paimon, who was nearly drooling. Having just arrived in Inazuma, their culinary experiences thus far had been solely from Yunling, raising their expectations tremendously. Yet, as they looked at the mysterious ingredients, even the broth turned a deep purplish black, Ing hesitated, lifting and lowering her chopsticks, unsure whether to grab a piece. Finally, with determination, she picked up a piece of the unidentifiable substance, her expression filled with disdain. However, everyone was watching, so Ing closed her eyes and popped it into her mouth. Sweet, spicy, sour. It's hard to fathom how a single dish could encompass such an array of peculiar flavors. After a difficult swallow, Ying's expression contorted as she uttered the verdict. Cake? She glanced around, and only Ayaka hung her head, instantly realizing who had added that ingredient. Ayaka, I'm sorry, I thought it would taste delightful. Ing. After the hot pot game concluded, Toma emerged victorious. Ayaka had him fetch some ice cream. Since tasting Yunling's ice cream last time, both Ayato and Ayaka, along with Toma, had developed a fondness for it. So, when Yunling visited again, Toma suggested they buy some from her. Yunling generously allowed Toma to gather the ingredients, preparing some at the Kamisato residence. With Ayaka present, building an ice house to freeze, it was a simple task. The Komor tea house had some as well. Here, this is made by Yunling. It's called ice cream, and I usually enjoy it after meals. Upon hearing it was made by Yunling, Ing and Paimon instantly perked up. Having tasted Yunling's creations, they were well aware of its deliciousness. Thus, each of them took a cup. Wow, it's so sweet, chilled and creamy. With a delightful, milky fragrance, Paimon adored it, even performing somersaults in the air with her ice cream. Ing also relished the treat, as the delectable ice cream banished the strange taste lingering from the hot pot. However, having just finished the hot pot and immediately indulging in ice cream, Ayaka, with her cryovision, and Paimon, who had a robust digestive system, were fine, as was Ing. Only Toma, who in tea finished his cup of ice cream, began to feel discomfort in his stomach. Without the time to explain, he hurriedly dashed outside. Toma, where are you going? But no questions asked. In the player world, those who completed the quests felt a lingering sense of excitement. Though this scene lacked intense battles, the characters featured were enough to thrill the players. The adorable and beautiful little chef, the graceful and dignified Ayaka, the energetic Xiao Gong, the alluring Yayue Shinko, and the motherly figure Toma. When these characters appeared, players knew their wallets would soon feel the strain. Chapter 81. Strategies against Liyue in Guozi's livestream. Among the characters currently featured, the most popular is the little chef, Yunling. After all, she is the first in Inazuma to genuinely care for the traveler. The second most popular is Xiao Gong, thanks to the Raiden effect. Ayaka ranks third, and the recently introduced Yayue Shinko is fourth. Ayaka's placement at third is solely because Guozi has yet to undertake Ayaka's legend quest, and the game developers have not released Ayaka's animation. Jiang Mumu initially adored Ayaka for this very reason. A simple mention of Wang Shou has led many travelers to lose their composure. Bai Lu Ji Wu has their lips curling with delight. With such overwhelming favorites, Yunling must take a step back in the spotlight. However, Yunling does not mind. Her moment of brilliance has yet to arrive. After concluding the main storyline, Guozi led everyone to explore the Inazuma map, as she had spotted numerous treasure chests during previous quests but had restrained herself from opening them. Now that the narrative was over, she was eager to dive into the map and revel in the adventure. In Teyvat, Liyue, at the entrance of the abyss, Muchinga has stationed the Qianyan army here. The few thousand troops brought by Muchinga have been divided into small teams, guarding every entrance to the abyss. The main base is established within the building at the abyss's mouth. At this moment, within the base, a commander of the Qianyan army is reporting to Muchinga. Lord Mu, we have concluded our investigation and found no sign of the abyssal monster you mentioned. We encountered only ordinary magical creatures, all of which we have dealt with. Muchinga, continue the search. Should you find anything, signal immediately. Understood. The commander quickly retreated. The abyssal monster is formidable, and Muchinga cannot afford to be careless. It may not be here, but as long as there is a possibility, she must remain vigilant. Muchinga sat down and gazed at the map on the table. Beside her was the now-cold tea. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence and looked up. At that moment, Yilan walked in. What's the situation? Any discoveries? Yilan poured herself a cup of tea from the table and drank it in one gulp before slowly saying, there are indeed abyssal creatures nearby, but they pose no significant threat. I have investigated this area many times before, There is nothing of concern. I came to inform you that I plan to venture inside. It may take a while. No way. Muchinga rejected without hesitation. In the past, she would have agreed without question. But now that she knows the abyssal monster is likely within, and there seems to be some conspiracy at play, she could not allow it. From their previous encounters, it was clear that Yilan was no match for the abyssal monster. Encountering it would mean certain death. Could one really expect to shout for Xiao beneath the layers of rock abyss and have him arrive in time? Xiao is still unaware of the situation with the nameless Yiksha. Moreover, due to the unfolding events, their presence here might have already driven away the one who spread the information about the nameless Yiksha. Yilan sat down and crossed her legs. She knew Muchinga would refuse, but she wanted to try to argue her case. No one is more suited to investigate than I am. I possess extensive knowledge about the mysteries of the abyss, and besides, I am not so unfortunate as to encounter that creature again. It was only because I approached it before that I was discovered. In any case, it is out of the question. I cannot trust you to go alone. Muchinga remained steadfast in her refusal. Indeed, Yilan's reasoning held merit, but what if? What if she truly encountered it? She still had the mysterious shield bestowed by the Emperor. What did Yilan have? An idea sparked in Muchinga's mind. Yes, she had the mysterious shield from the Emperor. There was no one more suitable for this than her. I will accompany you. Yilan looked at Muchinga in surprise. You with me? Feng Yin is quite capable. He can manage everything here in my stead. I am of the Geo element, with strong defenses. That creature excels in ambush. I have the advantage in facing it. Furthermore, I possess treasures granted by the Emperor, and together, our chances of victory are uncertain. Upon reflection, it seemed feasible. Very well, but let us first arrange matters above. Descending requires a plan. Once you have organized things up top, I will gradually share my thoughts with you. As Muchinga and her companions prepared to explore the layers of rock abyss, malevolence was brewing at Qing Sizhuang. In summary, the commotion must be substantial, certainly greater than that of Mondstadt. Casualties must be controlled, though claiming only one death seems exaggerated. Given the magnitude of the event, it could indeed resonate throughout the 7 nations. However, if everything unfolds as he envisions, and if the divine beings and the Geo God are indeed as he imagines, perhaps the casualties could be minimized to an exceedingly low number. Yet, this hinges on the premise that the divine beings are sufficiently powerful and coordinate effectively. He believes their years of tacit understanding should suffice. Moreover, after Muchinga's curtain call, perhaps it would be his turn to take a bow. After all, having attracted such animosity and incited the ire of the Anemo and Geo gods, he cannot be certain of his escape once this great battle concludes. If escape proves impossible, he might as well settle accounts with his own sins. Otherwise, as the resentment accumulates and she remains unscathed, she could very well become a significant thorn in the side of Genshin. In any case, when the time comes to suppress pain, one may act freely. Should he perish, he could simply create another villain with a different ensemble, requiring little emotional investment. At Qing Sizhuang, the presence of the Qi was palpable. The Qi slain by Morix met a thorough demise. Legend has it that after being slain by the Emperor, this Qi-s body turned to solid stone, its blood congealed into a verdant pond, and its scales became part of the vast fields. Reviving this creature seems implausible, yet with sufficient emotional feedback, nothing is impossible. It may require a bit more effort, but after all, Jiang Mumu has ample resources. Once the war concludes, it would yield a bountiful harvest. Satisfied after the reconnaissance, the malevolence nodded. This Qi could be utilized. Furthermore, unlike Ozer and Ruo, the Dragon King, this Qi would require the most emotional investment, thus allowing him complete control over it. This would suffice to contend with the divine beings. Should any unexpected circumstance arise, he could discreetly allow the Qi to take a step back. Chapter 82. The Burning House in Inazuma. Arun, how can I return these to them? These are all hard-earned winnings. A bet is a bet, and Asho and the others can testify. Boss, how old are you, and how old are those kids? Arataki Ito still wanted to argue, but upon being met with Kujo Sera's unwavering gaze, he could only helplessly release his grip. Clearly I won. Yin Ling stepped forward, patting the boss's shoulder, placing a bowl of mixed fried noodles before him. Ito's nose twitched a few times, his gaze fixed on the noodles. He glanced back at Yinling, then at the noodles, and pointed at himself. The implication being, for me, seeing the boss's astonished expression. Yinling felt a bit embarrassed. She usually treats him and the others quite well. Why this look? She then took out other food items to share with everyone. Although they had already eaten, one cannot waste delicious food. Even Kujo Sarah had a little. Second sister, what has the boss done this time? Taking advantage of the moment, while everyone was eating, Yinling leaned closer to her second sister. Oh, understood. In Inazuma City, Yinling strolled alone down the street, greeting many familiar faces. As a renowned culinary prodigy who rarely opened shop and feasted for days when she did, Yinling had gained considerable fame in Inazuma. People both adored and were exasperated by her. They loved her food, but were often frustrated by her lazy demeanor. Her vision hung prominently on her back, and as she strutted through the street, not a single person attempted to confiscate it. Was the so-called vision hunt decree merely a fade? Yinling wandered until she reached the statue of the god of 1,000 hands and eyes. This statue was still under construction, adorned with numerous visions. The guards nearby noticed Yinling's conspicuous vision and discreetly glanced at their captain, who, despite having seen it, feigned ignorance. They mimicked their captain's behavior. Yinling approached the base of the statue, tapping here and there. When the guards realized she was attempting to pry off the visions embedded above, they could no longer remain silent. Halt! Do not touch that. Remember, after the statue is completed, the general will personally preside over the ceremony for the 100th vision. And that unfortunate soul will be Toma, right? I wonder if appearing here, brazenly displaying her vision, will result in her being the one to claim the 100th vision. This would also be the battlefield for the first clash between Ing and the general. She did not wish to steal Toma's moment of glory. After all, she had prepared many delicious dishes for him and diligently taught him several recipes and precautions. This should count as compensation, right? Just a single moment of brilliance. Surely Toma would not be so petty. She observed that the eldest brother had unknowingly provoked the anger of the second sister, and now the four of them were huddled together, enduring her reprimand. Xiaoyan, come here. Oh, I'm coming. Yinling covertly cast a puzzled glance at the four, only to be met with silence. Urji, what's the matter? Juchiran was evidently still fuming. You should ask them yourself. Yinling approached the four and quietly inquired, what have you done? The group exchanged glances, and it was finally Ido who spoke up. Ahem. Well, Xiaoyun, let's agree first that you mustn't get angry. Okay. Confused, Yinling responded, angry? Why would I be angry? It's my second sister who's angry right now. All right, you go ahead. I won't get angry. Ahem, well, I was just thinking that Xiaoyun, you always cook alone, and it must be exhausting for you. You've cooked so many times, and it doesn't seem that difficult. So Yinling speculated. So you thought it best to try it yourself and inadvertently blew up my kitchen? If there was anything that could make her angry, it would most likely be this. Moreover, the four of them had sooty faces. Ido scratched his head in guilt. I didn't anticipate cooking would be so challenging. I merely added a bit more oil to the pot, and I had no idea it would explode, and the flames shot up so high. Yinling reassured, it's fine. It's just a kitchen. We can rebuild it. After all, the eldest brother is quite capable. Thus, she said to Ido and the others, no worries. We'll just build a new one. Yet, the expression of Arataki Ido remained one of remorse. Seriously, what else did you do? Ido confessed. The fire was so intense that it spread to your and Oren's residence, and we couldn't save it. Yinling silently drew her great sword. Shattered rock. Meanwhile, on Hu Tao's side, these events instilled a sense of belonging in Ing and Paimon, transforming their initial feelings of being in an unfamiliar place into a sense of home. Ing, hurry up. Yinling might have been waiting for us all along. It was already running, but Paimon still felt it was too slow. The little one's potential for mischief startled even Ing. Paimon flew ahead, her little face brimming with anticipation. They had visited once before, but Yinling had been out then, so it was a wasted trip. Paimon had resolved that this time, they would definitely wait for Yinling. For this meal, she and Ing had scoured many places for fresh ingredients. Ing, we've arrived. Wow, Yinling is indeed here. Without needing Paimon's reminder, Ing noticed that the place appeared to have been scorched by fire. Paimon waved her hand and approached. Yinling, we're here. It's Ing and Paimon. You finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten about me. Of course not. Paimon has been thinking of you the whole time. It's Ing who forgot. No way. Paimon would never forget. Yinling gently patted Paimon's little face. Finally got to touch you. Little Paimon is indeed super adorable. Ing glanced at the visibly altered house and inquired about it. Yinling briefly explained the series of events. I can't believe cooking could lead to a fire. Your eldest brother is surely unreliable. Hey, I heard that. Who's speaking ill of me behind my back? Paimon, caught red-handed, quickly hid behind Ing, peeking out with her little head. Eldest brother, is everything ready? Ido, unfazed by Paimon's earlier comment, along with the show, brought over 2 large baskets of ingredients. Xiao Yun, everything is here. Yinling turned to introduce Ing. This is the eldest brother I mentioned. Eldest brother, this is the traveler Ing. And beside her is her partner Paimon. Chapter 83. The party before the uprising, was it this little creature who was speaking ill of me? Paimon puffed out her chest defiantly. No, I wasn't he. Yinling playfully pinched Ido's soft flesh, making him yelp in pain. Eldest brother, don't bully Paimon. Paimon seemed to have found her ally and quickly moved from behind Ing to stand behind Yinling. Don't pay attention to the eldest brother. He just likes to tease. He acts like a child and is only joking with you. Paimon glanced at Ido. Despite his imposing stature, seemed quite intimidating. I can't believe you, and Paimon arrived just in time. I was about to look for you if you and T come. Since everyone is here, let us have a barbecue party. I prepared lots of snacks too. The completion of the Senja 100 Eye statue is just a day or 2 away. And after this, it will be difficult for everyone to gather again. Hooray, barbecue party! Paimon enthusiastically cheered, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Ing also produced the fresh ingredients she and Paimon had gathered, and after Yinling inspected them, she gave them a thumbs up. These ingredients are all very fresh and excellent. The food will surely be delicious, as not everyone had arrived yet. Yinling instructed Ido and the others to prepare the ingredients while Ing and Paimon lent a hand. In fact, Ing's culinary skills were also quite impressive. However, when compared to Yinling, they seemed somewhat lacking. Yet, she was an expert in handling ingredients. Little Paimon, carrying a gourd that was nearly her size, helped Ing. Seeing this, Ido seized the opportunity and stealthily approached Paimon from behind. What are you doing, flying little gourd? Startled. Paimon dropped the gourd and turned to glare at Ido, her little face flushed with anger. How dare you scare me? I'm Paimon, not some flying little gourd. This is infuriating. I'm going to give you a terrible nickname, and I'll call you Silly Giant. Paimon stomped her foot, determined to eat all the food meant for the silly giant without leaving a single bite behind. There were plenty of ingredients and people to assist, and they quickly finished preparing everything. Meanwhile, Juchiren also arrived with guests. Wow, has so many people gathered already? I hope I'm not late. The speaker was Xiaogong, who immediately rushed to Yinling's side, asking if there was anything she could do. Yinling pointed to Ing, saying, Xiaogong, go help Ing with the skewers. Linghua and Toma also showed up, along with an unexpected guest. Kamisato Ayato had even come. Xiao Yun, I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence. Yinling waved her hands in a flurry. Not at all. I thought you would be quite busy, Ayato, but I'm pleasantly surprised you found time to come. Ayato smiled gently. How could I miss a party with Xiao Yun personally cooking? Yinling chuckled, pleased with Ayato's compliment. Haha, Ayato is also here. Sorry for the disturbance. Ido. Toma went to help wash vegetables, and Yinling sent Linghua to get ice cream. No waste after all. Before long, everything was ready, and Yinling showcased her culinary skills, beginning to cook. Barbecue, rice wine, snacks, desserts. When all these dishes were laid out on the table, everyone present was in awe. The food was exquisite in both appearance and aroma, and little Paimon and Ido had swallowed several times in anticipation. Everyone, please don't hold back. Dig in. Yinling knew everyone was waiting for her, but barbecuing was best enjoyed while eating simultaneously. Moreover, grilling did not hinder her from savoring the food. As soon as everyone saw Yinling start eating, they too ceased their politeness and eagerly reached for the delectable dishes they had been eyeing. Just as Ido was about to grab some grilled meat, a white shadow flashed by, and the freshly grilled meat vanished in an instant. Ido glared furiously at Paimon, who was proudly biting into the grilled meat with her hands on her hips. That is what you get for bullying me earlier. The Linghua siblings preferred desserts, but remembering the skewers made by Yunling, they decided to try them and immediately fell in love. Joining the ranks of those devouring the skewers, Xiaogong held a bowl of rice wine, which, despite being labeled as wine, had a flavor more akin to a beverage. Xiaogong relished it, especially when paired with grilled skewers. Ying sampled every dish, finding delight in each, her joy evident as the atmosphere became lively. Even Ayato momentarily shed his burdens and smiled genuinely. Oh dear, the little one throws a party without notifying me. Does he not realize this would sadden his sister? Yunling, upon seeing the arrival of a guest, immediately welcomed her. To her surprise, it was the esteemed Gongzi, who, it seemed, had found time in her schedule. Yunling's honesty shone through. She truly did not expect the divine child to arrive. Gongzi, recognizing the truth in Yunling's words, chuckled softly. In light of your consideration for your sister, I shall forgive you. With a familiarity that belied hierarchy, Gongzi took a seat and, upon scanning the offerings, spotted her favorite fried tofu, winking at Yunling. However, her presence caused a brief pause in the previously jubilant atmosphere. Please do not let my arrival dampen your spirits, for that would indeed sadden me. I am merely your sister here. Do not feel constrained. This gathering is solely for enjoyment, with no other concerns. Yunling's words swiftly rekindled the merriment. Sister Gongzi, would you care to try this? Yunling approached with a bowl of rice wine, and Gongzi, pleased with the endearment, took a delicate sip. Delightful, quite delicious. In this moment, they were all friends, and the air of formality dissipated. Though Gongzi held a higher status, neither Ying nor Xiaogong were the types to feel restrained. The Kamisato siblings were similarly easygoing. Yunling was even more carefree. Edo and his three companions were blissfully untroubled by such matters. If anyone felt the weight of Gongzi's arrival, it was Kuki Shinobu, who felt a natural sense of discomfort, given her former position as a superior. Yet, it was merely a fleeting unease, not enough to drive her away. As the gathering continued, Paimon indulged the most. Her cheeks flushed from the rice wine, presenting an adorably clumsy appearance. When the festivities drew to a close, smiles of satisfaction adorned everyone's faces. As she departed, Gongzi packed away a considerable amount of food, claiming all the fried tofu. Her fondness for it remained unwavering. Delicious, Paimon, I want more. Truly, she was a glutton, even in her dreams. Yunling shook her head and stepped outside. It's late. Ying, you should also rest. Ying met Yunling's gaze until the latter felt a touch of shyness, then smiled. Thank you, Yunling. Suddenly, she embraced Yunling, who stiffened in surprise. Ying released her after a brief moment, whispering in her ear, good night. Chapter 84. I will embed you within the divine statue. In the player world, waiting for over half a month felt interminable. Who could forget the white heron dance? Ayaka's popularity soared to the top, particularly after the recent release of her animated short, which ignited a flurry of fans eager to champion her. The scene left Gwazi, an Ayaka fan, feeling quite humbled. Rising early once more, Gwazi began her livestream. Teyvat, Inazuma. When a game updated, Yunling also received word. This day marked the second following the previous night's gathering. Sister, I heard the divine statue is complete, and the general will make an appearance. Would you like to join me? Kuki Shinobu grasped her sister's ear, who was preparing to leave with her conspicuous vision. Are you unaware of the current situation? You must stow your vision away. Do you wish for it to be confiscated? Ouch, sister, be gentle. Kuki Shinobu pinched Yunling's cheeks. Stop being cheeky. I'm not applying any force. Put your vision away, or you won't be going anywhere. Yunling removed her vision, stowing it securely to render it invisible. Is this acceptable? Kuki Shinobu nodded, reminding her, just observe from a distance. Do not approach too closely. Yet, Yunling had already dashed off, seemingly ignoring her sister's warning. At the Corindity room, as usual, Ying and Paimon arrived only to find an unusual stillness. Toma, stop hiding, I can see you. Taramaru barked impatiently. As the two pondered the situation, Ayaka rushed in. Have you seen Toma? We thought he was with you. Is something amiss? Ayaka expressed concern. I heard on my way here that Toma was captured by the Tenryu Commission. I cannot ascertain the truth of this rumor, so I rushed over to confirm. If Toma does not appear here as agreed, it likely means the rumors hold weight. The Raiden Shogun would host the first eye hunting ceremony before the statue of Senju Sengen, and the holder of the 100th vision would be presented as the target for the ceremony, most likely Toma. Ayaka was anxious. Toma was not just her servant, but also her friend. I must rescue him, Taramura barked, seemingly urging her to remain calm. Ing advised, stay calm, Ayaka. The White Heron Princess represents the Shumatsuban. Your intervention would openly defy the general's command. Paimon added, if you openly resist the Raiden Shogun, those innocent people from the Shumatsuban might also be caught in the crossfire. Time was of the essence, as the ceremony was imminent, and Ayaka refused to abandon Toma. He is my friend. Just recently, we were all together. Ing interjected, he is also my friend. I will go save him. But, you mentioned time is running short. Ayaka fell silent before nodding. Paimon reassured, rest assured, Ayaka, when it concerns our friends' lives, we shall not falter. Before the Senju Sengen statue, Toma knelt, hands bound behind him, head bowed. The Raiden Shogun stood before the statue with her back to the crowd, silent, creating a solemn atmosphere. Though many gathered to observe, none dared to make a sound. Yunling squeezed through the crowd, observing Toma below, letting out a gentle sigh. It seemed that claiming the spotlight was a task best undertaken personally. Searching the throng, she spotted Ing and Paimon, who were anxiously focused on Toma, seemingly oblivious to her presence. However, while Ing remained unaware, the players did take notice. In Guozi's live stream chat, comments flowed in, after such a long wait. Yunling has finally appeared. Could it be that Yunling, like us, is here to rescue Toma? It's possible. Yunling mentioned at the shrine that she and Ayaka are good friends, so she must know Toma. Before the Senju Sengen statue, the Raiden Shogun slowly turned, her hand reaching out, causing Toma's vision to fly from his waist. As the vision was seized, Toma instinctively struggled, but two soldiers held him firmly. In that critical moment, the protagonist, Traveler Ing, leaped forth, grasping Toma's vision firmly. Paimon followed suit, standing alongside Ing in defiance of the Raiden Shogun. Two soldiers rushed to apprehend Ing, but she summoned 3 electro orbs that sent them flying. Under the influence of a certain Mumu, the soldiers' weapons were hurled far away, leaving Toma unable to free himself from his bindings. Ing rushed forward to untie Toma, but was halted by a bolt of lightning. As I turned back, I beheld Raiden Shogun descending from the high platform, traversing the void with an ethereal grace. No divine, I was needed to wield elemental power. You are an exception, and exceptions are the eternal adversaries. Beside the general, lightning crackled, her hands poised as if clasping thunder at her chest. The ominous eye of judgment loomed behind her, exuding an air of formidable authority. Yea, resembling a resolute warrior, drew her long sword, readying herself for combat. A dagger materialized against the general's chest, accompanied by a surge of radiant lightning. The general grasped the hilt, drawing the long blade slowly, raising it high. I shall entomb you within the statue. With a swift stroke of the blade, the surrounding space shattered, enveloping Ye in an alternate realm. Ye, in that fleeting moment, she heard Paimon's desperate cry. Chapter 85. The final confrontation, floating clouds. In the Player S world, the blade drawn from the chest was a legendary act. Raiden Shogun appeared so striking, so commanding. Chun Xiao frantically expressed her admiration at the screen. She knew the Shogun was handsome, yet she was taken aback by the sheer splendor. Although the Shogun was currently battling herself, her aura was undeniably captivating. The barrage of comments exploded as Raiden Shogun's disdainful gaze thrilled many viewers. Is this truly the first female deity to emerge? Full constellation. Must achieve full constellation. Sister, strike me. No, she truly drew the blade from there. Astonishingly magnificent, is it not? Yea, it's all over. This entrance surpasses that of Veni and Zhongli by leaps and bounds. While it is indeed correct that her entrance eclipses Zhongli, it does not surpass Veni's splendor. I can never forget the majesty of Veni's divine attire. Chun Xiao was already embroiled in a virtual battle with the true Raiden Shogun. Why are my skills locked? Is this winnable? The result was evident as the 4 ordinary characters and a clumsy streamer were quickly overwhelmed. In Inazuma, Ye, trapped in a realm of pure intention, was forced to confront Shogun. Despite wielding 3 elemental powers, she stood no chance against her adversary. The ability to face the might of thunder was commendable. Gasping for breath, Ye charged at the shogun. Once the lightning dissipated, she collapsed to the ground, the realm of pure intention fracturing, and she reappeared before the statue of 1,000 hands and eyes. Ye! Paimon anxiously approached Ye, shaking her, as Ye momentarily succumbed to unconsciousness. Toma searched desperately for something to free himself, but found nothing, only exacerbating his frustration. The Raiden shogun approached slowly, blade in hand, while Paimon shook Ye vigorously. Yet Ye remained unresponsive. The little creature was on the verge of tears. The general pointed her blade at Ye and Paimon, causing Paimon to flinch in terror. Seeing the shogun poised to strike, she instinctively threw herself over Ye. As Toma contemplated intervening, a figure leapt from the crowd. Yunling had secretly gathered her strength for this moment and swiftly emerged, her massive sword expanding dramatically in her grasp. Now several meters long and imbued with a soft water element. With a ferocious onslaught, the blade descended, narrowly avoiding Ye and Paimon as it aimed at the Raiden shogun. The final confrontation, floating clouds. Such an attack exuded extraordinary momentum. The Raiden shogun abandoned her strike against Ye, parrying Yunling's colossal sword. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Yunling executed her attack and promptly lifted Ye, hastily retreating with Toma and Paimon. The general merely observed in silence, refraining from pursuit. General, those two individuals have been marked by the I Hunt decree. When we meet again, I shall strike once more. Yunling, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, Ye would have. Paimon expressed her utmost gratitude. No need for thanks. We are friends, and when a friend is in peril, I must assist. After fleeing for a while, Toma was the first to halt. Ye awakened as Yunling carried her. Paimon, puzzled and anxious, whispered, "Why have we stopped?" Toma replied, "Do you not recall? For me, hiding in the Moku tea house is the safest option nearby. However, I cannot escape from here for a while. The ensuing matters must be entrusted to you." Ye glanced at Yunling beside her and inquired of Toma, "What should we do?" Toma suggested they head to Tatarasuna and seek the resistance. As Ye and Toma discussed their next course of action, Yunling quietly listened, refraining from interjecting. After Ye and Paimon resolved to find the resistance, they turned their attention to Yunling. Toma expressed his apologies, "Sorry for dragging you into this. Yunling, perhaps you should hide in the Moku tea house with me." "Indeed, Yunling, you should also take refuge there." "No, I would rather join you in seeking the resistance." Yunling shook her head in refusal. She could not tolerate hiding in the Moku tea house for long. It would be better to accompany Ye and the others in their quest for the resistance. As she had no significant role in Inazuma, Ye and Paimon hesitated. It was indeed their predicament that had led Yunling to this situation. Yet, Yunling seemed to sense their concerns. Her resolute demeanor encouraged Ye to agree. However, Toma felt a pang of guilt as he observed Yunling, who bore no resentment. He suddenly offered a sincere apology. "Yunling, thank you." Yunling waved her hand, dismissing the matter entirely. "Very well, Toma, you should hide. We must be on our way, lest the shogunate forces catch up to us." In the Player-S world, I can hardly believe it. Floating clouds. Upon seeing Yunling among the spectators, I sensed something extraordinary was afoot. Did Yunling's ultimate move not seem extraordinary? Such a young girl wielding a weapon of that size. In critical moments, Yunling is indeed my savior. Is she joining us in seeking the resistance? It seems Yunling willingly intervened to save us, which brings a sense of guilt. After departing from Inazuma City, the trio encountered two patrolling shogunate soldiers, who informed them that the resistance might be located in the northwestern region of Wang Hill. To obtain more precise information, they met two fleeing Inazumans, who relayed that the resistance was engaged in battle with the shogunate forces at Mingzue Beach. Armed with this knowledge, they wasted no time and set off immediately. Yunling, being an Inazuman, was familiar with the location of Mingzue Beach, and thus she took the lead. Mingzue Beach was quite distant, and they had to prepare for a long journey. Yunling guided Ye and Paimon to Ganjin Island, where several rafts were conveniently docked. Since Ye and Paimon had never been to Mingzue Beach, they could not utilize teleportation. Moreover, with Yunling accompanying them, They would refrain from using teleportation, even if it were possible. The raft was quite spacious, more than sufficient for the three of them. Chapter 86. A firm grasp on her ear. The raft departed from Ganjin Island, drifting upon the sea for several days before finally reaching Tatarasana. As they disembarked, Yunling felt an unsettling churn in her stomach. "Yunling, are you all right?" Paimon gently patted her back. Yunling felt nauseous, but managed to contain it. "Mifine. Let us rest for a moment before continuing." Who would have thought this vessel would make her seasick? Perhaps the small raft rocked too much. But seeing that Ye and Paimon appeared unaffected, it was likely her own issue. After resting on the sandy beach of Tatarasana for a while, Ye, equipped with a fishing hook, crafted a makeshift fishing rod and, alongside Paimon, sought a place to fish. After Yunling recovered, she gathered some branches and started a fire. Then she took out several jars and bottles from the Shinji Yin space, roasting fish while waiting for Ying's catch. The food she had brought with her on the boat had already been consumed, leaving only a few condiments, which Yunling had packed days prior for such a special occasion. Soon, Ying returned with several fish, and Yunling helped to prepare them. The three of them sat together, grilling the fish, freed from the troubles of seasickness. Yunling was brimming with excitement. This was her first journey so far from home. After enjoying a delightful meal of grilled fish, they set off together towards Mingjue Beach. The journey took several more days, as they were not in a hurry. They rested when tired and slept when sleepy. With Yunling's culinary skills, the journey felt less like an escape and more like a leisurely vacation. Mingjue Beach was vast and open, with no signs of the shogunate troops or the resistance fighters. Had they arrived too late, only to find that they had already departed? Shielding her eyes from the sun, Yunling climbed onto a higher rock and exclaimed, "There seems to be someone over there." Two shogunate soldiers surrounding an individual. Judging by their attire, they might be the resistance fighters we were searching for. Paimon joined Yunling's view and spotted the individual as well. "Let us assist him." The three of them rushed over, not using lethal force, merely driving away the two shogunate soldiers. The rescued person, clad in red and white military attire, appeared to be in his 20s. "I thought I was done for. Thank you for rescuing me. I am Jiping, a member of the Resistance's Xiaohu team. I was recently reassigned to the front lines, hoping to make a name for myself, but it seems I have made quite a spectacle instead. You do not seem like resistance fighters. Are you here to join us?" Since they had just helped him fend off the shogunate soldiers, Jiping considered them allies. "Indeed," Ying replied. "That's wonderful. I recently heard Lord Goru's complaints about a shortage of personnel. You have come just in time." Guided by Jiping, the trio followed him to the Resistance's headquarters. Along the way, Jiping shared the current situation of the Resistance. Overall, their circumstances were dire, and they desperately needed capable individuals like them to join. When discussing their capabilities, Jiping lamented, "If only I had a Shinji Yin, it would allow me to assist Lady Sangonomiya and Lord Goru in their endeavors and achieve great feats on the battlefield." Yunling observed Jiping's yearning expression and sighed inwardly. She held a certain fondness for him and felt regret for his choices. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice something else. In Yunling's view, the so-called achievements could never outweigh her own life. Yet, that was Jiping's decision. As they conversed, they quickly arrived at the resistance camp and met General Goru. Goru began by outlining the Resistance's objectives, obligations, and the requirements for enlistment before inquiring about their reasons for joining. Without hesitation, Ying shared the story of the first 100 Shinji Yen with Goru. Although this incident occurred in Inazuma City, we have heard whispers of it here. It is said that there were some unexpected developments during the process. Oddly enough, that Raiden Shogun herself appeared, with her hands on her hips and a defiant tilt to her chin. Ying declared, "That was my doing." Paimon chimed in. "Not only did we battle the Raiden Shogun, but we also rescued the holder of the 100th Shinji Yen." Pointing to Yunling, Paimon added, "This one has also fought against the Raiden Shogun. Her name is Yunling, and she is incredibly formidable. Moreover, she cooks delicious meals." After some exchanges, Ying and Yunling were arranged for a preliminary tour. As Yunling prepared to join the resistance, a few days prior in Inazuma City, the wanted notices issued by the shogunate intensified following the disruption of the 100th Shinji Yen hunting ceremony. Notices were plastered all over the city. Standing before one such notice, Kujo Sera scrutinized the faces depicted and the deeds attributed to them, her brow furrowing deeply. Upon seeing Kujo Sera, the others felt a sense of reassurance. Ashi, what should we do? Xiao Yun is wanted. One of the group urged. You all stay here with the Shu while I go find her. Should I accompany you? Asked Ashi. No need. I can manage alone. After considering it, Ashi nodded, shedding his previous frivolity and adopting a more serious demeanor. May I have a moment of your attention? Kujo Sera turned to see Ayaka approaching without much preamble. Where is Xiao Yun? She asked directly. She understood her sister's motivations and knew she had acted willingly. Yet she was skeptical of the influence of the shogunate behind the scenes. Kujo Sera saw through the situation, realizing that the traveler had been ensnared from the beginning. This matter concerned her sister, and she was acutely aware of the dangers involved in confronting the shogun. With an apologetic tone, Ayaka admitted, I am sorry. It was our fault that Xiao Yun got involved. I am here because she asked me to relay a message. Ayaka could have sent someone else, but she felt compelled to come herself. Xiao Yun had been drawn into this because of Toma, and she could not rest easy without personally delivering the message. Xiao Yun mentioned she wanted to join the resistance and didn't want to burden you and the others, so she asked you not to worry. Ayaka relayed Toma's message to Kujo Sera and the others. After listening, Kujo Sera let out a heavy sigh. This girl, why does she always have to be so clever? The next time I see her, I will definitely pull her ears. After Ayaka departed, Ashi approached. Ashi, Xiao Yun has gone to the resistance. Should we follow her? In Ashi's eyes, apart from the old lady, Kujo Sera and Xiao Yun were the closest individuals to him, even more so than Ashu and the others. He was genuinely worried for Xiao Yun's safety. I will go, you all stay here. After careful consideration, Kujo Sera still felt uneasy about her sister. Why? Are you leaving me behind? Ashi protested. You need to take care of the old lady, and besides, your Shunji yin has been confiscated. Trust me on this. Ashi fell silent, pondering why his Shunji yin had been taken at such a crucial moment. Without it, even if Xiao Yun were in danger, he would likely be a burden. Damn it, that cursed Kujo Tengu. Meanwhile, at the resistance camp, after touring the facilities, they encountered soldiers preparing to head to the front lines. From them, they learned that battle was imminent. The group decided to witness the conflict. However, Yinling appeared somewhat hesitant, not out of fear of war, but because she had become acquainted with Kujo Sera in Inazuma City, who had shown her kindness. This time, the shogunate troops they faced seemed to be under Sera's command. Would their meeting not be awkward? Yet, she quickly realized that her wanted notice had likely reached the resistance. Kujo Sera was probably already aware of her situation. Yinling, what is troubling you? Ying noticed Yunling's distraction and stepped back to quietly inquire. It is nothing. I was just reflecting on a few matters. On the front lines, at Mingjue Beach, the shogunate troops, led by Kujo Sera, were in a standoff with the resistance under Goru's command. The scene was nothing like what was depicted in the games. The combined forces of both sides, numbered in the thousands, densely packed together. Upon careful examination, it is evident that the forces of the shogunate are significantly superior in numbers, being more than twice that of the rebel army. The absence of familiar faces leaves GTI OSH Liu with a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to meet the esteemed military strategist this time. After all, she has indeed posed considerable challenges for us in the shogunate, and the rebels' endurance thus far can be attributed to her contributions. However, this stalemate must come to an end. In light of the overwhelming disparity in strength, strategies hold no value. We have discerned the rebels' foundation, and those who defy the orders of the shogun shall face retribution. W.L. Ing stands resolute. I have faith in D. Ren S.H. Ing, as well as in our soldiers of the rebel army. The I hunt decree is far from the righteous path, and we shall not relinquish our resistance. GTI OSH Liu responds, it matters not. There is another matter at hand. You must have received the latest wanted notice, have you not? The blonde traveler and the barefoot girl should be in your custody now. If you are willing to surrender them, I can grant you a respite. After all, seeking a decisive battle at this juncture serves no benefit for either of us. W.L. Ing retorts, are you suggesting that your sudden reinforcement is for? GTI OSH Liu interjects, the blonde traveler is of great significance to the shogun, and the barefoot girl holds equal importance to the grand priest of Narukami Shrine. Yet, I believe they are dispensable to the rebel army. WLang's tone turns icy. You are mistaken. They are equally crucial to the rebels. They have joined our ranks and are now my subordinates. I shall not surrender them. The rebels shall not betray any comrade. A rule established by D. Run Sh. Ing long ago. At that moment, Y. Ing and her companions finally arrive. WLing exclaims, "You all are here? How did you arrive?" Y and Ling casts a furtive glance at GTI OSH Lu, who turns her head away, unwilling to meet her gaze. GTI OSH Lu approaches Y Ing. "I had thought you would hide in the rear after joining the rebel army. Since you have come here, I commend your courage. I propose that you represent the rebels in this battle before the army." Y Ing steps forward fearlessly and wins 3 consecutive matches, causing GTI OSH Lu to grow increasingly impatient. Indeed, it seems this contest is devoid of meaning. Soldiers advance. The grandeur of CHNGD-O and the eternity of Narukami. WLing declares, "It appears that war is unavoidable. Prepare for battle." The two armies clash swiftly, with the scene of weapons tearing through flesh evident everywhere. Y and Ling, who frequently teaches wayward warriors and bullying treasure hunters a lesson, feels no discomfort at this sight. War, after all, inevitably leads to death. Ing MM, in her endeavor to gather emotional feedback, strives to ensure that not too many perish due to her presence. In such warfare, she possesses neither the means nor the ability to save those who fall. It is unnecessary. Y and Ling draws her oversized sword, for she is now a member of the rebel army. With her innate divine strength and the might of her sword, she dispatches foes one after another with ease. GTI OSH Lu, skilled with a bow, does not limit herself to archery. As a general of the shogunate, she is adept with various weapons, now wielding a long blade amidst the fray. The rebel army, already outnumbered, finds the shogunate forces far more formidable in individual combat prowess. It is at this juncture that the elusive D. Ren Sh. Ing I finally emerges. After a long wait, my ambushers, the time is ripe. The ambushers, who had been lying in wait, surge forth, and WNY remarks, "You truly possess remarkable composure, D. Ren Sh. Ing." BIDU swings her massive sword with vigor. "Let us hope you can afford the cost of mercenaries." WLing exclaims, "WNY." WNY turns his head. "Long time no see, old friend." With the addition of ambushers and mercenaries, the tide of battle swiftly shifts. Though GTI-O is reluctant, she must order a retreat. Retreat. The shogunate forces flee in disarray, and Ing plants her sword into the ground, revealing a relieved smile. Suddenly, a hand grabs her ear and twists it sharply. "Ouch, that hurts." This sensation, this intensity. In Chapter 88, Ankh in Inazuma, the fury in GQRN's eyes leaves Ing feeling quite guilty. "Ahem, second sister, what brings you here?" Ing leans her small face closer to her sister's hand, hoping to alleviate the pain in her ear. "Goodness, we are at Miish Beach. Who can tell me why my sister is here?" GQRN, though angry, only twists Ing's ear once more before releasing her. Ingi, nursing her ear, gazes up at her sister with a pitiful expression. "You reckless girl, your audacity grows bolder. How dare you venture to the battlefield?" Ing's sorrowful demeanor instantly vanishes as she lowers her head, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Ing and Paimon approach, observing Ing's reprimand, and feel compelled to speak up. Ing only wanted to save me. She did not mean to disobey you." GQRN nods at Ing before turning her attention back to her troublesome sister. "Enough. Was it so grievous to receive but a single reprimand? Do you have any idea how worried I am about you?" Ing timidly replies, "I am sorry, second sister. I just did not want to implicate you and the others." GQRN is at a loss for where to direct her frustration. Sigh. GQRN replies, "Of course, it is Inazuma City." Ing, perplexed, asks, "But I am being hunted in Inazuma City?" GQRN does not elaborate, as some matters are best left unsaid, especially on the territory of the rebels. "Fear not. I have a plan. You will not be captured. You." Ing clings to her sister, lowering her head as if to say, "Go ahead and scold me." Ing anticipates another ear twist, But to her surprise, her sister simply states, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Ian, why do you look at me like that? Do you think you're the only one who can resist the I hunt decree? Ynling quickly offers a smile. Not at all. I simply did not expect you to do so as well. Ynling leads her sister to reunite with XNHI and WLing. WNY, who had known Ynling during her time in Inazuma, remembers the delightful meals she prepared, and both he and his friends sing her praises. Alas, the unpredictability of life. Ynling, I did not expect you to. The wanted notice has spread throughout Inazuma. In WNY and BID, you are well aware of the girl who rescued the traveler from riding SH Gun's grasp. BIDU, with her characteristic cheerfulness, claps Ynling on the shoulder and says, "Your name is Ynling, right?" Although the traveler has likely already expressed her gratitude, I still wish to thank you on her behalf. It is my pleasure. After all, Ying is my good friend, and aiding her is the least I could do. After a brief conversation, XNHI invites everyone to Coral Palace to discuss future strategies. ZHPing requests to join, offering to continue serving as their guide. In the Player S realm, as XNHI declares, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you for the future of Inazuma. Family, I sense that the next chapter will likely be the grand showdown, where we confront the Raiden SH Gun's decisive blow. Just imagining it sends a thrill through me. The highlight of this update is undoubtedly the moment when the Raiden SH Gun unsheathes her blade, alongside Ynling's astonishing strike. Though the final battle promises to be breathtaking, it is the preceding narrative that lingers in the hearts of the players. Who would have thought that our Ynling, who had been rather unremarkable, would prove to be so reliable in the heat of battle? The livestream chat began buzzing with discussions surrounding her words. To perish beneath the Raiden SH Gun's decisive blow would not be such a bad fate after all. Ynling is a 40-meter sort of joke. Yunling's sister truly dotes on her, having pursued her all the way from Inazuma City. As they journeyed towards Sangonomiya, Yunling engaged in excessive flattery, frequently inquiring if her elder sister was thirsty or hungry, leaving Paimon and Ing beside them feeling quite uncomfortable. Juchi Ren understood her sister's intentions and initially wished to ignore her. Yet witnessing her persistent attempts to please, she found it hard to remain indifferent. Ultimately, she relented, stating she would plead on Yunling's behalf before their parents, though she could not guarantee success, as it ultimately depended on Yunling herself. Upon hearing this, Yunling was so thrilled that she leapt into Juchi Ren's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister, you are simply the best. I adore you." In her excitement, she inadvertently kissed her sister's face, nearly dislodging Juchi Ren's mask in the process. Juchi Ren hastily adjusted her mask and sternly pushed her sister away, saying, "Enough, stop bothering me." With a chuckle, Yunling ran off to catch up with Ing and Paimon ahead. Meanwhile, Juchi Ren steadied her mask and smiled, though the expression remained concealed. On Yagurund Island, Anchi stood atop a high vantage point with Elena and a group of Fatui, gazing down at the colossal skeleton below. Indeed, after checking in at Mondstadt and Liyue, she had ventured to Inazuma. What were Rosalind and Scaramouche doing now? The lady was in Inazuma City, and the Harbinger was at the Eye of the Storm Factory. As for their current activities, they had only just arrived, and much information remained undiscovered. Rosalind was of no concern to her, but Scaramouche's purpose at the factory raised questions. Was he distributing those harmful devices? Among the Fatui executives, Anchi held a particular disdain for the doctor, who engaged in unethical human experimentation. She resolved to find an opportunity to confront him. Then there was the rich man, whose heart was as dark as his deeds, having committed numerous unscrupulous acts for the sake of money. The Harbinger and the lady were also less than exemplary, one possessing an excessively caustic tongue, and the other brimming with arrogance. Nevertheless, they were allies, and there remained a chance to intervene, though she would ensure they experienced a measure of hardship first. Chapter 89. The Eye of the Abyss and the Doctor's Dissection returning to Sangonomiya due to her commendable performance in previous battles. Ing was appointed as the captain of the Swordfish 2nd Division. Initially, Shinrai had intended to appoint Yunling as the captain of another division, but she declined. If Ing is the captain, then I shall be the vice captain. The arrangements have been previously discussed, with Jiuqi Ren merely needing to follow along. Given that Yunling was most familiar with Ing, being on the same team was advantageous. Shinrai had no objections, and Ing welcomed the arrangement. Subsequently, they greeted the members of the Swordfish 2nd Division, fostering mutual acquaintance. Life within the Resistance was quite favorable, far more exhilarating than in Inazuma City. They occasionally ventured out to eliminate nearby rogues and ambush the shogunate army, yet there had been no grand battles akin to those at Mingzhu Beach. Before long, Yunling had spent a considerable amount of time with the Resistance. Zhiping, as in the original narrative, had acquired an Eye of the Abyss from an unknown source and began to use it discreetly. Yunling did not intervene much. It was Zhiping's choice. He was well aware of the drawbacks of the Eye, understanding that while it granted immense power, it also demanded an equivalent price. Yet he chose to wield it. For soldiers entrenched in the battlefield, especially those of the front lines, the Eye was not necessarily a malevolent entity. One day while outside, Yunling encountered an individual she found particularly displeasing. This person, adorned with their signature half-mask, incited an uncontrollable urge to confront them. The individual approached Yunling directly, halting her progress, leaving her with no option but to acknowledge their presence. "Hey, who are you, and why are you blocking my way?" The doctor produced an Eye of the Abyss from behind, grinning malevolently. That evening, at the temporary residence on Yagurun Island, Jiuqi was writing a letter. "What are you doing, sister?" Yunling inquired. "Writing a letter." "A letter? To whom?" "To the boss and our eldest sister." Yunling responded with "Oh," believing it was likely their eldest sister would be more amenable than their father, the antiquated figure. "Sister, I heard from Ing that once a holder of the vision loses it, the wish that initially granted them the vision will gradually be forgotten." "But why does it seem like the boss hasn't changed at all?" Jiuqi hesitated. "How did the boss obtain the vision? I think it was just one day he woke up with it. As for the wish that caught the deity's attention, I'm not sure. However, losing the vision likely had no negative impact on the boss. It could be considered a blessing." Yunling reclined on her bed, tossing the Eye of the Abyss handed to her by the masked figure. It is said that the conditions for obtaining a vision are exceedingly stringent, and many spend their entire lives without acquiring one. This so-called Eye of the Abyss allows an ordinary person to wield power akin to that of a vision holder. I wonder what principle governs it. Although Jiuqi was engrossed in her letter, her ears remained attuned to Yunling's musings. Upon hearing the mention of the Eye, she immediately paused her writing. "You possess an Eye of the Abyss." Jiuqi approached and took the Eye from Yunling's hand, examining it closely to confirm its authenticity. "Who gave you this?" Noticing her sister's serious expression, Yunling climbed off the bed. "It was someone wearing a half-mask, sister. Is there something wrong? Is it unique to you, or do others possess it as well?" Yunling pondered briefly before shaking her head. "I'm unsure." Jiuqi scrutinized the Eye in her hand, sensing its mysterious aura, and addressed Yunling. "You should rest. I have something to attend to." "Out? At this late hour, where are you going?" "This matter is of great importance. I must seek out Miss Sangonomiya." After Jiuqi departed, Yunling lay back down on her bed. "How peculiar. Why is the doctor's dissection present here? Has he set his sights on me? Is it because he recognizes the potential of this body, or does he merely intend to exploit me for his schemes in Inazuma?" The following day, Sangonomiya Shinrai summoned the captains of each division. She presented the Eye of the Abyss, warning of its dangers and demanding a thorough investigation of all resistance soldiers. Any who possessed an eye were to surrender it immediately. As the crowd dispersed, Shinrai called out to Zhiping, who was about to leave. Zhiping had transformed significantly. He was no longer the same person he once was. "Zhiping, how long have you been using the eye?" Zhiping appeared aged, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "Lady Sangonomiya, Shinrai sighed inwardly. It was already too late. "I have long been aware that the eye is no good, but it granted me power when I fought against my enemies. Without it, I would have perished. For me at that time, even if it accelerated my physical decline, the trade was worthwhile. I thought I could stop after that one use, but humans are inherently greedy. I lost myself in the repeated sensations of power, unwilling to remain ordinary, which is why I used it so desperately after acquiring it." Yunling, along with Ing and Paimon, had previously noticed Zhiping's condition, initially attributing it to a lack of rest, only to discover it was the eye. Suddenly, Zhiping began to cough violently, and while Yunling and Ing attempted to assist him, he waved them off. I am sorry. Lady Sangonomiya, I have disappointed your expectations. You have done enough, Shinrai replied. Ing, Yunling, and Paimon gazed at Zhiping's retreating figure, their eyes filled with concern. Yunling, I heard you also obtained a cursed eye. You haven't used it, have you? Ing asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Yunling. No, I possess the vision. Why would I need that thing? Yunling replied, and both Ing and Paimon sighed in relief. However, Paimon, still uneasy about Zhiping's departure, suggested, Yunling, let us check on Zhiping. Something feels amiss with him. With shared concern, Ing and Yunling immediately pursued him. At Zhiping's residence, he was too weak to stand, leaning against the house as he looked at the three of them with a weary expression. Ah, it's you all. You came? Just a moment, let me stand up. Apologies. I lack strength. I haven't even had the chance to tell you that I've recently achieved several commendable deeds. Ing felt a pang of sadness, witnessing her friends struggle once more, helpless to assist. Zhiping, the cursed eye. Who gave it to you, and when? Yunling gently patted Ying's shoulder as she observed their exchange. As I suspected, I am not under the gaze of the divine, Zhiping remarked. What kind of expression is that, my friend? Don't worry. If I rest for a bit, perhaps it will be fine, he added, slowly closing his eyes. Paimon, with a face full of sorrow, whispered, Zhiping. Ing clenched her fists and ran off. Ing, wait for me. Yunling and Paimon hurried to follow. Chapter 90. The Cursed Eye Factory. Ing was on her way to Sangonomiya's shrine when she encountered Kokomi and Guru, who were discussing matters. Upon seeing them, Kokomi asked Traveler, How is Zhiping? Ing replied, We didn't notice. His condition deteriorated suddenly. Kokomi stated, I have ordered the military to confiscate all cursed eyes. Most individuals are experiencing vitality loss, but it is not severe, only a few. Guru added, Lady Sangonomiya, I intend to establish a separate camp for the injured to monitor their condition. The soldiers are in turmoil, aware of the cursed eyes, yet still desiring to use them. Ing listened silently, waiting for Guru to finish before asking, Where are these cursed eyes coming from? Kokomi explained, The national lockdown continues. Our investigations suggest that these cursed eyes are produced by the Fatui, and right here in Inazuma. Such a massive undertaking must have the support of local forces. Guru cautioned, Lady Sangonomiya, our actions to confiscate the cursed eyes are too hasty. We cannot hide this from the Fatui's eyes, and time may be running out. To thoroughly resolve the cursed eye issue, we must locate the factory producing them and dismantle it in one fell swoop. I understand. Let me think. During the confiscation, I considered that the factory must be large, concealed, and near transportation routes to ensure a steady supply of raw materials. There are not many places that meet these criteria, and considering where the soldiers receive the cursed eyes, the factory is likely situated on the coastal cliffs in the southwestern part of Yashiori Island. You mean? Ing interjected. I must go stop them. Guru quickly urged, No, that is too dangerous. We should wait for the military. There is no time. I will be cautious. Kokomi declared. I will not stop you, but you must be careful. We have lost many comrades in arms. I do not wish to lose you as well. Yunling poked Ying's lower back with her finger, saying, Ing, I will accompany you. I cannot miss such an important event. With her sister absent, Yunling felt it was now or never. All right, Ing nodded in agreement. Without delay, the trio of Ing, Yunling, and Paimon set off toward the southwestern region of Yashiori Island. At the Cursed Eye Factory, Anchi sat on a chair with her long legs crossed on the table, facing Scaramouche, the sixth seat of the Fatui. It was not Anchi's intention to adopt such a posture. She merely mirrored Scaramouche's position. Although Anchi was merely a deputy, her strength commanded respect, and Scaramouche dared not underestimate her. So, you came here just to stare at me? He inquired. You may think of it that way, Anchi replied nonchalantly. She was here on a whim, hoping to enhance her reputation. If a reason were needed, it was simply that she was quite bored and sought something to occupy her time. However, Scaramouche had different thoughts. Did the queen know of his intentions? Or was it merely a suspicion from the captain? He pondered whether his prior actions had been inappropriate. Yet, after much contemplation, he found no fault in his behavior. If you're merely bored, feel free. I have no time to waste with you. Anchi smirked. Her luck had indeed been fortuitous. She had learned from Jiang Mumu's playthrough of Genshin Impact that she and Scaramouche had just appeared in the storyline. In the player world, comments flew. Ugh, the Fatui again? Why won't this organization just disappear? Scaramouche. I've never liked him. Can we finally fight? Who is that over there? Haven't you seen the footprints? Even if you don't recognize Anchi. Her attire is quite distinctive. 2 harbingers? Can we take them? What are you afraid of? Yunling is with us. 2 against 2 gives us an advantage. Inside the cursed eye factory, Anchi coldly scoffed, using ordinary people's desire for the vision to distribute cursed eyes. Such an act could only be perpetrated by you. Akin to the doctor. It disgusts me. Such behavior does nothing to aid in seizing the divine heart of Inazuma and tarnishes a warrior's honor. Scaramouche, suppressing his irritation, retorted, "What are you rambling about? I've only just arrived here to oversee matters temporarily." Anchi shot him a sidelong glance. "So, then you're an accomplice." Scaramouche sneered, "Indeed. They say women are big-chested and empty-headed. In my view, you are even more foolish." Anki grinned. "Come forth." "Oh, you want to fight?" "No, this is merely a spar." Scaramouche stood as well. Though reluctant, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. In the player world, laughter erupted. "How more foolish? Come to think of it, Anchi's armor doesn't seem to show much movement. Let the battle begin." Actually, Anchi doesn't seem that bad. Regardless, I will support whoever fights Scaramouche. Best if they both suffer, will benefit from the chaos. Outside the cursed eye factory, the Fatui gathered to watch, with Alina anxiously observing the scene. Anchi unsheathed her ice-blue sword, saying nothing as she charged at Scaramouche. He vanished in an instant, gathering electrical energy in his hands. In a flash, they clashed, with Scaramouche's movements resembling a phantom as Anchi unleashed a flurry of ice spikes from all directions. The collision of lightning and ice altered the surrounding landscape, causing onlookers to retreat swiftly. Anchi hurled her sword, which charged in midair, enveloped by rapidly forming ice, transforming into a massive ice sword. Scaramouche, too, condensed a perfectly compressed ball of electricity, preparing to confront Anchi's strike. Just then, a figure strolled leisurely toward them, clapping slowly. "You two are certainly full of energy, aren't you?" Before the doctor could finish his sentence, Anchi deftly redirected her ice sword, shifting her target to him. With a thunderous roar, the doctor's slice, along with the surrounding area of 100 meters, was transformed into frost. Dr. Slice -1. Witnessing this scene, the scattered soldiers appeared momentarily dazed, their gathered energy dissipating. Anchi glanced disdainfully at the spot where she had just attacked, clearly irritated. Despite her disdain for him, he chose this moment to reveal himself. Chapter 91. Continue to confront the scattered soldiers. "This grudge, I shall remember. I will settle it with you next time." After uttering this, Anchi promptly departed from the Evil Eye Factory. The scattered soldiers muttered, "Madman," just like her brother, all brawn and no brains. Shortly after Anchi's departure, a soldier from the Fatui approached the scattered soldiers. "Lord Scattered, the matter of the Evil Eye has been discovered by the resistance forces. They are currently mobilizing to confiscate it. Why are you telling me this?" The scattered soldier asked, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the frosted ground. "Pack your things and prepare to leave." Understood. In the player world, players express their astonishment. "It's her, the vengeful knight, Langhua. Wow, Anchi is actually this strong? She seems to have the upper hand against the 6th seat of the scattered soldiers. If only we had arrived a bit earlier. Perhaps we could have dealt with that so-called doctor. Speaking of which, who is this doctor? Is he also one of the executives? From his codename, it seems so, but his rank must be low. Otherwise, how could he have been taken down so swiftly? Just from the name doctor, one can tell he is a researcher. To join the Fatui and possibly become an executive, he must be some mad scientist, and such individuals are often the hardest to eliminate. Although it appears he was swiftly defeated, he may still be alive somewhere. Haha, seeing the scattered soldier suffer brings me joy. Got it. Never belittle her in front of Anchi, or she'll hold a grudge. On Yuyun Island, Ing, Paimon, and Yunling hurriedly arrived. "Ing, let us go in." Yunling brandished her great sword and charged in first, followed closely by Ing and Paimon. The Evil Eye Factory had nearly been evacuated, with significantly fewer Fatui inside. Yet some remained. These ordinary Fatui soldiers were no match for Ing and Yunling. Soon, the two made their way to the factory's core. Upon arrival, Yunling quickly felt a discomfort in her body, though this sensation lasted only a brief moment. The remnants of the demon god here could erode angry individuals. While Yunling felt anger, it was considerably less than Ying's. Noticing this, Yunling glanced at Ying, who appeared quite unwell, clearly struggling to suppress her discomfort. I didn't expect you to find your way here. Well done. Paimon asked warily. Are you one of the Fatui executives, like the 11th and the lady? The lady? The 11th? Oh, I didn't realize you had already met our most unreliable colleagues. The scattered soldier, the 6th seat, appeared behind a barrier. Yunling had been on guard and, upon seeing him, immediately declared earthly judgment. The scattered soldier observed the exaggerated great sword that seemed to pierce the ceiling, his lips twitching. Why do I keep encountering such unpredictable individuals today? What? Are you excited by Zero Frame Start? Gathering lightning elemental power to block Yunling's great sword. The scattered soldier almost instantaneously teleported to another location. How rude. Don't you know one cannot interrupt when someone is speaking? Although he appeared to easily deflect that strike, the scattered soldier was not as untroubled as he seemed. He glared resentfully at Yunling, questioning how she possessed such strength. Yunling planted her great sword in the ground. You produce the evil eye and distribute it to the resistance. Oh, so that's the issue. However, you've misunderstood. While I stand here, I am merely executing a plan. The scattered soldier's tone turned sinister. Of course, the mastermind is someone else. Aren't you clever? Please, feel free to seek them out. Ying gritted her teeth, glaring at the scattered soldier. You dare trivialize this matter. Paimon angrily shook her tiny fists. Is it not trivial? In this world, humans are like weeds. Those ordinary individuals who receive the evil eye would still perish without it. Rather, the evil eye offers them a chance to fulfill their wishes, and they should be grateful. The scattered soldier continued. Do you truly understand the eyeball hunt? It took considerable effort to bring this about, naturally because it benefits us. However, it seems all of it was worthwhile. Creating discord, paving the way for the evil eye, allowing power to attract the weak who seek it. The scattered soldier was particularly eloquent, further igniting Ying's fury. You, despicable. Yunling, now incensed, declared, Ying, let us attack together and teach him a lesson. Just as Yunling prepared to charge, she suddenly noticed that Ying's expression was off. Ying, what is wrong? Paimon reminded anxiously and calmed down. As Ying drew her sword, ready to rush forward, her body suddenly halted, her mind becoming clouded. The scattered soldier seized the opportunity to smirk. Ha ha, just like that. Let your anger consume you. Anger is excellent sustenance for the resentment of the demon god in this factory. The more the scattered soldier provoked her, the more furious Ying became, and the more blurred her vision grew. Ying. Yunling watched helplessly as Ying fainted, rushing over to support her. Damn it. Paimon, take care of Ying. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. Yunling charged at the scattered soldier, leveraging her body's coordination and momentum to swing the sword toward his head. The scattered soldier sneered, swiftly evading her strike. Countering with a bolt of lightning, he struck Yunling's great sword, sending her reeling and using the momentum to leap onto her sword. How foolish! The scattered soldier gathered energy in both hands, pressing down with raging lightning. The lightning coiled around Yunling's hands, numbing them. She gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to prevent the great sword from slipping away. You have not won yet. Paimon shook Ying vigorously, anxiously glancing at the battlefield between Yunling and the scattered soldier. It was evident that Yunling was being thoroughly suppressed. Her survival was entirely reliant on sheer force. Perhaps the scattered soldier's lack of seriousness also contributed to her endurance. Suddenly, Yunling was violently slammed against the wall, crashing down to the ground, her great sword slipping from her grasp. She appeared pitiful, blood streaming from her nose, dripping on her chin. Damn it! I can't defeat this guy. Yunling struggled to her feet, retrieving her fallen great sword. In the player world, the audience was left in shock. What is happening? The protagonist has fainted. Why is this happening? If you dare harm Yunling, I will never forgive you. Yunling, run. We can't rely on her. Chapter 92, Kuki Shinobu is angry. As the scattered soldier launched another attack at Yunling, the screen abruptly went black amidst the player's anxious and furious gazes. You understand how to manipulate emotions. Yunling, I want to know what happens to her. Team, send help. In Inazuma, on Yuyun Island, within the Evil Eye Factory. Just as Yunling stood up, the scattered soldier unleashed a charged attack. Yunling hurriedly blocked his fist with her greatsword, but the impact sent her crashing against the wall once more, this time causing the wall to dent and crack. Recognize the disparity in power. Don't bark foolishly in front of me. Sanbing refrained from making any further moves, folding his arms as he gazed at Yunling. Yunling! Paimon flitted to her side. Yunling lay unconscious on the ground, and Paimon had seemingly given up. Observing Yunling, who was coughing up blood, Paimon's small face was etched with worry and anger. That despicable fiend! Yunling felt a sharp pain in her chest, oppressive yet alleviated after she coughed up a few more droplets of blood. Sitting on the ground, she regarded the imposing Sanbing before her. At that moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled, her complexion pale, with blood trickling from her nose and mouth. Nonetheless, Yunling defiantly stared at Sanbing. Although her disguise was not weak, it paled in comparison to Sanbing's prowess, which explained her current plight. Moreover, she was taken aback by Sanbing's unrelenting ferocity. Step aside. Paimon won't allow you to harm Yunling. Paimon hovered protectively in front of Yunling, her small fists clenched tightly. Yunling felt deeply moved. Her little companion was remarkably loyal in crucial moments. Tisich, Sanbing cast a disdainful glance at Paimon, knowing he could easily dispatch such a small being with a mere flick of his finger. However, that was sufficient for now. Just as Sanbing prepared to leave, he suddenly turned towards the direction from which Yunling and the others had entered. Yunling heard the commotion and turned her head. Upon seeing who it was, she felt a rush of guilt, thinking it was Ye Miko, only to discover it was her elder sister, Juchi-run. Juchi-run arrived to find Ing lying on the ground, Paimon clenching her small fists in sorrow and anger, and her sister, covered in blood, sitting in the corner. Her eyes widened in shock. Little Yun, Juchi-run had never seen her sister in such a state, and her heart was a tumultuous mix of panic, concern, and rage. Her eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on the other individual present. Simultaneously, under the influence of the malevolent aura of the demon god, the enraged Juchi-run found herself in a situation akin to Ing-S. Realizing that something was amiss, she quickly forced herself to calm down. Soon enough, her condition improved significantly. Mingqiao Jiahuan, Juchi-run unleashed a lightning whip, launching an attack at Sanbing. With a short blade in her left hand, she approached Sanbing at an astonishing speed. Ha! Another one seeking death? Paimon felt relieved upon seeing Juchi-run's arrival. If Aren was here, perhaps everything would be all right. Aren, be careful. He is formidable. The sixth seat of the Fatui Harbingers, Sanbing. Paimon warned Juchi-run, fearing she might not grasp Sanbing's threat. However, Juchi-run was already aware. Anyone capable of injuring her sister so severely was indeed powerful. Sanbing evaded Juchi-run's strike, his fists crackling with lightning, intent on incapacitating her just as he had done to Yunling. Yunling struggled to rise and assist, but a streak of lightning struck Sanbing's forehead faster than she could react. Ye Miko appeared at the entrance, observing the scene with a furrowed brow, her tone turning cold. DePeo, this time you have gone too far. At the mention of DePeo, Sanbing's fury surged. What did you say? Do not utter those words in my presence. In that moment of distraction, Juchi-run charged at Sanbing once more, still enraged. Sanbing threw a punch that forced Juchi-run to stumble back several steps. Just as she was about to launch another attack, Miko pressed down on her shoulder from behind. It's all right. That traveler merely fainted. Go check on your sister while I handle this. Juchi-run examined the unconscious Ing closely and, seeing her steady breathing, exhaled a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had been overly anxious, fearing the worst. Sensing is fine, Juchi-run shot a resentful glance at Sanbing before hastening to her sister's side. Little Yun, Juchi-run took out a cloth to wipe the blood from Yunling's face, gently helping her sit on a nearby step. Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? Why didn't you wait for me to come together? Sister, I'm fine. I can endure pain. It's just a minor injury, Yunling replied, coughing slightly. Juchi-run possessed a wealth of knowledge, including medical skills. After examining Yunling, she quickly concluded that her internal organs were injured, with ruptures and bleeding, far more serious than Yunling had claimed. Such wounds required immediate treatment, otherwise, they would lead to lingering ailments. With red-rimmed eyes, Jiu Ren carefully lifted Yunling, fearful of causing her pain. At that moment, Miko approached, having dealt with the situation concerning Sanbing. I have also given him the god as heart. The Ice Queen is collecting it. She knows it is of little use to Yinger now. Since the Ice God desires it, let her have it, to prevent her from continually sending the Fatui to Inazuma to cause trouble. However, having harmed Yunling, Miko felt compelled to teach Sanbing a lesson. Sanbing, had it been anyone else, I would not have been so lenient. After all, this situation was indeed Yinger's fault. Miko issued an ultimatum to Sanbing. This was her final concession, and should he cross her again, she would not hold back. Take Yunling to my place. I can treat her. Jikirei nodded gently. Miko then turned her attention to the unconscious Ing, remarking with exasperation, what an impulsive little one. Miko, please check on the traveler. Miko knelt down and examined Ing. Do not worry. She has merely been affected by the demon god's resentment. Take her to the shrine. It will take some time for her to awaken. Paimon glanced at her tiny hands. Is it me? Miko covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. What? Do you expect the wise and beautiful Miko to carry her? All right. I was just teasing you. I'll take care of it. Miko conjured a circle of lightning elements, enveloping Ing within it, allowing the circle to float as it followed her. What are you waiting for? Let us go. The two little ones are quite injured. Chapter 93. Before the duel before the Shogun. Shortly after exiting the Eye of the Storm Factory, the group encountered Goru. Upon seeing Jiu Ren carrying the severely weakened Yunling and Ing, who was still unconscious in Miko's lightning circle, Goru was taken aback. Jikirein explained. There was a Fatui harbinger in the Eye of the Storm Factory. Yunling and the traveler were both injured by him. What? Goru felt a wave of guilt wash over him. I'm sorry. We should have arrived sooner. He then turned to Ing, who was ensnared in Miko's lightning circle. Compared to Yunling, who, although battered, was at least conscious, Ying's condition seemed far worse. It's all right. The little one has merely fainted, Miko reassured. She looked at Goru with curiosity, particularly drawn to his fluffy tail. So soft and fluffy, and the color is splendid. Quite exquisite. Goru felt a shiver run down his spine. You are the Miko of Narukami Shrine? You must be the renowned General Goru of the Resistance. I've heard much about your reputation. In person, you truly are quite adorable. The last 4 words should be as your reputation suggests, right? Goru coughed, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Miss Jochi Run, I shall escort them for treatment. Before Jochi Run could respond, Miko interjected, this traveler has been affected by the demon god's resentment. Do you truly have a solution? Well, very well. Let us not delay. You take the traveler and Yunling for treatment, and we shall handle matters here. Wing awoke once more. She found herself staring an upside-down Miko. Repeat after me. Sanakir-san, quickly. Ing, still dazed, echoed the words. Miko beamed. Good. This indicates that at least your mind is still intact. Sanbing, traveler, are you all right? Paimon, observing Ying's dazed state, asked with concern. Paimon, what transpired after I fainted? Is Yunling hurt? How is she now, and where is she? It was she who took Yunling to the Xian factory. Yet in a crucial moment, she faltered, leaving Yunling to face the Sanbing alone. If anything were to happen to Yunling, Ing would never forgive herself. After hearing this, Ing sighed in relief. Miko remarked, that little one's recovery ability is astonishing. Even I am taken aback. Despite sustaining internal injuries, she managed to recover within just a few days. Truly, the vigor of youth. Internal injuries? Ying's complexion darkened, her fists clenched tightly. Sanbing, you may harm me, but you shall not harm those around me. At this moment, Ying's hatred for Sanbing reached its zenith. Paimon recalled the detestable character in the Xian factory, feeling equally enraged. After a moment of calm, Paimon inquired of Miko, I have been meaning to ask, Miko, why do your mannerisms seem so different from when we first met? A day prior, at the Arataki Gang's base. What? Which scoundrel has injured little Yin? Tell me, and I shall make him pay. The sight of Yunling in her current state incensed Ado, a sight she seldom witnessed. Boss, it's no use. You cannot defeat him. What? I can't defeat him? How is that possible? Little Yun, do not underestimate me. Just tell me who it is, and I will stand up for you. Kujusera could no longer hold back and called out to the shouting Ado. Boss, Keep your voice down. Let little Yun rest. All right, my apologies. Little Yun, please take good care of yourself. Yunling waved her hand, indicating that she was nearly well again. Her apparent weakness was merely a result of being forced to stay in one place for too long, leading to some exhaustion. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Sister Gongxi insisted on telling Sister that Yunling needed more time to recuperate, perhaps harboring some ill intentions. Sister, I assure you I am fine. Just watch. I can stand and perform a swordplay routine instantly. Yet, just as Yunling attempted to rise, she was pressed back down by Kuju Sarah. Indeed, Sarah was not mistaken. Yunling had not seen any members of the shogunate for several days at the Arataki Gang. However, how did the boss manage to release Acho without the vision? Moreover, Acho and others frequently visited to inquire about her well-being, providing Yunling with considerable warmth. Later, with the assistance of Shoyo and the spirited girl, Shumi, Kujo Sarah finally discerned the true nature of the family head. In Inazuma City, in a secluded corner, Anchi instructed Elena beside her, "You go wait by the ferry to the outlying islands, ready to depart at any moment. We shall meet up later." "My lord, what are your intentions?" Anchi gazed at the Tenshikaku. "To rescue a certain individual who cannot see the situation clearly. The general of Inazuma is not as easily swayed as the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt or the Geo Archon of Liyue. If I accompany you, can I assist?" "Obey the order." "Yes." After Elena departed, Anchi strolled through Inazuma City. Attempting to rescue someone from the hands of Raiden Shogun is no trivial endeavor. The lady was not only not rescued, but also struck down. One can only hope that Raiden Shogun does not wish for the lady's demise. If it comes to that, she would have to initiate the second phase of her plan. At that time, may Miko lend some strength. Chapter 94. Redemption is never required. After the confrontation, Kujo Sarah felt profoundly disappointed in the family head. "I have doubted within myself whether executing the I Hunt decree was truly the right course of action. Am I willing to forsake my own moral compass? Yet I resolved that as long as it is the path indicated by the general, who is to judge right from wrong before reaching the end. But only now do I realize that the path to eternity has no terminus, and it has long been sullied by your selfishness. Therefore, I shall correct the divine decree, at least to provide my determination thus far with an explanation." Kujo Takayuki interjected, "Stubborn and redundant. You may go if you wish, but no one can shake the position of the Kujo clan. The situation will not change because of you." Ing and Paimon immediately reacted. "The lady." Upon uttering this, Kujo Sarah dashed out. Paimon exclaimed, "Sarah has rushed out. Is she planning to storm the Tenshikaku?" Ing added, "Exactly. We have many matters to settle with the lady." At the Tenshikaku, when Ing and Paimon arrived, Kujo Sarah was already on the ground. Rosalind remarked, bursting in with such fervor one after another, "If I did not know this was the Tenshikaku, I would have thought it a bustling marketplace. Now, perhaps you should be more sensible." Rosalind glanced at the fallen Kujo Sarah, her tone dripping with disdain. Kujo Sarah was defeated by the lady. Just as Paimon finished speaking, the previously silent Raiden Shogun suddenly interjected, "The faults of the citizens of Inazuma shall be punished by me." "You have no right, lady." "I sincerely apologize, General." Rosalind's expression was one of indifference, as if the deity of Inazuma standing before her was inconsequential. "Lady." Rosalind turned her head. All right. "I know you can't forget me. There's no need to keep my name on your lips. I'm aware you harbor resentment towards me, traveler. Seeing you here does not surprise me in the least." Ing recounted the lady's deeds in Inazuma, yet the lady remained unfazed. Characters who would not even be remembered by name can participate in this revolution for the sake of attaining eternity, serving as stepping stones. Rosalind looked down upon the unconscious Kujo Sarah. Is that not a great honor for their brief lives? Ultimately, the lady audaciously gazed at Raiden Shogun. "General, I trust my words hold weight." Raiden Shogun closed her eyes and let out a cold snort. Ing continued, "And in Mondstadt, you seized Venti's Gnosis. In Liyue, you endangered the lives of the people." "Silence." Rosalind suddenly bellowed. "Do not mention Mondstadt before me. Barbatos, that fool, has remained in Mondstadt yet could not protect his own people. How can he be deemed the Anemo Archon? Years ago, he failed to save his citizens, and even now, he remains absent when they fall. When Rustin sacrificed himself, where was he? When Laura sacrificed herself, where was he then? He is nothing but a self-righteous fool, incapable of accomplishing anything. As she spoke these words, Rosalind's eyes turned red, clearly enraged. Ing and Paimon were taken aback by the lady's vehement reaction to the mention of Mondstadt. The players in the live stream were similarly astonished. There were indeed side plots, but they were well hidden, and few had discovered them. Did she mention Laura? Why does it seem like the lady is quite familiar with Laura? Impossible. Someone like Laura would know someone like Lady? Laura knows everyone. I find it unsurprising. Regardless, it seems a fight is imminent. I've long harbored disdain for the lady. Within the Tenshikaku, after venting her anger, Rosalind looked at Ing. The will of the Winter Empress is the purest essence in this world. While what you say amounts to mere necessary small sacrifices, although Ing was curious about the lady's earlier reaction, now is not the time to ponder that. It is time we settle our accounts. Lady. Haha. Indeed, I have grown weary of your face. I simply did not expect you to be so brave yet so foolish. Before we settle our accounts, do you recall that you are the most wanted criminal in Inazuma, and beside you stands the Raiden Shogun? Ing had anticipated this and had prepared accordingly. Otherwise, she would not have foolishly come here. I challenge you to a duel before the Shogun. Raiden Shogun suddenly opened her eyes and nodded, agreed. At the Arataki Gang's base. At this moment, Yunling had completely recovered, and her second sister would no longer restrict her freedom. With the absence of Jiao Qiao saw Luo's presence in the Shogunate army and an overall atmosphere of passive defense. The resistance forces were now on the verge of landing on Narukami Island. Meanwhile, at the Tenshikaku, a fierce duel was taking place between Ing and the lady. Seizing an opportunity, Yunling slipped out. After all, she was considered a member of the resistance. It should be permissible for her to scout the Tenshikaku ahead of time. This was the climax of the Inazuma storyline, and perhaps she might even meet the Shogun, Raiden. Additionally, another reason for Yunling's visit to the Tenshikaku was to assist Enchi in saving the lady should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Simultaneously, Enchi quietly infiltrated the Tenshikaku. Inside, the duel was raging on. Following the earlier incident with Rual La, Ying's powers had significantly increased, making her battle against the lady relatively manageable. Realizing that her ice element could not harm Ing, Rosalind encased herself in solid ice, using her own flames to transform into the Flame Witch. Unfortunately, even this transformation was insufficient against Ing, and she ultimately faced defeat. How could your power be so? Rosalind gazed at her hands, unable to fathom her loss. She had been defeated by that detestable traveler. Paimon placed her hands on her hips, utterly amazed. Suddenly, Rosalind erupted into a manic laughter, pointing at Ing and Paimon. Did you think I would beg for mercy? You must be eager to see me grovel. But let me tell you, that will never happen. It's just death, after all. I should have died many years ago. I do not seek redemption, nor do I ever need it. Chapter 95. The Unfathomable Blade. Twice the duel concluded with Ing as the victor and the lady as the vanquished. Raiden Shogun descended the steps, her expression devoid of emotion as she held her blade in her left hand. Ing and Paimon were immensely tense, with Ing gripping her sword tightly, retreating step by step. Although she was not the true Raiden, this only made her presence more terrifying. Under their watchful eyes, Raiden Shogun circled around them, her target always having been the lady. Of course, after dealing with her, Ing would be next. At this juncture, the lady finally felt fear. Despite her bravado, seeing Raiden Shogun approach with her sword was enough to unnerve her. Rising from the ground, she glared defiantly at Raiden Shogun. I swear, if you truly strike at me, I will ensure your precious Inazuma suffers for it. Stop, I command you. You and all of you. Witnessing Raiden Shogun's unwavering advance, the lady completely lost her composure. She charged at the general. How could this be? As the situation reached a critical point, and she, who had been timing her intervention, finally arrived. Her decision not to hide in the Tenshikaku was straightforward. Although she was the puppet general, she did not believe that her presence would go unnoticed. Moreover, remaining hidden would imply foreknowledge of the unfolding events, a suspicion she wished to avoid. And she wanted the lady to shed her arrogant demeanor, to stop looking down on others. She believed that after this incident, the lady would learn valuable lessons. With a swift motion, and she unleashed her most powerful strike. The ice blade, directed at Raiden Shogun with an imperceptible speed. She could not afford to underestimate her opponent. After launching the attack, and she did not linger to witness the outcome. Instead, she grabbed Rosalind and dashed out of the Tenchikaku. The events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even Ing and Paimon momentarily stunned. Impudence. Raiden Shogun effortlessly sliced through Enchi's attack, her face, even as a puppet, radiating an icy chill. Did they truly believe they could come and go as they pleased in the Tenchikaku? In a flash, Raiden Shogun vanished from within the Tenchikaku. Ing and Paimon were momentarily bewildered. Was that? Paimon glanced at Enchi, who seemed oddly familiar, yet she could not place it. Ing, the person we encountered on the snowy mountains, was likely another harbinger, and it seems there is a significant connection between them and Tartaglia. Paimon, we must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Raiden Shogun is furious, and I sense she has not abandoned her pursuit of us. With that, they hurriedly assisted Jiu, Tiao, Sa Luo, and exited the Tenchikaku. Outside, and she was hastily escaping with Rosalind. You really need to lose some weight, and she exclaimed, feeling the oppressive thunder rumbling behind her. Was this puppet akin to a wandering soldier? Why was there such a stark difference in power? Rosalind, too, felt the pressure, her complexion paling instantly, and she noticed and could not resist teasing. Ah, now you seem to understand fear? You. Rosalind had no time for banter. Her priority was evading their pursuer. What are you doing? If you cannot ensure your safety, I will distract her. You leave. I do not wish to owe you a favor. And she paused, her expression shifting slightly as she pulled Rosalind to run faster. I have a plan. Just be quiet. You saved me in Liyue, and I do not wish to owe you anything. Consider this my repayment. Ing and Paimon were racing toward the exit of the Tenchikaku. Since the lady had not been killed, Raiden Shogun's wrath was primarily directed at Enchi and the lady, preventing Ing from entering that strange state. Carrying Jiu, Tiao, Sa Luo, Ing sprinted alongside Paimon when she suddenly spotted two figures appearing beside her, none other than Enchi, also carrying Rosalind. Ah, weren't you all supposed to be fleeing? The general's domain enveloped the entire Tenchikaku, seemingly trapping them within. Enchi clarified, not wanting to be mistaken as the one who lured trouble toward Ing and her companions. Before long, they all managed to escape the Tenchikaku. Just then, Raiden Shogun's unfathomable blade descended from behind the five, aiming to strike all at once. They stared in horror at the impending attack, and she included, uncertain of how the original plot unfolded with that fateful strike against Ing. And she felt the full force of Raiden Shogun's anger in this moment. Man, hold your ground. The blade aimed at Ing and the others was witnessed by Yunling, who had just led the resistance forces to the scene. It was essential for Yunling to be the one guiding them. If she had not acted quickly, they would have been caught in a dire situation. The massive blade descended upon Ing and her companions, at which point Man Ye's eyes flickered with lightning. The electro-vision that had been hanging at his waist suddenly illuminated, and she seemed to hear the voice of a young man, resolute and confident. There will always be beings on the ground who dare to confront the might of thunder. As the vision shone brightly, Man Ye dashed forward at an unparalleled speed, drawing his sword to block Raiden Shogun's unfathomable strike. This blow was evidently more powerful than in the original plot. Man Ye was sent flying, landing among the resistance forces, who caught him. At least he had managed to block it. Man Ye, are you all right? Cough, cough, I'm fine. Appeared astonished that WNY could withstand her strike. However, she did not dwell on it and unleashed an even more potent attack towards the group. Ankh and the others were left in shock. Was each strike growing stronger? There was no choice but to summon their iron-headed child. Upon witnessing her friends in peril, YNL Ing leaped forward, brandishing her colossal sword, which instantly expanded to several dozen meters, aiming to strike down upon. Ankh and Ying also released their own attacks. The collective onslaught was effortlessly dispersed the moment it met the edge of the general's blade, with YNL Ing positioned at the forefront, being the first to be struck. YNL Ing. Ying rushed forward to stand beside her, raising her long sword in an attempt to block the general's blow. In a fleeting moment unnoticed by others, a flash of fire ignited upon Ying's sword. As blade was about to descend upon them, Ying's sword burst forth with flames, firmly countering the general's attack. Simultaneously, Yin was enveloped by a thunderous shield, empowered by electro-elemental force. And together, they successfully repelled the general strike. To their astonishment, was forced to retreat several steps. If Y's allies could temporarily return, why could Ruel not? Both Ying and Yin were puzzled, Ying gazing at her sword, radiating waves of heat, her eyes sparkling with realization. Meanwhile, far away in Liyue, Diluc, who was tracking malevolent movements, noticed that the once dormant vision at his waist suddenly reignited. Stopping in his tracks, he scrutinized it. After confirming he was not mistaken, confusion washed over him, followed by a spark of joy as he immediately set off towards Mondstadt. In the player realm, Yo discerned the flaming element emanating from the sword and instantly thought of Ruel. That fiery girl was not a part of her soul merged with the sword? Suddenly, a realization struck Xyo. Oh no. WNY's allies' vision extinguished after blocking a strike. Could Ruel's soul also? It's Ruel. It's her soul. No. Why is she still thinking of protecting us even in this state? No. If Ruel's soul perishes here, I will ensure that I follow her. Blondie quickly put the sword away. Yin, feeling the surge of electro-elemental force coursing through her, initially attributed it to her second sister, but upon reflection, she realized her sister lacked such capabilities. Just as confusion clouded Yin's face, Aang seized the moment to stroke her cheek. Having longed to know what it felt like to touch Yin's youthful, collagen-rich face, Yin, taken aback, glared at Aang in anger. Aang, like a mischievous rogue, promptly fled. Farewell, Aang exclaimed, tugging Rosalind along, not daring to linger. With present, and with SHN soon to emerge alongside Yamiko, there was no time to waste. The resistance forces had already charged forward, some of whom had been targets of the Vision Hunt decree. At this moment, the visions atop the statue of the thousand-armed, hundred-eyed god began to radiate light, all orchestrated by Yamiko. To ensure the success of this plan, the Shrine Maiden had long been preparing. Despite minor setbacks, overall, things were proceeding smoothly. Ying remained engulfed in the shock of her sword, when Paimon reminded her, "Hey, traveler, what are we going to do? They are no match for the general." Ying had no choice but to momentarily set aside her sword concerns and focus on the indifferent looming over them. She leapt high, her boundless determination cloaked in abundant electro-energy, raising her long sword to strike at the general. In an instant, she found herself enveloped by a realm of pure thought, a place she had visited before, though it did not mean she held any fondness for it. Within this realm, SHN was seated, noticing Aang's arrival and rising to meet her. "What brings you back before me? Is your reckless bravery aimed at protecting the people, or is it merely to stand before me?" Ying replied, "The foolish ones have incited. The Vision Hunt decree should not have been enacted." SHN retorted, "You awaken me from my eternal contemplation merely to voice these sentiments. Surely you underestimate me. I am well aware of the Vision Hunt decree." Ying was astonished. "You know of the affairs outside?" SHN responded, "Not entirely, but I am aware of everything concerning eternity." As Ying and SHN conversed in the realm of pure thought, outside the Tenri Commission's headquarters, Ying had vanished within the realm, leaving the others gathered in anticipation of the outcome. Paimon flitted about anxiously, prompting Yin to remind her. "Paimon, have you forgotten what the Shrine Maiden said?" "I haven't forgotten, but Ying is currently facing the Raiden Shogun alone. Ying's solitary challenge against the Raiden Shogun. If she could defeat her within this realm of pure thought, the Vision Hunt decree in Inazuma could be resolved." Yet, while it sounded simple, it was far from easy. Yamiko had promised assistance, yet her presence was still absent. Yin pulled Paimon onto her lap, contemplating what delightful treats she could prepare for SHN after this day. Within the realm of pure thought, a space formed by SHN's will. To change her mind, Ying must face her head-on in a dignified manner. However, this victory would not rely solely on strength. In this battle, one's will, or rather their desires, would dictate their power. Ying ultimately voiced her determination. She sought to engage SHN in a contest, to show her the wishes of others and compel her to revoke the Vision Hunt decree. SHN's unwavering commitment to the pursuit of eternity rendered her unafraid of Ying's challenge. As the battle commenced, Ying found herself overpowered and, after being pushed back once more, sensed something trembling within her. She drew forth the object, discovering it was the talisman gifted to her by SHN. At that moment, SHN's voice echoed from behind Ying. "Oh, did you just remember?" SHN's arrival caught SHN off guard, but knowing her friend's character, she quickly surmised the situation. "Is this your scheme, Ye Miko?" With a flick of her wrist, Ye Miko turned her head, revealing her signature smile. "But don't forget, who taught you to imbue your consciousness into objects?" As she leaned closer to Ying, she whispered, "Surely you don't believe that your mere wishes can surpass SHN's will? Though you stand here, their wishes have long since been entrusted to you. So, close your eyes." Obediently, Ying shut her eyes, just as Ye Miko instructed, and countless wishes flooded her mind. "For those I wish to protect, to become the greatest swordsman in the world. I hope everyone can lead a good life." With each wish of the people that flashed through her mind, Ying's strength grew. Suddenly, she froze. "I hope the gods will see me. I want to confront that radiant power. I wish to travel to other nations and savor many delicacies. I hope the people of Mondstadt will not be saddened by my departure. I hope Ying will take my sword and wander through the 7 nations." The last wish was unmistakably clear to Ying, and it was precisely for this reason that she was rendered speechless. Why? As she gazed at the long sword in her hand, memories of the past surged forth, and she suddenly understood. "Ruel, thank you." As the desires flickered in the minds of the individuals, the words spoken by the parties involved manifested upon the screen. After several iterations, hearing Ruel's voice once more evoked a profound sense of emotion in Shenxiao. How utterly unpretentious those wishes were. She was merely a child. What fault did she bear? She was just a girl not yet 18. Thankfully, the narrative did not devolve into a tale of shattered sword spirits. Despite being a citizen of Mondstadt, she was still able to assist us when we faced trials in Inazuma, within the realm of pure intentions. The acquisition of their desires significantly enhanced Ying's abilities. She engaged in a duel with Ying once again, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Ye Miko observed from the sidelines, her emotions a complex tapestry. Ultimately, the will of Ying prevailed over the collective wishes of the people. She succumbed. "You have lost, Ying." "Indeed, I have lost." Why could she not trust her people and believe in the power of their wishes? Those desires transcended distance, time, and space, becoming something that could not be extinguished. Under the persuasive words of the Miko and Ying conceded. "Since I have been bested by your plan, I shall abolish the Vision Hunt decree as you wish. However, I must ponder further on the concept of eternity and whether this nation requires progression. Oh dear, the one who has remained childish throughout has always been you." When Ying emerged from her sanctuary of pure intentions, she was greeted by the members of the resistance, along with Yunling and Paimon. Upon seeing Ying return safely, Paimon finally relaxed. "Traveler, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed." Little Paimon leaped into Ying's embrace. So? Did the Miko's plan succeed? Ying shared the news of the Raiden Shogun's agreement to abolish the Vision Hunt decree, and the resistance members erupted in joyous cheers. Wanyue and Goru exchanged glances and celebrated with a high five. As members of the resistance, their opposition was directed at the Vision Hunt decree, not the Raiden Shogun herself. They were acutely aware of their limitations. Should the Electro Archon decide to act decisively, the resistance would be obliterated in an instant. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Goru reorganized the troops, standing ready outside of Narukami Island, while Kuju-Sera was summoned by the Raiden Shogun after regaining consciousness. The goddess eyes that had been confiscated and embedded within the statue of the 1,000-armed white eyes were returned in full. Arataki Ito joyfully embraced his goddess eye, kissing it exuberantly. "Sister, second sister, kind sister, you promised to plead on my behalf." Before entering their home, Yunling sought confirmation from her second sister once more. Upon observing her hesitance and trepidation, Kuki Shinobu found it somewhat amusing. She had dared to defy the Vision Hunt decree and join the resistance, even standing against the Raiden Shogun's devastating blade. Yunling's fear was not unfounded. At their doorstep, she spotted her mother, broomstick in hand, waiting in the yard. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come inside." Yunling exchanged a glance with her second sister, then followed her inside with a hesitant sway. Upon entering the yard, she discovered not just her mother, but also her father and elder sister, all gazing at her with an air of judgment. As her mother hurled the broomstick aside and advanced toward Yunling, the latter instinctively shielded her ears and retreated behind her second sister. However, to her astonishment, her protector stepped aside. Yunling looked at her sister in disbelief, but Kuki Shinobu merely shrugged. While her father could intervene, her mother's decree was absolute. She felt that the youngest sister needed a memorable lesson. "Mother, be gentle. My ears are going to fall off. Why do so many people enjoy tugging at my ears?" In this instance, they encountered Yunling, who had come over ostensibly as a guest, but in reality to prepare a feast. After conversing with Ye Miko, both Paimon and Ning decided to stay. It had been quite some time since they had savored Yunling's culinary delights. "Paimon, you should try this." Little Paimon, under the guise of helping, dashed into the kitchen, and Yunling understood the little one's intent, occasionally allowing her to sample this and that. "By the way, it has been ages since we last saw the Shogun. Since that battle at the Grand Narukami Shrine, she seems to have not appeared in public." While munching on food, Paimon inquired, "Is Yunling worried about the Shogun? Indeed, our actions must have felt like betrayal to her. I am uncertain whether she is unwilling to see us or simply prefers to remain hidden." Paimon pondered aloud. "Well, I am not quite sure about that. Perhaps I should discuss it with Ing later and ask the Miko." Yunling had prepared an abundance of desserts, but she wondered if Ye Miko would take some to Ing. As of now, the legend of the Raiden Shogun remained unupdated, and considering the alignment of tasks and time, Ing might still require additional time to emerge from her sanctuary of pure intentions. Patience was key, as they had waited long enough. "Paimon, these are nearly ready. Hurry and call everyone over." With her mouth stuffed, Paimon zipped away. In Liyue at the chasm, Muchinga and Yelan explored the depths and indeed discovered remnants of the abyss. However, further findings were elusive. After extensive investigation at the abyssal bottom, they had yet to encounter any malice, prompting them to lower their guard. To expedite their search, the duo often split up, agreeing to reconvene at a designated location. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon reaching the appointed hour, Yelan arrived at their meeting spot, waiting for a long time without sight of Muchinga. Growing anxious, she ventured toward the area Muchinga had previously explored, but after an extensive search, found no trace of her. Yelan understood Muchinga's character. She would not be so unreliable in such matters, indicating that something significant had transpired, preventing their reunion. Chapter 98. The concerns of Liyue's upper echelons after several hours of searching. Yelan's expression grew increasingly grave. She began to regret having followed Muchinga's suggestion to explore separately. Had they remained together, they could have looked out for one another. As the hours dragged on, with the morning expedition now stretching into the evening, the leader could not help but worry. "Select a few of the most skilled and astute soldiers to accompany me in search of Muchinga." "What? Mu Darren is missing?" The leader's face turned pale, and he promptly followed Yelan's instructions to gather personnel. All of the Qinyan troops had been brought by Muchinga, and upon hearing of her disappearance, they eagerly volunteered to descend in search of her. The leader selected 10 individuals, including himself, to join Yelan, and together they ventured into the depths of the chasm. The next morning, Yelan and the group of Qinyan soldiers emerged from below, each bearing a grim countenance. Not only had they failed to locate Muchinga, but they had also encountered numerous fiends, each sustaining injuries. The chasm had never been this ominous before. When had it turned into a breeding ground for abyssal creatures? Yelan called to the commander who had accompanied her in the search. "You must send someone to Liyue and inform Ningguang of everything that has transpired here." The commander immediately complied, setting off to make arrangements. The Qinyan army set forth towards the Xingyin giant abyss, naturally requiring a messenger. The soldiers of the Qinyan army were well aware of the route to Chuanyu Pavilion. Upon realizing that someone had come from the direction of the Xingyin giant abyss, Ningguang did not hesitate and promptly received the visitor. The newcomer was a delicate-looking soldier from the Qinyan army, who appeared weary after several days of travel. As of my departure, it had been a day and a night since Lord Mu had gone missing. Lord Yelan has organized several searches, but has found no clues. What? Ningguang suddenly rose from her seat, her expression one of shock. It was inconceivable that such trouble could befall Mu Qingge, given her character. Once the soldier finished recounting the other matters, Ningguang instructed, "You may rest for now. It is of no concern to me. I hope that you will send someone to assist in the search for Lord Mu." In the soldier's eyes, Ningguang perceived a profound plea and deep worry, to which she firmly nodded. "Rest assured, I will spare no effort." After sending off the soldier, Ningguang summoned 3 secretaries. "You will temporarily manage the affairs of Chuanyu Pavilion. I have urgent matters that require my attention outside. Where is Lord Ningguang headed? Do you require one of us to accompany you?" Ningguang seemed anxious. Having already exited Chuanyu Pavilion, leaving behind only a single phrase, "There is no need. Focus on your own tasks." At Wangshu Inn, the proprietress, Fei Erguidaite, who had close ties with the 7 stars, approached Ningguang with a hint of concern upon her arrival. "What is the matter? Does Lord Ningguang have something important to discuss?" Ningguang was straightforward. "I am seeking the Demon Slayer Saint." After Ningguang ascended the stairs, the proprietress stood watch at the staircase, keeping a lookout. At a table by the window, Zhongli gently set down his teacup. At the top of Wangshu Inn, the Demon Slayer Saint. As one of the 7 stars and the strongest force among Liyue's 7 stars, Mu Qingge's disappearance within the abyss was a grave matter. Yelan was also present, and Ningguang understood her capabilities well. If even Yelan could not find her, Ningguang doubted anyone else could. Although seeking the aid of an immortal at this juncture was unwise given that the 7 stars had only recently assumed control over Liyue, one must discern the gravity of the situation. Among the immortals, the Demon Slayer Saint of Wangshu Inn was undoubtedly the most suitable. As Ningguang's call echoed, a figure clad in azure appeared a few meters in front of her. "What is the matter?" Ningguang, having met the Demon Slayer Saint before, detailed the events that transpired at the Xingyan Giant Abyss and requested his assistance. "Shao, the Kaiyang Star's gone missing?" Furthermore, the Qinyan soldiers reported that they had uncovered information regarding an unnamed yaksha beneath the abyss, which may be significant to you. An unnamed yaksha? Zhao's expression shifted as a figure immediately surfaced in his mind. "Understood. I will depart at once." Shortly after Ningguang left, Zhongli arrived at the scene. "Your Majesty." Zhongli nodded. Shao explained Ningguang's purpose, and upon hearing of Mu Qingge's disappearance in the abyss, Zhongli frowned. "This journey may entail risks, yet you're resolute in your decision. Having guarded this place for over a century, I implore your Majesty to grant permission concerning the matter of the unnamed yaksha." Zhongli opened his hand to reveal another artifact of a different hue. "This item is one that Qingge possesses as well. The two will resonate with each other. Carrying this will facilitate your search for her. I shall obey your Majesty's decree." With that, Shao vanished from sight. Zhongli silently sighed as he gazed towards the Xingyan Giant Abyss. In Inazuma, under the persuasion of Ying and Paimon, Xing stepped out from the realm of pure heart. Passing through a particular area, Paimon shielded her eyes from the sunlight and surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting a long line of people, Paimon exclaimed with delight, "Traveler, look! It's Yinling. She has set up her stall today." Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face clearly displaying her desire. Xing was equally puzzled. What is happening here? Why are there so many people in line? Ying clarified, "There is nothing unusual. It's merely a very popular stall owner who has opened for business." "A stall owner? What do they sell?" Ying recalled the ingredients she had seen Yinling preparing previously. "It's likely sweets. Yinling makes delicious confections. Would you like a try?" Xing felt tempted, but replied, "Perhaps not. It's too crowded, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go over." Ying keenly noticed a flicker of interest in Xing's eyes and felt a surge of excitement. The purpose of this outing was indeed specific, if Xing enjoys sweets. Considering Yinling's skills. With this thought, Ying promptly suggested, "We can come back later. Yinling always saves some for me and Paimon, so we can wait until the crowd disperses." Chapter 99. The Lament of the Abyss in Inazuma. A few days prior, after the lifting of the Vision Hunt decree, Yinling returned to her previous routine. This time, there were even more people. All members of the Arataki Gang were present to assist, and they were nearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, such intense work would only last a short while. After most items were sold, Yinling pushed her cart away. Is the little boss already out of stock? That was quick. I rushed over as soon as I heard the news, and still didn't manage to get anything. But I clearly saw. Yinling quickly covered the box, ensuring that not a single item was visible to outsiders. We're out. I didn't prepare much this time. So please come back next time, and I will definitely have more ready. Hearing this from Yinling, the customer who claimed to have seen more scratched his head in confusion. Did I miss? Yinling had already packed some for Ado and sent them off to play, while she herself pushed her cart to another side. As for the offerings she used to reserve for Yemiko, that cunning fox had already gone to the Grand Narukami Shrine to prepare meals several times, so she certainly wouldn't be saving any for her now. After Kujo Sarah left, Yinling reclined in a lounge chair, scooping herself a serving of ice cream, and comfortably laid back. Now, this is what life is about. Ing and Paimon accompanied Xing to resolve some trivial matters concerning the Kujo clan, and time had passed significantly. Oh no, traveler, are we too late? Ing glanced at the sky and reassured Paimon, no, we're just in time. Paimon stamped her little feet, feeling quite anxious. We mustn't delay. Let us hurry, so that Yinling doesn't have to wait for us. Yes, Xing, let us go together. Xing nodded slightly. Soon, the group arrived at their agreed-upon location, spotting Yinling sprawled on a lounge chair, completely lost to sleep. Paimon leaned in close, waving her little hands in front of Yinling's face, whispering, Yinling, we're here. Yinling opened her large eyes, and upon seeing Paimon's adorable face, responded, Didn't I say if we arrived late, I wouldn't wait for you? You must have waited a long time and then fallen asleep. No, I only waited a short while. I was busy earlier and, lying down, felt so comfortable that I dozed off without realizing it. As Yinling stood, she suddenly noticed Xing staring at her. She immediately felt flustered. Ah, it's you, General. Speaking of which, she was indeed part of the resistance, and had twice hurled that oversized sword towards the General's face. Twice. Would the General not strike her down upon seeing her again? Noticing Yinling's fearful expression, Xing seemed to grasp the reason behind it. In the player world, Shun Xiao was currently engaged in the Raiden Shogun storyline. Previously, she had not quite understood the main plot, but now it all finally made sense. Witnessing Yinling's startled reaction upon encountering the General, she couldn't help but chuckle. Why doesn't Yinling go up and challenge her? Whereas the floating cloud, I still prefer that fearless version of you from that day. The barrage of comments was rife with playful banter. Yinling, don't mess around. This is the General. Sweating profusely, right, little sister? Who do you think cooks better, Xiangling or Yunling? Did you not hear Paimon say? She mentioned that Yunling cooks even better than Xiangling. Do you think Paimon would say the same if she encountered Xiangling? It mattered not. With just a glance, Ying discerned the essence of Yunling's character. Her previous actions were driven by reason, and she would not cast blame. A quick look from Yunling confirmed that Ying nodded in agreement, and an instant wave of courage washed over her. In comparison to Ying, her past deeds seemed trivial, especially now that Ying was thriving and steadfastly by the General's side. What was there to fear? So, esteemed General, would you care for a taste? Yinling asked undeterred. What are you trembling for? Her body seemed to respond. It was worth a try. Ying felt a flicker of anticipation. Since her departure, she had seldom indulged in the delights of the outside world. The pristine treat before her indeed had an inviting aroma. Both Paimon and Ying were seasoned hands, adept at self-sufficiency. Naturally, Yinling would not allow Ying to assist. With utmost care, Yinling scooped a portion of ice cream and retrieved several colorful dumplings from her thermal container. Yes, colorful dumplings. She could make those too. Would the General like to sample this? Yinling inquired. Ying nodded, accepting the ice cream from Yunling's hand and using the specially provided wooden spoon to take a bite. The delicate, silky texture immediately enveloped her taste buds. At first, a refreshing chill washed over her, akin to the gentle breeze of dawn in the mountains, softly caressing her palate and awakening every taste bud. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, not cloying, but rather reminiscent of the fresh and intoxicating sweetness of first love, gradually enveloping her mouth. As the ice cream melted slowly within, it became increasingly ethereal, akin to snowflakes dissolving in one's palm, transforming into a pool of sweet nectar. Each mouthful was accompanied by a subtle effervescence, bubbling playfully on her tongue. Imparting a delightful surprise. Unable to resist, Ying took another scoop, immersing herself in this wondrous realm of flavors, savoring the dreamlike combination of ice and sweetness. What is the name of this delightful creation? It is truly exquisite. Ying then reached for the colorful dumplings, biting into one, and was similarly taken aback. These are the colorful dumplings. Before the general could inquire, Yunling, driven by her desire to impress, eagerly announced the dish's name. Meanwhile, Ying and Paimon were happily savoring their treats. To accommodate little Paimon's appetite, Yunling had deliberately prepared a bit extra. As a result, she had risen to become the second favorite person on Paimon's list. As for who held the top spot, Paimon remained tight-lipped. After a while, Ying finished everything Yunling had offered and inquired, "Is there more?" Yunling responded, "There are only a few left, but I also have some small cakes. Would the general like some?" "Yes." Ultimately, Ying took everything, including a small portion meant for Paimon, of course without any payment. Observing Ying's enthusiasm, Yunling felt assured. Indeed, once one tasted the culinary creations of Yunling, they were bound to be unforgettable. In the following days, Yunling refrained from intruding upon the unfolding narrative. The scene of Ying battling as the general seemed devoid of anything worth interjecting, so she contentedly remained at Arataki Gang. Notably, Yunling managed to capture an enormous Oni beetle, triumphing effortlessly in each duel against her boss. Since then, in addition to yearning for Yunling's culinary skills, there was now the added allure of her Oni beetles. Days passed, and as time progressed, it was nearly the moment when Xiao departed for the chasm in Liyue. Finally, the Raiden Shogun issued the order to lift the national lockdown. A day later, Kuju Seraph sought out Yunling to discuss matters regarding overseas travel. Yunling had been eager to explore the world beyond, and just as she was about to agree, the elusive Ye Miko made her entrance. Under her persuasive rhetoric, Yunling ultimately relinquished her plans to venture to Liyue. After all, as the Divine One stated, the general had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. Although deities do not require sustenance, she was, after all, her own deity. Meanwhile, the world of players welcomed an update. The Requiem of the Resonating Abyss commenced.